Did you think you just stepped on an escaped hairy crab? No, that was the Chingy demon mother, who would go on to slaughter an entire city 3 years later. And your system is telling you to boil and eat it. As you stomp down on that rampaging crab, alarm bells go off in your head. Warning, danger. You are facing a danger-level target. Your curiosity is piqued, and you immediately check the details. Frowny face future, the demon mother in blue robes, spirit stage mid-tier monster, feasts on human eyes. You smiled. The future demon king was nothing more than a meal on your plate right now. You casually tossed it into the hot pot, and the very next second, the system notification made your pupils contract sharply. Ding. Perfect kill. Received bonus rewards, excellent grade trait precognition skill. All my traits are maxed out. Author, Jen Jioliang Jiyan. Synopsis. A world 3 years in the future, mana awakening, demons and monsters run rampant, and the martial invasion rages on, as survivors struggle to survive in this brutal new world. Lin's trait system was bound incorrectly, activating 3 years early. All system quests and rewards originate from the world 3 years in the future. At this moment, the terrifying demons and monsters of 3 years hence have not yet awakened, and the forces of extreme evil are just getting started, and the martial invasion has not yet begun. Alert, target detected. Sky-devouring black demon apocalyptic level. Please flee, or defeat it to earn the trait, undying and indestructible god tier. Lin looked down at the cockroach at his feet, the future sky-devouring black demon, and crushed it with a single stomp, completing the quest. Alert, target detected. Copper-faced empress apocalyptic level. Please flee, or subdue the target to obtain the trait, devour heaven and earth god tier. Copper-faced empress. Lin turned to look and, upon seeing the familiar figure, froze in surprise. Mom? Years later, with all his traits maxed out, Lin sat atop a mountain peak, gazing up at the starry sky as one powerful demon star after another turned tail and fled. Lin, I've maxed out all my traits. What about mana awakening and martial invasion? Chapter 1, The Trait System. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room. A yellowed air conditioner hung on the wall, emitting a humming sound. The bedroom, measuring over 20 square meters, contained a wooden bed and a desk with a computer on it. An electric kettle was gurgling and steaming as the water came to a boil. With his back to the sunlight, Lin picked up the electric kettle and poured the water into the electric hot pot on the folding dining table. The scalding hot water melted the beef fat hot pot base, and the carefully prepared sesame sauce was already placed in front of the hot pot. On the small dining table, which didn't look very big, were arranged beef tripe, fresh-cut beef and lamb, duck intestines, luncheon meat, fish cakes, beef meatballs, fried tofu skin, and more. Among the more than 10 kinds of ingredients, there was, of course, a green lettuce leaf at the bottom to line the pot. As people sat on small stools, Lin picked up his phone. Its clean screen reflected his unnaturally youthful face. He didn't look a day over 22. Even when he went grocery shopping, people would ask him, "Don't you have class today?" This was Lin's biggest frustration. He deliberately kept his hair cropped in a ruggedly masculine style and dressed in a dark, macho look, but he inherited his mother's excessively fair skin, delicate features, and slender build. In his older cousin's words, he is quite delicate, but he is really handsome. He really is delicate. Let us keep watching that short video, Lin muttered under his breath as dinner was about to be served. The so-called short videos were content circulating in the QQ group, detailing recent global turmoil and all sorts of irrationalities and anomalies. According to the people in the videos, many changes such as an increase in stray dogs attacking people and biting with greater ferocity were all the result of a conspiracy by a laboratory in America. At first, Lin thought it was total nonsense. After listening for a few days, however, combining what he'd seen and learned during that time, Lin suddenly felt this was it. It sounded just right. That mysterious atmosphere of the end of the world is tomorrow and order is about to collapse was way more interesting than binge-watching a TV series. Lin didn't turn on his phone's screen, but a glowing blue window appeared before his eyes, displaying a line of text, "Trait system, activating." Huh? Lin blinked hard. He moved his phone away, still with the screen off, and was surprised to see that the message was still there. The glowing window floated right in front of him, shifting once more. "The world you live in is facing a martial invasion and a mana awakening for common grade humans. It's like the end of the world. This is the worst of times, and this is the most terrifying of times. Martial invasion, mana awakening. Lin's mouth fell open slightly without him realizing it. Could that short video in the group chat actually be true? A chill ran straight up the back of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. No! The descriptions and speculations in those short videos all traced back to a laboratory in America. If this prompt was real, the actual situation would be far more outlandish than anything the lab had speculated. Like the end of the world, the worst, the most terrifying of times, these words were jarring. Behind each one lay the horror of a future filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Perhaps because he'd been watching too many short videos lately, Lin's first reaction was that this description was most likely credible. Beneath the seemingly peaceful world, the bloody horror lurking beneath the surface was about to be unveiled, descending upon this world. This world is where Lin and his family live. If it truly were to descend into chaos, a post-apocalyptic nightmare where order collapses and humans are treated worse than dogs. Lin didn't even want to imagine such a scenario, let alone accept it. You have activated the trait system. The system is now fully bound to you. By completing system quests, you can acquire various traits. For you, this will be an era of self-transformation. Trait system activated, acquired trait, inspect skill. With this trait, you can view the basic information of any target in front of you. Anyone swept into a river would instinctively grab onto any piece of driftwood. The trait system, the binding system. Lin wasn't the least bit surprised or skeptical about any of this. Right now, Lin wanted to use the inspect skill trait to see if it worked exactly as described, if it could indeed reveal information about any target. If all of this were true, then he would hold the sharpest sword in his hands, one that might just cut through the gloom of the martial invasion and the mana awakening. Lin decided to start by examining the objects around him. His gaze swept over the electric hot pot, the cactus in a pot, and the large willow tree not far from the window, and he chose to view the information for these three items. Immediately afterward, 3 blue windows appeared before Lin's eyes. They were identical in font and style to the system prompts. Info: abandoned electric hot pot. Description: a relic from the old era 5 years ago, a piece of junk that no longer works. Possesses trait: junk common grade. Note: trait levels: common grade, advanced grade, spirit grade, excellent grade, flawless grade. Info: potted cactus. Description: a common grade cactus with prickly spines. Possesses the trait: spines common grade. Information: lantern-lit old willow tree. Description: an old willow tree with lantern-like fruits glowing on its branches. Each lantern-like fruit contains a fresh, extracted human brain. Possesses the traits: supernormal growth, excellent grade, tenacity, spirit grade. Each entry is followed by a description of its traits. But Lin's focus was on the descriptions themselves. This? Lin looked at these 3 entries and, after noting the trait grades, felt a sense of contradiction. The broth in the electric hot pot was already boiling, steaming vigorously. It certainly wasn't a discarded hot pot. The potted cactus was no different. How had the old willow tree become the lantern-lighting willow, and worse, a terrifying demonic tree that rips out human brains? The old willow tree right outside the window had no lantern-like fruits, let alone human brains inside them. Its green willow branches swayed naturally, showing absolutely no signs of being a demonic tree. Could it be that the trait system's description was false? That this was all just a mix-up? This thought popped into Lin's mind. If that were the case, then the so-called apocalypse, the most terrifying era, would be nothing more than a piece of paper, certainly not real. That is quite possible, Lin said, gradually relaxing, just as a smile was about to spread across his cheeks. His gaze fell once more on the trait description. The information on the electric hot pot is a relic from the old era, 5 years ago. The smile on Lin's face froze. How had he not thought of that sooner? A relic from 5 years ago. That description was clearly incorrect. Was it possible that the trait system was describing a future 5 years from now? 5 years from now, the electric hot pot would indeed become a discarded electric hot pot. 5 years from now, the old willow tree would indeed become the lantern willow that rips out human brains. Looking out the window at the old willow tree with its swaying green branches, the once vibrant greenery now sent a chill down Lin's spine. The scariest part was this thing was growing right before his eyes. Lin didn't think the old willow tree would spare his brain just because he was a local. 5 years from now, martial invasion, mana awakening, the terrifying dark age is coming. Lin took a deep breath, letting the hot steam scented with hot pot fill his lungs, then exhaled slowly, easing his tension a little. After all, even if the trait system's description were true, that wouldn't happen for another 5 years. For now, sitting here leisurely dipping food into his hot pot, the old willow tree wouldn't be coming to rip out his brain. The scalding beef fat broth bubbled away, steam rising before Lin's eyes. Perhaps sensing the impending catastrophe, Lin's mind began to wander. Come to think of it, this electric hot pot was a birthday gift his cousin had given him 2 years ago. He used it quite a bit over the past 2 years, and the quality was still pretty good. Lin noticed something unusual. This electric hot pot was a birthday gift from her cousin 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Martial invasion and mana awakening 5 years from now? That's completely wrong. 2 of those 5 years have already passed. The information she'd seen wasn't from 5 years in the future, but from 3 years from now. Lin muttered to herself. The dark age is 3 years from now. If the mana awakening and martial invasion don't happen overnight, it probably won't take 3 years, maybe as soon as a year from now, before all sorts of natural and man-made disasters start happening. It felt just like being told by a doctor, it's nothing serious. Go home, eat well, drink well, spend more time with your family, and enjoy every day to the fullest. As if she could possibly be happy about that. Fine. Lin furrowed his brow. A thought occurred to him. Since he could view the information about the electric hot pot, the cactus, and the old willow tree 3 years from now, what about other animals or even humans? For example, what about my own information? Curiosity welled up in Lin's heart. Theoretically, he already possessed the ability to view such information. His future self would have a certain advantage in foresight when it came to information. So, her future self should be stronger than the average person, right? View information. Chapter 2, Trait, Spatial Pocket. Information, Lin. Introduction, former fire element awakened after death, contaminated by the frenzy flame curse. Current status, frenzied fire undead strength, tempering stage late. Lin's assessment was correct. His future self, 3 years from now, would be stronger than the average person and would have awakened as a fire type awakened. But his future self had died for unknown reasons. After death, his corpse was corrupted by the frenzy flame curse, transforming into a formless, frenzied fire undead. I'm dead, but what about my parents, grandma on my mother's side, my little sister, and everyone else? The faces of his loved ones involuntarily flashed through his mind, along with his childhood friends, classmates, and acquaintances, including the Bowsy beauty from the steamed bun shop down the street. If even he, with his inspect skill, couldn't survive, it was unimaginable for anyone else. Thank goodness it's still 3 years in the past. Anything is possible. Lin still found the word death too jarring. After calming himself for a moment, Lin took out a notebook and a pen. He jotted down the most important pieces of information from the message. For example, trait level, trait, fire element awakened, frenzy flame curse contamination, frenzied fire undead, tempering stage late. These were all crucial sources of information for analyzing the future world. After all, being able to understand the future world of the martial invasion and mana awakening 3 years in advance would allow him to make preparations and arrangements ahead of time. Setting aside grand rhetoric about serving the country and its people, at the very least, he could try to change the fate of his own death. Just as Lin was thinking this, a new prompt appeared before his eyes. Quest, your current location is barren and extremely dangerous. Please find a safe area and gather enough food supplies to last at least 3 days. Upon completing the quest, you will receive the reward trait Spatial Pocket Grade, Advanced. A quest system? Ha ha. Lin chuckled. Back when he used to read novels, he found system stories too annoying. The protagonists were always stuck completing all sorts of quests. Now, finding himself in a world on the brink of apocalypse, being able to complete a quest this easily and gain some kind of reward was incredibly reassuring. Lin's main focus was on the mission reward, the trait's spatial pocket. Taking the name literally, it seemed to be some kind of storage space. It could be used to store all sorts of items. If that were truly the case, it would indeed be an invaluable ability in such a future. Food, drinking water, weapons, and more, he could stockpile them all, opening up a wide range of possibilities. Just as Lin was pondering these things, a new prompt appeared before his eyes. Quest: you have found a safe location, collected more than 5 days' worth of food supplies, and the food quality is extremely high. You have exceeded the quest requirements and earned the bonus reward spatial pocket grade, spirit grade. This trait has been automatically acquired. Looking at the quest notification before him, Lin was taken aback. Was the quest really that easy to complete? But then he thought about it. It made perfect sense. The trait system's timeline was set 3 years in the future, but he was living in the present. What would be difficult to achieve 3 years from now was a breeze right now. If given an hour, he could easily gather a month's worth of food supplies, far exceeding the requirement. Completed, and I even exceeded the mission requirements. A smile spread across Lin's face. The spatial pocket had transformed, and its quality had upgraded from advanced grade to spirit grade. According to previous hints, traits had grades, arranged in the following order: common grade, advanced grade, spirit grade, excellent grade, and flawless grade. Among these 5 grades, based on the literal descriptions, the spirit grade, which comes after the advanced grade, should be a relatively rare and valuable trait. Lin made a mental note of this. In future missions, he could aim to exceed expectations to reap greater rewards. Just at that moment, Lin sensed a crystal in his mind merging into his body. It was truly wondrous. Though invisible to the naked eye, he could almost see its presence with his own eyes. It had completely fused with him, impossible to separate, and simply existed there. When Lin looked at it, he could even catch a fleeting glimpse of the storage space it created. It was truly a spatial pocket. The interior was empty, with nothing inside. It was pitch black, yet the space was quite substantial. Then, Lin tried to view the information for the trait spatial pocket. Trait, spatial pocket, spirit grade. Description: contains a storage space measuring 5m 5m 5m. Items placed within this space will retain their original state. 5 meters high, 5 meters wide, and 5 meters long. That is 125 cubic meters of space. If filled entirely with rice, it could hold over 70 metric tons, enough for Lin alone to eat for over 100 years. For the future, a future of martial invasion and mana awakening, a future as harsh as hell itself, the spatial pocket truly holds infinite value. Lin first placed the notebook containing a wealth of information, along with his pen, into the spatial pocket. The information in the notebook must not be leaked. With this trait, I no longer have to worry about food spoiling, becoming contaminated, or being looted. As a sense of security welled up within Lin, he wondered, after activating the spatial pocket, would his fate 3 years from now still be death? With that thought in mind, Lin decided to check the information. Information: Lin introduction, former light element awakened after death, contaminated by the frenzy flame curse. Current status: frenzied flame, undead strength, spirit stage early. Her fate 3 years from now had changed. She had transformed from a fire element awakened into a light element awakened. Not only that, but her strength had also risen from the late tempering stage to the early spirit stage. The spirit stage was clearly a higher realm than the tempering stage. But here's the bad news. The fact that he would die 3 years from now hasn't changed, and after death, he'll once again be tainted by the frenzy flame curse, turning into a frenzied flame undead. Lin began to wonder, why? Why can't he escape death 3 years from now? As a light element awakened, he is clearly much stronger now. 2 possibilities arose in his mind. The first was that he had enemies who had set their sights on him. The second was that it wasn't just him who would die. Perhaps the entire city of Luo, or some future refuge, would be wiped out with no survivors. He was merely one of them. In the former case, there were still unknown possibilities. In the latter case, however, it was likely that everyone in the city would be afflicted by the frenzy flame curse, reduced to unknown undead beings devoid of free will and thought, at the mercy of others. Wouldn't that be just like zombies? Thinking of this possibility sent a chill down Lin's spine, such an intense sense of insecurity. It was as if an unknown monster were hiding in the wooden wardrobe not far away, staring straight at him with its yellowed eyes from the shadows, quietly waiting for nightfall. Lin muttered to himself, "If I could become an awakened sooner, I should be able to change my fate." The traits system window appeared once more. Notice, due to possessing the spirit grade trait, you have become an awakened. An anomaly in the data has been detected. The inspect skill talent has been corrected, and you may now view your information again. Chapter 3, What a Power Surge. Just a moment ago, Lin had been muttering to himself that if he'd become an awakened sooner on this day 3 years ago, he could have changed the fate of his death 3 years later. Little did he expect that, in the blink of an eye, he was already an awakened. Possessing the spirit grade trait meant he was an awakened. His specific spirit grade trait was spatial pocket. If he had to describe himself as an awakened, could he be called a pocket transport type? He shook his head. Spatial just sounded cooler. What Lin wanted wasn't this kind of extraordinary ability, but rather fire type or light type awakened, those with clearly formidable combat power. But seeing that the prompt mentioned the talent, inspect skill, had been revised, Lin was quite curious. What would the revised inspect skill be like? After all, purely in terms of value, the inspect skill was far more valuable than spatial pocket. With such an important talent having changed, Lin was very curious. View my own information. Please select present future. It was different from before. Previously, whenever Lin checked his information, there were no options. It automatically displayed his information 3 years in the future. Now that he had joined the ranks of the awakened, when he checked his information again, 2 options appeared, now and future. Looking at the 2 options before him, Lin had a faint hunch. If that were truly the case, then the things he could do would be countless. This time I'll choose now. Personal information. Name, Lin. Tier, entry-level awakened. Next tier, tempering stage early. Constitution, none. Talent, inspect skill. Trait, spatial pocket spirit grade. Vitality, 9 points. Mental power, 7 points. It really is now. Lin exclaimed with delight. His hunch had been correct. His current inspect skill not only allowed him to see a target's future 3 years from now, but also to view information about the target in the present. When these 2 abilities were combined, the possibilities for Lin were endless. For example, was the giant willow tree which would transform into a demon tree 3 years from now concealing its true strength and the fact that it was already evolving? By comparing these 2 sets of information, all concealments and secrets had nowhere to hide from Lin. Nowhere to escape. After fully grasping the significance of this, Lin turned his attention to his own information panel. His current rank was early awakened. The next rank was tempering stage early. It seemed that contrary to his assumption that the lowest tier was the tempering stage, the lowest tier was actually early stage awakened, while the spirit stage above that. Based on the sequence, it should be early stage awakened, tempering stage early mid late peak, spirit stage early mid late peak. The row of information below the tier is constitution. Currently, his constitution is listed as none. Based on his assessment, Lin surmises that constitution will be very important. After all, the body is the foundation of everything. But since his constitution is currently none, Lin shifts his gaze to the information further down. His talent is the inspect skill, of the highest grade. His trait is spatial pocket, of spirit grade quality. Based on the arrangement of this information, as well as the abilities demonstrated by the talent and trait, Lin surmises that talents are rarer and more valuable than traits. Below the trait are the 2 most basic numerical attributes. The vitality value is 9. When Lin examines the vitality value closely, a description appears: affects one's vitality, strength, endurance, recovery, etc. The mental power value is 7. Performing the same action and examining it closely reveals a description: affects one's mental strength, mental resistance, perception, recovery, willpower, etc. It appears to be a base attribute ranked below vitality, talents, and traits. But as the old saying goes, brute force overcomes 10 skills. Only when strength and mental power are sufficiently high can one possess the corresponding combat prowess. Otherwise, even with Lin's inspect skill, talent, and spatial pocket trait, he'd likely be no match for just about anyone with a vitality score of 10 or higher. With a vitality score under 10, I'm still a bit of a wimp, Lin mused. The good news is he still has plenty of time to boost his strength. Since I can see the vitality value now, if I complete quests, there must be a way to increase vitality. Lin was very interested in boosting his vitality. After all, for so many years, he'd been seen as a pretty boy. Every now and then, he wanted to experience what it felt like to be a real badass. But how could he trigger new quests and gain more rewards? Just as Lin was pondering these things, a new system quest notification appeared before his eyes. Notice, quest hunting time description: defeat any monster of danger level or higher to receive the quest reward, the trait precognition skill spirit grade. The quest description highlighted two key points: the target danger level and the reward, the spirit grade trait precognition skill. Danger level monsters. Lin took note of this classification. Clearly, this was a world 3 years in the future, where enemy difficulty was rated based on the level of danger they posed. That said, it wasn't yet clear exactly what danger level meant. The trait reward is spirit grade, precognition skill, precognition skill. Just by the name, this isn't your average trait. Lin was thoroughly excited. He was genuinely excited, but how was he supposed to complete the quest? It wasn't 3 years from now yet that terrifying apocalypse where high martial arts had resurfaced, mana awakening had occurred, and all manner of terrifying monsters ran rampant. He'd have to find a danger level monster from 3 years in the future and then defeat it. How incredibly difficult, right? For the average person, a quest like this would be extremely difficult. After all, humans can't see into the future. Who could possibly know what a future monster would look like today? Except for Lin. I'm different. Lin chuckled. He possessed the inspect skill. Monsters from 3 years in the future couldn't hide from his eyes today. With that in mind, Lin turned off the electric hot pot, stood up, and walked out. He decided to use his inspect skill to see if he could snag a bargain first. If he really couldn't find anything, he always had the big willow tree as a backup. He pushed open the bedroom door, stepped out, and made his way to the living room. The living room was mostly decorated with rosewood, featuring exquisite porcelain vases and hanging paintings, giving it a scholarly atmosphere. Strictly speaking, this wasn't Lin's home. Ever since Lin could remember, his parents had often been away for work. At first, they still lived in Luodu, but later they ended up working at a research institute overseas for 364 days a year, so they very rarely got to see each other. Until he was 8, Lin lived with his grandmother. After he turned 8, his 3-year-old sister, Xiaotian, returned from overseas to China, and Lin and Xiaotian began living together at their grandmother's house. Her grandmother is a retired internist. In the past 2 years, since Lin graduated and Xiaotian started high school, she was rehired by the hospital and has returned to work. At this time of day, Lin is the only one at home. Lin had just entered the living room. Before she had a chance to check the information on the potted plants, a notification appeared before her eyes. Notification: danger. A target with danger level has been detected nearby. Chapter 4: The Hairy Crab is the green-robed demon mother. The trait system automatically detected a dangerous target. The target's danger level wasn't the danger level required by the quest, but an entirely new tier, danger level. Lin didn't know how this danger level system was categorized, but judging from the meanings of danger and peril, as well as the 2 symbols following peril, the danger level should be danger level, and so on. Lin wasn't sure yet whether the perilousness of the detected monster was determined by the monster's own strength or by a comparison with his own strength. Putting his doubts aside for the moment, Lin decided to take out the notebook from his spatial pocket later to record and analyze the situation. As for now, Lin knew that the true danger of the monster flagged by this warning would come 3 years from now, not right now. So he followed the danger alerts from the trait system. Wherever the danger alerts were strongest, he headed in that direction. Adjacent to the living room was the dining room. Heading south from there led to the kitchen, and to the east of the kitchen was a small balcony with an open window. After carefully pulling open the folding door, Lynn cast a curious glance at the small balcony. The balcony wasn't too large, only 5 square meters, with some long-lasting vegetables arranged on a shelf. The mop sink was nearby, and a pink plastic basin sat on the tiled floor. Since the balcony's window wasn't enclosed, Grandma would sometimes leave vegetables she'd bought there. Occasionally, birds or other small animals such as geckos, insects, and the like would also appear. She opened the folding door very gently, afraid of disturbing the danger-level monsters on the small balcony. No birds, no small animals, no insects. Instead, what met her eyes were 5 hairy crabs, tightly bound inside the blue plastic basin. Lynn remembered that when her grandmother left this morning, she'd mentioned that her cousin Lin Ing would be coming over for dinner tonight. She knew her cousin Lin Ing loved crab. So she had specially bought 6 female hairy crabs, each weighing 3 liang, to steam and enjoy that evening. Something's not right, one hairy crab is missing. Lynn looked again beside the blue plastic basin, right by the railing next to the storage rack. A crab with a bluish shell was climbing upward, moving at a brisk pace. If this keeps up, it'll probably climb over the low wall and fall off the 2nd floor. The trait system's alert popped up again. Alert, danger. You are facing a danger-level target. The target is terrifying. Please evacuate immediately. This danger-level target was indeed that hairy crab. Lynn remained calm, first planting one foot down to keep it from running amok. Then he checked the information with 2 quick taps. Present, future? All. Information present, female hairy crab description, a hairy crab weighing 3.2 liang, female. Traits, none. Info future, Qingyi demon mother description, originally a hair's breadth from escape hairy crab. After its mana awakening, it became a spirit stage mid-tier monster lurking in a tributary of the Chaobai River. It delights in eating human eyes, calls itself the Qingyi demon mother, and commands a host of river monsters. Traits, reproduction spirit grade, rebirth spirit grade. Right now, she is just a 3rd or 2nd grade female hairy crab, trampled under his foot, unable to struggle, unable to beg for mercy. 3 years from now, she will transform into the green-robed demon mother, ruling over the tributaries of the Chaobai River and commanding a host of river monsters. Thinking of the green-robed demon mother trapped beneath his foot, unable to move, Lynn felt it was actually pretty satisfying. Even the mundane act of stepping on a crab gave him a unique sensation. A runaway crab that's grown to the mid-spirit stage that shows you've got some serious spiritual potential. Lynn eyed the hairy crab struggling beneath his foot. Thinking of how extraordinary its spiritual potential was enough to grow into a demon king, even more powerful than his future self. This was definitely a powerful tonic. At this thought, Lynn looked at the terrifying hairy crab before him, and an uncontrollable stream of an unidentifiable liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth. No need to say anything else. More than 10 minutes later, Lynn transferred the future Qingyi demon mother, now fully cooked in the hot pot, onto a plate. He skillfully removed the shell, discarded the gills and heart, dipped the crab roe in vinegar, and savored it. True to her status as a demon king at the mid-stage of the spirit stage, the flavor was exceptionally delicious. In the past, when eating hairy crabs, Lynn would usually toss aside the smaller legs and claws. They were a pain to crack and would ruin his teeth. This time, however, he didn't let a single bit go to waste. Quest, you subdued the green-robed demon mother with absolutely unbeatable tactics, boiled and ate her alive, striking fear into the hearts of numerous river monsters, and completed this quest with a perfect rating. You have earned the bonus quest reward, Trait Precognition Skill Excellent Grade. Precognition Skill Vision. Lynn was quite surprised. Wasn't the reward for completing the mission supposed to be the trait Precognition Skill? Now, not only had he easily completed the mission, but the reward trait had also changed. The trait had become Precognition Skill. Trait Quality, Excellent Grade. Trait Grades, Common Grade, Advanced Grade, Spirit Grade, Excellent Grade, Flawless Grade. One more level up, and the trait's quality would reach its absolute peak. This shows just how generous and how powerful this trait reward is. It felt similar to the last time. Lynn could feel a visible purple crystal merging into his mind. It contained the essence of time, and as it integrated into his mind, even his perception of time changed. This sensation was quite unique. Lin had a vague feeling that the rate of his cell's aging had slowed, and his lifespan might even have been extended as a result. As long as he willed it, he could activate the trait precognition skill at any time, using his naked eyes to pierce the boundaries of time and see the world of the imminent future. View trait information. An information window popped up. Precognition skill tier 1 XP 010 description allows you to view events occurring within a specific area or involving a specific target 24 hours into the future, displayed as a visual scene rather than text. Note, this trait can currently be used once per day. Its duration is determined by your mental power. Lin already had a general idea that its ability involved time. But when the actual description of the information appeared, he was still taken aback. It could view the next 24 hours, display it visually, and could be used once a day, with the duration determined by mental power. Didn't that mean he could see with his own eyes that future world described by the trait system, the Martial invasion, the mana awakening, a future as apocalyptic and utterly devastating as described? The future, 3 years from now. Thinking of the future described by the trait system, Lin stood up. He had to see for himself, with his own eyes, exactly what the future would be like. Perhaps the trait system had made a mistake? Maybe there wouldn't be an apocalypse at all. After all, the trait system had already gotten even the most basic time wrong. It wouldn't be surprising if it got even more things wrong. Lin stood up. His 185 centimeters frame still stood tall and walked over to the bedroom window. Outside the window lay a park shaded by green trees. That large willow tree stood not far away. Its branches were now drooping, and a little girl was happily plucking one of its twigs, smiling. Activate ability. Precognition skill. Chapter 5, Precognition skill. The future. Present future? Future. The vision effect activated. Like a curtain bounded by the heavens and the earth, it slowly rose before Lin's eyes, revealing the world as it would be one day 3 years from now. This was the city where he lived, the neighborhood he called home, and even his grandmother's house all 3 years from now. Lin gazed into the distance. The gray, hazy sky gave off an eerie, desolate feeling. In the distance were sprawling vines as tall as mountains, and that colossal metal fortress loomed far ahead. Dense swarms of combat drones hovered in the air, continuously dropping bombs and bombarding the hordes of ferocious monsters that had invaded the deserted city. Behind the metal fortress, arcs of artillery fire streaked across the hazy sky, pounding the monsters attacking the human defenses. Their numbers were overwhelming, like a tidal wave, truly terrifying. Lin looked to his side once more and truly saw the old willow tree of light. This war had nothing to do with it. It was immersed in its own world. Willow branches, as agile as venomous snakes, coiled around a person, while other people, some terrified, others numb, stood nearby. Some willow branches, as nimble as hands yet as sharp as needles, skillfully pried, scraped, and finally scooped out a fresh, pulsating human brain, placing it into the lantern-like fruit at the tip of a branch. The entire process was remarkably calm, devoid of any of the unexpected twists found in movies or TV shows. No heroic interventions. There was only the next victim. Those people were like chickens in cages at a market. The cages were open, yet they didn't know what it meant to escape, or perhaps they had long since forgotten where to run. After several seconds, Lin felt a throbbing in his head. His mental power could no longer sustain the operation of his precognition skill. A few seconds later, the reflection in Lin's pupils returned to normal. Huff huff. Heavy breathing. Up until now, Lin had lacked a concrete understanding of the horror that would befall the world 3 years from now. From start to finish, his only concern had been the safety of himself and his family. But now, Lin suddenly understood why the trait system described the world 3 years from now as a living hell. For people living in today's peaceful era, this was simply unimaginable. Especially the old willow tree of light. Its horror and cruelty were beyond words. The old willow tree of light, I must eliminate it before it's too late. The thought popped into Lin's mind, and the moment it did, 2 prompts appeared before his eyes. Prompt, special quest triggered. Eliminate the old willow tree of light. Upon completing this quest, you may choose one trait of your choice. Hint: trigger the event Monster Tide. Weakening, blocking, or eliminating the Monster Tide S attack will earn you points and random rewards. Your final reward will be determined by the total number of points earned. 2 different missions were triggered simultaneously. The first mission, eliminate the old willow tree of light. Perhaps because he witnessed its cruelty and horror firsthand, Lin wanted to eliminate it early, triggering a quest from the trait system. The second one isn't a quest, it's a full-fledged event called Monster Tide. Lin surmised that after his precognition skill trait activated, he saw the Monster Tide attacking Luodu Fortress 3 years in the future. This triggered the Monster Tide event. The event requires you to weaken, block, or eliminate the Monster Tide S attack. You'll earn points for any of these actions, which can ultimately be exchanged for generous rewards. In Lin's view, both tasks present their own challenges. To destroy the old willow tree with the lantern, you can't just grab a chainsaw and cut it down in plain sight. It's private property belonging to the park. To eliminate it, he'd need to use some method, one that takes time to slowly wear it down. For example, pouring salt water on it every day. Given enough time, the old willow tree is bound to die. At that point, he could even choose one trait for the future lantern willow. The difficulty of the second task lies in the fact that, in the future 3 years from now, the monsters from the Monster Tide will be extremely dangerous, but right now, they're most likely just common grade flora and fauna. The world is so vast, where on earth would he go to find them? Unless they're right nearby. It's not impossible. I can grasp the present, see the future, and even by seeing the future, see the past as it is now. Lin analyzed calmly. Earlier, he'd been too shocked by the world of the future to examine certain details carefully. If he used his precognition skill tomorrow, he could easily access the past information, which is essentially the present information about the monsters from the Monster Tide. That way, he could pinpoint their exact locations. The ability of the trait precognition skill is incredibly powerful. Used wisely, it can even interfere with causality. The future Monster Tide is an event, but judging by its scale and intensity, it shouldn't be able to breach Luodu's fortress just yet. There's still time. I'll take my time rooting out those monsters and earning points. Lin was very focused on earning points. When he could concentrate on improving his strength and acquiring traits, he certainly couldn't afford to make any mistakes. View trait information. After using the precognition skill this time, Lin was curious to see how his experience points had changed. A light screen window appeared before his eyes. Precognition skill tier 1 XP 110 description allows you to view events occurring in a specific area or involving a specific target within the next 24 hours, displayed as a non-textual visual representation. Note, this trait can currently be used once per day. Its duration is determined by your mental power. Lin's main focus was on the experience points. The initial XP was 0 points, now it had risen to 110 points. Using the precognition skill once grants 1 experience point. At this rate, in 9 days, the trait level will rise from tier 1 to tier 2. 9 days, not bad, Lin nodded. He decided to finish his meal, the hot pot first, and then deal with the old willow tree later. Before he knew it, he had finished the hot pot. After making thorough preparations and dissolving enough salt water, he placed it all into the spatial pocket. Lin put on a jacket and left the house. It was October, and the air already carried a hint of autumn's chill. Fallen leaves drifted onto the icy water's surface, and the laughter of people strolling around the artificial lake couldn't mask the increasingly cold weather. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he felt a hint of chill penetrate his coat and seep into his skin. Who could have imagined that in just a few more autumns and winters, this place would become a living hell? The old residential compound where his grandmother lived was originally a traditional staff housing complex. It had since been renovated, and now the compound adjoined a park, boasting quite nice greenery. That old willow tree stood in the greenbelt by the artificial lake. It had been growing quietly there ever since Lin was a child. Now, more than 20 years have passed. Its bark is hard, and its branches droop, swaying in the breeze. Who could have imagined that a few years later it would grow into a demonic tree, inflicting harm on countless nearby residents? Listening to the laughter drifting from nearby, Lin stood impassively beside the old willow tree and activated his trait spatial pocket. Chapter 6, martial arts grandmaster? The 5 sheng of high-purity brine, which had long since been dissolved, were poured entirely onto the roots of the old willow tree. Suddenly, the 3,000 branches of the old willow tree, which had been swaying gently in the breeze, began to dance and twitch wildly, emitting a rustling sound. It was as if a demonic beast were letting out an angry roar. Standing beneath the old willow tree, Lin could distinctly sense a sinister chill. He took a step back, moving a little farther away. Then, Lin looked up and gazed at the old willow tree. Its branches swayed in the wind, appearing perfectly normal. View information. Prompt, present, future? Present. Info, old willow tree description. An old willow tree that slowly absorbs mana. It is gradually developing self-awareness. Possesses the trait, abnormal growth advanced grade. Just as I thought. It's no longer a common grade old willow tree. It began evolving long ago. Even a tree has developed its own consciousness. This means one thing, leaving aside the question of whether the martial invasion has actually occurred or not. Mana awakening has undoubtedly begun. It's just in its early stages and hasn't yet reached the level of the future. The short videos posted daily in the Penguin group, along with all sorts of strange incidents, are likely related to the onset of mana awakening. A thought popped into Lin's mind. Now that the mana awakening has begun, could it be that some treasures and opportunities have already emerged, but people simply don't recognize their value? Or, by chance, could someone have already evolved into an awakened through a treasure or a stroke of luck? Lin murmured to himself, even if there are awakened ones, mana awakening hasn't truly taken place yet. Their power wouldn't be very strong. They'd definitely be held back by the fact that the world's mana awakening hasn't fully revived. But if it were me, by making good use of the future and the present combined with the trait system, I could definitely grow and rise to prominence in this era where mana awakening hasn't yet fully taken hold. That's right. Everyone else is still at the newbie village stage, but with the trait system, it's as if the game had just launched. An ID started directly at level 120 with rapid evolution and a cheat code to boot. In a situation like this, the fact that mana awakening has already begun is a huge blessing for me. It means I'll grow even faster. After realizing all this, Lin became even more excited about the future. As for the present, this old willow tree, Lin focused his attention on the old willow tree. It was no longer a common grade willow tree. Salt water could kill ordinary plants, but it was clearly no match for an old willow tree like this. If he really wanted to kill it, he'd have to bring out the big guns. Lin didn't waste any time. He walked along the park path, heading away from here. He planned to find a farmer's market and buy some cyclohexanone. That stuff packs a serious punch. On his way out, thanks to having unlocked the inspect skill, Lin found himself intrigued by various things. Along the way, he would occasionally check the information on people, plants, or small animals. After finishing his shopping and stocking up on some other supplies, Lin returned to the old willow tree. Without leaving a trace, he used his spatial pocket to pour the cycloquinone he'd just bought directly onto the tree's roots. In the blink of an eye, the branches of the old willow tree began to rustle, and the willow leaves shook and fell down in a flurry. It was almost nighttime, and the sight was quite eerie. After moving a little farther away, Lin watched for a while longer. He sensed that the old willow tree seemed to have withered considerably. Only then did he slowly make his way away. The park was right next to his home. Along the way, there was a small pavilion where old men usually played chess and some elderly women danced. From the crowd, an old man in white happened to step out and ran into Lin. Lin knew this elderly gentleman. He usually called him Grandpa Chin. He had been good friends with Lin's late maternal grandfather and had practically watched Lin grow up. Grandpa Chin's real name was Qin Qingling. He was over 70 years old, dressed in light, comfortable white clothes, with a full head of black hair. Aside from being on the shorter side, he was strong in the limbs, and his vitality far surpassed that of many younger people. You'd never guess he was in his 70s. Who else in their 70s still has a full head of black hair and is so full of energy? When the two met, Lin greeted him. Grandpa Chin, you didn't practice your forms today. I've already practiced at the martial arts hall. It's a bit windy today, and the air isn't very clean. Qin Xinglang's voice sounded clear and strong, showing no signs of old age. Oh. Lin nodded. It was true the strong wind had blown fallen leaves and debris everywhere, making it rather unpleasant. Looking at the familiar figure of Qin Xinglang before him, Lin thought of the impending arrival of the high martial arts and the mana awakening, and that Grandpa Qin had been a martial arts master in his youth. It was said that in his younger days, he had even collaborated with Bruce Lee, serving as a stunt coordinator during the filming of kung fu movies. The Qin family also owned a long-established martial arts school, which had been doing quite well over the years. Qin Xinglang had only recently retired from the school. Thinking about all this, Lin suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. With his family's martial arts heritage and having devoted his entire life to the art, what would Grandpa Qin be like 3 years from now? Curiosity drove Lin to check Qin Xinglang's profile. Prompt: present, future? Both. Profile: Qin Xinglang. Description: former head of the Qin family, possessing remarkable physical prowess. Though elderly, he remains remarkably robust. Traits: Qin Heart Sutra Flawless Grade, Martial Arts Essence Excellent Grade, Ancient Martial Arts Heritage Spirit Grade. Info: Qin Xinglang Introduction, a martial arts master whose years of cultivation were reawakened alongside his mana awakening. Though elderly, he has been reborn, possessing an extraordinary martial arts realm and reaching the peak of the spirit stage. Possesses traits: Qin Xins True Scripture Flawless Grade, Martial Arts Essence Excellent Grade, and Ancient Qin Martial Arts Excellent Grade. Flawless Grade. Seeing that Qin Xinglang's trait Qin Xan Shuizhen Jing was of flawless grade quality, Lin was shaken to the core, his mouth instinctively falling slightly open. This is astonishing. Mana awakening in the martial invasion haven't even begun yet, and Qin Xinglang's trait is already of flawless grade quality. In addition to the flawless grade Qin Heart Scripture trait, his other two traits Martial Arts Essence is Excellent Grade, and Ancient Martial Arts Family Tradition is Spirit Grade. Currently, Qin Xinglang's strength is non-existent. He is neither awakened nor a martial arts master. Yet 3 years from now, he will be reborn in his old age, reaching the strongest realm Lin has ever witnessed, Spirit Stage Peak. The Spirit Grade trait Ancient Martial Arts is upgraded to Qin Ancient Martial Arts, with its quality elevated to the Excellent Grade level. This means that Qin Xinglang's martial arts talent, understanding, and insight are astonishingly high. He was able to elevate a Spirit Grade trait to Excellent Grade quality through his own enlightenment. Who could have imagined that a trip intended to eliminate Old Willow and search for the monsters that would besiege the city in 3 years' time would turn out this way? In the end, Old Willow wasn't eliminated, and not a single monster from the incident was found, yet he stumbled upon a true martial god from 3 years in the future. Chapter 7, 1000% Learning Efficiency. No. Based on his 3 traits alone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a modern-day titan. Mana awakening, revival. Lin thought of the words revival. Yes, it was revival, not a mutation, nor a complete martial invasion. This meant that extraordinary beings had once existed on Blue Star. Qin Xinglang's Qin family was clearly one such clan, possessing a legacy of extraordinary martial arts. Add to that Qin Xinglang's extraordinary talent, yet, because we're currently in the scientific age, he has nowhere to put it to use. Lin suddenly had an idea. Since that's the case, and since those ancient traditions have lost their value in today's world, could he perhaps snap them up at a bargain price? If this were the era of mana awakening, it would be very difficult to learn the true essence of Qin Xingshui's teachings. No matter how much he offered, the other party might not be willing to teach him. Nowadays, however, learning these techniques from Qin Xinglang shouldn't be too difficult. Just as Lin was thinking this, a message popped up before his eyes. Hint: special quest triggered. Become Qin Xinglang's disciple. During this period, you'll receive a bonus, learning efficiency plus 1000%, including comprehension and other factors. That came at just the right time. Or rather, Lin realized something. There might be many quests in the trait system, but he had to trigger them on his own. A 1000% increase in learning efficiency, including insight, meant he could master Qin Xinglang's lifetime of knowledge in a very short time. Lin's heart leapt with joy. Could there really be such a good thing? Without any hesitation or delay, he took the initiative and said, "Grandpa Qin, I've had some free time lately. and I'd like to learn some martial arts from you. Qin Xinglang replied cheerfully, learning martial arts, huh? No problem, no problem. Let us go to the martial arts school tomorrow. Qin Xinglang owned a family-run martial arts school with a history spanning a century. Over the years, as times have changed, the school has undergone comprehensive modernization. For example, they hired instructors to teach trendy disciplines like taekwondo and kickboxing. After all, in this day and age, everyone knows that within 7 steps, a gun is both accurate and fast. Learning martial arts is essentially about physical fitness or mastering a skill. No one really intends to use it to fight anyone. In this context, for young people looking to pick up some basic fighting skills in a short time, these are good options. Grandpa Qin, I don't want to just learn the surface level stuff at the martial arts school. If I'm going to learn, I want to learn the essence, like the martial arts lineage and the philosophy behind the martial way. Lin voiced his thoughts. What's the point of learning taekwondo or kickboxing? If I'm going to learn, I want to study the very essence of the Qinxing school's true teachings. As soon as Lin spoke these words, even someone of Qin Xinglang's advanced age was taken aback. These days, there are young people who study martial arts, but most are in crash courses. It's rare, very rare, for someone to come to an old man like him to learn martial arts. Even when someone asked to become his disciple, he wouldn't teach them, he'd simply refuse outright. The world is full of people with poor judgment, but Qin Xinglang considered his lifetime of martial arts insights to be incredibly precious. How could he pass them on so easily? Not to mention, no one ever asked to learn these things from him. They didn't even have the slightest interest in hearing about them. Those who were interested were only after simple boxing and kicking techniques. Not to mention outsiders, even his own granddaughter showed no interest in these arts. Qin Xinglang suddenly felt a spark of interest. Looking at Lin standing before him, the grandson of a dear friend, a blood relative whom he watched grow up from childhood, a bright and eager learner whom he always cherished. Now that Lin was willing to learn these arts from him, Qin Xinglang's heart stirred. Perhaps he could pass on his knowledge and skills to him. That way, these arts might not be lost entirely in the future. Over the years, Qin Xinglang had long since grown disheartened about passing down the martial arts, their philosophy, and their principles. He lost all hope. Seeing the radiant young man, Lin, standing before him, truly a fine-looking young man, Qin Xinglang couldn't help but be moved. He watched Lin grow up from childhood. Whether in ability, intelligence, or character, he was a first-rate young man. If you truly wish to learn these things, come to the martial arts hall at 9 o'clock tomorrow to find me. We'll have a simple initiation ceremony, and I'll personally teach you everything I've learned in my lifetime. Qin Xinglang stood with one hand clasped behind his back straight, not at all like a man in his 70s. He agreed immediately. Lin had originally thought he'd have to put in quite a bit of persuasion. After all, in this day and age, most people view these martial arts philosophies as utterly worthless. They can't even buy a few loaves of bread. But Qin Xinglang, who had attained such profound insight into the martial way through his own contemplation, must surely recognize and understand the value of these martial arts principles. Lin hadn't been the least bit sure he'd be able to get him to agree. And now, Qin Xinglang had agreed. Not only did he agree, but he specifically mentioned holding a simple initiation ceremony. Becoming a disciple is normally a complex process, but the fact that Grandpa Qin specifically mentioned keeping it simple indicated that he merely intended to go through the motions before passing on the true teachings to him. Thinking of the flawless grade trait, the Qin Xan Shui True Sutra, and imagining that in 3 years, Qin Xinglang's cultivation would reach the peak of the spirit stage, it was simply unbelievable. Lin hurriedly agreed without hesitation. I'll definitely be there on time, Grandpa Qin. If he didn't act quickly at a time like this, he'd be out of his mind. In the future, in the new era 3 years from now, Qin Xinglang would undoubtedly be regarded by many as a master of his generation. Being able to become his disciple early on and learn the essence of his teachings was an incredibly rewarding opportunity. After chatting with Qin Xinglang for a while longer, since it was getting a bit late, Lin politely said goodbye and left. It was already dusk. His cousin, Lin Ying, should be arriving soon. It was time to head home for dinner. It was just a few dozen steps away. Lin had only walked halfway when he heard the sounds of children playing nearby. Look, there are so many ants here. Lin looked over and saw two children, a few years old, sitting on the grass under a tree, using cookie crumbs to lure ants. Luring ants. This little game is probably something every adult played as a child. Lin wasn't interested in watching two little kids play such a game. But just as Lin was about to walk past, a notification appeared before her eyes. Hint: black armored demon ants, attackers from a monster swarm, have been detected. Target strength, early tempering stage. Please proceed with caution. Lin stopped in his tracks. Black armored demon ants. Early tempering stage. The target he'd been searching for so long, he never expected this. You search high and low in vain, but when it comes, it's effortless. The monsters in the swarm were ants right outside her front door. Thinking back to that terrible massacre 3 years later, she recalled that the swarm did indeed contain some abnormally large insects. However, those insects had exoskeletons and looked ferocious. They bore no resemblance to ants whatsoever. Those countless black armored monsters. Looking back now, they were likely black armored demon ants. No wonder their numbers seemed endless after all. Aren't the Zerg endless? In that case, I won't hold back. A thought popped into Lin's mind. When it came to dealing with ants, there was naturally only one way. Chapter 8: Pouring boiling water on an ant hill. As usual, Lin returned home, filled the electric kettle with water, and pressed the button to start boiling it. Then, he filled the cast iron pot and the steamer with water and turned on the stove. He boiled the water over high heat until it reached 100 degrees Celsius and scalding steam began billowing out. Lin stored all the boiling water in his spatial pocket. The moment it was stored, it would remain in a boiling state at 100 degrees Celsius forever. He could retrieve it at any time when needed. Except for the electric kettle, Lin picked it up and walked out the door, retracing his steps. Perhaps while he was boiling the water, those two little ones had been called home by their mother for dinner. There was no longer any sign of the children beside the ant hill under the tree. Crumbled cookies were scattered across a small patch of ground. Hundreds of black ants were swiftly and efficiently carrying away the food. Lin, still holding the kettle, checked the information on one of the ants. Hint: present, future? Future. Information: black armored magic ant. Description: an insect that evolved alongside the Mana Awakening. Possesses entry-level strength, strong defensive and offensive capabilities, and is often found in large numbers. Caution is advised. Trait: innate ant power spirit grade. Entry-level strength. That means they haven't reached the tempering stage yet, Lin muttered to himself. This was exactly the same as his current situation. Lin checked the information on more black ants and discovered that for most of them, there was no data available for 3 years from now, meaning they would no longer exist by then. A small fraction of them evolved into black armored demon ants. The strongest among them even evolved into a black-powered demon ant king. Its individual strength reached the peak of the tempering stage. It was incredibly powerful. He looked down at the ants bustling about, thinking of how they would become monsters in the future. Lin held the kettle, aiming the spout at the ants, as scalding steam billowed from it. Without hesitation, he poured the scalding water from the kettle right onto them. The scalding water scattered the hundreds of ants on the ground in an instant. They were boiled to death. Lin showed no signs of stopping. Grabbing an iron rod, he widened the entrance to the ant nest and poured all the boiling water inside. The scalding water poured into the ant nest, seeping deeper and deeper. As the boiling water poured in, Lin also took out some insecticide from his spatial pocket and mixed it into the water. Carried by the hot water, the poison seeped deeper into the ant nest, spreading its toxicity. By the time the entire kettle of boiling water had been poured out, hot steam was rising from the muddy ground, and the ants both above and below ground had long since perished. Hint: eliminate the monster's black armored demon ants and their queen from a large monster tide group. Plus 474 points. For exceeding the objective, you have obtained the trait, innate ant power spirit grade. A crystal fused into Linus' mind, radiating scorching heat as a dense flow of vitality energy surged continuously through his body. Linus' slender figure had always been that of a graceful young man, but at this moment, he felt his strength surge the instant he clenched his fists. It felt as though he could crush bricks and stones. Only after fully assimilating the trait innate ant power did Linus' shoulders crackle, and he felt as though he had grown a little taller. This trait is directly linked to vitality. Lin suppressed his joy at becoming stronger and checked the trait's information. Innate and strength spirit grade description: upon acquiring this trait, you permanently gain a portion of vitality. Additionally, you receive a permanent passive bonus of 200% to vitality. It matched exactly what he had felt. View my info. Lin selected to view his information panel. Personal information. Name: Lin. Rank: beginner practitioner. Next rank: tempering stage early. Constitution: none. Talent: inspect skill. Traits: precognition skill excellent grade level 1, spatial pocket spirit grade, innate and strength spirit grade. Vitality: 1428 points after the boost from the innate and strength trait. Mental power: 7 points. His original 9 points of vitality had increased to 28 points. Since vitality is equivalent to strength and stamina, Lin's strength had now more than tripled. He used to be able to lift a 50 gene object with one arm. Now he can easily lift over 150 gene with just one arm. With such a massive overall boost to vitality, it's no exaggeration to say that his current self could easily defeat his 1 minute ago self and 10 times that number. It's a piece of cake. Lin thought to himself, no wonder I felt like I could crush bricks. This increase in vitality is truly terrifying. After sensing the change in his own strength, Lin tested the changes in his speed. Punching and kicking, he noticed a significant increase in speed. His muscles and bones had become much more responsive, and movements he couldn't perform before were now effortless. Since he was in the residential complex, Lin didn't test his 100-meter dash or anything like that. He'd wait until tomorrow when he had the chance to thoroughly test his improved running speed. After fully adapting to his new 28-point vitality, an event notification appeared before Lin's eyes. Notification: Event Monster Swarm. 50% progress completed. Do you want to turn in the event quest? Wow! With the Queen of the Black Armored Magic Ants defeated, the event progress had jumped to 50%, allowing him to turn in the quest immediately and claim the reward. Lin chose not to turn in the quest. After all, the more points he accumulated, the better the rewards would be. Turning it in now would be a huge loss. Besides, who knew when the next opportunity to trigger the event would come? He absolutely couldn't turn it in until he squeezed every last drop out of it. I won't turn it in. Lin flatly refused. Afterward, he wandered around by himself for a while. Only then did he leisurely make his way home. Just as he reached his front door, as luck would have it, he bumped into a tall, graceful figure, none other than his cousin, Lin Ying. Lin Ying stood 171 centimeters tall, with a pair of shapely, long legs that accentuated her stunning figure. She was now wearing a uniform reminiscent of that worn by law enforcement officers. Her orange-red short hair gave her a unique aura, and her large black eyes were exceptionally expressive. As Lin saw Lin Ying and took in her changes, Lin Ying's gaze also settled on Lin. She had always been absolutely certain of one thing: her cousin Lin was too handsome, simply too beautiful. Even though he was a guy who had already graduated from college, he still exuded a youthful charm from the inside out, a clean, handsome vibe she'd only ever seen in Lin. And today, having not seen Lin in quite some time, Lin Ying's luscious lips curved slightly as she said, "Little brother, you look more energetic, and your skin seems even better." Her fingers brushed against Lin's arm. That skin was outrageously smooth. Even as a woman, she found herself envious. Lin felt the jade-like touch of Lin Ying's fingers and felt a tingling sensation. The fine hairs on his arm stood on end. Chapter 9: The Trap. He quickly pulled his arm back, shook it off, and said, "Hey, that tickles. We haven't seen each other in a month, and you won't even let your big sister touch you anymore. Looks like we've grown apart." Sigh. Lin Ying didn't sound the least bit wistful. Instead, she struck a pose, showcasing every curve of her slender, tall figure without holding anything back, and asked, "What do you think, little brother? Do I look good?" After taking a good look, Lin commented, "I have to say, that uniform really suits you, sis. It's both elegant and absolutely gorgeous. Just like my little brother. You've got great taste." She was about to make a move on Lin again. But seeing the wary look in Lin's eyes, she had no choice but to hold back for the moment. "Let us go see Grandma first. After all, it's been ages since we last saw her." Lin had barely turned around when he felt something slap his butt. He couldn't help but wince. He'd actually fallen for her nonsense. Linning. Just like when they were kids, no sense of propriety, not a shred of reserve. "It feels even better now, huh? Let us go." Linning reined in her behavior a bit. It was simply because Linning was a year older than Lin, the only child of Lin's uncle's family. They'd attended the same school since childhood and had grown up playing together. That's why she was acting so brazenly. Lin's parents were rarely home, so Linning would often come to Lin's grandmother's house to hang out with him. Over the course of more than a decade, Lin's grandmother had come to feel just like a real grandmother to Linning. She often brings fruit and health supplements to visit Grandma. In her own words, she never got to know her biological grandmother when she was little, but if her biological grandmother were still alive, she'd probably be just as kind and gentle as Lin's grandmother. "Can't you act a little more mature?" Lin didn't have the energy to tease her anymore, so she asked directly, "What are you so busy with every day? I never see you around. Grandma's been complaining that you haven't visited in a month." "As a new employee, of course I'm busy." Linning placed one hand on her hip, lifted her chin, and retorted, "What are you so busy with every day, anyway?" "Living off my parents." Lin answered honestly. After all, he was a straightforward person. Linning sighed, "I really envy you. If I didn't support myself, I wouldn't have any money to spend." Just as the siblings were chatting, Grandma Zhao voice rang out from inside the house. "What are you two whispering about at the door? Hurry up and wash your hands, it's time to eat." "Coming, Grandma." After the two pushed open the door and stepped inside, Linning deftly placed the bananas and honey melon she was carrying on the cabinet by the entryway. She chatted cheerfully with Grandma Zhao before heading off to wash her hands. Lin also walked into the room and looked at Grandma Zhao. Grandma was already 71 years old this year, standing 170 centimeters tall with neat, short hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She had taken excellent care of herself and looked to be in her early 50s. Her clothes and appearance were neat and tasteful. As people around them would say, Lin looked more like her mother. As for Lin's mother, people often said she was practically a carbon copy of Grandma Zhao in her youth, beautiful, intelligent, with skin so fair it glowed. As for her younger sister, Xiaotian, her face and complexion closely resembled her mother's, but her forehead, oddly enough, took after Lin's father, a broad, fair one that gave her the air of a top student who seemed to see right through the world. In Lin's eyes, her younger sister was, of course, the cutest girl in the world, but according to her, her classmates secretly nicknamed her Big Head. A short while later, the dining table was set with Grandma's signature dishes, including Linning's favorite sweet and sour spare ribs, and of course, 5 hairy crabs. Grandma took off her glasses, her voice gentle. One of the crabs got away. "Come on, eat up 2 each for you too. I'm getting on in years, so I'll have just a little," Linning said with a smile. "Then I won't hold back. Grandma, this crab vinegar dipping sauce you made is truly one of a kind. I've been craving it for ages." With the conversation flowing, the family ate and chatted, the atmosphere exceptionally pleasant and comfortable. Before she knew it, Lin had forgotten all about the impending martial invasion and Mata awakening. She was completely immersed in this leisurely moment. Linning had a strong set of teeth and was quite adept at cracking crab legs with her front teeth. She mentioned her work, saying, "I was transferred to Bureau 314 last month. I'd been really busy at first. That's why I haven't been able to come by until now." Bureau 314? Grandpa's old workplace? Lin's grandfather had passed away a few years ago. Before his death, he had worked at Bureau 314. 5 years ago, Bureau 314 had just been established. With so much to be done and so many challenges to overcome, they needed a reliable veteran to take the lead, so Lin's grandfather, Yan Jianye, was brought back from retirement to the front lines. After working continuously for 2 years, her grandfather, who had previously been in good health, suffered from extreme exhaustion. He was said to have contracted a serious illness and passed away suddenly and unexpectedly. At the time, Lin was still in school. By the time he rushed home, he hadn't even been able to see his grandfather one last time, a source of deep regret for him. Right, that's the agency. Lin suddenly felt it wasn't quite appropriate to mention Bureau 314, especially in front of her grandmother, so she laughed it off and said, "Let us not talk about work, let us talk about something else." Unexpectedly, her grandmother put down her chopsticks and, with a rare seriousness in her expression, said, "Xiaoying, you're a good kid, determined and with a strong sense of justice. Grandma knows that. But the work at Bureau 314 is very complicated. It's hard to get the hang of it right away. You must never act alone, and definitely don't take matters into your own hands. If anything comes up, you must seek guidance from your superiors, especially this year, when the overall situation isn't good. Don't worry, Grandma, I'm not stupid. Even if I'm just cooking this meal for you, I wouldn't risk my own safety." Lin knew exactly what she was doing. In the past, if Lin had overheard this conversation, she wouldn't have given it much thought. But now, with the impending martial invasion, the mana awakening, and even the old willow tree on the verge of evolving into a demon tree, it was inevitable that her mind would wander in other directions. Especially Bureau 314, she never thought there was anything amiss with it before. But now, it kept giving Lin a strong sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the Supernatural Investigation Squad. Watching Lin happily munching on crab right in front of her, looking so carefree, with no sign of any worries, Lin thought to herself, "Check information. Prompt, present, future? Both. Info, Lin profile, a young agent of Bureau 314, assigned to the Red Caution Unit. Young and highly principled. Possesses traits, righteousness advanced grade, manhunt advanced grade. Info, Lin profile, former young agent of Bureau 314, full of vitality. On October 14, 2027, 3 years ago, she was caught in the 1014 attack orchestrated by Wei Tao, leader of the Progressive Group. She sustained severe injuries and, despite medical efforts, was pronounced dead. 2 sets of information, one from the present and one from the future, appeared. Chapter 10, The Attack. The current information reveals that Lin belonged to Bureau 314's Hongshan unit and possessed 2 advanced grade traits. Righteousness is her innate sense of justice, which protects her from certain evil and supernatural threats. Manhunt is a professional skill that grants her heightened perception and sharpness, making it easier for her to track down targets. The information from the future. The moment he saw this information, even though Lin was clearly sitting in his chair, he felt as if he'd suddenly fallen into an ice hole, a feeling of extreme cold deep in his heart, seeping into his soul, almost making him want to grab Lin and hold her tight. He kept reminding himself, this is information from the future, information from the future. Not a fact that's about to happen. After gradually calming his emotions, Lin carefully read the second entry, the description of the future information. His cousin, Lin didn't die 3 years from now, she died 3 years before that. In other words, right now. Date of death, October 14, 2027. Cause of death, an attack orchestrated by Wei Tao, leader of the Progressive faction. The name Progressives immediately suggested this was no ordinary organization. It likely matched her earlier conjecture that certain individuals, whether by chance or design, had obtained artifacts from the early stages of the Mana Awakening and possessed some supernatural powers. These supernatural powers were probably incapable of competing with hot weapons or overthrowing the existing order. Instead, they could only lurk in the shadows like ghosts, waiting for an opportunity to erode the system from within. Compared to the Progressives and their leader Wei Tao, Lin was more concerned with time. Today's date is October 11, 2027. 3 days from now, October 14, is the day Wei Tao planned the attack, the day his cousin Lin died. Now that I know, I can definitely change it. Lin thought to himself. Changing the future, he'd done it many times before. The green-robed demon mother and the black-armored demon ants would no longer appear in the future 3 years from now. Soon, the old willow tree with the lantern wouldn't appear either. Since these things could be changed, Lin believed he could also alter the tragedy set to unfold in 3 days. Lin Ying clearly had no idea. In 3 days, she would be pronounced dead after resuscitation efforts failed. She was still chatting about work. You know what? In these tough times, strange things really do happen. I recently took on a case involving a smuggling ring at the zoo. Many of the criminals have already been caught, but one alpha wolf, a North American gray wolf, was still on the loose. A couple of days ago, I got a tip and went to capture it. That wolf was ridiculously huge. It felt less like a wolf and more like a little calf. It just leaped right onto a 2-story house and vanished. It didn't howl, it didn't yelp, it didn't bite anyone, and it didn't hurt anyone. These days, even animals are fighting a guerrilla war, and they seem pretty cunning, too. Little brother, try to stay indoors as much as possible at night lately. Got it. Lin nodded in agreement. He kept in mind what Lin Ying had mentioned about the North American gray wolf, that it could grow as big as a calf, remain silent, and consciously refrain from biting or harming people. So, it was most likely a being that had evolved ahead of its time. At that moment, Lin became even more certain of his hunch: Bureau 314 was definitely no ordinary organization. A doubt also began to surface in his mind. Did his grandfather, Yan Jianya, really die from a serious illness caused by overwork? Lin pushed this question aside. Ever since his grandfather's passing, his grandmother had changed a lot. Without any concrete clues, he didn't want to bring it up with her on his own, for fear of hurting her feelings again. At the dinner table, the three of them chatted about various topics. When the conversation turned to recent events, Lin mentioned his plan to become an apprentice of Qin Qinglang. His cousin, Lin Ying, didn't quite understand. What era was this, anyway? Going to study martial arts under a 70-something-year-old master was truly strange. If he were learning boxing or kicking techniques, that would be one thing, but instead he was going to study the Heart Sutra and martial arts philosophy. Wouldn't it be more useful to spend that time getting a certification instead of dabbling in this nonsense? It was her maternal grandmother, Zhao Liwa, who, upon hearing that Lin intended to become Qin Qinglang's disciple, unexpectedly expressed her support. Even her tone was solemn and earnest. I know old Qin well. He has a deep understanding of the philosophical aspects of martial arts. Little Lulu, if you truly have the talent to pick up a thing or two, it will greatly benefit your future. Since old Qin has already given his consent, we can skip some of the formalities of the initiation ceremony. But you should still bring a gift. Grandma will prepare one for you later, just take it over tomorrow. Okay. Grandma, I'll do just as you say. Lin agreed with a smile. He knew Grandma had quite a few treasures, things like ginseng and deer antlers, and anything that caught her eye was a rare, top-quality item. The kind that would never embarrass him and would actually make him look good. They had already finished their meal. Lin Ying put down her bowl and chopsticks and said with a broad smile, Grandma, Lin, I have to go now. I'm on duty tonight. Remember what Grandma told you. Grandma took Lin Ying's hand, patted it firmly, and urged her to be extra careful. Don't worry, Grandma. I'm quick on my feet. Lin Ying's laughter was melodious, but seeing how confident she looked, Lin reminded her, don't get too cocky. Don't be overconfident, keep Grandma's words in mind. Lin Ying clenched her fists, making them crack, and curled the corners of her mouth upward. With a build like mine, I can take on 10 of them all by myself. Don't worry. I'm off. I'll walk you out. Lin stood up, nodded to Grandma, and then walked her older sister, Lin Ying, to the door. As soon as they stepped outside, she chose to check Lin Ying's future information again. Information: Lin Ying profile, a former young agent of Bureau 314, full of vitality. On October 14, 2027, 3 years ago, she was caught up in the 1014 attack orchestrated by Wei Tao, leader of the progressive faction. She sustained severe injuries and, despite medical efforts, was pronounced dead. Grandma's advice was of no use. It couldn't change the fate that would see Lin Ying die 3 days later. What's wrong? You don't look quite right. You aren't worried about becoming an apprentice tomorrow, are you? Lin Ying tapped Lin's left chest lightly with the back of her hand. It was at that very moment that Lin suddenly had an idea. Maybe by making small changes, he could alter the course of the future? So she said earnestly, "I'm going to become an apprentice tomorrow. Sis, why don't you come with me?" Well, Linning had intended to refuse, but the fact that Lin was calling her sis over this matter clearly showed it was important to him. She gritted her teeth and agreed, "All right, becoming an apprentice is a big deal for you, little brother. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Then let us make a promise it's a deal." They hooked their pinkies together. After sealing the promise, Linning burst out laughing. Her smile was radiant and adorable as she said, "How childish, just like when we were little. Say whatever you want. Don't forget you can't back out now." Lin didn't care whether it was childish or not. All he cared about was whether Linning would come tomorrow and whether she could change his fate 3 days from now. "Okay. I'm off." Before leaving, Linning deliberately gave Lin but a pat, then walked away with a chuckle, her long, shapely legs swaying as she went. Chapter 11, Is the Black Cat a Future Siren? Her footsteps echoed down the hallway, watching her tall figure recede into the distance. Lin felt a bit heavy-hearted, yet also harbored a hint of anticipation. She decided to check her cousin's message again. Present, future? Future. A light screen appeared before his eyes. Profile, Lin description, summoning type awakened, currently captain of the Hongshan unit and director of the Special Operations Department at Bureau 314's Luodu headquarters. Realm, spirit stage mid-tier. Possesses traits, heroic spirit will excellent grade, ancient legacy excellent grade, and righteousness and integrity spirit grade. The information about her future floated right before his eyes. It's changed. Her cousin Linning is no longer destined to die in 3 days. Lin felt as if a mountain pressing down on her chest had suddenly lifted. She could breathe freely and easily, feeling a sense of relief. She made the right bet. Altering Linning's course of action, a spur-of-the-moment decision had changed the fate that would have seen Linning die in 3 days. A notification from the traits system. Without warning, it suddenly appeared before Lin's eyes. Notification, triggered the achievement Saving the Captain Linning, strengthening the human race's forces in the Monster Tide event. Plus 200 points. Reward obtained trait, Righteousness Spirit grade. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Lin hadn't expected this either. Changing her cousin Linning's future, triggering the achievement, and even influencing the Monster Tide event, all while earning an extra 200 points. In addition, she obtained the spirit grade trait, Righteousness and Integrity. Upright and righteous. Lin closed her eyes slightly, and a pure white crystal core appeared in her mind. The crystal core melted, transforming into light pure and warm that flowed into Lin's body. As this flawless grade light infused her, her entire soul was cleansed, becoming pure and resilient. Her mental power was nourished as well, growing even stronger. "That's really great," Lin said with a smile. Mental power is a very important attribute with endless applications. In some ways, it's even more valuable than vitality. For example, the duration of the trait precognition skill, which allows one to see into the future, is determined by one's mental power value. Lin opened the information panel and glanced at it. Vitality, 28 points. Mental power, 9 points. His mental power had increased from the initial 7 points to 9 points, a gain of 2 points. The description of the new trait also floated before his eyes. Righteous spirit grade description, filled with righteousness, a light that guards the soul. Deterrence targets with the darkness trait and provides high resistance to mental attacks of the darkness trait. After reading the description of righteous light, Lin thought of the future Monster Tide events, where among the endless hordes of black-armored demon ants there would undoubtedly be some terrifying, shadowy entities. Those entities didn't seem like living beings, they were more like the ghosts and monsters described in ghost stories. Now that he possessed righteous light and had a soul protected by light, if he ever encountered those dark attributed monsters, he would at least have some ability to defend himself. "I now have 4 traits. 1 is excellent grade, and 3 are spirit grade," Lin murmured to himself. His cousin, Linning's, fate had been altered by a single decision of his. So then, With his current limitless potential and knowing that tomorrow he would become Qin Xinglang's disciple, what would his future look like 3 years from now? Would she still end up like before, dead, her body left to rest in peace, turned into a living dead? Lin's gaze grew somber. Select, view personal information. Prompt, present, future? Future. Info, Lin description, former light element awakened after death, contaminated by the frenzy flame curse, current status frenzy flame undead strength, spirit stage mid-level. Her fate hadn't changed. The only thing that had changed was her strength. She'd gone from spirit stage early to spirit stage mid-level. What Lin found most puzzling was the description in her profile, which listed her as a light element awakened. Qin Xinglang was clearly a martial arts awakened, and since Lin was about to become his disciple, theoretically, he should also possess some characteristics of a martial arts awakened. Or could it be that my situation is rather unique, and these assumptions won't manifest in the future until I've completed my apprenticeship and mastered the corresponding trait? Lin furrowed his brow in thought, finding the intricacies of it all increasingly difficult to unravel. Rather than dwell on it, she'd take action tomorrow. Once she'd become Qin Xinglang's disciple, she'd see if the future information changed. With that in mind, Lin didn't linger any longer. She'd already seen her cousin Lin off. It was time for her to head home. Just as Lin was about to turn and open the door, a soft meow suddenly echoed from the hallway not far away. That soft meow sounded familiar. It must be the little black cat that often roams around the neighborhood. She looked in the direction of the sound. Around the corner at the bottom of the stairwell, a fluffy little black cat was scratching the ground and stretching, its fluffy tail swaying naturally as it let out a pleasant meow. Sure enough, cats are animals whose every move embodies 2 words, so cute. The black cat's tail swayed naturally, completely ignoring Lin. It had seen him many times before and knew he wouldn't heard it. As Lin watched the little black cat with a smile in his eyes, the familiar trait system window appeared before his eyes. Alert, one of the masterminds behind the Monster Tide event, the seductive succubus, has been detected. Her target strength is spirit stage late, and her danger level is death class. Please evacuate immediately or proceed with extreme caution. The smile in Lin's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a frozen expression or perhaps sheer disbelief. 3 years later, a cat demon at the late spirit stage. At this power level, aside from martial arts grandmaster Qin Xinglang at the peak of the spirit stage, this was the most powerful and terrifying individual Lin had ever encountered. In addition to her terrifying individual strength, the little black cat was also one of the masterminds behind the Monster Tide incident, with a danger level of death class. The 3-star emblem signified that its danger level exceeded that of a 2-star rating. Lin didn't make any sudden moves, lest he scare the little black cat away. Standing where he was, he chose to check its information. Prompt, present, future? Show me both. Info, present, countryside black cat description, a stray black cat from the countryside, female, enjoys hunting birds, and often comes out at night. Possesses traits, agility common grade, charm common grade. Info, future, seductive succubus description, a cat demon that evolved after swallowing a spirit fruit following its mana awakening. Realm, spirit stage late stage, a powerful demon king who particularly relishes consuming human essence, has drained the life force of over 1,000 people and is one of the instigators of the Monster Tide. Possesses traits, extract essence excellent grade, seductive allure excellent grade, and demon claw tier spirit grade. Even now, it already possesses 2 traits, agility and charm. Chapter 12, a single sausage is enough. As for the future seductive succubus, Lin was mentally prepared, yet he was still startled by the information about this black cat's future. Aside from what he already knew, the new revelation that the seductive succubus relishes consuming human essence and has already drained over 1,000 people was simply a true demonic evil. A thought crossed Lin's mind. He couldn't just let it go like this. He had to keep the little black cat under control first. As for how to do that, it was simple. All it takes to keep a cat in check is a single ham sausage. Coincidentally, when he went to the farmer's market today to buy Huanqin ketone, Lin had picked up quite a few other items along the way, such as 500 kilograms of rice and other grains, 20 cases of mineral water and purified water, over-the-counter medicines, daily necessities, and so on. His total spending exceeded 10,000 yuan. Naturally, the list included instant noodles, sausages, and various canned goods, foods that are easy to store and taste decent. Lin has already stowed all these supplies in the spatial pocket. If time hadn't been so tight, Lin might even have considered buying a sufficiently powerful, modified SUV, filling it with enough fuel, and stowing it in the spatial pocket. The spatial pocket, measuring 5 meters by 5 meters by 5 meters, has more than enough room for an SUV. As Lin took a chicken-flavored sausage out of the spatial pocket, the little black cat, clearly quite perceptive, noticed the extra sausage in Lin's hand and stared intently with its big, round, adorable eyes. Evidently, the neighborhood residents had been feeding it regularly. Lin moved at a leisurely pace toward the black cat. The cat showed no intention of running away. Instead, it sat on the ground, its tail swaying naturally, looking quite expectant. As Lin approached slowly and unhurriedly, the cat let out a melodious meow, its attention fixed the entire time on the sausage in Lin's hand. Lin naturally crouched down in front of the little black cat. 3 years from now, it would be a terrifying, seductive succubus. But right now, it was just a soft, cute little black country cat, equipped with the charm trait naturally endearing. Lin handed it the ham sausage she was holding. The little black cat raised its front paw, its paw pads pink and plump, and stared at the ham sausage with wide eyes, completely focused. It opened its little mouth and took a tiny bite. Perhaps finding the sausage delicious, its movements grew affectionate. It nuzzled up against Lin's hand, its fluffy tail curling around her wrist. As it chewed slowly, taking small bites of the sausage, it looked utterly adorable. Lin looked down at the little black cat that trusted her, and a sense of hesitation welled up in her heart. Her best course of action now would be to seize the moment when it wasn't paying attention, grab it, and put it out of its misery, eliminating the threat once and for all. The little black cat's death today would mean that, 3 years from now, the seductive succubus responsible for so much bloodshed would vanish. The little black cat was oblivious to Lin's thoughts, simply taking its time, nibbling on the ham sausage. Is there any way to have the best of both worlds? A thought flashed through Lin's mind. Not long ago, her cousin Lin's fate had already been altered by a minor incident. Lining was originally destined to die in 3 days' time in an ambush orchestrated by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction. But tomorrow she would be going to the martial arts hall with him, so she would no longer be targeted, and 3 years later, she would become a fully fledged awakened in her own right. Since her cousin Lin's fate could be altered and for the better. Then what about the little black cat? Lin made up his mind. He would use the little black cat as a test subject to explore other possibilities. But then the question arose. What method could she use to achieve the best of both worlds? After much deliberation, Lin decided she had to start with the little black cat's traits. Currently, it possesses the trait charm. In the future, as a seductive succubus, it will have an innate craving for human essence, draining the life force of 1,000 people, and with the trait essence gathering, that tendency is all too obvious. Isn't that exactly what a succubus is? Since it's a succubus and will have a natural inclination to feed on human essence in the future, I've got it. Tomorrow, I'll take you in for a sterilization surgery and see if that changes anything, Lin thought to herself. A gentle, large hand rested on the little black cat. It didn't resist, letting Lin pick it up like that while it continued to munch on its ham sausage. Lin didn't carry it home like that. Since he was already out anyway, he figured he might as well make the most of the trip. Before heading home, Lin carried the little black cat over to the old willow tree. It was late at night, a solitary moon hung in the sky, and the cold night wind howled. The old willow's branches whipped in the wind like a swarm of demonic snakes, causing the shadows on the ground to writhe. Perhaps sensing Lin's arrival, the old willow's branches began to sway much more violently. I'm here to bring you some nutrients. Lin grinned. Without further ado, he poured all the saline solution and cyclozone he'd prepared and stored in his spatial pocket into the soil at the base of the old willow. The old willow tree, whose branches had already been swaying, suddenly became frenzied. Those thousands of branches swayed wildly. It truly possessed self-awareness and knew these substances were harmful to it. The little black cat curled up in Lin's hands had its fur standing on end. It struggled and meowed, showing fear of the old willow tree and wanting to escape. "Don't be afraid, we're leaving." Lynn placed her hand on its head and gave it a gentle rub. In 3 years' time, it would grow into a terrifying creature. But for now, it was just a soft, cute little black kitten in her hands, posing no threat whatsoever. Before long, Lynn returned home. As soon as she walked through the door, she heard her grandmother's voice coming from the kitchen. "What took you so long? Did you finish talking to your sister?" "Yeah, she is coming with me to find a mentor tomorrow." Lynn walked over on her own, cleared the dishes, and washed them while she was at it. After chatting with Grandma for a while, she finally went back to her room, placed the little black kitten in a cardboard box, and started scrolling through her phone. Lynn deliberately searched various platforms for paranormal or unusual events, but found she could only come across random, unrelated posts. Much of the content seemed nonsensical and lacked credibility. There were no new short videos in the WeChat group today, so Lynn rewatched some older ones. Viewing them with a specific purpose in mind, she indeed felt a sense of belated dread. That night, a single moon hung in the sky. There was no second moon. On the outskirts of the city, a wolf's shadow darted about. Its shadow, stretched out by the moonlight, gradually shrank at a pace visible to the naked eye, shrinking further and further. Time flew by. The next day, early morning. In the bedroom, Lynn had already woken up. He sat up straight as the wind howled outside the window. He turned his head toward the window. He could see that the leaves of the old willow tree had changed somewhat. From the cardboard box next to the bed came the soft, purring meows of the little black cat. It must be hungry. It had only been a day, yet Lynn felt as if he were in a dream. He simply couldn't believe it. It had only been a single day. The great willow tree behind his bedroom window would one day grow into a terrifying demonic tree. And the little black cat in his bedroom would transform into a seductive female demon, draining the life force from thousands of people. Chapter 13: The True Legacy of Ancient Martial Arts. And now, it was 7 a.m. In a little while, he would head to Grandpa Chin's martial arts school to learn the true legacy from this future martial arts grandmaster. How amazing! Lynn marveled. He could already hear his older sister, Lin Ying, laughing outside the door. "Little brother, can I come in? I'm not dressed." "Come right in." "Well, I won't hold back then." The bedroom door suddenly swung open, revealing Lin Ying standing in the doorway. She changed into a different outfit today because she had some personal business to attend to. Today, Lin Ying was wearing a form-fitting black dress, her long, shapely legs encased in sheer black stockings, making her look exceptionally sexy. Lin Ying glanced into the room. She saw that Lin had already put on a white hoodie. His hair was a bit disheveled, and his rather large eyes were glaring at her with disdain. It seemed as though everything had gone exactly as he expected. "Not bad. You've really grown up, even keeping your own sister at arm's length." Lin Ying placed her hands on her hips. Since she wasn't wearing her uniform, her fair collarbone was visible, adorned with a silvery pendant that looked absolutely stunning. "It's bigger than you think." As soon as Lin said it, he felt a twinge of regret. Why did that sound a little off? Oh well. Who cares? After quickly getting dressed and freshening up, just before leaving, Lin Ying felt that Lin's appearance still wasn't quite up to par. Although he was naturally handsome, there were some areas that could be perfected. She took out the eyebrow razor she prepared earlier, pressed Lin down into a chair, leaned in close, and exhaled warm breath from her red lips as she said, "Don't move. It'll be over soon." Lin closed his eyes. When the tweezers stopped moving, he opened them, but before he even had a chance to look in the mirror, he heard Lin Ying exclaiming repeatedly, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Just as I expected from my little brother. You've become even more handsome and charismatic." "Are you serious?" Lin glanced in the mirror and suddenly realized, she was right, he looked flawlessly handsome. "I really am a total hunk." Picking up the gift Grandma had prepared, Lin and Lin Ying left the house together. As they left, Lin made a point of holding the cardboard box. Inside was the little black cat. He had other plans for it after the apprenticeship ceremony. Lin Ying's car was an older model. It was actually Lin's uncle's oldest 6, with the 4-ring emblem. It was getting on in years, but it was still in really good condition. Lin Ying drove, with Lin in the passenger seat. Not long after, the oldest 6 pulled into a parking spot at the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall. A school with a century-long legacy, and the Qin family had always been a wealthy and distinguished clan. Even in Luo City, where real estate was at a premium, the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall was exceptionally grand, from its size to its interior decor. Of course, the fees were correspondingly high. With an old master like Grandmaster Qin at the helm, little brother, if you want to become his disciple, following the old rules, the entire process would take years to complete, Lin Ying said, clearly having done her homework. Yeah. Lin nodded and said, but Grandpa Qin also said to keep everything simple, so there's no need to put too much pressure on ourselves, right? As it turned out, Qin Xinglang's promise to keep everything simple was even simpler than Lin had imagined. The entire process was incredibly brief. Only 5 people were present throughout the entire ceremony: Qin Xinglang, Lin Ying, the current hallmaster Qin Yuanming, and another elderly senior. Qin Xinglang began by speaking 2 sentences. The first, everyone, bear witness. The second, Lin, starting today, you are my direct disciple. After saying these 2 sentences, Qin Xinglang even waived the ritual of offering tea to the master, though Lin and Lin Ying insisted this step could not be omitted. That took another minute. From that moment on, Lin had a new identity: Qin Xinglang's direct disciple. Over the years, very few have been worthy of the title of Qin Xinglang's direct disciple. Even fewer have caught Qin Xinglang's eye. His affable, grandfatherly demeanor was merely a facade. Deep down, he was a proud man. To have found a direct disciple he was satisfied with at this stage in his life made Qin Xinglang exceptionally happy, and he even became more talkative. After the initiation ceremony, the current head of the academy, Qin Yuanming, patted Lin on the shoulder and said with a smile, "This is the first time my father has admired a young person so much that he is willing to personally pass on his lifetime of knowledge. I have high hopes for you, Uncle Qin." Lin recognized Qin Yuanming, Qin Xinglang's eldest son, standing over 2 meters tall and looking like a human T-Rex. Of course, his daughter was much cuter. The initiation process was indeed simple, but there were always some minor formalities to attend to. Before they knew it, it was already noon, and the ceremony had concluded. Throughout the entire process, even though Lin Ying was bored, she stayed by his side the whole time. She wasn't as lively as she was at home. Instead, she remained quiet and poised. Only 3 people remained here. Today's protagonist, Lin, along with Lin Ying, and Master Qin Xinglang. Lin stood right beside Qin Xinglang, a sense of curiosity welling up inside him. Now that he had become Qin Xinglang's disciple, would his future destiny still change? Lin wondered to himself. View information. Prompt, present, future? There was no need to check the present information. Lin was only concerned with the future. She wanted to see if, after becoming a disciple of this future martial arts grandmaster, she would still die in the future. And after dying, would she still be contaminated by the so-called mad fire and turn into a living dead? Future. Info: Lin profile, a young and exceptionally gifted martial arts awakened, apprentice to Qin Xinglang. He has thoroughly mastered the Qin Heart Sutra, the profound principles of martial arts, and ancient Qin martial arts. Realm: Spirit Stage, Late Stage. After death, he was tainted by the Frenzy Flame curse. Current status: Frenzy Flame Undead. Strength is at the Late Spirit Stage. Traits: Frenzy Flame Flawless Grade, Tyranny Flawless Grade, Frenzy Qin Shinshua Sutra Excellent Grade, Frenzy Martial Arts Esoteric Principles Excellent Grade, Frenzy Ancient Qin Martial Arts Excellent Grade, Precognition Skill Excellent Grade, Spatial Pocket Spirit Grade, Innate and Strength Spirit Grade, and so on. After reading the information about his new future, Lin fell silent. Everything had changed yet remained the same. What had changed was that his future self was no longer a light element awakened, but had truly become a martial arts awakened, with his strength rising to the spirit stage late. In terms of cultivation level, he was only one minor tier below martial arts grandmaster Qin Xinglang. However, these significant changes did not alter one crucial fact. 3 years from now, he would still die for unknown reasons. The frenzy flame curse contamination would still occur, and he would still be transformed into a frenzied fire undead as zombie-like creature. It seems that, unlike my older sister Lin Ying who changed her own future destiny with a single decision, that kind of thing happened to me. Lin speculated that his future self must have something unique about him. Either the unknown entity watching him was far too powerful, or he had ventured into some dangerous place, even becoming a martial arts awakened and seeing his strength surge dramatically wouldn't be enough to prevent his death and the extinction of his path. Lin, however, felt no fear regarding this unalterable future fate. Chapter 14, Sterilization, perhaps? There was still plenty of time before that future arrived, and there were so many things he could do. The apprenticeship ceremony had already concluded. Lin Ying then said, "Little brother, since there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I don't want to disturb your martial arts training." She truly had a heavy workload. She hadn't had a single day off in the past month. Today, because Lin's matter was so important, she had to be there in person, even if it meant taking a day off. Although Lin Ying sometimes teased Lin for fun, deep down, she always knew her younger brother was truly remarkable. Not only was he a brilliant student and exceptionally handsome, but he also had a kind heart. If she had to point out a flaw, come to think of it, he just looked a bit like a young heartthrob, fragile and delicate, with absolutely no fighting spirit. From that perspective, studying martial arts was actually a good choice. "Sis, let me walk you out." As Lin and Lin Ying stepped out of the martial arts hall together, Lin Ying teased, "Little brother, study hard and get stronger. Then you'll be able to protect your big sister." Lin replied confidently, "I can do that right now." "Right now?" Lin Ying was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Little brother, I'm so happy you have that kind of heart. But with your build right now, you'll need to train a bit more. You should focus on protecting yourself first. Bye." Waving goodbye, his cousin Lin Ying got into her car. Before she drove off, Lin carried down the cardboard box, which still held the little black cat. Lin stood where he was. Having witnessed the old S6 being driven by Lin Ying with the acceleration of a Xiaomi SU7 as she sped away, the vision of Lin Ying's future still lingered before his eyes. Info: Lin Ying profile, Summoning Type Awakened, currently Captain of the Red Shin Group and Director of the Special Operations Department at Bureau 314's Luodu headquarters. Realm: Spirit Stage Late. Possesses traits: Heroic Spirit S will Excellent Grade, Ancient Legacy Excellent Grade, and Righteousness and Integrity Spirit Grade. Summoning Type Awakened. Her power realm has advanced from Spirit Stage Mid to Spirit Stage Late Stage. Her status remains as Captain of the Hongshan Group and Director of the Special Operations Department. For unknown reasons, Lin Ying's power has increased, perhaps something she said unintentionally or some other factor triggered or altered her once again. After watching old S6's car disappear completely from sight, Lin returned to the martial arts hall carrying the cardboard box. After temporarily placing the little black cat in a safe spot to ensure it wouldn't escape, Lin followed her master, Qin Xinglang, into a quiet meditation room within the martial arts hall. The white walls were adorned with only a single calligraphy scroll, and the room's decor was very minimalist. Sitting on two meditation cushions, the two faced each other but did not begin practicing their forms. A notification from the trait system appeared before her eyes. Prompt: Special Quest Apprenticeship completed. Your learning efficiency will increase by 1000%. Master Qin Xinglang was explaining the essence of the martial arts and the inner teachings, while Lin listened intently, taking notes on every word. As Master Qin Xinglang put it, learning the inner teachings first would yield twice the results with half the effort. There was no need to start training in martial arts right away. While martial arts are certainly important, a single tree cannot stand alone. If he wants to truly become a grandmaster in the future, simply being able to fight won't be enough. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Today's lesson was over. Throughout the entire session, Lin spoke very little, yet his learning efficiency and comprehension were off the charts. He was often able to extrapolate from a single point and hit the nail on the head with his insights. After the lesson, a notification appeared. Notification: Trait Martial Arts Essence Excellent Grade is now 20% mastered. In just a few hours, he had completed 1/5 of the progress required for an excellent grade level trait. This meant that, if all went smoothly, Lin would be able to fully comprehend and master the trait martial arts essence in just 4 more training sessions. This is an excellent grade trait. Its effects will be stronger than almost any other trait Lin currently possesses. As his master, Qin Xinglang looked at Lin with eyes full of delight and surprise. He reflected inwardly that being able to pass on a lifetime of insights to such a remarkably perceptive direct disciple at his age was truly a blessing in his twilight years. Qin Xinglang grew even fonder of Lin. His direct disciple's grasp of martial arts far surpassed his own. With a smile playing at the corners of his eyes, Qin Xinglang said, "Let us call it a day for today. From now on, come to the dojo every other morning. In your daily life, take the time to carefully savor and reflect on what you've learned. If you can thoroughly grasp the essence of this martial art, your future martial arts training will yield twice the results with half the effort." "Master, I'll keep that in mind. Once I get back, I'll give it some serious thought," Lin said earnestly. Many of these subtleties truly required careful examination. "Good. Very good." Qin Xinglang's gaze toward Lin was filled with joy. His level of cultivation was beyond that of ordinary people, and Qin Xinglang could see that much. That was because Lin, who appeared overly fair-skinned and youthful, giving off a completely non-aggressive vibe, was actually brimming with vitality. Aside from his quick grasp of concepts, his physical constitution alone made him a natural talent for martial arts. It was just a pity that he'd taken up the path late in life. He'd started his training a bit too late. It remained to be seen whether he could truly master everything his master had spent a lifetime learning. Today's training was over. Lin spoke up, "Master, I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now." The little black cat was still outside, and there was one very important task to complete today. That was getting the little black cat neutered. "Go ahead," Qin Xinglang waved him off, showing no intention of asking further questions. He was truly very perceptive. He walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. "Okay." Lin nodded. He took out his phone and opened the navigation app. Just last night, Lin had asked a female friend which veterinary clinic was reliable for cat neutering. According to her, there was a pretty good clinic with a beautiful female veterinarian who was highly skilled. She had her own 2 cats neutered there. The clinic's name was Lianhe Pet Hospital. It was not far from the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall, just a short walk away. Holding the cardboard box, Lin soon arrived at the entrance of Lianhe Pet Hospital. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see that the clinic was equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and was exceptionally clean and well-maintained. The only concern was that the cost of the spaying procedure here would likely be high. However, money wasn't something Lin worried about. Her parents had been living overseas for years, and since childhood, Lin had lacked companionship. Her parents often showed their love by sending money. As the years passed, the balance in Lin's bank account kept growing. It had long since exceeded 50 Ws, so having her cat spayed was absolutely no problem at all. Upon entering, Lin found the female veterinarian her friend had recommended, Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, her long black hair tied back, and a well-fitted white uniform. She had a youthful, pretty face and eyes as big as a Barbie doll's, but the most striking feature was her figure. Her chest was simply too magnificent. She looked quite young, probably around 25 or 26. Chapter 15, Trait, Essence of Heaven and Earth. "Come on, I'm already 27 this year, almost 30, unlike you, who is so young. Are you even an adult yet?" Dr. Jiang spoke in a soft, sweet, and slightly babyish tone. Well, Lin was used to it. Too many strangers assumed he was a minor when they first met him. "I've been over 20 for a long time." "Really?" Dr. Jiang was surprised. She genuinely hadn't realized Lin was already over 20. After chatting for a while, they got down to business. After Lin signed the forms and paid the bill, he handed the little black cat over to Dr. Jiang, who was in charge of the spaying procedure. Don't let her youthful appearance fool you. Though she looked young, her hands were remarkably steady, and she was highly skilled. Spaying a cat is a minor surgery that doesn't take particularly long. 4:30 p.m. The surgery was complete. In the quiet, sanitized cat ward, The little black cat was still under anesthesia, unconscious, with a Elizabethan collar around its neck to prevent it from licking the wound once it woke up. Also in the ward were Lin and Dr. Jiang. Lin smiled and said, "I'll leave it here for a week so it can recover from the surgery. I'll come back to pick up the cat in a week." "That is fine. I'll go check on the other wards first." Dr. Jiang cast a few extra glances at Lin. It's rare to see a man with skin even better than a woman's, and one who is so handsome, too. He was undeniably handsome, but seeing how flawless his skin was made Dr. Jiang feel a twinge of self-consciousness. "Okay." Lin nodded. Then, Lin was left alone in the ward. He examined the unconscious black kitten before him. Its neutering surgery had been a complete success. Next, there was another task to tackle. Let us see if the future has changed. Lin still felt a bit anxious inside. If, in the future, the black kitten turned out to be that seductive female demon, then he would have no choice but to make a tough decision. Target the black kitten and select View Information. Present, Future? Future. Information. Future, Special Division. Female Investigator Yao. Profile, a cat demon who evolved after consuming a spirit fruit following her mana awakening, taking on a half-human form. Her cultivation level is Spirit Stage Mid-Tier. Due to her affinity with humans, she became a member of Bureau 415, having achieved numerous meritorious deeds. She was specially appointed as Special Division Female Investigator Yao. She possesses the following traits: Essence of Heaven and Earth Excellent Grade, Righteous Will Excellent Grade, Shattering Cat Claws Spirit Grade, and Tearing Illusion Claws Spirit Grade. The seductive succubus no longer exists. The future has changed once again. Originally a demon that relished devouring humans, one that had drained the life essence of over 1,000 people, it has now transformed into an investigator who protects humanity. Her traits have also undergone significant changes, Lin murmured. The profile of the little black cat, Future, contained a wealth of information. Lin took out her notebook and jotted it down, making special notes on Spirit Fruit, Bureau 415, and the Special Division. It seems things are taking a turn for the better. Plus, she has got her own name now, Yao, Lin mused, growing increasingly moved by the wonders of time. Before sterilization, her future was that of a seductive demoness who relished devouring human essence. She had already drained the life force from over 1,000 people. After sterilization, she transformed into a female investigator. Not only did she stop harming humans, but she became a guardian of sorts. As he pondered the reason, Lin suddenly realized the cause, and it seemed quite reasonable. Whether as a seductive demoness or a female investigator, she clearly loved humanity. It was just that their ways of loving were different. The former loved by devouring people, while the latter loved by protecting them. Just as Lin had this epiphany, a notification appeared before his eyes. Prompt: turn the attacker of the Monster Tide event, the seductive succubus, into a guardian, Special Division Female Investigator Yao. Earn the bonus reward for the Monster Tide event, plus 500 points, and obtain the additional trait, Essence of Heaven and Earth Excellent Grade. He had obtained an excellent grade trait. A purple crystal appeared in Linna's mind, and a familiar sensation surged through her once more. A clear, warm current naturally permeated every cell. Even the fine hairs on her skin trembled in response, and her inner vitality stirred in unison. Lin felt something truly wondrous at that moment. Every pore of his skin was opening, naturally inhaling and exhaling to absorb the faint mana in the air, constantly converting it into his own vitality, continuously assimilating it. Without needing to eat any food, two conflicting sensations, thirst and satisfaction, tugged at him repeatedly. Lin could feel his body instinctively absorbing mana, constantly making himself stronger. This sensation of constantly growing stronger was truly mesmerizing. Lin was no exception. Mana awakening hadn't truly begun yet, and the question of how to steadily increase his vitality had long troubled Lin. He found it a difficult problem to solve. After all, the spiritual fruits of the future, which are imbued with mana in every inch of air, didn't exist in this era. Even if they did, they were far too few, far too few. Searching for spiritual fruits was like looking for a needle in a haystack. They were extremely hard to come by. Lin never could have imagined it. A casual action changed the little black cat's future, transforming it from the future seductive succubus into female investigator Yao. The seductive succubus's excellent grade trait Essence Gathering was changed to Essence of Heaven and Earth, and he himself gained the trait Essence of Heaven and Earth. This chain of events actually solved the dilemma he was facing. It was truly remarkable. View trait information. Essence of Heaven and Earth excellent grade description, passively absorbs mana present in the air current environment, automatically absorbs 0.1 units of vitality per hour, increasing one's own vitality. Just as he had sensed. It could passively absorb mana from the air and convert it into his own vitality. Furthermore, the note regarding the current environment delighted Lin even more. If mana becomes more abundant in the future, the absorption efficiency will inevitably increase, and the daily gain in vitality will also rise significantly. What a god-tier trait! Lin marveled inwardly. This thing was a bit too powerful. It was practically beyond the norm. Mana Awakening and Martial Invasion hadn't even begun yet, and he could already passively absorb the thin mana in the air through this trait and convert it into his own vitality. An increase of 0.1 units of vitality per hour, that is 2.4 points over 24 hours, plus the 200% vitality boost from the innate and strength trait. Without lifting a finger, he automatically gained 4.8 points of vitality per day, 48 points in 10 days, and 480 points in 100 days. If I find a place with abundant mana in the future, the absorption efficiency will be even higher. Lin felt a surge of anticipation. The sensation of passively growing stronger was incredibly exhilarating. After fully processing the new trait, Lin finally turned his attention to another notification from the trait system. Since he had just defeated the future seduction Banshee, who was also one of the catalysts for the Monster Tide event, this could be counted toward completing the Monster Tide event. Notice, completed 17% of the Monster Tide event. You may choose to turn in the event and receive rewards, or continue making progress to accumulate points and earn more rewards. Current points, 1,174. Chapter 16, Today a Statue, Tomorrow a Demon. Lin was familiar with event progress tracking. But the prompt in front of him made no sense. Just yesterday, after he defeated the black-armored demon ants and the Ant Queen, the Monster Tide event progress had reached 50%. Logically speaking, after defeating the seductive succubus, the progress should have exceeded 50%. How could it not have increased and instead dropped to 17% event progress? Such an unusual discrepancy left Lin baffled. I won turn it in. Lin initially refused to turn in the event quest. Then, he walked over to the window and gazed out at the bustling city beyond the pet hospital. Why? Lin furrowed his brow. The event quest's progress hadn't increased, it had actually dropped to 17%. This was highly unusual. What exactly had happened with the Monster Tide 3 years in the future? Thinking about all this, Lin's gaze drifted to the city outside the pet hospital's window. It seemed he had no choice but to see it with his own eyes, to witness how the Monster Tide had unfolded 3 years in the future. His eyes fixed ahead as he channeled his mental power. He activated his trait, the precognition skill. Prompt: present future can be activated once per day? Future. A white light filled Lin's vision until it faded like a curtain. His black eyes traversed the long span of time, and the future 3 years from now unfolded before Lin's eyes. The event 3 years from now, the Monster Tide erupted as expected, just as it always did. This time, Lin was at the pet hospital, unlike the last time when he was at home. In a different location, the future scene he witnessed was also different. As always, swarms of combat drones bombarded the sea of monsters. There were simply too many of these terrifying creatures, a truly terrifying number. Lin happened to be right in the midst of the Monster Tide, able to feel firsthand how the tsunami-like wave of monsters was about to completely shatter the human defenses and devour everyone in the city. Behind the towering metal war fortress, more defensive lines stood firm. He could faintly make out armed helicopters taking off, transporting supplies. The black-armored demon ants are gone, but Lin's expression grew grave as he spotted a new type of monster that had replaced them. They were naturally green-skinned, with forms that were human-like yet not quite human. Each stood over 3 meters tall, clad in sturdy, wood-like armor and wielding various weapons. In appearance, they resembled orcs, a hybrid of goblins and elves. When these monsters drew their bows to full tension, their arrows possessed destructive power rivaling that of a sniper rifle. They had completely replaced the black-armored demon ants. The future has changed. But it wasn't that the number of monsters in the anticipated monster tide had decreased. Rather, the now extinct black-armored demon ants had been replaced by a new breed of monsters. At that moment, Lin realized why the event progress indicator had reached 17%. It wasn't just his past self from 3 years ago driving this change. Once he made his own changes, the demonic forces behind the scenes orchestrating this attack would also adapt. With the black-armored demon ant queen gone, they simply seek out another horde of monsters, one that was massive in scale, numerous enough, and ferocious and brutal in combat. Lin noticed that humans weren't entirely on the defensive. There were also some powerful awakened who, working in coordination with aerial forces and artillery, charged into the monsters' weak defensive spots, split the horde apart, and then devoured them whole. It seemed that while this battle was indeed brutal, if it continued like this, the outcome remained uncertain. Unfortunately, the battlefield was simply too vast. He hadn't been able to spot his future cousin Lin Ying or any other people he knew. I need to observe some of the more powerful monsters, Lin thought to himself. As his gaze swept over the multitude of monsters, a peculiar creature soon caught his eye. To be more precise, this peculiar entity resembled some kind of demon. It had a humanoid form, stood 1 zhang tall, possessed 2 heads, and had copper-blue skin. In one hand, it held a mystical bronze sword, in the other, a bronze spear. Every attack unleashed lightning, radiating an astonishing aura. It was truly powerful. Lin attempted to lock onto its information. She said, "View information." Prompt, present, past? The prompt had changed. It was no longer present future, but present past. This meant that through the inspect skill, Lin could, while the precognition skill was active, view the state of any target as it was 3 years ago. If the target was a powerful demon, checking its information from 3 years ago might just lead him straight to its current location. Past. What a pleasant surprise. Lin's original plan was to view information about a target 3 years in the future, hopefully analyze some clues, then search for the target and eliminate it preemptively. But now, there is no need to analyze clues that is time-consuming and labor-intensive. All she has to do is view the information to directly see the target's past. By examining a monster's future information, he could pinpoint its current location and identity. It was like opening a box across time and space. The allure of opening a box across time and space was simply too great. Monsters like the lamp-lighting old willow tree and the seductive succubus were all dangerous demons, but in the present day, Lin could handle them without a scratch. View everything. The moment Lin made his decision, he felt his mind suddenly go taut. His remaining mental power was insufficient to sustain the precognition skill. Viewing a future target's information consumes a massive amount of mental power. A wave of dizziness washed over his brain, and the future before Lin's eyes collapsed and vanished, completely gone. Immediately afterward, the little black cat's feeble meow lingered in his ears. It had already awakened from the stupor caused by the anesthetic. Lin pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling a faint, stinging pain between his eyebrows. That future scene had vanished before his eyes. But what hadn't vanished were the 2 information windows. Information present, ancient bronze blue demon spirit stage. Late description, ancient bronze that awoke alongside the mana awakening, transformed into the ancient bronze blue demon, which harbors a near manic obsession with human emotions. Possesses the trait, Heart of Bronze, Bones of Bronze excellent grade, named Bronze Sword spirit grade, and named Bronze Spear spirit grade. Information past, Bronze statue description, currently located in the East District of Luo City Jinmao Market. Possesses the trait, Copper Heart advanced grade and Sturdiness common grade. 2 pieces of information. The first entry is labeled present, but actually refers to the future 3 years from now. In that future, the ancient bronze blue demon's strength reaches the late spirit stage, a level that, 3 years from now, would classify it as an absolute powerhouse. The second entry is labeled as past, but it actually refers to this very moment, the present. In other words, that ancient bronze demon from 3 years in the future, standing 1 zhang tall, with 2 heads, copper blue skin, one hand gripping a mystical bronze sword and the other a bronze spear, with thunder swirling around every attack. Right now, it is merely a bronze statue that has yet to awaken, located at Jinmao Market in the eastern district of Luodu. Chapter 17. This should count toward points, right? Jinmao Market. Lin recognized this market. He visited it a few times with his grandmother in the past. As it happened, it was only about 20 kilometers away from the hospital, so hailing a ride-hailing car would get him there in no time. Everything had been taken care of. Before leaving the pet hospital, Lin checked the information for his precognition trait. Its experience points had increased from 110 to 210. Just like last time, using the trait once granted 1 point of experience. 8 more uses of the precognition skill would be enough to raise its rank from level 1 to level 2. Sitting in the back seat of the ride-hailing car, Lin picked up her phone and absent-mindedly swiped the screen, her mind constantly replaying scenes of the future monster tide. The disappearance of the black-armored magic ants and the seductive succubus Han Ti prevented the monster tide from occurring. Once she went to Jinmao Market, found the bronze ancient demon, and destroyed it, the bronze ancient demon would no longer exist 3 years in the future. But even so, in that future 3 years from now, would other, even stronger monsters emerge to take the bronze ancient demon's place? Perhaps the only way to stop the monster tide event from happening is to eliminate the true mastermind behind it, Lin thought to himself. If that is the case, then it might not be such a bad thing after all. As long as the event isn't completed, he could keep using his precognition skill to peer into the future, track down the monsters from the monster tide, and eliminate them in the present. He would also keep gaining traits, growing even stronger before the mana awakening and martial invasion truly arrived. And given how things were going, the points in his possession would keep increasing and accumulating. After all, points could be redeemed for event rewards at any time. I already have over 1,000 points. At this rate, breaking 2001 be a problem. Lin began to feel a sense of anticipation. Most of his traits were spirit grade, with a few being excellent grade. If he had enough points, he might even be able to acquire a top-tier trait like the Jin Xan Shuetru Classic. After the ride-hailing car pulled up in front of the main entrance to Jinmao Market, Lin paid the fare and got out. He looked up at the sizable market ahead. He walked straight inside. It was a comprehensive market, and within it was an area where the stalls sold nothing but all kinds of antiques, collectibles, and jade. Young people rarely went there. It was said to be full of fakes, and the crowd consisted mostly of elderly men spending 1,000 or 800 yuan to snag a bargain. Young people like Lin rarely show up at antique markets like this. As a result, when Lin was strolling down the corridor, he stood out like a sore thumb. He was young to begin with and looked even younger. He had the appearance of a student, which was indeed a rare sight. That alone would have been enough, but more importantly, he was incredibly good-looking. He inevitably drew some stares. Lin used to think this place was full of fakes. Now that he'd come here in person, he had to admit they weren't all fakes. There were still some genuine items here, such as coins from the Republic of China era or ancient dynasties, and they weren't cheap either. The sellers here are all experts, Lin thought to himself. Items like bronze statues are most likely authentic. They wouldn't pass off a fake. He didn't have much money to spare. The balance in his bank card, plus his eBay account, and the funds in his WeChat wallet, all added up to about 60. That was his entire life's savings, accumulated over the years. He wasn't sure if this money would be enough to buy any antiques. Oh well. He'd find his target first and worry about the rest later. Just as he was thinking this, as Lin passed by an antique shop with an old storefront, a familiar notification suddenly popped up. Alert, detected a death-level target, ancient bronze demon. This target is one of the elite lords of the monster tide. Upon seeing this alert, Lin stopped in his tracks. Finally, he found it. Lin composed himself, adopting a calm and relaxed demeanor as he walked into the antique shop called Gupulu. The shop was quite spacious, decorated in an antique style with mostly expensive wooden furniture and ornaments, all of which looked quite old. Just these chairs and cabinets alone wouldn't come cheap. A faint scent of incense lingered in the air. Even the hustle and bustle outside seemed to quiet down, naturally calming one's mind. All right. From the moment he stepped inside, Lin became even more certain. The money he had on hand would likely not be enough. Judging by the shop's decor and the items on display, it was clear that the owner truly had something special. He really had the goods. Lin didn't rush to look for the ancient bronze demon. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the counter first. Behind the rosewood counter, I spotted a girl who looked quite young. She had long blue hair and wore a blue skirt. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features, especially her delicate, straight nose, were exquisitely refined. Her eyes were as clear as water, giving her a lively, radiant aura that seemed to shine from within. "Welcome to Gupulu." Chi-Chi greeted me warmly. Chi-Chi didn't usually spend much time at the shop, but today her father happened to be out, so she was left to mind the store. At an old shop like this, customers were generally regulars. People would come to browse, but new buyers were a rare sight. She'd been there for nearly a day without seeing a single person, so when a customer finally arrived, she naturally greeted them first. She took a few glances at Lin. He was quite good-looking and handsome, but he looked way too young, didn't he? He gave the impression of being around 17 or 18, 3 or 2 years younger than herself, and clearly wasn't a serious buyer. Still, she had nothing better to do, so Chi-Chi said, "Feel free to look around. If you have any questions, just ask me." "Okay." Lin nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to zero in on a specific item. Instead, he decided to browse the shop's antiques and artifacts first, seeing if there were any hidden gems. And sure enough, there was one. It was an ancient painted clay figurine shaped like a four-legged Toon Guardian beast. In 3 years, it would awaken and evolve into a spirit stage early stage clay figurine monster. Glancing at its price tag, it was exactly 1.2 million, not a penny more or less. Lin immediately dismissed the idea of considering it. Chi-Chi noticed the change in Lin's expression but wasn't surprised. After all, how could a teenager, probably still a student, afford such an expensive antique? Still, she didn't say anything, just stood quietly by his side. A few minutes later, Lin looked toward a display case holding a bronze statue about 45 centimeters tall, a full 45 centimeters, making it quite a large piece. It had a humanoid form, cast in bronze, with 2 heads. One hand held a bronze sword, while the other held a polearm. It was incredibly lifelike. It bore a striking resemblance to the future monster Lin had encountered, the ancient bronze demon, though the details on this bronze statue were slightly more rough around the edges. This was the bronze statue she had been looking for. View information, Lin silently thought. Prompt, present, future? Show me everything. Info: present, bronze statue. Description: an ancient bronze statue unearthed from a muddy riverbed. Its design differs from ordinary bronze statues. Possesses traits: copper heart advanced grade, sturdiness common grade. Info: future, ancient bronze demon spirit stage late. Description: an ancient bronze entity that awoke alongside the mana awakening, transforming into the ancient bronze demon. It harbors a near manic obsession with human emotions. Possesses traits: bronze heart and bronze bones excellent grade, named bronze sword spirit grade, and named bronze spear spirit grade. That's it, that's the one. The bronze statue before him now is the ancient bronze spirit from the future 3 years from now. Lin casually asked, "How much is this?" Chapter 18, Bought it, the ancient bronze spirit. Let me take a look. Chi-Chi approached Lin. Standing at 165 centimeters tall, her antique-style skirt accentuated her elegance, and her lively eyes gazed at the bronze statue. As she drew near, Lin could clearly catch a faint, refreshing scent. Her blue hair fell naturally behind her ears, exuding a youthful charm. "It's this bronze statue, right?" Chi-Chi looked at the 2-headed bronze statue. It was quite unique and antique. Her father had just acquired a couple of days ago. Generally speaking, ancient bronze sculptures rarely feature 2 heads, which is why Chi-Chi remembered it so well. Since she had only just arrived at the shop, the price hadn't been tagged on the statue yet. But before he left, her father had mentioned its price. Lin looked into the girl's eyes, his gaze calm, and said, "That's right, this is the one." He waited patiently for her to name her price. This bronze sculpture costs 1.1 million. Chi-Chi still didn't think Lin was a buyer, so she quoted the price without any hesitation. However, she was curious to see how Lin would react. Perhaps he'd be taken aback upon hearing the price. After all, a bronze sculpture worth 1.1 million that could buy an entire apartment. Many people spend their entire lives and still might not be able to save that much money. Lin had mentally prepared himself for the price of the bronze sculpture. But when he heard the asking price was 1.1 million, he was still somewhat surprised. It was a bit higher than he'd estimated. But when he thought about how, in 3 years, the bronze statue would evolve into the terrifying ancient bronze green demon, with power reaching the late spirit stage. That invincible presence as it unleashed lightning at will compared to its future value made the 1.1 million price tag seem quite a bargain. 1.1 million, Lin said, repeating the price. Chi-Chi replied calmly, "That's right." She wasn't surprised by Lin's reaction from the very first glance. He seemed like a buyer who could actually afford it. After hearing her quote, she assumed it wouldn't be long before he'd feign nonchalance, cast a couple more casual glances, and then quietly leave the shop. Chi-Chi had seen plenty of customers like that before. However, today was an exception. Lin examined the bronze statue and said calmly, "Tell me your best price." Well, Chi-Chi's little face froze in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin to actually be serious about buying and to be ready to haggle. But the problem was she had no idea. She had absolutely no clue how to set a price. Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to respect every customer. With a serious expression, she said, "Are you really interested? If so, I'll call the store manager and ask him for you." "Go ahead." Lin could tell that the girl in front of her wasn't really an expert. She was probably just filling in for someone else and minding the store. However, the price of 1.1 million was really a bit of a stretch. If the price couldn't be negotiated down, she'd have to put her purchase plans on hold for now and come back to discuss it once she'd saved up enough money. "I'll call him right now immediately." Chi-Chi took out her phone and initiated a video call with her father, Zhao Jianying. Ever since she was very young, her father, Zhao Jianying, had been a renowned collector. The shop was inherited from her grandfather, and the family name had been passed down through generations. It's safe to say that when it comes to collecting antique artifacts, Chi-Chi's family has a legacy spanning several generations, with her father, Zhao Jianying, standing out as the leading figure among them. A moment later, the video call connected. Zhao Jianying appeared on the phone screen. He looked every bit the elite professional from his demeanor and bearing to his attire, and it was clear at a glance that he was no ordinary person. He exuded a powerful presence. "Dad, a client is here asking about the price of this double-headed bronze sculpture. He says he wants to know the true asking price." Chi-Chi pointed the camera at the bronze sculpture. After taking a few glances at it, she turned the camera toward Lin so the two could speak face to face. "As for this bronze sculpture, I remember telling you the price. It's 1.1 million. That's the number," Zhao Jianying said with a smile, speaking slowly but confidently. Lin had often been taught by her maternal and paternal grandmothers, and she could tell at a glance that this middle-aged man was a seasoned veteran of the business world. He didn't give an inch from the very start. "Dad, she is sincerely asking for the price. Just be nice to her." After Chi-Chi spoke, she completely failed to notice the fleeting look of exasperation that flashed across her elderly father's eyes on the video call. Her daughter was wonderful in every way, but she was just too straightforward. Zhao Jianying twirled a walnut between his fingers and said with a smile, "In that case, fine. If you're making a sincere, one-time offer, I'll take 1.06 million. It was 40,000 less, which might seem like a lot, but compared to the original price of 1.1 million, it was practically no discount at all. That's right, Zhao Jianying didn't view Lin as a potential customer at all. He was too young, too inexperienced. No matter how he looked at it, Lin was just a passerby. For a passerby like this, Chi-Chi had gone out of her way to start a video call with him and was really unnecessary. The fact that she quoted a price twice was already a favor she was doing for her daughter's sake. Lin could tell Zhao Jianying was a seasoned veteran. She decided not to waste her breath on him. She said directly, "Judging by the craftsmanship and the details, this bronze statue must have been dredged up from a muddy river not long ago. It certainly looks like an old artifact. The price of 1.1 million is quite low, but its style is clearly off. It's most likely a replica from the Republic of China era or even earlier. I feel a connection to it and am willing to pay a bit more. I'll offer 400,000 if that works. I'll take it. If not, then never mind. His remarks were well-reasoned and well-founded. After hearing Lin's explanation, Shichi was taken aback. He was clearly just a teenager. How could he speak with such conviction and insight? In the course of his remarks, he had pinpointed the bronze statue's origins and highlighted some of its flaws. Most importantly, he actually made an offer. He was a serious buyer. She had completely misjudged him. On the other end of the video call, Zhao Jianying remained impassive, but her opinion of Lin had completely changed. This kid really was a buyer. He clearly looked like just a teenager, yet his eye for antiques was sharp. He spotted at a glance that this bronze sculpture had only recently been dredged from the Nisha River. Judging by various details, it was indeed an antique, but its fatal flaw was its unusual style. Something was clearly off. It looked more like a masterfully crafted replica. Since this teenager had such a keen eye, was clearly an insider, and had already made an offer. Zhao Jianying praised him generously. "You've got a great eye, young man. Here's the deal, 500,000. If you're interested, it's yours. We seem to hit it off. Let us stay in touch in the future. We'll get to know each other better over time." "No, 400,000, that's my final offer. If it works for you, I'll pay right now." Lin smiled but didn't back down, not a single cent more. That was his price. Shichi, standing nearby, looked at Lin with a growing sense of admiration. What an impressive young man to remain so calm and composed, completely unfazed by his father's pressure, and to make such a firm offer. 450,000, any less, and I'm afraid it won't work. After some deliberation, Zhao Jianying finally settled on a price. To Lin, this price was already very reasonable. He could seal the deal. "Charge it to my card. Wrap it up for me." "Oh, okay." Shichi snapped out of her daze. She never would have imagined that this handsome young man was actually the buyer. In just a few short minutes, he was already ready to pay and take the item. As for Lin, beneath his seemingly calm expression lay a heart bursting with joy. It really worked. All he'd done was rephrase his explanation and recount the details of the bronze statue once more. For example, that it was unearthed from the Nisha River and that its style was highly unusual. That single set of arguments had actually fooled the old fox, Zhao Jianying, allowing him to successfully secure the bronze statue for 450,000. Or rather, the ancient bronze demon. Chapter 19, Ancient Bloodline. To secure a powerful demon that won't emerge for another 3 years at this price, not to mention that it's an antique in its own right, is absolutely worth every penny. On the video call, Zhao Jianying praised Lin, saying, "Young people these days are truly something else. To be honest, the condition of this bronze statue is absolutely flawless in every way, but for some reason, its design is very peculiar. Something just doesn't feel right. Otherwise, given its condition, it would be perfectly reasonable to sell it for several million, or even tens of millions. Since you, young man, know a good piece when you see one, I'll let it go to you for 450,000. I suppose it's fate." Listening to Zhao Jianying's description of the bronze statue, Lin knew his assessment was spot on. This bronze statue must date back to an extremely ancient era, so ancient that it defies the imagination of any modern archaeologist. That is precisely why an insider like Zhao Jianying found it suspicious and was willing to sell it for 45. If one truly knew the statue's origins, one would realize its true value runs into the hundreds of millions. And that's not even factoring in the fact that, in 3 years' time, it will transform into the ancient bronze demon. Naturally, Lin wouldn't share any of this with Zhao Jianying. He simply replied, "I just happened to stumble upon a place that knew about it. I was lucky, just lucky." In Zhao Jianying's view, this clearly couldn't be explained by luck alone. A young man who looked to be barely 20 could be so remarkable. It made him want to befriend him. His attitude and tone were noticeably different from before, and he asked politely, "What is your name, young man?" "My surname is Lin, and my given name is Lin." "May I ask your name, store manager?" "I'm Zhao Jianying. The young lady next to me is my daughter, Shichi. She'll be spending more time at the store lately." Standing right beside Lin, Chi-Chi had been watching the whole time. Her big, lively eyes were secretly observing him. Not many young people earn her father's admiration like this, especially when he is so young. He clearly looked even younger than she did. He really was impressive. Looking at Lin's handsome face, Chi-Chi began preparing the contract and, on a whim, blurted out, "Let us exchange WeChat contacts. That way, you can reach out if you have any questions later." The moment the words left her mouth, she immediately regretted it. She felt like she wanted to crawl into a hole. How could she have harbored such improper thoughts toward a boy so much younger than herself, who might even be a minor? Lin looked at Chi-Chi and saw her head slightly bowed as she concentrated on writing the contract. Her fair ears had a lovely pink hue at the earlobes, making her look especially cute. After giving it some thought, he realized that in the future, he'd likely be looking for other pieces, and asking Chi-Chi to help him get the word out would be a good option. Besides, she really was cute and endearing. A short while later, Lin and Chi-Chi added each other on WeChat. Chi-Chi's profile picture was a sketchily drawn little white dog. She didn't have many friends, so she didn't pay much attention to things like profile pictures. Lin had already transferred the 450,000 for the bronze sculpture to Zhao Jianying's account via bank transfer. The bronze sculpture had also been packed away, placed in a box, and securely sealed, ready to be picked up at any time. Of course, there is also a door-to-door delivery service. Lin chose to pick it up himself. It was getting late, and just as Lin was about to leave, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could he take a look at Chi-Chi's personal information? He was curious to see how this girl would have changed 3 years in the future. With that in mind, Lin selected Chi-Chi and viewed her information. Prompt: present future? View all. Info: Chi-Chi present description: a young girl with ancient blood flowing through her veins, naturally blessed with beauty, powerful in her own right, and possessing remarkable potential. Traits: ancient bloodline, flawless grade, child of destiny, excellent grade. Info: Chi-Chi future description: a young girl whose awakened ancient bloodline has transformed her into a supreme awakened, possessing the supreme spirit stage peak. She is deeply loyal and compassionate, driven nearly mad by the disappearance of her close friend Lin. She has recently risked her life multiple times to venture into the death level Yanju Tian Yuan. She possesses traits: ancient bloodline, flawless grade, treasure hunting destiny, flawless grade, Shin Xans true scripture, flawless grade, and more. 2 pieces of information. The first is that Chi-Chi now possesses the super ancient bloodline. This is the first time Lin has encountered someone with such a unique constitution. Not even her master, Qin Xinglang, has any additional constitutional bonuses, yet Chi-Chi actually possesses the super ancient bloodline. This means that after her mana awakening, she is destined to awaken amidst ruin and rise from the darkness. Furthermore, she possesses another excellent grade trait, child of destiny. Just by the name alone, one can tell this trait is extraordinary, one that enhances one's own destiny. It's the kind of trait that even Lin would covet. Lin silently committed the term ancient bloodline to memory, intending to jot it down in his notebook once he returned. The second piece of information concerned the future. 3 years from now, Chi-Chi had already awakened her primordial bloodline, transforming into a supreme awakened, with a strength level of spirit stage peak. Up until then, the strongest awakened Lin had ever seen was his master, and even the old master's realm was only spirit stage peak. This lively girl standing before him would actually become an awakened at the spirit stage peak 3 years from now. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. She is not only beautiful and adorable, but also incredibly powerful and invincible. Lin continued reading her future information, which described her as deeply loyal and compassionate, a trait he shared with her. But right after that, it read, driven nearly mad by the disappearance of her close friend, Lin. Lin's heart skipped a beat. How could his name appear here as the close friend of the girl before him, Chi-Chi, 3 years from now? The trait section specifically mentioned that Chi-Chi had recently risked her life multiple times, venturing into the death level abyss of the Flame Lord, all just to find him. Lin knew full well that, on this very day 3 years ago, her adventure was futile. If things continued on their current trajectory, barring any surprises, she herself would still die 3 years from now, corrupted by the frenzy flame curse and turned into a living corpse, little more than a walking shadow of her former self. Lin sighed. After all, that was the future 3 years from now, and there was nothing she could do to stop Chi-Chi's repeated adventures. She feared that once Chi-Chi discovered the truth, she would only go even more mad. Let us take a look at the changes in her traits 3 years from now: Ancient Bloodline Flawless Grade, Treasure Hunting Luck Flawless Grade, Chin Xins True Scripture Flawless Grade, and more. She even has Chin Xins True Scripture. This is her Master's true legacy, and she has actually mastered it. It seems her future self really does have a good relationship with her. Unfortunately, her future self never managed to escape the fate of becoming a living dead. What's wrong? Chi-Chi tilted her head slightly, an unintentional gesture brimming with cuteness that made Lin's heart flutter. She really is adorable. Thinking of the future description of Chi-Chi risking her life to find him, he felt both moved and under an invisible pressure. Just as Lin was about to pick up his suitcase, he hurriedly said, "Nothing. I'll be going now. Wait, you happen to be my only successful client, so I'd like to treat you to a meal." After much hesitation, Chi-Chi finally took the initiative to extend the invitation. Then, she looked at Lin with eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 20: The Beautiful Girl Dining Companion. Lin didn't accept right away. Instead, he was thinking about something. According to the information from Chi-Chi's future, he and she would become close friends, a friendship of immense value. So valuable, in fact, that 3 years from now, she would risk her life multiple times to venture into a perilous place called the Flame Lord's Abyss, all to search for his whereabouts. Yet, 3 years from now, he was destined to die and be cursed into becoming a madfire undead. The fact that Lin would repeatedly attempt to change the future, only to ultimately die and become a madfire undead, had never changed from the very beginning. If the future couldn't be altered and his death was inevitable, getting too close to her might end up harming this lovely girl. Well, Chi-Chi asked again, thinking to herself that if he didn't answer, then so be it, they would never cross paths again in the future. A few more seconds passed. Lin didn't reply. A wave of disappointment welled up inside her. This was the first time Chi-Chi had ever invited a same-age member of the opposite sex to dinner. Since it was clear he wasn't interested, she decided to let it go. She didn't know that Lin was thinking about a much more distant future, the Mana Awakening and martial invasion 3 years from now, that dark and cruel era. In such times, human life would truly be as worthless as grass. If the two of them were to cross paths here, the future might not only remain unchanged but could even put Chi-Chi in danger. These complex considerations swirled only within Lin's mind. After mulling over all these possibilities, Lin noticed the disappointment in Chi-Chi's gaze and shook off his inner turmoil. So what if there were dangers ahead? Taking control of the present meant taking control of the future. How could he go against the natural order and let a future that could be changed make him timid and hesitant? Who knows? In a future that was constantly changing, Chi-Chi might just become even stronger. With his mind now at ease. Sure. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin's mouth, and he added, "But since I've been helping out with your business, you're treating me this time." "No problem at all," Chi-Chi said with a smile, the disappointment in her eyes vanishing in an instant. "It's getting pretty cold out. Let us have hot pot. This weather is perfect for Hadileo." Hadileo, sounds good. Lin usually loved hot pot and used to go to Hadileo often, but lately, since he hadn't had anyone to dine with, going there alone just didn't feel right. It made him seem too lonely, especially since Hadileo's service is so attentive by nature, which only amplified that feeling of solitude to the max. Now that Chi-Chi was a new dining companion, it was perfect. "How do you get here?" Chi-Chi was already getting ready to close up shop. There wasn't much business anyway, so she figured she'd call it a day. "Ride hailing." Lin does have a driver's license, but since he'd only recently graduated, he wasn't very interested in driving and hadn't bought a car yet. He relied almost entirely on ride-hailing services to get around. It was convenient and saved him the hassle of washing the car, charging it, and all that other stuff. But when he arrived with Chi-Chi at the spacious underground parking garage and saw the headlights of her pure white Panamera illuminate those elegant curves and the sleek, stylish body, Lin felt a flicker of something deep inside. Yes, just a single flicker. With his bank account nearly empty, he simply couldn't afford to let his mind wander. Chi-Chi was naturally lively. Sitting behind the wheel, wearing a pair of glasses, this cute girl with blue hair who originally had a somewhat old-fashioned vibe suddenly exuded a cool, trendy aura. On the way to Hadaleo with Lynn, the two chatted the whole time. Perhaps it was the influence of information from the future, or maybe they were just a natural fit for the first time. Lynn felt he'd met someone he clicked with so well. No wonder the two of them would become close friends in the future. Even though they'd only known each other for a short time, they already had so much in common. For example, they both loved hot pot, neither had anyone to eat with, they both enjoyed playing video games and even liked using cheat codes, and, as it turned out, they both preferred obscure, niche games. And so on, and so forth. In fact, Chi-Chi had even been following the short videos in the Tencent QQ chat group for a long time. She watched every single one, never missing a single episode. From the car all the way to the table at Hadaleo, Chi-Chi was absolutely certain, as she said, those short videos are very credible, they're definitely real. Many animals and places are really strange, like evolutionary mutations, and some don't even look like normal living creatures. Have you seen something? Lynn felt that Chi-Chi's demeanor, gaze, and tone of voice were all incredibly confident. Chi-Chi quietly told Lynn about an incident from 2 days earlier, when she had accidentally spotted a massive, snow-white lone wolf under the moonlight. That lone wolf was so enormous it was even bigger than some of the lion tigers she'd seen. Under the moonlight, its shadow kept shrinking until it turned into a tiny white puppy, which then disappeared into an alley. For some reason, Lynn immediately thought of Caesar, the animal that had escaped from the zoo, as her cousin had mentioned. To be able to transform from a wolf into a puppy, no wonder her cousin and the others couldn't catch it, and why it was so hard to track down that wolf king. Lynn, our world is changing. We need to be on high alert. I feel like some dormant power inside me is awakening. Chi-Chi clenched her little fists, looking every bit the passionate, energetic teenager. Suddenly, she felt she'd been acting a bit too teenage, and feeling a bit shy. She said, "Just kidding." She stole a glance at Lynn, wanting to see his reaction, wondering if he thought she was suffering from advanced teenage syndrome. Meeting her gaze, Lynn looked serious and said calmly, "No, I think your feeling is real. There really is a dormant power inside you, I can feel it too. Lynn, I'm declaring that even though we haven't known each other long, you're my true friend now." Chi-Chi didn't believe a word Lynn said. She just thought he was being too considerate and too attuned to her feelings. Sincerity is my middle name. There's definitely a mysterious power inside you. Lynn was telling the absolute truth. According to the inspect skill, Chi-Chi really did have ancient bloodlines. It's just that. As for Chi-Chi, she was deeply moved. She might be hopelessly delusional in her day-to-day life, but she still possessed basic common sense. There's absolutely no way there could be some hidden, mysterious power. Even with reality staring her right in the face, Lynn was still going out of his way to spare her feelings. She made up her mind then and there to treat Lynn to a meal next time. After they finished eating, Chi-Chi drove her white Panamera, taking Lynn home. On the way, they suddenly brought up the topic of the bronze statue. A thought suddenly struck Lynn. Was the bronze statue really the only thing unearthed from the Mud-Sand River? Could there be other artifacts that are just as valuable as the bronze statue? With that in mind, Lynn asked Chi-Chi, "The bronze statue was dug up from the Nisha River. Were there any other items unearthed along with it?" Yes. Chapter 21, A Sudden Evolution. Yes. Chi-Chi had heard her father mention this before. There really were quite a few items unearthed from the Nisha River. Not only were there other bronze statues, but also pottery and stone steels. It was said that some of the pottery even contained ancient seeds, preserved in remarkably good condition. As she recounted all this to Lynn, she propped her chin on one hand, pouted, and said, "If that river hadn't dried up recently, we wouldn't have unearthed so many great treasures." A flicker of interest passed through Lynn's eyes. Bronze statues awaken with the arrival of mana awakening, and after 3 years, they evolve into ancient bronze demons, powerful beings with limitless potential. Could the items unearthed alongside it also be treasures? Lynn was particularly interested in the stone steels and the ancient seeds. "Could you ask around for me tomorrow? I'm really interested in these things." Chi-Chi didn't give Lynn's request much thought. She was simply happy today, especially after chatting with him about everything under the sun. She'd already come to see him as a friend. Since it was a request from a friend, Chi-Chi had always valued friendship above all else. That had never changed. No problem. When I get back later, I'll ask Dad. He is sure to know. Who knows, he might even be able to get some new ones. When that happens, I'll sneak you the insider price. Chi-Chi spoke in a very low voice, her warm breath mingling with the air as she shared this secret with Lin. That's great. Lin was overjoyed. He didn't have much silver to begin with, and he simply couldn't afford another bronze statue priced at 450,000. Now that Chi-Chi had let him in on the real inside price, he might just be able to get some good items at a bargain, just like the bronze statue. It came with 2 traits and had the potential to evolve into a transcendent being. Given its immense power, Lin already had a plan in mind. He intended to have it smelted down tomorrow and recast into something else, just to see what changes might occur in the future. He wasn't quite sure yet what exactly to recast it into: a new statue, a bronze sword, a spear, or something else, but he hadn't decided just yet. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that Chi-Chi and Lin, feeling as though they met too late, kept chatting about short videos in their WeChat group and other things. If it hadn't been so late, they wouldn't have even thought of calling it a night. Worried that it would be too late for Chi-Chi to go home alone and that it might not be safe, Lin decided to ride in her car and drive her home first. Chi-Chi lived in a notorious affluent neighborhood, in a spacious, open-plan apartment of over 700 square meters, one that, in terms of living experience, was even more luxurious than a villa. She was truly a typical rich girl, far wealthier than Lin. Before leaving, Chi-Chi suggested that Lin take the Panamera for a spin and just come back to pick her up the next day. It must be said, Lin felt a brief flutter of excitement. But then he thought better of it. In the future, they might become inseparable, true best friends, but they hadn't known each other for very long yet. They got along well, sure, but feelings like that still needed time to develop. No, thanks. I'll just take another ride-hailing car, it's pretty convenient. Lin said, carrying a box with one hand that contained a bronze statue. The weather was getting chilly at night. Chi-Chi clasped her 2 small, pale hands together, rubbing them from time to time and hunching her shoulders as she shivered from the cold. It's so cold. I'm going to head out now. Bye. See you tomorrow. Okay. Watching her delicate figure walk away, Lin turned and left as well, hailing a ride-hailing car. By the time she arrived at her apartment complex, it was already the wee hours of the morning. Lin didn't go straight home. Today had been so eventful, she'd gone to pay her respects to her master first thing in the morning, had the little black cat neutered, and picked up the bronze statue. She almost forgot one thing: he hadn't fed the old willow tree its nutrient solution yet today. Carrying the suitcase with one hand, Lin's shadow stretched longer and longer in the dead of night. Ripples spread across the surface of the nearby artificial lake, and the chirping of insects could be heard. The old willow tree stood there quietly, its branches hanging naturally downward. Its massive shadow covered the surrounding area, resembling a ferocious beast crouching and gathering strength. It was quiet, too quiet. Not even the night breeze could stir its leaves. Something's not quite right. Lin sensed that this old willow tree was unusual. His vitality had now exceeded 30 points, his mental power had also increased, and his perception had improved significantly. Under normal circumstances, the old willow tree would already be withering, on the verge of death. But now? Under the glow of the nightlights, every single leaf was a dusky, deep green, giving off a profound and enigmatic aura. Lin stopped about 10 meters away from the old willow tree. View information. Prompt, present, future? All. Information: mutated old willow tree. Present description: an old willow tree that absorbs mana due to its deteriorating environment. It has triggered mutation factors and is currently evolving. Possesses traits: mutation factor spirit grade, abnormal growth spirit grade. Information: primordial old willow tree. Future description: a spirit tree with fully awakened primordial genes, possessing late spirit stage strength. It can innately bear primordial fruits, giving birth to races of calamity. Possesses traits: fission factor excellent grade, earth absorption excellent grade, super long growth excellent grade, tenacity spirit grade. First entry: the current old willow tree has undergone a transformation and become the mutated old willow tree. The original old willow tree possessed one advanced grade trait, abnormal growth, but now, its traits have increased from 1 to 2. Both traits are spirit grade, mutation factor, and abnormal growth. Second piece of information: the future lantern-bearing old willow no longer exists, it has been replaced by the primordial old willow. Its power has also increased to the late spirit stage. Furthermore, the lantern-bearing old willow's defining feature was its lantern fruits, each containing a living human brain, and it possessed 2 traits: excellent grade supernormal growth and spirit grade tenacity. The primordial old willow tree from the future standing before him, however, possesses a full 4 traits, 3 of which are excellent grade, and 1 is spirit grade. The changes brought about by this mutation are nothing short of immense. Lin took note of a specific description in the information: the primordial old willow tree would bear primordial fruits, giving rise to a race of calamity. Needless to say, this thing will still be the source of calamity in the future. It is even a more dangerous, more terrifying demon tree. Saltwater, the cyclohexanone didn't kill it actually caused it to mutate and become even more powerful, Lin muttered to himself, furrowing his brow involuntarily. It seemed there was no way to complete the special mission in the trait system to eliminate the lantern-lighting old willow tree. After all, the lantern-lighting old willow tree had already evolved into a primordial old willow tree, so the mission was naturally a failure. Lin felt a pang of regret at the mission's failure. What a shame! The reward was a trait of his choice. However, his primary focus now should be on how to eliminate this mutated old willow tree. If things continued this way, and gentle methods remained ineffective against the mutated old willow tree, he'd have to consider a more forceful approach using a chainsaw to take it down. Just then, a message popped up before Lin's eyes. Notice: special quest, defeat the lantern-lighting old willow tree, completed. You may select one of the target S traits. This notification that the quest was complete came so suddenly that Lin wasn't mentally prepared at all. Lin had already braced himself for mission failure. The chance to choose a trait was gone, and his regret over losing that opportunity was at its peak. He never would have imagined that the trait system's notification would actually be that the mission was complete. Chapter 22, I Am the Son of Mana. A mission that had already failed. Yet the trait system's notification read, the mission was complete. The lantern-lighting old willow has mutated and evolved into a primordial old willow, and its power has skyrocketed to the late spirit stage. Lin finally figured it out. Unless the trait system's quest was to be taken literally. Defeat the lantern-lighting old willow, complete the quest, and you can choose one of its traits. As long as the lantern-lighting old willow no longer exists, the quest is considered complete. The mutated old willow tree right in front of him would evolve into a primordial old willow tree in 3 years, which meant that the lantern-lighting old willow tree would indeed be erased and cease to exist. Once he realized this, Lin had a sudden epiphany, and a smile spread across his face in the dead of night. It didn't matter whether Huanqing Ketone had killed the lantern-lighting old willow tree or not. The mission is complete, and the mission reward, a trait of his choice, has already appeared before him. Special mission reward, trait of your choice limited to the lantern-lighting ancient willow trait. Trait 1, supernormal growth, excellent grade description, capable of efficiently absorbing any form of energy or matter, resulting in supernormal acceleration of growth that is not limited by the individual's age. Trait 2, tenacity, spirit grade description, the body gains enhanced fortification, providing both sturdiness and high resilience, resulting in greater resistance to physical blows and improved survivability. Lin must choose one of the 2 traits. Selecting either one will automatically forfeit the other. Lin carefully read through the descriptions for both traits. Superhuman growth is rated excellent grade, and its corresponding ability is growth. Resilience is rated spirit grade, but it offers the invaluable benefit of enhanced survivability. There are sufficient reasons to choose either resilience or superhuman growth. Since they each have their own merits, I'll just go with the higher grade option, superhuman growth, rated excellent grade. Lin chose to integrate the superhuman growth trait. This is a trait that the ancient willow tree would only master in the future. At this very moment, not even it had mastered this trait. The purple crystal fused into Lin's mind. The lustrous, precious crystal melted naturally, and strands of active factors spread throughout Lin's mind. It felt as if he had enjoyed a deep, restful sleep in his youth. Every inch of his body was brimming with vitality, leaving him feeling light and carefree. The physical energy expended from running from morning until the early hours of the morning, along with the accumulated fatigue, was completely and thoroughly swept away. His legs and feet felt light as a feather, as if he could leap several meters high at any moment. After the trait had fully integrated into Lin's body, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Prompt: Trait supernormal growth excellent grade and trait essence of heaven and earth excellent grade are conflicting traits. Do you wish to fuse them? Essence of heaven and earth was Lin's favorite trait. It passively absorbed mana from the air, permanently increasing vitality by 0.1 points per hour. If he was in an area with abundant mana, the absorption efficiency would be even higher. Superior growth is also a growth type trait that accelerates one's own growth. Since the two traits conflict, their combined effects would certainly be significantly weakened. The trait system is now prompting him to fuse these two excellent grade traits, but what type the resulting trait will be is unknown. Whether the resulting trait will be stronger is also unknown. After a moment's thought, Lin made up his mind: fuse them. He absolutely had to fuse them. Even if the result were a useless trait, and even if it meant sacrificing two powerful traits, he had to see for himself exactly how this hidden trait fusion feature worked. If, by any chance, the result turned out to be a worthless trait, he could simply refuse to fuse them the next time he received such a prompt. Fuse. Prompt: fusing traits. Lin could feel numerous changes taking place within his body, especially the sensation of his pores opening to absorb mana, which was gradually fading away. Along with it, the exhilarating sensation of growth was also gradually fading and weakening. This feeling of losing something with every passing second was unpleasant. Lin took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Whether it was worth it or not, he would naturally know once the synthesis was complete. 5 minutes later, the euphoria of growth surging through Lin's body, which had been gradually subsiding, suddenly erupted. The muscles and meridians between his eyebrows were violently twitching. The pores on his skin, which had been closed, suddenly opened wide, causing his clothes to billow as if blown by a fan. They fluttered and rustled. It was the dead of night, and there was no one around. Otherwise, Lin would have been mistaken for a Qigong master and worshipped by the crowd. Prompt: Trait Child of Mana Excellent Grade Tier 1 has been synthesized. Would you like to view the trait information? This was his new trait, Child of Mana. Lin felt that the name of this trait was spot on. If his previous self was able to absorb mana at all times, growing continuously with greater efficiency, then now it felt as though it wasn't him constantly absorbing mana, but rather the surrounding mana automatically gravitating toward him. It was as if the heavens themselves were holding a spoon brimming with mana, persistently chasing after him to force feed it to him, and if he didn't eat it, they'd be displeased, fearing he might eat too little and end up starving. View trait information. Child of Mana Excellent Grade Tier 1 Description: Blessed by the natural mana of heaven and earth, the surrounding mana will automatically gravitate toward you, actively merging into your body to convert into and increase your vitality. Current environment automatically absorbs and converts 0.2 units of vitality every hour. Both Child of Mana and Essence of Heaven and Earth are excellent grade traits, yet their effects are worlds apart. Child of Mana passively increases vitality by 0.2 units per hour, while Essence of Heaven and Earth increases it by 0.1 units per hour. Calculated over a full day. Child of Mana can increase vitality by 4.8 units, and with the 200% vitality bonus from innate ant strength, that totals 9.6 units. Just by lying around doing nothing every day, you can gain 288 points of vitality in a month. These days, many people are in a state of suboptimal health. An adult man might not even have 8 units of vitality, but Lin would start with 288 units just by lying around for a month. Lin could barely contain the smile spreading across his face. He examined the quality of the trait Son of Mana. Next to excellent grade was the notation Tier 1, the same as for the trait Precognition skill. The difference was that the Tier 1 Son of Mana had no experience points. To upgrade the trait S tier, the process was clearly different from that of the Precognition skill. Exactly how to level up the Son of Mana trait would have to be researched and figured out later. As for now, after sensing the changes within himself, Lin opened his information panel. Personal information. Name: Lin. Tier, entry-level practitioner. Next tier, tempering stage early. Constitution, none. Talent, inspect skill. Traits, precognition skill excellent grade tier 1, child of mana excellent grade tier 1, spatial pocket spirit grade, innate and strength spirit grade, righteousness spirit grade. Vitality, 15 boosted to 30 points by the trait innate and power. Mental power, 9 points. His vitality had already increased to 30 points, and he possessed as many as 5 traits. 2 of them were even of excellent grade quality. At this rate of growth, by the time the Mana Awakening and Martial Invasion actually began, his strength would surely be quite formidable. Lin clenched his fists, feeling the power vitality surging through his fingertips. He looked up at the mutated old willow tree. This demonic tree must be destroyed. It was no longer the lantern-lighting old willow, but was about to become the source of chaos, the primordial old willow. The moment Lin made his decision, a prompt window appeared before his eyes. Prompt, special quest triggered. Defeat the primordial old willow tree death level. Upon completing this quest, you may select one trait of your choice. Chapter 23, Lord of the Maze. He looked at the special quest prompt. Lin felt a sense of déjà vu and thought, this is exactly the same as the last time I triggered the special mission to destroy the lantern-lighting old willow tree. He remembered that the last time, too, it was only after he had decided to destroy the lantern-lighting old willow tree that the special mission was triggered. The reward for this special mission is the same as last time. After destroying the primordial old willow tree, he can choose one of its traits. There are 4 traits of the primordial old willow tree: fission factor excellent grade, earth absorption excellent grade, supernormal growth excellent grade, and tenacity spirit grade. Of these 4 traits, Lin was particularly interested in the 2 excellent grade traits fission factor and earth absorption. However, there's a small problem right now. The old willow has now mutated into a mutant old willow, which comes with 2 built-in traits, mutation factor and abnormal growth. Continuing to pour salt water on it might not have the desired effect. A chainsaw would be very efficient, but secretly cutting down the old willow in the park would cause trouble. The risks wouldn't be worth the reward. After a moment's thought, Lin made a decision. As long as it's still just an old willow tree and hasn't crossed the threshold into the most basic tier of the supernatural, then chemical agents should still be effective against it. In the past, he'd been too merciful, thinking that a combination of salt water and cyclozone would slowly poison it over time. But now, Lin decided to go all out. The dosage of cyclozone would be increased by 1000%. Under the moonlit night, the mutated old willow stood completely still, its branches drooping without a single sound, a silence so eerie that not even a single insect could be seen on its trunk. As Lin approached step by step, the 3,000 silent willow branches suddenly began to sway, and the deep green leaves rustled loudly. Most people, faced with such a scene, would have turned and run in terror long ago. You can't scare me. Lin's steps remained steady as he approached within a meter of the mutated old willow tree. He took the Wankanone potion from his spatial pocket, increased the dosage tenfold, and poured it into the hole in the soil. One of the willow branches swayed violently, like a sharp claw trying to hook and tear at Lin. But it swept past the top of his head without touching him. Sensing the branch's frantic thrashing, Lin let out a soft snort. A futile gesture. If this were 3 years from now, when the old willow had evolved into a primordial old willow, he might truly have been powerless against it. But this was the present era, an era before the Mana Awakening had truly begun. After he finished pouring the cyclazepam, the mutated old willow went wild for a while, but then the leaves on its branches visibly withered. Lin took note of this and concluded that its evolution wasn't yet advanced enough to process such a dose of poison. Since it couldn't process such a dose of poison, that made things easy. He'd come back tomorrow and, at the same time every day, water it an extra time or 2. Let us head home first. When he got home, his grandmother had already fallen asleep. Lin tiptoed back to his bedroom, and only then did he finally relax. He casually pulled back the curtains and looked out at the mutated old willow tree not far away. As the night breeze blew, its branches and leaves drooped, swaying gently in the wind, clearly not as sturdy as before. I'll go back to water it tomorrow morning so the medicine doesn't lose its potency. Old willow tree, thanks for your concern. She closed the gray cotton linen curtains again and walked over to her computer desk. Accessing her spatial pocket, she retrieved the bronze statue still in its packaging. She unwrapped the package and took out the bronze statue. Under the warm glow of the desk lamp, its shadow and contours took on a more three-dimensional quality. The two heads were lifelike, one hand gripping a sword, the other a spear, giving it a fierce appearance. Crafted from ancient bronze, its surface was covered in a bluish patina. Lynn checked its information. Prompt: present, future? Present. Information: present, bronze statue. Description: an ancient bronze statue unearthed from a muddy riverbed. Its design differs from ordinary bronze statues. Possesses traits: copper core, advanced grade, sturdy, common grade. 2 traits. The advanced grade copper core trait enhances the bronze's ability to absorb impact. The other trait, sturdy, as the name suggests, increases the bronze statue's hardness, making it robust and resistant to damage. Destroying the bronze statue is not difficult. Using a hydraulic press, melting it down, or even chopping at it with an axe will do the trick. Once the bronze statue is destroyed, it triggers the Monster Tide event reward, granting points and possibly a new trait. Destroying it is easy, but it's such a waste. What a wonderful material! If only I could recast it while retaining the copper core and sturdy traits, Lynn muttered to himself. This was Lynn's inner speculation. If it could actually be done, it would not only eliminate the ancient bronze demon 3 years from now but also yield an item naturally imbued with traits. Its value would be incalculable. After examining it closely for over 10 minutes, the more Lynn looked at it, the more he felt he'd truly stumbled upon a hidden gem. In the eyes of a connoisseur or a high-ranking official at Bureau 314, even if the price were to increase 10-fold or 50-fold, they'd snap it up without a second thought or a moment's hesitation. Tomorrow, I'll find a place to try refining and recasting it into something else. Lynn knew of a place where he could smelt and forge items since he was quite familiar with the place. Making a small object would be simple and straightforward. The only thing he didn't know yet was what kind of item to cast after smelting the bronze statue. Before he knew it, it was already the wee hours of the night. With this question on his mind and anticipation for tomorrow, Lynn drifted off to sleep. The next morning. Early in the morning. By 6:30 a.m., Lynn had already brushed his teeth and finished breakfast. Ever since his vitality had increased and he acquired multiple traits, Lynn felt his need for sleep had noticeably decreased. He only needed 5 or 6 hours of sleep, and the quality was on par with the 8 or 9 hours he used to get. Today is October 13th. Sunday, the weekend. Stepping out early in the morning, he could clearly sense that there were far fewer people around. Perhaps it was because office workers and students were all at home sleeping and resting. The weather by the lake was a bit misty that morning. The old willow tree appeared and disappeared through the thin mist. Its branches hung naturally downward, carrying a faint chill that instinctively made one want to keep their distance. Lynn, of course, wasn't afraid of it. Today's routine watering of the old willow tree wasn't finished yet. Once that was done, he'd go about his other business. Given this old willow tree's resilience, its trait, skipping a few days of watering certainly wouldn't kill it, nor would it kill the future primordial old willow tree. Walking through the thin mist, Lynn stopped when he was 2 meters away from the old willow tree. Now that he was this close to the old willow tree, Lynn noticed, the mutated old willow tree before him had undergone yet another change. Its branches had grown significantly overnight, clearly different from last night. A possibility popped into Lynn's mind. Could it be that it had mutated again? View information. Prompt: present, future? All. Info: mutated old willow tree. Present description: an old willow tree that absorbed mana has mutated and transformed due to special circumstances, rapidly evolving in a different direction. Possesses traits: delusion excellent grade, abnormal growth spirit grade. Info: maze realm. Old willow tree. Future description: transforms itself into a maze realm, possessing spirit stage peak power. Every weeping willow branch has transformed into a mutated meme, giving birth to the whispering cheek people and bringing about terrifying natural disasters. Possesses traits: Lord of the Maze flawless grade, fission factor excellent grade, earth absorption excellent grade, supernormal growth excellent grade, tenacity spirit grade. Chapter 24, Vitality Boils. After one night, the information on the old willow tree has changed again. From the original lantern lighting old willow, it has undergone several mutations and evolutions over the course of a few days. With each mutation and evolution, the old willow tree has become even more eerie and terrifying. This time, it has evolved into a spirit stage peak level demon tree, the realm of illusion old willow. Take a look at the descriptions of these two entries. The first entry describes the mutated old willow tree evolving into the alienated old willow tree, noting that it is rapidly evolving in a different direction. A new trait of excellent grade quality has appeared, mystery. Its specific abilities are unknown. Looking at the second entry, yesterday's primitive old willow tree has now fully evolved into the enigmatic realm old willow tree, reaching the pinnacle of power and standing at the same realm as his future master. A flawless grade lord of the enigmatic realm trait has appeared in the trait system. It can give birth to the cataclysm race, the Whispering Gills. Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Such mutations and the speed of evolution were truly terrifying. To have such a demonic ancient tree right behind his own house visible the moment he pulled back the curtains was even more ominous. It was at this very moment. A prompt appeared in the trait system. Prompt: Special Quest, eliminate the primordial old willow tree, death level completed. Reward: trait of your choice. Seeing that the quest was complete, Lin suddenly felt that the old willow tree before him wasn't so ominous after all. One old willow tree yielding two traits of his choice, what more could he ask for? If it weren't for the fact that the old willow tree posed a certain level of danger, being able to farm traits like this would be a great thing. I'll keep at it until it's completely drained, then consider just going straight for the chainsaw. Special reward: trait of your choice, limited to traits from the primordial old willow tree. Trait 1, fission factor, excellent grade description. Whenever any substance is absorbed, the fission factor may be triggered, causing the organism to mutate. The properties of the absorbed substance determine the probability of triggering the fission factor. Trait 2, earth absorption, excellent grade description. After taking root in the soil, the organism will absorb nutrients gathered underground, enabling it to absorb nutrients more efficiently. Trait 3, supernormal growth, excellent grade, omitted. Trait 4, tenacity, spirit grade, omitted. A total of 4 traits appeared before Lin's eyes. Looking through them one by one, Trait 3 and Trait 4 were already very familiar to Lin. During his last trait selection, he had chosen supernormal growth. This time, Lin was more interested in the traits fission factor and earth absorption. Fission allows one to induce mutations in oneself. On the positive side, mutations can enhance one's adaptability. But there is also a downside. For example, the sci-fi movie The Fly that Lin had watched. Just thinking about the details of those scenes made his whole body break out in goosebumps. If the mutations caused by the fission factor were to spiral out of control, growing as naturally as human hair, with no way to regulate the speed of growth, then, should some bizarre mutation occur, he'd be unable to survive in the human world. There is still plenty of time before the Mana Awakening and the Martial Invasion. Is it really worth taking such a huge risk for an excellent grade trait? Lin felt that even if it were a flawless grade, he'd be willing to take the risk and give it a try, but for an excellent grade trait, it really wasn't worth it. On the other hand, Trait 2, earth absorption, allows one to draw nutrients from the ground. This trait is quite unique, so it might be worth a try. At the very least, there is nothing to lose. Select Trait 2, earth absorption. Prompt: Trait earth absorption, excellent grade, conflicts with trait child of mana, excellent grade. Do you want to merge this trait into child of mana? Another conflicting trait? Lin muttered, noticing the description of the message. This time, the trait conflict wasn't about synthesis, but about merging. This meant that the child of mana trait was clearly of a higher grade than earthdraw. Indeed, child of mana was one of the traits Lin valued most. It passively increased his vitality by 4.8 points every day, which, combined with his innate ant power, totaled 9.6 points of vitality. If he could merge it to enhance the effects of child of mana, that would naturally be a good thing. The only question was whether merging it would actually boost the child of mana effect. Right now, child of mana increases vitality by 0.2 per hour. After merging, it might go up to 0.25 or, if I'm lucky, even 0.3 vitality. Over the course of a month or two, that adds up to a significant amount. After Lin had thought through the implications, he made his decision: merge. Prompt: merging trait. A purple crystal merged into Lin Yuan's mind. The moment it appeared, Lin suddenly felt his heart swell violently. Thump, thump. It beat with powerful force. Every pore on his skin opened wide, frantically absorbing mana. Each pore, every strand of mana, transformed into a fine, sharp blade of mana. Countless blades slashed toward the purple crystal. It was as if a grinder had taken over the purple crystal, shatter into dust amidst the countless fine mana blades, and with each powerful beat of his heart, with every inhale and exhale, his body completely absorbed and processed it. Once fully absorbed, Lin felt much lighter. The sensation was like being cured of a cold. His stuffy nose suddenly cleared. This sensation was far more powerful than Lin had anticipated, so much so that he found himself captivated by it. Prompt: has been merged into the trait Child of Mana, Excellent Grade Tier 2. Would you like to view the trait information? View. Lin was curious. He had a hunch that, as a Tier 2 Child of Mana, he should now be gaining 0.3 vitality per hour. Child of Mana, Excellent Grade Tier 2 description: blessed by the natural mana of heaven and earth, surrounding mana will automatically gravitate toward you, actively merging into your body to convert and increase your vitality. Current environment automatically absorbs and converts 0.4 units of vitality per hour. The moment he saw that it automatically absorbed and converted 0.4 units of vitality per hour, Lin had anticipated a significant increase, yet he still felt a surge of delight. It wasn't an increase of 0.05 vitality, nor 0.1 vitality, it was a direct doubling. 0.4 vitality per hour meant that by doing absolutely nothing all day, just lying there, he could permanently gain 9.6 points of vitality. Combined with the boost from his innate and power, that amounted to 19.2 points of vitality. 10 days equaled 192 points of vitality. 1 month was 576 points of vitality. Keep in mind, Mana Awakening and Martial Invasion haven't even truly arrived yet, and he is already growing this fast. It's downright terrifying. The sense of fulfillment from this growth filled Lin with joy, both mentally and physically. Looking again at the mutated old willow tree before him, he suddenly felt it wasn't such a big deal after all. At the end of the day, it was just a tree. It wasn't even as supernatural yet. If he wanted to, he could buy a chainsaw, find a quiet moment at night, and simply cut it down, uprooting it entirely. It posed absolutely no threat at all. On the contrary, the 2 trait gains he received sparked a bold idea in Lin's mind. The old willow tree excels at mutation, so could I use that to gain more traits? Lin rested his chin in one hand as he pondered. What method should I use to make the most of this to induce changes without making them too drastic? Lin suddenly felt his mind open up, his brain buzzing with activity. Hint: triggered a special quest to alter the old willow tree of the maze. Upon completing this quest, you may choose to increase the rank of any trait up to excellent grade by +1. Hint: trigger a hidden quest. After completing the above quest, a special hidden quest will unlock. Chapter 25, Show Me Some Gratitude. A new special quest has been triggered. The quest requires altering the old willow tree of the Misty Realm, but Lin has no idea exactly how to do it or to what extent. The reward is a trait of your choice up to excellent grade quality with its rank increased by 1. Child of Mana Tier +1 doubles the efficiency of converting mana into vitality. Tier +1. This reward is truly top tier. Most importantly, he can choose which trait to upgrade. Among all of Lin's traits, 2 have tiers, one is Child of Mana, and the other is Precognition Skill. Using it to upgrade Precognition Skill wouldn't be a bad choice either. Lin was tempted either of these traits would be incredibly useful to him. Furthermore, second hint, trigger a hidden quest. After completing the above quest, a special hidden quest will unlock. If it had been just the first quest, Lin might have given up and simply cut down the old willow tree with a chainsaw. But this second quest was a whole different story. A special hidden quest. It was the first time Lin had ever seen a quest prompt like this, but the prerequisite was completing the previous quest first. Now there was only one question left. How was he supposed to complete the quest? It says to alter the old willow tree in the maze, but in reality, it's the mutated old willow tree that needs to be altered, right? Lin murmured to himself. The mutated old willow tree had already undergone a mutation. It originally had two traits, mutation factor and abnormal growth. Now, the mutation factor trait had disappeared, perhaps hidden, and in its place were the excellent grade mystery and the spirit grade abnormal growth. Lin's thoughts were clear. To alter the mutated old willow tree, he would have to start with its existing traits. The mutation factor worked such that the stronger the stimulus, the higher the chance of triggering a mutation. Now that the mutant old willow no longer possesses this trait, that method is no longer effective. I'll have to start with its current trait mystery, Lin thought to himself. The trait mystery, rated excellent grade. Lin didn't know what its specific abilities were, nor could he check. Mystery. Lin furrowed his brow. The mutated old willow wasn't human. It had no eyes, no mouth, couldn't see, couldn't speak, and communication was simply impossible. How could he possibly change such a reclusive demon tree? I can't speak to it. It has no eyes, and I can't keep watering it either. That leaves only one option: sound. Lin's mind raced, and an old news story suddenly popped into his head. The news report described how, in the kingdom of the three suns, people would play rousing music for their rice and other crops to help them grow better. This news story, this whole thing sounded pretty crazy, but in the kingdom of the three suns, it seemed to work quite well. This isn't a common grade willow tree. It's a mutated tree, a demonic tree that absorbs mana. I'll have to use the appropriate method. Lin thought of the little black cat again. Under normal circumstances, it would continue wandering and evolve into a seductive succubus in 3 years, but under his care, it would be adopted and, 3 years from now, become a righteous investigator for Bureau 314. How it turns out depends entirely on its upbringing. Upbringing is everything. Lin wasn't sure what he was muttering to himself, but it just felt right. After all, there was some logic to why the old willow tree had grown increasingly dark. After all, back then, he'd been feeding it poison every day, eager for it to die sooner so it could be reincarnated. How could that possibly result in a decent, upright tree? Having thought it through, Lin decided to give it a try. As it happened, while stocking up on supplies, he bought whatever caught his eye. In his spatial pocket, he had a few radios stashed away, their memory cards loaded with children's songs, square dance tunes, and all sorts of other music. He thought they might come in handy someday in the future, but he never expected to need them so soon. A sense of satisfaction welled up inside Lin just as he expected. He truly planned ahead. He took out a red radio. It was extremely durable, had an ultra-long battery life of 128 hours without needing a charge, and even came with built-in MP4 functionality. He flipped the radio's switch on, pressed the play button, and one song after another appeared before Lin's eyes. Playlist, Little Jumping Frog, Baby, A Grateful Heart, and more. When Lin saw the song A Grateful Heart, her eyes lit up. She'd play this one. Gratitude. She had to be grateful. If not for her own careful nurturing and encouragement, how could the mutated old willow tree have ever become the lord of the misty realm? After setting A Grateful Heart to repeat, Lin took out a small shovel and dug a hole beneath the old willow tree's trunk. She turned down the volume on the radio, placed it under the tree's roots, covered it with soil, and carefully smoothed the surface to disguise it. It was Sunday, and by daytime, there were bound to be some mischievous kids coming here to play. She didn't want them to find and take the radio away. After burying and camouflaging it, Lin listened intently. With his vitality in the high 30s and his keen perception, he could faintly hear a soft song. Anyone else would certainly be unable to hear it. Having finished all this, Lin left with a sense of satisfaction, intending to let the mutated old willow tree listen to A Grateful Heart on repeat for a day. When he returned that evening, he would check to see if the mutated old willow tree had undergone any changes. Lin left the park. He took a ride-hailing car to Gupulu, an antique shop in Jinmao Market. Shichi was still minding the shop today. As Lin walked into Gupulu, Shichi was brewing tea, getting ready to start her day of slacking off. Today she was wearing a similar style traditional blue dress, looking just like a young apprentice sister straight out of a fantasy tale. She was absolutely beautiful and adorable. Especially those big, lively eyes. Just one glance was enough to leave a lasting impression. When Chi-Chi saw Lin arrive, a flash of joy lit up her big eyes, and she stood up from behind the counter and walked over. Today, Lin was wearing casual slacks and a white shirt, a laid-back outfit that further highlighted his tall, slender figure and fair complexion, giving off a clean, sunny vibe. It made people instinctively take a liking to him. Lin, finally I don't have to be so bored all by myself. Chi-Chi's voice was soft and sweet, and she meant every word. Being alone in the store, with nothing to do but play on her phone, had been a bit boring. Having a friend she could actually click with something of a rarity to chat about short videos in the WeChat group and talk about everything under the sun made things so much more fun. Lin looked at the naturally adorable Chi-Chi in front of him and said, "I won't be staying long, I have to go see a friend at noon." According to the plan, Lin was going to smelt a bronze statue today and then discuss what kind of creation they could cast. However, it was still a bit too early for that. His friend was quite unique, he never got out of bed before noon, a true night owl and self-proclaimed immortal cultivator. She is also a Billy content creator with 1 million followers who loves casting all kinds of weapons and gear, from ancient legendary weapons and anime-style weapons to Eastern light armor and Western plate armor. She leaves no stone unturned. Plus, with her naturally exaggerated chest muscles, it made perfect sense to Lin that she'd amassed over 1 million followers. "I see," Chi-Chi said with a hint of regret, nodding and uttering a soft "oh." She suddenly remembered something and said, "That thing you asked me to look into yesterday, I found out. It's about the other artifacts unearthed from the Nisha River. Some of them are at my uncle's shop. If you want to see them, we can go tomorrow afternoon." The other artifacts? Lin was immediately intrigued. The fact that they were unearthed alongside the bronze statue meant they were at least from the same era, or, in terms of quality and other aspects, they had to be of comparable value. Since they were comparable, was it possible that 3 years from now, the bronze artifacts unearthed together might also become something like the ancient bronze demon? Or perhaps other valuable treasures? Items like seeds found in pottery or stone steels held infinite possibilities. Chapter 26, Precognition Skill. Lottery. What Lin was most concerned about was what exactly would be unearthed. While items like the bronze statue certainly had value, what he was truly looking forward to were the stone steels or the seeds. Would these artifacts from an unknown era, in this age on the brink of mana awakening and the martial invasion, reignite their former glory? Or perhaps even shine even more brilliantly? Who knows? "What kind of things does your uncle have over there?" Lin asked. Chi-Chi pressed her slender finger against her chin, hummed thoughtfully, and said, "I don't know, we'll have to go and see. You know, back in the day, these items could be traded freely. Regulations have tightened significantly over the past 2 years. Although you can still acquire them and trade them later, some items must undergo inspection by specialists. During the inspection process, some items might be confiscated, and the owner is compensated with a monetary reward. Don't worry, that bronze statue has already been inspected and found to be in order. Among the bronze statues inspected in the same batch, a bronze lion was confiscated reportedly. The owner was compensated with 100,000 yuan. Lin really had no idea about these inner workings of the antiques industry. His knowledge of the field was limited to watching a few antique appraisal shows. He hadn't expected that these antiques and treasures now required screening and review by specialists. The bronze lion Chi-Chi mentioned had been confiscated during the review process, with a compensation of 100,000 yuan. That was no small sum. The average salaried worker couldn't save that much money even after working hard for 2 whole years. But since what was confiscated was an ancient artifact and most likely a bronze lion from an unknown era, 100,000 yuan was practically a bargain. Ever since the regulations were tightened, my uncle has been living a carefree life. He doesn't like doing business with strangers, it involves too much hassle. Chi-Chi picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea guanyin. The green tea broth gave off a delicate fragrance as she said, "If I introduce you, he'll still be willing to meet you. How about tomorrow at 3 p.m? Tomorrow at 3 p.m, huh?" Lin didn't agree right away. This was a business matter. Chi-Chi hadn't mentioned money, but he certainly had his own calculations in mind. After buying the bronze statue yesterday, he had just over 100,000 yuan left. That might be enough for a bargain, but when dealing with serious collectors, that amount won't even be a drop in the bucket. So when Chi-Chi suggested 3 p.m. tomorrow, Lin felt it was a bit too soon. With such a short notice, even if he asked his mom for a huge sum, it might not be enough. Besides, when it came to sums in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, even if he actually asked for it, his own mother might not be willing to give it to him. Money. Lin felt a bit stuck. Although he didn't have a job and was essentially unemployed, he heard the saying, money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to swallow. Where could he possibly come up with such a huge sum in just a day or two? It seemed the only option was to buy a lottery ticket. The welfare lottery draws tonight at 8 p.m., and tickets can be purchased at any welfare lottery outlet up until half an hour before the draw. His trait, the precognition skill, allowed him to see not only 3 years into the future but also the very next day. At the thought of using his foresight to buy lottery tickets and make a tidy sum in a short time, Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He was getting a bit restless at the antique shop, so after staying until past 11 p.m., Lin said goodbye to Chi-Chi and left. As he was leaving, he could tell Chi-Chi was a bit reluctant to part ways. She hadn't had her fill of chatting yet. In the past, when she shared short videos in the Penguin group chat, aside from her groupmates, no one around her in real life was interested at all. Now that she finally met a kindred spirit, she truly wished they met sooner. See you tomorrow afternoon, Lin said after setting a time with her. He left Gupulu and headed to a welfare lottery shop near the main entrance of Jinmo Market. The shop covered a fair amount of space, and the owner was a woman who still had her charm. She was engrossed in a TV drama, while the blackboard on the wall displayed the winning numbers from previous draws. There were also red celebratory banners enthusiastically announcing that lottery players had won second prizes of over 100,000 or 200,000. Inside the shop were 2 middle-aged men. One was on the thin side, with very disheveled hair, and was bent over a piece of paper, writing and calculating. The other, a balding middle-aged man, held a pen and glanced at the past winning numbers from time to time. He was so focused that he didn't even lift his eyes to look at Lin. Winning the jackpot in the magical welfare lottery has never been an easy feat. If it weren't for his precognition skill trait, a superpower that felt like cheating, Lin wouldn't even have considered stepping into the store, let alone buying a lottery ticket. Lin's arrival caught the attention of the female shop owner. Still radiating charm, she tapped her phone screen to pause the video she was watching the moment she saw him. After sizing him up for a few moments, she thought to herself, what a handsome young man. He is so much more handsome than her own ugly son, who takes after his father. While she was sizing Lin up, Lin's gaze was fixed on the winning numbers printed in black and white. Super Lottery, issue 24225, October 11, 2027. Winning numbers 05, 20, 21, 22, 3203, 04. First prize, 9.55 million. Second prize, 247,000. Lin's expression grew serious as he activated his trait precognition skill. Prompt, present, future? Present. He chose the present moment. Lin's black eyes pierced through time, transcending the boundaries of time, and a pure white light screen faded before his eyes. The next day, October 14, at the same welfare lottery store, on the same blackboard. Information appeared in a previously blank area of the blackboard. One by one, the numbers came into Lin's view. Super Lotto, issue 24226, October 14, 2027. Winning numbers 01, 02, 06, 09, 24, 01, 03. First prize, 8.59 million. Second prize, 230,000. 01, 02, 06, 09, 24. 01. 03. Lin firmly committed this sequence of numbers to memory. As the duration of his precognition skill came to an end, the dazed look in Lin's eyes gave way to renewed alertness. Scratch, the middle-aged man next to him was still scribbling away with a pencil, calculating numbers on a piece of paper. Lin also picked up a sheet of white paper, gripped a pencil, and wrote the numbers on it, 01, 03, 06, 09, 24. He had intentionally written the second set of numbers incorrectly. His goal was clear, it had always been the second prize. Finally, after writing down the 2 sets of numbers 01 and 03, he didn't hesitate for a moment. Clutching the slip of paper, he walked toward the sales counter. This set of numbers super lololato, Lin said as he handed over the paper. The shopkeeper took the paper and smiled, saying, "Okay, young man, how many tickets would you like?" 100 tickets. Lin smiled slightly. Using his precognition skill to buy lottery tickets definitely couldn't be a regular thing. It was more of a one-time use item. Using it too often would make people suspect something was off. For a one-time deal like this, buying a few extra tickets couldn't hurt. "Okay, it's all set. The drawing is at 8 p.m. tonight. Hold on to it and don't lose it." The shopkeeper handed the printed ticket to Lin. "Got it." After taking the ticket, Lin scanned the QR code with his phone to pay 200 yuan. After leaving the lottery shop, Lin held the white paper ticket, staring at the numbers on it: 01, 03, 06, 09, 24, 01, 03. Chapter 27, Mad Fire Skeletons Wiped Out. This sequence of numbers was the winning combination she had foreseen. Lin tucked it into her spatial pocket. She then hailed a ride-hailing car. Her friend lived in the western suburbs of Luodu, and her entire home could be described as her personal workshop. It was fully equipped with all kinds of smelting equipment and tools, everything one could possibly need. It was quite rare for a girl to have such a physically demanding hobby as metalworking. It'll take over 40 minutes to get to Joya Ur's place. I guess I'll just have to wait. Lin sat in the backseat of the ride-hailing car, resting while scrolling through his phone. It looked like Lin was scrolling through his phone, but in reality, he was thinking about tomorrow's plans. Tomorrow afternoon, he'd be heading out with Chi-Chi to visit her uncle to prepare for the transaction. Before the transaction, he'd have to stop by the martial arts hall in the morning to continue learning the profound secrets of martial arts from his master, Qin Xinglang. With just a few more days of training, he'd be able to fully master these profound secrets. I wonder what kind of collectibles Chi-Chi's uncle has in his possession. As Lin thought it over, something suddenly occurred to him. Yesterday and today, he had acquired the trait Son of Mana and his attributes had increased. Tomorrow, he would be involved in a transaction involving excavated artifacts. So, what would his fate be 3 years from now? Compared to yesterday, his strength had increased significantly. Surely, 3 years from now, he wouldn't end up as a madfire undead again. With that in mind, Lin decided to check his own information. Prompt: present future? Future. Information: future, Lin profile, an awakened who had already embarked on the path of evolution long before the mana awakening truly began. On October 14, 2027, he was the victim of an ambush orchestrated by Wei Tao, leader of the progressive faction, and ultimately died despite medical efforts. After death, the skeleton was tainted by the Frenzy Flame curse. Current status: Frenzy Flame skeleton, with strength at the tempering stage early. After reading this description, Lin's grip on his phone tightened involuntarily. On October 14, 2027, he was the victim of an attack orchestrated by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction, and ultimately died despite medical efforts. Wasn't this supposed to be the fate of his cousin, Lin Ying? A few days ago, after he had preemptively taken over Lin Ying's schedule, her fate had already changed. She would no longer die in the October 14 attack, but would instead become the leader of the Hongshan group at Bureau 314. The cycle of cause and effect. How could it be that this October 14 attack had now found its way to him? Lin suddenly recalled a famous line from a movie: "If you toy with time, time will toy with you." A powerful sense of fate crashed through Lin's heart and mind. The future she had altered herself was actually backfiring, taking its toll on her. If she hadn't acted on a sudden impulse to glance at her future information, she would likely have died from her injuries after the attack tomorrow. Nor would he have known that he would die in an attack orchestrated by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction. Lin pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the blood vessels in his head throbbing. The most absurd part of this future information was this. Even though he would die from his injuries on October 14, 2027, 3 years later, he would still be contaminated by the Frenzy Flame curse. The difference was that 3 years from now, he would no longer be a Frenzy Flame undead, but would have become a Frenzy Flame skeleton. His strength would have declined from the peak of the late spirit stage to the early tempering stage. This was the weakest version of himself among all the future scenarios Lin had seen, even if it was merely a frenzy flame skeleton. The fate of being tainted by the frenzy flame in the future remained unchanged. What had changed was the timing of his death. An overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of this inescapable destiny swept over him. Ever since learning that 3 years from now would mark the dark era of the Mana Awakening and the Martial Invasion, Lin had been striving relentlessly to alter the tragic fate awaiting his future self and his loved ones. Yes, he had changed a great deal. He had also grown much stronger. But now, the information from the future reveals that tomorrow, he is set to die in a meticulously planned ambush. It would have been better not to have tried at all. If he hadn't tried, he might have had a few more years of good life. But by trying, he is left with only a few days to live. Lin shook his head, refusing to dwell on such thoughts. Since he now knew that tomorrow, due to the trade deal, he would be ambushed by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction, and die despite medical efforts. So, if he skipped the deal tomorrow and cancelled it, what would happen then? Judging from past experience, that saying "you toy with time, and time will toy with you" was utter nonsense in this world. Time wouldn't give him the time of day. With that in mind, Lin decided to try changing the future. He opened WeChat on his phone and initiated a video call with Chi-Chi. The video call connected. Chi-Chi was bored, peeling Longdon fruit with both hands. "Hey, Lin. You look a little down. Have you eaten yet?" Her first words were to ask if he'd eaten. "No, I just feel a bit down." Lin forced a smile and, as he spoke, chose to view Chi-Chi's information panel. Prompt: present future? Future. Info future, Chi-Chi description: a young girl with ancient blood flowing through her veins and exceptional natural talent. On October 14, 2027, she was the victim of an attack orchestrated by Wei Tao, leader of the progressive faction, and ultimately died despite medical efforts. He remembered checking her future information the first time he met Chi-Chi. 3 years later, Chi-Chi had awakened her ancient bloodline and transformed into a Supreme Awakened. She had reached the peak of the spirit stage, an absolutely formidable realm. Furthermore, she possessed 3 flawless grade traits in terms of true combat power. She might even be stronger than her master, Qin Xinglang, 3 years from now. Looking at this trait again, the Chi-Chi who would awaken her ancient bloodline 3 years from now no longer existed. Tomorrow, she and Lin would be attacked together by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction, and declared dead after rescue efforts failed. Wei Tao of the progressive faction. Lin committed this name to memory once again. The first time this name appeared in the future information was because his cousin, Lin Ing, would be attacked and killed by him on the 14th. The second and third times, it was Lin and Chi-Chi who were outright wiped out. This man was far too dangerous, and this progressives faction, whatever organization it belonged to, had become synonymous with absolute danger in Lin's mind. After thinking it over, Lin said bluntly, "Chi-Chi, something came up suddenly tomorrow, so I can't make it. How about we reschedule for another day?" "Oh, but I already said." "Never mind, it's fine. I still have time to talk to my uncle about it now. I'm hanging up. I'll message you later," Chi-Chi said in a fluster. Before she hung up, Lin checked her future messages again. A new message page appeared before Lin's eyes. Message future, Chi-Chi profile: a young girl who has awakened her ancient bloodline and transformed into an awakened being of supreme power, possessing the supreme spirit stage peak. She is deeply loyal and loyal to a fault. Due to the disappearance of her secret crush Lin, she has nearly gone mad, repeatedly risking her life to storm the death-level flaming Lord Esubis and battle its ruler. She possesses traits: ancient bloodline flawless grade, treasure-loving luck flawless grade tier 2, Qin Xans true scripture flawless grade, and more. Chapter 28, The Peak Realm. Chi-Chi's future information has changed. When they agreed to meet for a transaction tomorrow at 3 p.m., both she and Chi-Chi would be attacked in an ambush orchestrated by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction, and die despite medical efforts. After canceling the 3 p.m. transaction tomorrow, Chi-Chi's information returned to normal. That's not right. Lin took a closer look at Chi-Chi's future information and discovered that several details had changed. 3 years from now, she would still have awakened her superancient bloodline and reached the peak of the Supreme Spirit stage. She looked at the other changes. Lin remembered that previously, Chi-Chi's future information had described her as having gone nearly mad due to the disappearance of her close friend, Lin. But looking at the future information before him now, it had changed to, she was nearly driven mad by the disappearance of her secret crush Lin. Secret crush Lin? Lin froze for a moment. Wasn't she supposed to be his best friend? Lately, the two of them had been chatting about everything under the sun and having a great time together. Lin had already come to regard Chi-Chi as his best friend. When people hang out together like this, they're bound to become best friends in the future, and sure enough, they get along great now too. Nearly going crazy that description, Lin pictured Chi-Chi as she was now. She had long blue hair, stood 165 centimeters tall, and had snow-white skin. Her whole being radiated a lively spirit from the inside out, especially her big, beautiful eyes. As the two chatted and ate, she would occasionally tilt her little head and smile. She was absolutely adorable. It was hard to imagine what Chi-Chi would look like after she went crazy. Let us take another look at her future profile description. Previous profile description: repeatedly risked her life to break into the death-level flame Lord Abyss. Current profile description: has repeatedly risked her life to enter the death-level flame Lord Abyss and engage in fierce combat with the Lord of the Abyss. She has directly clashed with the Lord of the Abyss on multiple occasions. For Chi-Chi at the peak of the spirit stage to risk her life and engage in repeated battles, this Lord of the Abyss must be no pushover. He must be some terrifying, evolved entity from 3 years in the future. Chi-Chi Lin thought of Chi-Chi, and a wave of emotion washed over him. To have such a close friend, one willing to go through fire and water for him and whom he could trust completely, was truly a tremendous stroke of luck. Lin felt a warm glow in his heart as he continued reading the trait information. Originally, Chi-Chi's flawless grade trait, treasure hunting luck, had advanced to abundant treasure luck flawless grade tier 2. It seemed that interacting with him had been beneficial for her. If it weren't for her stronger trait treasure hunting luck flawless grade level 2, Lin surmised that, based on the information provided, Chi-Chi would likely not have engaged in multiple battles with the Lord of the Celestial Abyss. This Yen Zhu Tian Yuan, what on earth is the Lord of the Celestial Abyss anyway? Lin muttered to herself. Finding the Lord of the Abyss right now wouldn't be easy. But what if he approached it from a different angle? For example, if he brought Chi-Chi to the martial arts hall ahead of time, her future self might be able to slay the Lord of the Abyss. With that in mind, Lin decided to check his own information panel. Now that it was confirmed that Chi-Chi's future had changed, what about his own? Hint: present future? Future. Information future: Lin introduction: an awakened who had already embarked on the path of martial arts long before the mana awakening began. Trained under martial arts grandmaster Qin Xinglang, he possesses astonishing martial talent and has reached the peak of the spirit stage. After death, he was tainted by the frenzy flame curse. His current state is that of a frenzy flame undead, with strength at the peak of the spirit stage. Trait: frenzied flame flawless grade, ruthlessness flawless grade, flame Qin Xans true scripture flawless grade, flame martial arts essence excellent grade tier 3, etc. omitted. Upon seeing the description of himself at the spirit stage peak, Lin felt a sense of anticipation at this level. Perhaps things could change. But as he continued reading, death came as expected, and he once again transformed into a mad fire undead, the difference being that his strength was now also at the spirit stage peak. Several of his traits had changed. The original flawless grade trait tyranny had become ruthlessness, and the excellent grade mad Qinshin school true scripture had become the flawless grade flame Qinshin school true scripture. It seems the power to change isn't strong enough yet. Lin put down his phone, closed his eyes, and rested. He didn't want to think about these troubling matters anymore. Half an hour later, the ride-hailing car had arrived at the destination. Lin arrived at his friend Zhou Er's home, a modern-style white villa. Zhou Er came from a well-off family. This residence, which served as both a studio and a home, covered an area of over 400 square meters, a considerable fortune even in the suburbs of Luodu. The entire residence featured 2 underground levels and 3.5 above-ground levels, complete with an elevator, an underground garage, and more. Just as Lin had guessed, his arrival coincided with Joya Ura's mealtime. After tucking into some roast goose and king crab, Lin marveled at how Joya Ur, at just 23 years old, was already living such a carefree and comfortable life. After dinner, Lin and Joye headed to the studio on the first floor. Joye stood at the doorway. She was 170 centimeters tall, wearing light blue skinny jeans. Her tight black hoodie hugged her curves, creating a prominent silhouette, and paired with a denim jacket, it further highlighted her vibrant, graceful figure. Although her name includes the character for elegance, she was anything but. With her usual sunny, single ponytail, slightly arched eyebrows, and a smile revealing a row of pearly white teeth, she was incredibly cheerful, as if she could dispel any gloom. Every day was filled with passion and energy. "Lin, can we open the box now?" Joya Ur walked up to the workbench, turned her head, and said to Lin. She had already messaged Lin before she arrived. The message described something amazing that Joya Ur had never seen before: top quality materials. Hearing that it was top quality material and something special, Joya Ur had even woken up an hour earlier that morning, driven by anticipation to see exactly what this special thing Lin had mentioned was. Sure. Lin set the box she was carrying down on the stainless steel workbench, tore open the cardboard packaging, and under the glow of the work lights, a bronze statue came into view. It was an ancient-looking statue with a two-headed face that was both majestic and ferocious, holding a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. Truly magnificent. Is this the top-quality material you were talking about? Joye straightened her back, making herself appear even taller, and said with a smile, melting down a bronze statue: that sounds like a lot of fun. I've never done it before, so let us give it a try. Joye hadn't even considered the possibility that it might be an antique. Who would melt down an antique? This was clearly a modern craft replica. Lin, tell me, what do you plan to make with it after melting it down? Joya asked Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin replied, a bronze sword, antique style, but with the advantages of modern design. Don't you think that's a bit contradictory? Joya rolled her eyes, then grabbed the bronze statue with both hands. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that this bronze statue was a bit odd. It wasn't just odd, it was also incredibly heavy. Chapter 29, Sword Forging Trait, Devour. Joya lifted the bronze statue again. It was heavy, so heavy it felt like she was holding a small mountain. The bronze statue was sizable, but it shouldn't have been this heavy. Who knows? This might actually be some great material. Joya let go of the statue. She straightened her back, her single ponytail swaying as she flashed her pearly white teeth in a joyful smile. She truly loved forging all kinds of things, and coming across such unique materials was right up her alley. Seeing Joya's sunny smile, Lin's mood lifted considerably as well. On the way here just a moment ago, her mood had been somewhat gloomy, but now, that gloom had dissipated under her sunny smile. When should we start? Lin knew Joya's personality. She was impatient and never liked to drag her feet when doing anything. From the very first day she met her, Joye had struck her as decisive, cheerful, and always smiling. And she was incredibly beautiful, too. The only thing that contradicted her personality was that, despite being decisive and quick on her feet, she loved to sleep in. She almost never woke up before noon. Right now, immediately. A masterfully crafted, peerless ancient bronze sword is about to be forged right here. Watch closely. Joya naturally winked her left eye when she saw Lin looking at her. With that single wink, Lin felt that her personality was truly endearing. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. Prompt, present, future? Lin was checking Joya's information gradually. This was becoming a habit of his. Whenever he met friends or family, or had some free time, the first thing he did was check the target's information, both present and future. All. Info present, Joya profile, a science major passionate about forging, with a cheerful personality and craftsmanship beyond her years. She is also one of Bilibili's top 100 content creators. Possesses traits, focus spirit grade, forging spirit grade. Information future, Joya profile, a mid-spirit stage awakened obsessed with forging. She possesses astonishing natural talent, but due to a lack of legacy in spirit artifact forging, she can only slowly figure things out on her own. Her base came under siege by the progressive faction and monsters, resulting in heavy casualties. To protect her family, she chose to risk everything in this desperate situation to forge a spirit-imbued divine artifact, pouring all her heart and energy into it. However, the forging failed, and she died from the backlash. Her last words were, "Please, you are their only hope." Information on 2 traits. Seeing Joya-Ur's current traits, even Lin was surprised. Aside from his master, Qin Xinglang, Joya-Ur was the person with the most unique and outstanding traits he had ever seen, bar none. Chi-Chi's traits, 1 flawless grade and 1 excellent grade, were certainly impressive, but those stemmed from bloodline and destiny, respectively, and were entirely different from Joya-Ur's. Joya-Ur's traits, focus and forging. These 2 spirit grade traits could only be attained through long-term dedication and study. Lin knew Joya-Ur's craftsmanship was good enough to forge a bronze sword, and certainly capable of destroying a bronze statue. He hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. Her skills were far superior to what he imagined. He then looked at the information on Joya-Ur's future. She has reached the supernatural realm through smithing, with her cultivation at the mid-spirit stage. This talent is nothing short of astonishing. However, the story takes a turn. 3 years later, following the Mana Awakening and the martial invasion, the base where Joya-Ur is stationed comes under siege by the expansionists and monsters. Her family is still inside that base. Lin didn't know just how brutal that desperate situation would be, but she could imagine the future scenario. Driven to the brink, she would have no choice but to risk forging a spirit-imbued divine weapon. Hoping to save her family with this weapon, she failed as expected due to the lack of a legacy in forging such weapons. After suffering a backlash, she died in despair. "Please, you are their only hope." These were her last words. It was clear from them that she knew, at that moment, there was no saving her. Even as she lay dying, she was still pinning her hopes on the failed spirit-imbued weapon she had forged. Lin closed the inspect skill window and turned her gaze to Joya-Ur standing before her. She was just as optimistic and cheerful as ever, completely absorbed in the bronze sword she was about to forge. Who could have imagined that, 3 years later, she would die after enduring such despair? Too many people have died in Mana Awakening. But Lin still felt that Joya-Ur's fate was far too tragic. She had always been immersed in and passionate about forging, ultimately pinning her hopes on it only to have them shattered. He couldn't imagine how utterly devastated she must have been at that moment. She must have been completely disheartened. "That's far worse than my own future," Lin thought to herself. Before coming here, Lin had considered that the bronze statue possessed 2 traits: bronze heart and sturdiness. She wondered if the process of forging a weapon using electric currents or other methods might unlock the material's potential, perhaps even allowing her to forge a true spirit sword. But after seeing the information about Joya-Ur's future, Lin gave up immediately. It was simply impossible. Even after her Mana Awakening, when Joya-Ur had already reached the mid-spirit stage, all her painstaking attempts to forge a spirit-imbued weapon had ended in failure. She had even died from a backlash. Clearly, in this era, forging a spirit-imbued weapon without the aid of traits was simply impossible. "As long as I can preserve the copper core and make it sturdy enough to use as a weapon that won't wear down, that's enough," Lin thought to herself. She had already let go of some unrealistic expectations regarding the weapon she was about to obtain. Joya-Ur was a professional. She carefully placed the bronze statue into the furnace. The raging flames burned fiercely as the temperature continued to rise, melting the bronze statue. The flames illuminated her cheeks. Joya-Ur was completely absorbed in the task, utterly focused. Gradually, something's not quite right. Normally, bronze melts at around 800 to 900 degrees, but this one hasn't budged at all. Joya-Ur sensed something was off, but then it dawned on her this really was something special. Instantly, she grew even more excited. She turned up the heat even more. Throughout the entire process, Lin watched from the side. The furnace's temperature continued to rise until it reached 1,200 degrees. The bronze statue could no longer hold up and gradually began to transform from solid metal into liquid, melting into molten copper. Lin knew that the bronze statue melting into molten copper meant that the ancient bronze demon, one of the masterminds behind the monster tide 3 years in the future, had been completely eradicated. A system notification appeared before his eyes. Notice, you have melted the monster tide attacker bronze green demon spirit stage late. You have obtained the bonus reward for the monster tide event, plus 500 points cumulative, 1,674 points. Defeating the bronze ancient demon earned him an additional 500 points. Lin felt a bit disappointed. Previously, when he defeated the color-changing succubus and others, there had been additional trait rewards, but this time, it seemed there weren't any. It was indeed a bit disappointing. Hint: by fusing the monster bronze green demon death class, a special quest has been triggered. Weapons forged from the materials obtained by fusing the bronze green demon will, upon successful forging, be imbued with the trait Devour Excellent Grade Tier 1. Upon successful forging, I'll gain an excellent grade trait. Lin's Spirit Sword. His initial disappointment vanished completely, replaced by intense excitement. This feeling was even more exhilarating and joyful than if he had obtained an excellent grade trait himself. As long as Joya successfully forges the bronze sword, it will gain the excellent grade trait Devour thanks to the triggered special quest. What kind of weapon would a bronze sword with an excellent grade trait be? Lin couldn't help but think of the information he received about Joya's future. She had died tragically from a backlash after failing to forge a spirit-imbued divine artifact. Watching her focused figure, Lin didn't disturb her. He thought to himself, if she succeeds in forging the bronze sword, it means something Joya couldn't achieve even at the cost of her life 3 years from now will actually be accomplished before the mana awakening begins. Truly, fate is a mysterious thing. Chapter 30, Spirit Sword. Swallowing gold. Forging a weapon is no simple process. Most of Lin's knowledge of weapon forging came from a foreign TV show, The Blade Forging Championship. The process of crafting weapons is generally similar, but in the hands of different craftsmen, the same materials can produce completely different blades. Time passed slowly. Throughout the entire process of forging the bronze sword, Joya didn't say a single word. She was completely immersed in her work. From the hilt and guard to the hammering of the blade, the molten bronze underwent constant transformations under her hands. Under the combined effect of the blazing fire and the press adjusted to operate at a fixed frequency, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, the bronze sword took shape. The bronze sword was approximately 70 centimeters long including the hilt and other parts. Its total length exceeded 90 centimeters. A standard antique-style bronze sword wouldn't normally be this long, but Joya had modernized the design. For example, the blade featured a blood groove that ran along half its length. Furthermore, the blade displayed a pattern resembling Damascus steel. It was absolutely stunning. The hilt is crafted from premium ebony, with a rich, varied grain that, once waxed, gleams as beautifully as gold. Joya stood with her hands on her hips, the brand new bronze sword resting on the workbench. The golden glow of the blade truly rivaled that of gold. It was even more dazzling. In all her years of forging weapons, Joya had never witnessed anything like this. It's so beautiful, so magnificent. Phew, it's finally done. It's gorgeous, Lin. Where did you find materials like this? After hours of hard work, she didn't feel the slightest bit tired as she gazed at the perfect weapon before her. On the contrary, the weapon's perfection made her even more excited. If she'd known, she would recorded the entire crafting process to post on her channel. Just based on the quality of this bronze sword alone, it would definitely be a viral hit. It was at that very moment. A message appeared before Lin's eyes. Notice, successfully forged the bronze sword, completed a special quest, and received the quest reward, trait Devour Excellent Grade. This trait has been infused into the weapon. A purple crystal core appeared inside the blade of the bronze sword. It melted and spread, infusing every inch and every corner of the sword. As a result, the entire sword once again radiated an even more fluid glow. It captivated the attention of both Lin and Joya. Hurry up and pick it up to take a look. Joya suppressed her urge to grab it first and urged Lin to pick it up and see if it felt right in his hand. Okay. Lin reached out and gripped the hilt of the bronze sword. The instant his hand touched it, he felt a warm sensation press closely against his skin. The vitality within his body flowed through his skin, fusing completely with the sword. He had no doubt that when he swung this sword, the power of his vitality would be fully unleashed. There was no need for Zhou Ye to temper it further with the power of his own vitality and the sword's ability to harness that power. Whether it was tempered or not no longer mattered. It was more than capable of cutting through iron like mud. After raising the bronze sword, Lin felt its weight, then tried slashing and chopping with every strike. It seemed as though he could even slice through the air. Zhou Ye watched with growing excitement and hurriedly said, "This is the most beautiful sword I've ever forged, bar none." "Lin, hurry up and give it a name." Since ancient times, the sword has been known as the king of all weapons, and stories of legendary swords have been passed down through the ages. Every legendary sword must have its own name and its own legend. At that moment, Lin gripped the bronze sword tightly in his hand and thought for a moment about what name to give it. Since it already possessed the trait Devour, why not call it the Demon-Slaying Sword? Demon-Slaying Sword. That's what it will be called from now on. As Lin spoke the name, the bronze sword seemed to stir slightly. It possessed a spirit of its own. Seeing such a spirit in the weapon, Lin could barely contain his joy. View information. Prompt, present, future? Show me everything. Information present, demon-slaying sword description, forged from melted ancient bronze statues through masterful craftsmanship, it possesses extraordinary strength. It can devour similar items to absorb their essence and manifest varying levels of power depending on the strength of its master. Trait, Devour Excellent Grade Tier 1, Copper Core Advanced Grade, Tenacity Common Grade. Information future, demon-slaying sword description, a spirit sword fully awakened after mana awakening, possessing spirit stage strength. It can devour similar items and absorb their essence. The weapon's ultimate power is determined by the strength of its master. Trait, Devour Excellent Grade Tier 3, Demon Copper Excellent Grade, Indestructible Excellent Grade, Summon Lightning Spirit Grade, Master the Void Spirit Grade, etc. The first trait describes the demon-slaying sword currently in my hand. Just as I thought. It is already a sword of the transcendent realm, capable of unleashing varying levels of power based on its own strength. The traits Copper Heart and Tenacity remain intact, but Devour is particularly noteworthy. It can devour similar items and grow ever stronger. If this is indeed the case, the demon-slaying sword's future potential is limitless. Looking further down at the information regarding the demon-slaying sword 3 years from now confirms this. 3 years from now, the demon-slaying sword will have evolved to the spirit stage, possessing 3 excellent grade traits, as well as divine and extraordinary powers such as summoning lightning and mastery of the void. After reading the information, Lin was even more satisfied with the demon-slaying sword in his hand. How does it feel? Zhou Ye's voice rang in his ear. Perfect. Far beyond my expectations. Lin couldn't put this sword down. He was just like a little boy who just received a toy sword. It just goes to show that men remain boys at heart until the very end. After playing with it for quite a while, Lin finally noticed Zhou Ye's eager gaze. He couldn't help but think of the future, when she would risk her life to forge a spirit-imbued divine sword, only to ultimately fail, her Tao dissipating and her life ending. For now, the demon-slaying sword was already a masterpiece forged by her own hands. Here you go. Lin handed her the sword this time. It was Zhou Ye who couldn't put it down. She truly adored this sword. She exclaimed, compared to this demon-slaying sword, the swords I forged before feel like nothing more than toys. Zhou Ye's admiration didn't end there. The workshop had a dedicated area for testing swords. After preparing the space and setting up a straw dummy, Zhou Ye tried swinging the sword. To her astonishment, she discovered that even though the blade hadn't been sharpened, it was incredibly sharp. It could effortlessly cut through almost any object. Throughout the entire process, the cuts were smooth, with no resistance whatsoever. Even Lin watched in amazement. After all, Zhou Ye didn't have much vitality to draw upon. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Is this really a sword I forged? Even the usually confident Zhou Ye found it hard to believe. She reminded Lin, be careful when you play with this sword. It really cuts through metal like butter. Don't accidentally hurt anyone or yourself. Don't worry. It's getting late. I should be going. We'll play together another day. After putting away the demon-slaying sword, Lin said goodbye to Joya and left. Before he left, Joya walked him all the way to his ride-hailing car, her eyes filled with deep attachment and reluctance as she looked at the sword case Lin was holding. Don't forget to help me find the materials. I'll reimburse you for everything. She made a point of reminding Lin again, afraid he might forget. Sure, I'll keep an eye out. Go home now. Lin replied. The so-called finding materials was because Joya had set her sights on the demon-slaying sword and wanted to forge a fine sword of her own, so she made a special arrangement with Lin. If they ever came across another top-tier item like that bronze statue, she had to have it. She was willing to pay any price, no matter how high, as long as he brought her the materials. That was all that mattered. The fact that she was this determined showed just how exceptional the demon-slaying sword really was. It was nearly 8 p.m. The ride-hailing car pulled up in front of the welfare lottery store. Lin, carrying the sword case in one hand, pushed open the door to the store. At that moment, there were more than 10 people inside. The Super Lulu lottery drawing was about to begin. Lin reached into his pocket. He pulled out a lottery ticket with the numbers he bought that day: 01, 02, 06, 09, 24, 01, 03. Chapter 31, Winning 23 Million. Tucking the ticket into his pants pocket, Lin pushed open the door and walked inside. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin saw that the scruffy guy and the bald middle-aged man he met while buying his ticket at noon were still there, presumably waiting for the winning numbers to be announced. It was almost time. The draw was about to begin. I heard some jerk won 5,000 last time. What a fucking stroke of luck, the man said with an accent. The bald middle-aged man spoke with great enthusiasm. Compared to the first prize, 5,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Old Lou, are you still going for 100 tickets this time? You bet. 100 tickets, no guts, no winnings. Old Lou was a middle-aged man, dressed simply, but he spoke with great confidence. He then asked, Old Jiang, just one ticket again today? Ah, for me, it's all about taking part. One can't compare to a rich guy like you. The bald middle-aged man held up a lottery ticket. It really was just 2 yuan per ticket. Lin thought back to how he'd been racking his brain and crunching numbers at noon, then looked at the 2 yuan ticket he'd bought. It really was all about the experience. For just 2 yuan, he could enjoy both the fun of crunching numbers and the thrill of hoping to win. And if he didn't win, well, it was only 2 yuan anyway. He'd already gotten his money's worth and emotional satisfaction. The TV hanging on the wall was showing the countdown to the draw. Lin gathered his thoughts, looked up, and turned his gaze to the TV. Draw number 24226 of the Super Lotto had officially begun. The first ball began to roll, and more than 10 pairs of eyes followed its movement, their eyes practically glowing with anticipation. The first number was revealed, 01. Ah! Why is it 01? The bald middle-aged man stomped his foot in frustration. According to his the first number should have been 05. The sighs of the people around him echoed in Lin's ears. Lin stared at the first number, 01, and couldn't help but recall the vision of the future he'd seen at noon. Using his precognition skill once again floated into his mind. Super Lele Lottery, issue 24226, first prize winning numbers, 01, 02, 06, 09, 24, 01, 03. The second winning ball rolled out, displaying the number 02, followed by 06, 09, 24, 01, 03. The 7-digit sequence unfolded before everyone's eyes. The young man who bought 100 tickets cursed in frustration he hadn't won a single yuan. The bald middle-aged man, whose 7 numbers didn't match a single one, was so angry he started cursing too. Lin looked at the sequence of numbers before him. It was exactly the same as the future he had seen. He looked down again and glanced at the numbers on his own lottery ticket. Super Lotto draw number 24226, 01, 03, 06, 09, 24, 01, 03. Except that the second number was 03 instead of 02, everything else matched. The corners of Lin's mouth curled up slightly without him realizing it. Sure enough, the second prize was a sure thing. I bought a total of 100 tickets for 200 yuan, which means 100 second prize wins, Lin roughly calculated in his head. The second prize was 230,000 yuan. 100 tickets added up to 23 million. A smile spread across Lin's face. He never had that much money in his bank account before, not even once. I'll go claim my prize tomorrow, Lin thought to himself as he pushed open the door and left. As he walked out, the shop owner had already caught sight of him. Thinking back to the numbers the young man had written down when buying the tickets that day, she had a great memory, and combined with the favorable impression she had of Lin, as well as the fact that he bought 100 tickets, she happened to remember the exact numbers he'd chosen. Excitedly, she clapped her hands and shouted, "He won! He won!" "Ma'am, what won?" a regular customer asked. "Just now, that young man who was just here." A short while later, Lin had already left in a ride-hailing car. Inside the lottery shop, more than 10 people were in an uproar, their voices rising significantly. Lin was unaware of their commotion. Not long ago, Chi-Chi and Lin had made plans to go out for hot pot again. The difference was that this time, instead of Haidaleo, they went to an old-school Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant. It wasn't until 10:30 p.m. that Lin returned home. Her grandmother had already fallen asleep, so she tiptoed back to her bedroom. After closing the bedroom door, Lin pulled back the curtains. Her gaze fell on the old willow tree by the lake in the park. A light mist had settled over the park late at night, its long branches hung low, and the night breeze caused the leaves to sway. By the light of the street lamp, Lin saw that the soil where she'd buried the radio at the base of the old willow tree hadn't been disturbed. Since no one had touched it, everything was fine. With the radio's battery life, playing A Grateful Heart for a few more days shouldn't be a problem. It hasn't taken effect after just one day of playing the song. I'll wait another 2 days and see. With that in mind, Lin drew the thick curtains shut once more and took out the exquisite wooden sword case stored in her spatial pocket. The wooden sword case was 102 centimeters long and made of high-quality material. Joyer had insisted on giving it to Lin after seeing just how exceptional the demon-slaying sword was. According to her, a sword like the demon-slaying sword absolutely had to be paired with a sword case worthy of it. He tapped the pure copper clasp and opened the lid of the case. The demon-slaying sword lay quietly inside, radiating a luster that rivaled even gold. The moment it was taken out, it was immediately clear that this was a priceless, peerless sword. Lin gripped the hilt of the demon-slaying sword, lifted it, and stared intently at the details of its blade. He simply couldn't put it down. He'd been too busy during the day to try out the sword, but now he had the time. After playing with the demon-slaying sword for half an hour, Lin suddenly thought of something. The demon-slaying sword's trait Devour allows it to consume similar items, thereby enhancing the sword's own power. At the time, I thought I had to keep looking for bronze statues, but if it's just about devouring, these common grade items from earlier should work too, right? Upon realizing this, Lin felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. "Come out." Lin took out a pure steel kitchen knife from his spatial pocket. Its surface was silvery and shiny, without a single scratch. It was a brand new knife. Then, Lin placed the demon-slaying sword horizontally on the table and tried to position the pure steel kitchen knife next to it, guiding the demon-slaying sword to devour it. A fantastical scene unfolded. The demon-slaying sword acted like a magnet, drawing the pure steel kitchen knife toward it. The moment the knife touched it, it visibly softened. The hard steel simply melted, merging into the demon-slaying sword and being devoured completely. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. That was fast, Lin murmured. He took out another pure steel kitchen knife and placed it next to the demon-slaying sword. The same thing happened again. A brand new kitchen knife was devoured by the demon-slaying sword in less than 10 seconds. It can still eat? Then let it keep eating. Lin still had plenty of kitchen knives stored in his spatial pocket, so he wasn't in a hurry. He kept taking them out and letting the demon-slaying sword devour them. He grew increasingly curious. If it kept eating like this, how would the demon-slaying sword change? Chapter 32, The Demon-Slaying Sword's New Trait. Ruminate. With an endless supply of kitchen knives, Lin kept feeding them to the demon-slaying sword. By the time he had fed it the 20th kitchen knife, the demon-slaying sword absorbed it, and the golden blade fused with the knife. The pure steel kitchen knife melted into a liquid and flowed into the golden blade. The demon-slaying sword suddenly trembled slightly. The patterns on its golden blade began to flow, radiating a subtle golden glow. Lin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Having devoured a full 20 kitchen knives, the demon-slaying sword finally displayed a distinct change. This meant it might have become even more powerful. Maybe. Or maybe not. One glance would tell. View information. Prompt, present, future? Present. Information present, demon-slaying sword description, cast with exquisite craftsmanship from melted ancient bronze statues, omitted. Traits, devour excellent grade tier 1, copper core advanced grade, steel toughness advanced grade. Its trait had changed. The original common grade trait toughness had been upgraded to the advanced grade trait steel tenacity, enhancing the demon-slaying sword's blade strength. Seeing this change in the trait, Lin found it quite intriguing. Originally, he had assumed that the demon-slaying sword could only be strengthened by devouring similar metals that possessed the same trait characteristics. Now it appears that simply upgrading from common grade to advanced grade doesn't necessarily require specific, rare ingredients. However, Lin surmised that the ability to consume common grade materials to upgrade traits was likely limited to low-grade traits. High-grade traits such as devour wouldn't be enhanced simply by consuming a few kitchen knives, or even hundreds of them. If he truly wanted to fully unleash the demon-slaying sword's devour trait, genuine materials and real gold and silver would undoubtedly be indispensable. Just as Lin was thinking this, a message popped up before his eyes. Notice, triggered the special achievement turns soldiers into food. The weapon demon-slaying sword has acquired the trait ruminate excellent grade tier 1. An excellent grade, tier 1 trait. Lin had encountered situations before where the trait system triggered achievements. But the fact that the demon-slaying sword consumed the kitchen knife's trait to level up thereby triggering an achievement and gaining an excellent grade trait ruminate was still quite unexpected. Rumination, that doesn't really sound like a trait for a sword. Lin thought of the cows on the ranch. Isn't rumination something that cattle and sheep do? As a weapon, the demon-slaying sword doesn't have a stomach, nor does it need to eat, so why would it need rumination? With this question in mind, Lin opened the detailed information for the demon-slaying sword's ruminate trait. Ruminate excellent grade tier 1 demon-slaying sword description, any item consumed by the demon-slaying sword will undergo rumination, expelling the unnecessary parts. After reading the description of this trait, Lin found it even more surreal. If he hadn't known that mana awakening was imminent, something like this would have been utterly unimaginable. Right before his eyes was a spirit sword that could eat and regurgitate, and he had personally brought it into being. Regurgitation. Just as Lin was murmuring to himself, the demon-slaying sword resting on the table suddenly trembled again. A silvery liquid seeped from its blade until it naturally coalesced into a metal cube, angular and sharp-edged, which lay quietly on the table. After watching the entire process, Lin realized that this was the demon-slaying sword's regurgitation. When he tried to pick up the metal cube, which was about the size of his palm, it felt excessively heavy. Lin could feel its weight pressing down on his hand. View information. Prompt, present, future? All. Information present, metal cube description, undigestible metal regurgitated by the demon-slaying sword, possesses the trait, sturdy common grade. Info future, metal cube description, indigestible metal regurgitated by the demon-slaying sword. Possesses the trait, sturdy common grade. Both now and in the future, the metal cube's attributes are identical. The trait is also consistently sturdy. A kitchen knife was fed to the demon-slaying sword after digestion and absorption. The undigested portion it regurgitated turned out to be a high-quality metal cube. As if that weren't enough, the metal cube even came with the trait, sturdy. This means, in the future, whenever the demon-slaying sword consumes any top-grade materials, it may regurgitate valuable new materials through its regurgitation trait. Let us see if I can feed it again, Lin muttered, trying to bring the metal block closer to the demon-slaying sword. This caused the sword to tremble violently, as if expressing dissatisfaction. It seemed to strongly reject the metal block. Seeing this, Lin had no choice but to abandon the idea of having the demon-slaying sword regurgitate and then consume the metal block. He casually stowed the metal cube in his spatial pocket. It might still come in handy someday. Given this characteristic of the demon-slaying sword, it looks like I'll have to continue the deal with Chi-Chi's uncle after all. Lin thought of the cancelled transaction. Due to the attack by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction, tomorrow's transaction scheduled for October 14th had been called off. But that didn't mean the deal itself couldn't go ahead. Postponing it to October 15th or October 16th was a viable option. With the benefit of foresight, this transaction could be conducted quite safely. Thinking about all this, he felt that his days had truly been quite fulfilling. If it weren't for the fact that 3 years from now would bring the Mana Awakening and the martial invasion, he might still be living a rather carefree life. Lost in thought, Lin lay down on his bed and fell asleep. October 14th. This day was supposed to be an extraordinary one. Originally, on this day, Sister Tian, Lin Ying, was supposed to be attacked and killed. Originally, on this day, Lin and Chi-Chi were also supposed to be attacked and die together. But now, Lin felt as if this day were a series of flashing images, constantly passing before his eyes. A little after 6 in the morning, he took a walk in the park. After confirming that the old willow tree was in a relatively stable condition, he had breakfast and then took a ride-hailing car to the Qin family martial arts hall. Master Qin Xinglang was already waiting for him. In the meditation room, he threw himself completely into his practice, immersing himself in the study of the profound principles of martial arts. Trait progress in studying the profound principles of martial arts increased from 20% to 42%. When the session ended, Qin Xinglang couldn't stop praising him, calling his talent astonishing, truly the greatest he'd seen in over 70 years. After leaving the martial arts hall, Lin set about claiming his lottery winnings. He'd already prepared all the necessary documents and first went to the prize center to obtain his claim form. He then went to the bank, where, after taxes were deducted, the entire prize was transferred to his designated bank card. During this time, Lin even stopped by to check on the little black cat for a while. The little black cat was recovering very well and would be discharged from the veterinary hospital in a few days. It was 4 p.m. that afternoon. In the lobby of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Lin pulled out his phone and saw a new text message. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, 18,400,000 yuan has been transferred to your account number 6969. Current balance, 18,401,982 yuan. In all his life, this was the first time Lin's account balance had exceeded 8 digits. An astronomical figure. A whopping 18 million plus. That's really something. Seeing a string of numbers as his account balance, how could that not bring satisfaction? After leaving the bank with 18.4 million in his pocket, Lin hailed a ride-hailing car, destination, Gupulu. To find Chi-Chi. Chapter 33, A Four-Legged Bronze Tripod? The Four Seasons Abundance Tripod. Jinmao Market, Antiques District. The crowds in front of the stalls and shops had noticeably thinned out. Lin didn't give it much thought. Carrying the sword case which held the demon-slaying sword, he arrived at the entrance of Gupulu. Lin didn't greet Chi-Chi, he planned to show her the demon-slaying sword and give her a surprise. He pushed open the antique wooden door and walked inside. Seeing the scene inside, Lin was taken aback. It was the first time he'd ever seen a customer at Gupulu other than himself. Chi-Chi was smiling as she poured tea for the customer. He didn't know what they were talking about, but they were both laughing. Lin sized up the guest, a very well-dressed young man in a suit and tie, wearing elegant silver-rimmed glasses. His hair was perfectly coiffed, his eyes were almond-shaped, and his facial features were sharply defined. Not only was he handsome, but he also exuded a certain air of sophistication. Especially those deep-set eyes, which gave him a melancholic aura. He really looked just like a movie star. It was at that very moment the man turned his head and saw Lin. Noticing his figure, complexion, and appearance, he was taken aback. What a handsome, dashing young man. Oh, this is wonderful. Chi-Chi, upon seeing that it was Lin, instantly transformed her polite smile into a beaming one, revealing her pearly white teeth. She set down the teapot she was holding and ran over to Lin's side. Her green skirt swayed naturally, making her look like a graceful, ethereal fairy. "Lin! Come here quickly, I've got some great news." Chi-Chi naturally grabbed Lin's arm, pulling him toward the coffee table, and explained, "We don't have to go anywhere. Uncle Wei just happened to be free today and came by on his own, and you're here too." After hearing her words, a look of confusion crossed Lin's calm face, and he said, "Uncle? Him?" Lin had already roughly guessed who Chi-Chi was talking about. It was the uncle she mentioned before, the collector who possessed treasures unearthed from the Nisha River. According to the original plan, he and Chi-Chi were supposed to go meet him. Due to the attack time indicated by her precognition skill, that transaction had been forced to be cancelled. But now, Chi-Chi's uncle had actually come to Gupu Lu on his own. What Lin found even more baffling was the handsome, young man standing before her looked to be no more than 28 or 29 years old. How could he possibly be an uncle? Don't let Uncle Wei's youthful appearance fool you. He is actually almost 50 this year. He has been young looking since I was a kid, and he is still young and handsome as ever. After saying this, Chi-Chi whispered to Lin, "Of course, you're even more handsome." As close friends, they spoke without much reservation. They said whatever came to mind. "I really wouldn't have guessed," Lin exclaimed. He truly couldn't tell that the man was nearly 50. Just then, the man stood up. He took a few quick steps toward Lin, extended his hand, and said, "I'm Wei Qinren. You must be Lin. My niece Chi-Chi has been singing your praises like you're a flower. Now that I see you, I can tell she wasn't exaggerating." Wei Qinren started off by playing on emotional appeal. It was a beautifully phrased line. But deep down, he had his doubts about Lin. Could such a young guy really afford this? The items he held were genuine treasures worth a fortune. Lin responded politely, while Chi-Chi looked a bit embarrassed and stole a glance at Lin. Pretending to be composed, she said, "Now that everyone is here, let us sit down and chat. It's perfect timing. Uncle Wei brought the items with him, so we can take a look first." "That's right. I'm leaving on a business trip abroad tomorrow and probably won't be back for 3 or 2 months. I was planning to store the items here for now, and since we've run into each other by such a happy coincidence, let us take a look right here." Wei Qinren had brought a box with him, and the items inside were all treasures from the Nisha River. "Sure." Lin first set the sword case down at his feet. With an outsider present, he had no intention of taking out the demon-slaying sword. The silver box was placed on the root-carved wooden table and opened by Wei Qinren himself, emitting a crisp mechanical sound as the 21-inch box slid open automatically. Inside the box were 3 items, each nestled in its own recess, and every one displayed exceptional quality. The first was a 4-legged bronze cauldron, approximately 17 centimeters tall, with cloud patterns and other designs engraved on its surface. At first glance, it was clearly a valuable antique. The second was a black and red ceramic vessel, a jar or pot that, despite the passage of countless years, still looked as good as new. As Lin had expected, he surmised that it contained seeds of unknown age. The third item was a rusty bronze dagger. With a total length of 23 centimeters, it wasn't particularly large. After years of corrosion, the blade was already covered in rust, but when it comes to antiques, the older they are, the more valuable they become. After examining these 3 items, Lin actually felt quite relieved. He had over 18 million in his account. Purchasing these wouldn't be a problem. And just then, Wei Qinren began making his offers. Wei Qinren remained calm and composed as he casually remarked, "Since these are clients brought by Chi-Chi's niece, I won't quote inflated prices. They're just a few small items. If you think they're suitable, take them. If not, just forget it." The first item, the bronze tripod, 9 million. Lin nodded slightly and checked the information panel for the 4-legged bronze tripod. Hint, present, future? Take them all. Information present, 4-legged bronze tripod description, an ancient bronze artifact from an unknown era. Possesses the trait, thick burden spirit grade. Information future, for seasons abundant burden tripod description, imbued with the mana of the 4 seasons spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It forms its own distinct space, nurturing countless living beings. Possesses the strength of the late spirit stage.
Possesses traits: abundant burden excellent grade tier 3, vitality excellent grade, and greatness through containment excellent grade, among others. Just as expected,
it shares the same origin as the bronze statue.
Its value even surpasses that of the bronze statue, and it certainly won T transform into an evil ancient bronze demon.
Lin suddenly felt relieved that he deplaced 100 bets on the lottery, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to afford this bronze ding.
The Four Seasons Abundance Ding of the future.
The second item is a black and red pottery piece, with a starting bid of 3 million. Its value lies not only in its excellent condition but also in the fact that the seeds it preserves are sufficiently intact and well preserved.
Lin nodded slightly. 3 million, an astronomical sum. It certainly wasn't cheap. That's really expensive.
Still, he could afford it.
View details. Prompt: present future? Click.
Just as Lin was about to select all, the door to Gupu Lu was suddenly pushed open by a young man. The young man stood 190 centimeters tall, with chiseled features and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that exuded indifference and apathy. He wore expensive casual attire and a luxury watch on his wrist. His every movement radiated the air of a privileged young master, yet he gave off a subtle, menacing aura. Upon seeing him, Wei Qinrun's face immediately betrayed his impatience, and he snapped, "Who told you to come?" Chi-Chi seemed to recognize him as well and silently shook her head. Why did he have to show up too? This was truly a major stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, before Lin's eyes,
a message appeared.
Prompt: the mastermind behind the Monster Tide event has been detected. Wei Tao, leader of the Progressive faction. Target strength, spirit stage, peak danger level, death class. Please evacuate immediately, or find a way to escape.
Chapter 34, You're Actually an Awakened.
Upon seeing the system prompt, Lin's heart gave a sudden jolt. Ever since the day he awakened the trait system, Wei Tao, the leader of the Progressive faction, had frequently appeared in future intelligence reports. Every single time he appeared, someone was bound to die in an attack. Lin, himself, and Chi-Chi were never exceptions. He was like the Grim Reaper. Every time he appeared, he would swing his scythe of death.
In fact, Wei Tao was even the mastermind behind the Monster Tide incident. And now, out of the blue, Wei Tao had appeared at Gupulu, standing right at the entrance with one hand in his pocket, as he heard Wei Qinrun bark, "Who told you to come here?" Wei Tao wasn't angry. His dark, piercing eyes fixed on the group, sweeping over the three antiques displayed on the root-carved wooden table. He lifted his chin and said contemptuously, "Dad, there is no need to lose face like this in front of outsiders." "Shut up. I don't have a disobedient son like you."
Wei Qinrun slammed his hand down on the table, causing even the teacup to rattle.
Wei Tao's sudden appearance had filled him with rage.
Chi-Chi knew that Uncle Wei's son was no pushover. He'd done plenty of things that had angered and offended people, a textbook example of a thug. Despite his young age, he'd already spent time in jail several times. She quietly tugged at Lin's sleeve and whispered, "Stay out of this.
Don't say a word."
She was worried Lin would get her into trouble. This Wei Tao was a mad dog. Once he set his sights on you, you'd be in for a world of hurt. Lin heard Chi-Chi's words, but she had no intention of staying out of it. On the contrary, her inner alarm bells had already started ringing. Yesterday, when she checked the information panel, she saw that both she and Chi-Chi had died today, October 14th, as a result of an attack by Wei Tao.
And now,
the date was October 14th. She, Chi-Chi, and Wei Tao were all here. She never would have imagined that Chi-Chi's uncle, the son of Wei Qinrun, was none other than Wei Tao. "No wonder I was attacked during the transaction with him. It's likely connected to those artifacts unearthed from the Mud Sand River."
View information.
Lin remained impassive, his hand already resting on the sword case, ready to act at a moment's notice if things went wrong.
Prompt: present future? All of it.
Information present: Wei Tao profile. Having received revelations from an unknown source, he gained extraordinary power. He is already a low-tier fire element awakened with impressive combat prowess.
He is also the current leader of the Progressive faction. Traits: detonation excellent grade, magic flame spirit grade, flame concentration spirit grade.
Information future: Wei Tao profile. current leader of the progressive faction, responsible for countless killings, possessing formidable combat prowess at the peak of the spirit stage, and is himself infinitely close to the next realm. Trait: Demon Flame Earthshatter Flawless Grade, Self-Destroyer Flawless Grade, Extreme Flame Excellent Grade 4th Tier, Death Flame Excellent Grade 4th Tier, Soul Burning Excellent Grade 4th Tier, etc.
At that moment, Wei Tao's information appeared before Lin's eyes. Just as expected.
He is now a beginner-level fire element awakened, and all three of his traits are combat-related. No wonder, before he possessed the demon-slaying sword, when he checked his future information, it warned that he would die after being attacked by Wei Tao. The two were simply not on the same level. Looking at the future Wei Tao leader of the progressive faction, responsible for countless killings, and possessing peak spirit stage combat power. His trait was even more terrifying, a full combat trait. It made perfect sense why the trait system had prompted him to flee immediately or find a way to escape. If he actually encountered Wei Tao 3 years from now, staying alive would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Inside the ancient pavilion, the sound of leather shoes hitting the floor echoed as Wei Tao walked step by step, his stride steady, toward the three of them. A smile remained fixed on his face, a forced, insincere one, but the menacing glint in his eyes never faded, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin closed Wei Tao's profile page, resting one hand on his sword scabbard. Long ago, Lin had imagined what it would be like to encounter Wei Tao. Perhaps he'd be nervous, perhaps anxious. But now, he was remarkably calm. The future Wei Tao was terrifying, and the present Wei Tao was equally formidable. So what? With the demon-slaying sword in hand and the right moment chosen, he feared his opponent not at all. Wei Tao arrived in front of the three of them, standing there and looking down at them and the antiques. "Dad," he said, "didn't I tell you I needed these things?" With his condescending stance, he completely disregarded the three people before him, whether it was his father, Chi-Chi, or this unfamiliar teenager. To him, the combined value of these three lives wasn't even worth the cheapest bronze dagger. Facing Wei Tao, Wei Qinran immediately launched into a tirade. "When did I ever say I'd give them to you? Don't you know what you are? You're a good-for-nothing piece of trash, a disgrace to our family. Get out of here. You good-for-nothing. Don't let me ever see you again. As for these things, I'd rather throw them all into the river than give you even a single one. What are you standing there for? Get out of here." With no regard for Chi-Chi or Lin standing nearby, Wei Qinran's tirade was vile. Throughout the entire exchange, Wei Tao remained expressionless, simply listening in silence. Not until Wei Qinran had finished berating him. Wei Tao lowered his head and said, "Since that's the case, then, Dad, I'm leaving. Goodbye." Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Uncle Wei's words were harsh, but as long as he was gone, that was enough. Lin's alarm bells went off, an attack was coming. Wei Qinran also let out a shrill snort and shouted, "You good-for-nothing! Get the hell out of here already!" Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought the father and son harbored a deep-seated grudge against each other. Wei Tao turned away in silence, took a step, then another, as if he hadn't heard Wei Qinran's insults. His previously calm and menacing face was now filled with murderous intent. "Old man, since you won't take a hint, then you're both going to die together." Wei Tao raised his right arm, palm facing forward, as wisps of flame shot up from his palm. The faint glow of the fire illuminated his face, now brimming with murderous intent. The wisps of flame violently merged together, on the verge of forming a concentrated ball of demonic fire. Just then, Lin had already stood up, gripping the demon-slaying sword from its scabbard in his hand. He charged forward, thrusting the demon-slaying sword directly at Wei Tao's back. Chi-Chi's little face turned deathly pale, her mind went blank. What's going on? What just happened? Wei Qinran, sitting at the wooden table, his pupils dilated, shouted, "Watch out!" That single cry of warning startled Wei Tao. As he spun around abruptly, he saw Lin lunging toward him with the demon-slaying sword. Wei Tao's reaction was lightning fast. "You're asking for death." Wei Tao hurled the demon flame, which hadn't yet fully coalesced, toward Lin. As the concentrated flame flew toward him, Lin changed his sword technique, and the demon-slaying sword sliced through the flame.
With its momentum unchecked, the sword then slashed a deep gash into Wei Tao's arm, sending blood spurting out. The scattered demon flame erupted violently, forming an explosion whose shockwave shattered all the surrounding glass. Wei Qinrun and Chi-Chi, sitting at the tea table, were both knocked over by the shockwave almost simultaneously, crashing to the ground without even realizing what had happened. Lin's vitality had long since exceeded 60 points, so the shockwave had no effect on him. Gripping the demon-slaying sword, he channeled his vitality into the blade, latching onto Wei Tao and preventing him from creating distance. Now that Wei Tao had an injured arm, this was the perfect moment to strike while he was down. "Get the hell away from me!" Wei Tao roared furiously. Feeling the excruciating pain from the wound on his left arm, he was deeply alarmed this teenager was actually an awakened. The golden longsword in his hand was even more astonishing, it could even cleave through the demonic flames he himself had summoned. Could it be, this is the legendary spirit sword? At this thought, greed welled up in Wei Tao's heart. He continuously summoned streams of demonic flames from his palms, hurling them at Lin as the air crackled and hissed. Not far away, Chi-Chi sat on the ground with her back against a table, her large eyes watching the sudden, intense battle between Lin and Wei Tao with a dreamlike sense of unreality. How could someone summon flames? And Lin, wielding a golden sword, moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the flames with a single stroke. His movements were so agile they surpassed even those of any Olympic gymnastics champion. She was utterly stunned. Lin was actually an awakened. Chapter 35, Slashing People with a Super Great Artifact. Before her, Wei Tao summoned magical flames with a single hand. Their destructive power was staggering. Lin held the golden sword. Visible strands of energy, like sword chi, emanated from the blade, effortlessly slicing through the magical flames. It's true, it really is, it's all true. Chi-Chi felt something, a heavy hammer striking the shackles in her mind. It was shattering the shackles of her past perceptions, all those past events, the short videos from the Penguin Group, the colossal Wolf King in the alley. Shrinking, getting smaller. All these events piled up, and the shackles of her past perceptions, which had imprisoned her mind, shattered completely. Her body was beyond her control. She couldn't move, as if she'd been scared senseless. Beneath her frozen exterior, the ancient bloodline hidden within her had already awakened, greedy, frenzied, and voraciously devouring the mana in the air. Even the residual mana left after the demon flame dissipated was devoured by the ancient bloodline within her. Meanwhile, in the hall, Lin gripped the demon-slaying sword tightly with both hands. A flash of insight struck him. He had spotted an opening. Wei Tao endured excruciating pain as he channeled demonic flames into each hand. The two streams merged, instantly doubling their power. Despite the agony and the risk of being burned by the backlash, he was determined to finish off the creature before him with this single strike. Stop! All of you stop! Wei Qinrun suddenly rushed between the two of them. He spread his arms wide, facing Lin with his chest directly exposed to the demon-slaying sword, showing no sign of retreat. Seeing this, Lin furrowed his brow and sidestepped, dodging Wei Qinrun. Just moments ago, he and Wei Tao had been at each other's throats, yet now he was risking his life to protect his son. It was truly moving. Blood ties can sometimes be utterly unreasonable. Get out of the way! Wei Tao was furious, unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away. He was determined to kill Lin. The demonic flame in his hand showed no mercy, striking Wei Qinrun directly in the back. Its extraordinary power was far beyond what a common-grade human could withstand. Wei Qinrun coughed up blood, his back caved in, and he collapsed to the ground. Scoundrel! Lin frowned. Seeing Wei Tao strike even his own father with such ruthlessness, he realized this man was nothing but a beast. No wonder the future Wei Tao would commit countless acts of murder. Does a person like this even deserve to live? Lin's sidestep moments earlier wasn't just to evade Wei Tao, it was because Wei Tao's flank was his weak spot. In his frenzy, Wei Tao had lost his wits as he delivered that heavy blow to Wei Qinrun. He left himself defenseless. Seizing this opportunity, Lin swung his sword. The demon-slaying sword traced a golden arc through the air. Wei Tao sensed the danger but had no way to dodge. Fear flashed in his eyes. He watched helplessly as the demon-slaying sword struck his chest, a deep gash that ran from his shoulder straight through to his abdomen, sending blood spurting out. Ah! He collapsed to the ground, letting out an agonized roar. Had he not been awakened, that single strike would have killed Wei Tao. Lin took a deep breath, feeling a sense of exhaustion. It seemed the demon-slaying sword was draining his vitality more than he anticipated. Still, killing Wei Tao right here was enough. Wei Qinrun crawled forward on all fours, throwing himself in front of Lin. The handsome middle-aged man who had been so well dressed and immaculate just moments ago now had a sunken back and a listless expression. He was clinging to life by a thread. He managed to say with great difficulty, "Stop, I beg you, spare him." The sword wound on Wei Tao's chest had begun to heal and had stopped bleeding. With his head resting against a pillar, he never could have imagined he'd end up like this. Seeing Wei Qinrun pleading for mercy on his behalf, he was suddenly overcome with a wave of nausea, as if begging for mercy would actually do any good. "You must understand, he'd even kill you. Sparing his life will only lead to the deaths of more innocent people." Lin instantly sensed a dangerous aura and whipped his head around to look toward the doorway. A woman in white, wielding a silver sword radiating a fierce sword intent, was already charging toward them. To make matters worse, behind the woman in white stood a burly man in black, also wielding a blood-red cleaver, charging toward them. Lin raised the demon-slaying sword and parried the silver sword. When the two blades clashed, the silver sword emitted a crisp sound and was completely severed. A look of surprise flashed across the woman in white's eyes. She hadn't expected her sword to be severed in a single exchange. Again, she thought, and in an instant, the broken sword in her hand was restored to its original state, once more becoming a perfect silver sword. Lin realized she must be an awakened with a connection to swords. He swung his demon-slaying sword, and the silver sword was severed once more. Not only that, but Lin followed through with another swing, shattering the blood-red cleaver in the black-clad man's hand with a crack as it exploded in midair. He cursed, "Damn it!" His blood-red cleaver wasn't even afraid of refined steel, yet it had been shattered by a single sword strike. It was downright terrifying. What on earth was this sword in the teenager's hand? It was way too sharp. The woman in white and the man in black both retreated in unison, positioning themselves in front of Wei Qinrun and his son. They each summoned their silver sword and blood-red cleaver once more, watching Lin warily. They were terrified that Lin would charge straight at them. That golden sword in his hand is just ridiculously overpowered. Lin was speechless, but he grew increasingly satisfied with the demon-slaying sword in his hand, feeling immense joy. In an era where mana awakening hadn't truly begun yet, it was practically invincible in actual combat. If it weren't for the fact that his vitality was drained to the bone and he needed to save some for emergencies, he would be charged right in already. The once serene, rustic cottage was now strewn with blood. Many areas had been destroyed, and the air was thick with the scent of bloodshed. Amidst this bloodthirsty atmosphere, Wei Tao leaned against a pillar, his gaze still dark and piercing, yet he was unable to speak. Seeing his men arrive, Wei Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed he was safe for the time being. As for the old man before him, being a common-grade human who had taken a heavy blow from the demon flame, he wouldn't live much longer. Lin Wei Qinrun's voice rose slightly. Gravely wounded and on the brink of death, he seemed to have regained his spirit and composure. But to any discerning observer, this was clearly a deathbed surge of energy. Lin nodded slightly. A dying man's words are often kind. "Everything you said just now was right, I understand." Wei Qinrun gave a bitter smile. "He is my only son. I'll give you those 3 antiques. I just beg you today, just today, to spare my son." Lin didn't agree right away. He actually wanted to finish off Wei Tao, but his vitality was running dangerously low. Wei Tao looked at Wei Qinrun, his eyes filled with resentment and scorn. "Ha, you're just deluding yourself. More than 10 years ago, if it hadn't been for his father abandoning him for wealth and prestige after his mother's death, marrying another woman and ruthlessly targeting him at every turn to curry favor with her, how could he have ended up in this wretched state, neither human nor ghost? My son, your mother, Mom." Wei Qinrun suddenly became emotional, tears blurring his vision, as he said, "She was murdered. I was helpless." Wei Tao, who had been wearing a mocking expression, suddenly felt his pupils contract. This was the only soft spot in his heart. As Wei Qinrun dredged up memories from over a decade ago, his emotions ran high, and blood spurted from his nose and mouth. In a broken voice, he said, I had no choice, no choice. Son, I love you. The last glimmer of life faded from his eyes, and he collapsed heavily into a pool of blood. Wei Tao's mouth twitched slightly, but no sound came out. His eyes, once dark and menacing, were now as calm as water. It turned out that not long after Mama's death, the old man had married that woman not for wealth and prestige, but to protect himself. It turned out that the father who had loved him as a child had never changed. Wei Tao suddenly realized one thing: the only person in this world who still loved him was gone. Sitting there in a daze, he seemed soulless, unable to hear or see anything around him. Chief, we need to get ready to leave. The woman in white clenched her teeth. She could sense that the teenager before her was regaining his vitality, and said to the man in black, let us withdraw first. All right. Lin suddenly charged forward like a cheetah. Although Wei Qinrun's death was tragic, a demon was still a demon. Wei Tao had to die. Chapter 36, The Monster Tide Incident. The end. The man in black, wielding his blood-red sword, blocked Lin's path. In a single clash, the demon-slaying sword came down, and the blood-red sword was severed once again. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. The teenager standing before him looked fair-skinned and harmless, yet his attacks were ruthlessly brutal. Not only were his attacks brutal, but that golden sword in his hand was absurdly sharp. Even the Etienne sword couldn't compare to this. Since the blood-colored cleaver alone wouldn't do, the man in black immediately pulled out the revolver tucked at his waist. Just as he aimed the barrel at Lin, he saw the demon-slaying sword slashing down once more. He didn't have time to fire. He hurriedly stepped back, but the barrel of his revolver was severed clean off by the demon-slaying sword. Seeing the revolver severed, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was physically powerful now, he still couldn't withstand a direct hit from a firearm. Now that the revolver had been severed, he finally felt at ease. Just who were these progressives? To think they even had firearms, they were truly dangerous. Up until now, Lin hadn't checked the identities of the woman in white or the man in black. Once a fight broke out, there was simply no room for even the slightest distraction. The man in black tossed aside his firearm, swallowed a red pill, and his muscles suddenly tensed as he summoned two blood-red slashing blades. Even his aura had grown even more menacing. The woman in white had already helped Wei Tao to his feet. Only then did she look at Lin warily and speak. Young man, we have no deep-seated grudge against you. Why must we fight to the death like this? Don't believe the rumors out there. We in the progressive faction aren't a bunch of madmen. This world is about to change. We're simply seeking a path forward, yet we've become wanted criminals. Do you think that is fair? Lin gripped the demon-slaying sword with one hand, sensing that his vitality had dropped to less than 20%. The demon-slaying sword's invincibility truly was achieved entirely by trading away vitality. As he listened to the woman in white speak, Lin didn't waste any time. He chose to check the current information on both her and the man in black. Info: current, Jiang Yu profile, a martial artist who joined the progressive faction by chance, a beginner-level sword type awakened, also a core member of the progressive faction. Disagrees with the progressive faction's current actions. Traits: Rage Excellent Grade, Sword Transformation Spirit Grade, Healing Spirit Grade. Info: current, Su Wandi profile, one of the founding members of the progressive faction, a beginner-level vitality awakened, and a key member of the faction. He does not agree with the faction's current actions. Traits: Vitality Self-Destruction Excellent Grade, Bloodthirsty/Spirit Grade, Recovery Spirit Grade. After scanning their information, Lin immediately grew alert. The white-clad woman Jiang Yu's trait Rampage and the black-clad man Su Wandi's trait Vitality Self-Destruction were, without a doubt, extremely dangerous traits. Perhaps because these traits came at a tremendous cost, neither of them willing to unleash them at the moment, but if he pushed them to their limits, either one could turn the tables and kill him the moment they activated their trait. Lin maintained an offensive stance, but inwardly he was on high alert. These two were no pushovers. Across from him, the man in black, Su Wandi, looked particularly grave. While the progressive faction had indeed been the springboard for his rise, using vitality to self-destruct, sacrificing his own lifespan just for that madman Wei Tao was simply not worth the cost.
But if this youth refused to take the hint and continued to press the attack, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. As the two sides stood locked in a standoff, Jiang Yue's expression hardened. Her gaze grew cold, and her voice turned sharp. I don't want to start a bloodbath here.
Don't force me to snap. Stop wasting your breath on him. Since he is serious, let us fight to the death. Su Wandi roared, swinging his arms violently.
The muscles beneath his skin quivered, and his veins bulged and swelled as he gripped two bloodstained, crimson cleavers tightly in each hand.
Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Time was still too tight. If only he had 3 or 2 more days with the sun of mana boosting his vitality and his natural ant power doubled. Just moments ago, there had been a real chance to take Su Wandi seriously wounded. If Su Wandi had been rendered incapable of fighting, Jiang Yu would have been unable to take Wei Tao with her. Or, she would have had to abandon Su Wandi. One of them would have had to be left behind. But now?
It seemed there was only one thing left to do.
Get down.
Cover your eyes. A familiar female voice suddenly rang out from the window, a voice Lin knew all too well. The voice she'd heard since childhood. Wasn't it the voice of her own cousin, Lin Ying? Jiang Yu and Su Wandi hadn't even had time to realize who was speaking. Lin had already acted first, decisively stepping back and rolling to create distance, all while covering her eyes with one hand.
Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out as something hit the ground, followed immediately by boom! A blinding white flash filled the entire Gupulu, accompanied by a dizzying shockwave. The doors and windows of Gupulu, which had automatically closed, were all violently smashed open. Wave after wave of armed personnel, some wielding firearms and others carrying specialized weapons, stormed in. Each was heavily armed, some even looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Leading the group was a dashing woman with short blue hair. Clutching a jet-black leather whip and carrying a jet-black battle knife on her back, she walked in with an impassive expression. Her voice was sensual yet cold. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and surrender, or else, But that's gonna hurt a bit. Su Wandi cursed, damn it. He was about to activate his ability Vitality to self-destruct. However, the blue-haired, dashing woman lashed out with her jet-black whip, which transformed into a gigantic shadow python. It plunged into the ground, and immediately afterward, opened its massive jaws, biting down on Su Wandi and coiling tightly around him. It tightened its grip, emitting a creaking sound. It felt as if his bones were about to snap. Trapped in the shadow python's coils, Su Wandi's eyes rolled back, and he passed out, losing consciousness. Jiang Yu felt her vision blur. She could vaguely make out armed personnel all around her and could only raise one hand to signal surrender. Among the many armed personnel stood a tall, graceful figure with long legs and orange-red short hair. It was Lin's cousin, Lin Ying. She stopped in her tracks and stood before Lin, who was lying face down on the ground. Seeing that he was still clutching the demon-slaying sword, she looked down at him. Lin looked up, their eyes meeting, and he thought this angle was a bit too steamy. Ha, what a coincidence, sis.
A confident smile curled at the corners of Lin Ying's lips. Her eyes, sparkling with amusement, held a touch of allure as she said, "You little brat, you'd better give your big sis a proper explanation." The voice of the blue-haired, dashing woman leading the group rang out, "Except for the former director's grandson and that unconscious girl over there, handcuff everyone else. And collect the bodies of the dead." Lin grabbed Lin Ying's hand, and she pulled him to his feet. He had just stood up. A familiar notification appeared before his eyes. Notice, Event Monster Tide Mastermind Wei Tao Death Class has been arrested. Event Monster Tide points plus 1,000 total, 2,674 points. Notice, congratulations, you have completed the Monster Tide event at 100% progress. You may choose to turn in the event quest at any time to receive your total reward based on your points. Chapter 37, Awakened? It's all about social etiquette. Looking at the prompt before him, Lin thought back to the previous times he'd altered the future. Now that the mastermind behind it all, Wei Tao, had been arrested, the Monster Tide event had finally come to an end. Cumulative event points, 2,674. With a total of 2,674 points, I wonder what kind of reward I can redeem.
Lin suppressed the urge to turn in the event quest. First, he let go of his cousin Lin Ying's hand, then carefully observed her, taking a few close looks. The last time he'd seen his cousin Lin Ying, her uniform had been completely different from what she wore now. The uniform she wore before him had obvious protective modules around her waist, hips, and knees, and she was equipped with large-caliber handguns and other weapons. "Behave yourself," a voice snapped from nearby. Several team members fitted handcuffs, leg irons, and even mouth gags onto Su Wandi, Zhang Yu, and Wei Tao. Even their elbows were secured with special silver shackles to prevent them from escaping after unleashing their awakened abilities. Zhang Yu, the only one still conscious, stood there with a cold expression on her face. Her gaze fell on Lin, who happened to be looking at her as well. Their eyes met the two who had once been hostile to each other, one now shackled, the other still free. Inside and outside the entire Gupu Lu, there were more than 40 members of the Red Caution Group, including not only combat personnel but also accompanying medical staff. Chi-Chi was carried onto a stretcher by several female volunteers, who tended to her carefully as they carried her away, while others placed Wei Qinrun's body into a body bag. Several team members skillfully cleared the scene. The poised woman with short blue hair stood there 174 centimeters tall, one hand on her hip. She wore black knee-high leather boots and a custom-made form-fitting combat suit, with a blue trench coat draped over her alluring shoulders. She casually fastened a jet-black leather whip to her waist and looked up at Lin. Her features were exquisite. She was strikingly beautiful, but the strongest impression she gave off was one of sharpness and boldness. It was as if she were a naturally fearless female general. She spoke up, "Everyone did a great job. Wei Tao, the leader of the Progressives, along with key members Zhang Yu and Su Wandi, have all been apprehended." "Ha, I didn't expect this mission to go so smoothly. Wei Tao is a very dangerous guy. To take him down without a single casualty is simply unbelievable." A female team member scratched the back of her head, a shy smile on her face. The rest of the team members nodded in unison, agreeing wholeheartedly. Previously, other teams from Bureau 314 had been tasked with arresting Wei Tao, but every attempt had ended in failure, often resulting in injuries to several team members. Now, with the chief leading the operation, they had successfully arrested Wei Tao and his group in just 1 week, without a single casualty. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as one of Bureau 314's 3 Ace special agents. Lan Lingbo. Lin Ying put her hands on her hips and shouted defiantly, "Hey, hey! If you're going to put it that way, my little brother was a huge help. He single-handedly severely wounded Wei Tao and held off both Zhang Yu and Su Wandi." The crowd, who had been smiling and agreeing, suddenly fell silent. They had only arrived on the scene after Lin's battle with Wei Tao had ended, so they hadn't witnessed it. But everyone had seen Lin's battle against Zhang Yu and Su Wandi. Clearly wielding the demon-slaying sword, he held off 2 opponents all by himself. He was truly as swift and agile as a lion or a tiger. His strikes were decisive and ruthless, surpassing even many battle-hardened team members. There was no denying that the golden sword in Lin's hand was razor-sharp, but his combat instincts and fighting style left no room for doubt. This youth, who looked like a teenager, was truly formidable. "Well said," Lan Lingbo nodded. No one had expected her to be the first to acknowledge this. After all, taking the lead in capturing Wei Tao was a tangible achievement. There was simply no need to let someone from outside Bureau 314 take the credit for it. Lan Lingbo paid no heed to these thoughts. She looked at Lin, her gaze fixed particularly on the demon-slaying sword in his hand, and said, "This younger brother of team member Lin Ying did indeed severely wound Wei Tao, distracting Zhang Yu and Su Wandi. Undoubtedly the primary contributor. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from the young. Very good, I have high hopes for you." Lan Lingbo was never stingy with praise. Her tone was firm and resonant, and even when she was complimenting someone, it made people instinctively straighten their posture. Seeing that the team leader had spoken so highly of him, the rest of the group chimed in one after another, "That's right. Well said. That's amazing. Although that sword is even more impressive, that was truly impressive." One team member looked at the demon-slaying sword in Lin's hand. He wondered to himself, could this thing really be forged from gold? It's way too shiny, way too dazzling. Lin watched the entire process unfold, and her respect for this powerful blue-haired woman grew even more. Her authority among this group was high, extremely high. Logically speaking, with such high prestige, how could my older sister, Lin Ying, have become the leader of the Hongshan group in the future? Could it be that she has been promoted? Lin didn't rush to check her profile. Instead, he said politely, "It was just a life or death battle that brought out my potential. I'm not usually like this. I really owe it to all of you for arriving in time. Brother, don't be so modest, put your things away first, secure them well. We should get ready to leave. Someone will take over here." Lin Ying gave Lin a subtle nod, signaling him to put away the demon-slaying sword he was holding. That golden sword was far too dazzling, it was bound to attract greed. Bureau 314 wields considerable power. If someone were to get the idea to push for its confiscation, it wasn't out of the question. Lin immediately understood. He picked up the sword case from the floor and placed the demon-slaying sword inside. Lan Lingbo watched the entire process unfold, but she said nothing. She merely reminded them, "As for the 3 items left behind by the deceased, pack them up and take them with us." "Got it, team leader." A petite female team member quickly snapped the lid shut on the box on the table, packing away the 4-legged bronze cauldron, the ancient earthenware jar, and the bronze sword. Lin witnessed this, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. He could only wait for another opportunity to see if he could find a way to get those 3 valuable items back. Just then, Lan Lingbo strode up to Lin in her leather boots. She was 174 centimeters tall, but her presence felt like she was over 2 meters tall. When she stood before him, mere tens of centimeters away, an inexplicable sense of pressure welled up in Lin's heart, and the events from not long ago flashed through his mind once more. When Su Wandi was about to trigger vitality as self-destruction, the woman before him simply drew her pitch-black whip and a shadow python instantly swallowed Su Wandi whole, coiling tightly around him and subduing him in an instant. She hadn't even had to draw the pitch-black battle knife strapped to her back or use a second move to take down both Su Wandi and Zhang Yu. Lan Lingbo extended her hand, a smile curving her lips, and said, "Hello, Lin. I've heard your name. My name is Lan Lingbo. I'm the current leader of the Hongshan group and I used to serve under your grandfather." When Lin heard her mention her grandfather, she recalled that it was indeed her grandfather who had taken over when Bureau 314 was established. As she reached out and grasped Lan Lingbo's hand, Lin felt as if she were holding a smooth, warm piece of jade, its interior brimming with vitality as hot as molten lava. Just how powerful must she be? She said politely, "Hello, Captain Lan Lingbo. Thank you for arriving just in time, otherwise, I might have been in serious trouble." "Don't be so formal. Let us go, you can ride with me. We can chat on the way, I happen to have something I want to show you." Lan Lingbo seemed to anticipate that Lin might refuse, so she cut straight to the point, "Don't refuse. I'm just the messenger. The person who truly wants to give this to you is the former director. That is to say, my grandfather." Lin's heart sank. If it was something her grandfather wanted to give her, then she absolutely had to pay a visit to Bureau 314. Chapter 38, The Handover. Trait Upgrade. Lin still remembered that day. 3 years ago, when he was still in college, he suddenly received the news that his grandfather, who had always been in robust health, had passed away unexpectedly. At the time, it felt like a bolt from the blue. He rushed home through the night, only to arrive too late to see his grandfather one last time. Memories of the past seemed to resurface before his eyes, Lin Ying, Lan Lingbo, and a soldier, all riding together in a rugged MPV. Inside the modified vehicle, the second and third rows of seats faced each other, making it easier for the passengers to communicate and prepare their equipment. Lin sat in a leather seat in the third row, with his cousin Lin Ying beside him and Lan Lingbo across from him. A sword case rested within arm's reach. Inside the sword case, of course, was the demon-slaying sword. There were too many people around earlier to say certain things, but now we can. Lan Lingbo unfastened the gear strapped to her wrist. Even though she had already set aside her jet-black whip and jet-black battle knife, she still exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation, far surpassing even Wei Tao's earlier presence. Sitting across from her at such close range, Lin had the feeling that, if she wanted to, Lan Lingbo could subdue her within 3 seconds.
If it weren't for his cousin Linning sitting beside him and the fact that Bureau 314 was his maternal grandfather's former workplace, Lin wouldn't have been willing to accompany her. When Lan Lingbo mentioned she had things to discuss that couldn't be said in public, Lin pulled himself together. Having just gone through a battle, his vitality had been significantly depleted, but now that he'd relaxed, his entire body felt much more at ease.
Team Leader Lan, what's this about? Lin asked curiously as he chose to view the target's information. Prompt, present, future?
All of it, he decided inwardly. In the current era, Lan Lingbo was, without a doubt, the strongest human Lin had ever encountered. He was very curious about her information as it pertained to the future 3 years from now. Information present: Lan Lingbo profile, a female warrior with ancient blood flowing through her veins, a special ace warrior of Bureau 314. Her latent bloodline was awakened through special training, and her current cultivation realm is tempering stage mid-level. She is currently an awakened of the cultivation school. Possesses traits: ancient bloodline flawless grade, shadow python / excellent grade, shadow python strangle excellent grade, martial arts combat spirit grade, unbreakable will spirit grade. Information future: Lan Lingbo introduction. As the tide rises on the Qiantang River, only today do I realize who I truly am. Having abandoned everything from the past, she has embarked on the arduous path of cultivation toward the pinnacle. Her current cultivation level is Spirit Stage Peak Pre-Soul Stage, and she is also one of the original 4 members of the Society of Spirits. Possesses traits: Super Ancient Bloodline Flawless Grade, Unshakable Will Flawless Grade Tier 3, Hidden Dragoness 10,000 Blades Flawless Grade, Hidden Dragoness Abyssal Depths Flawless Grade, Current Severing Martial Way Excellent Grade Tier 3, and more. Even before reading Lan Lingbo's profile, Lin had suspected she would be very powerful. But after reading her profile, Lin was struck by the intense realization that there are always those more powerful than oneself, and that the sky is not the limit. He had thought that his master, 3 years from now, as well as Chi-Chi, were already at the pinnacle of power. Little did he expect that Lan Lingbo's future, as revealed before him, not only reached the peak of the spirit stage but also came infinitely close to transcending it, the soul stage. Only now did Lin realize that the next realm beyond the spirit stage was the soul stage. Even someone as powerful as Lan Lingbo, possessing 4 flawless grade traits 3 years from now, would only be able to reach the quasi-soul stage. After reading the description of Lan Lingbo's future, she abandoned everything and embarked on a path of rigorous cultivation, truly transforming from a python into a dragon. The constraints of the mundane world could no longer hold her back. One of the original 4 members of the Society of Spirits. Lin silently noted this description. This was the 3rd organization related to the awakened that he knew of, aside from Bureau 314 and the Progressive Faction. Judging solely by Lan Lingbo's future strength, even as merely one of the Society of Spirits founding members, this organization's prestige was off the charts. After reviewing Lan Lingbo's information and then looking at her standing before him, Lin sensed even more keenly her understated power and aloof grandeur. She had the potential to become a true powerhouse. I was actually your grandfather's student, Lan Lingbo revealed their connection, continuing, I've thoroughly investigated those 3 antiques and asked Miss Chi-Chi about the circumstances at the time. In accordance with the wishes of their owner, Wei Qinrun, during his lifetime, those 3 antiques belong to you, but please keep this discreet. Lin never expected that this ice-cold ace team leader standing before him was actually his grandfather's student from back in the day. Nor had he expected that, upon their very first meeting, Lan Lingbo would present him with such a generous gift. Others might not know the value of these 3 antiques, but Lin certainly did. The pottery jar containing seeds and the bronze dagger, he hadn't even had a chance to look up information on those 2 yet, but as for the 4-legged bronze cauldron, its future was the 4 seasons abundant cauldron. A rare treasure capable of sustaining a small world of its own. I never expected there to be such a connection here. In that case, I'll call you Sister Lingbo. Sister Lingbo, rest assured. We're all on the same side. I won't put you in a difficult position. No matter what happens, I absolutely won't let a single word slip. Lin didn't hold back in his praise for Lan Lingbo, saying, come to think of it, Sister Lingbo, you're truly the most powerful human I've ever met. It's nothing special. There's always someone better out there. There are plenty who are stronger than me.
At Bureau 314 headquarters in Luodu, there are two whose strength rivals mine. Lan Lingbo was referring to the other two Special Ace warriors. Those two led the Night Shadow team and the Sky Ice team, respectively.
Together with the Red Caution team led by Lan Lingbo, they formed a total of 3 teams. They were primarily responsible for resolving various supernatural incidents in Luodu and secretly protecting the unsuspecting public. Lin nodded. He wasn't surprised. Although the mana awakening hadn't truly begun yet, mana had already appeared after all. The big willow tree behind his house was powerful enough to have become a spirit. As one of the most powerful organizations on this blue star, how could it remain inactive? It must have secretly gathered countless powerful individuals and priceless treasures, becoming a true colossus. Unconsciously, Lin thought of the reward for the event mission. Now that everything was settled, it was time to claim it. His consciousness communicated with the trait system. He thought to himself, submit the Monster Tide event mission. Lin had no idea what Lin Ying was thinking. Right now, after battling the 3 members of the progressive faction, he could only feel that his vitality was severely depleted. In the past, when choosing a trait upgrade, Lin would have considered the precognition skill, righteousness, or even spatial pocket. But now, there were only 2 choices: Son of Mana Excellent Grade Tier 2 and Innate Ant Power Spirit Grade. The former increases vitality, while the latter boosts it several-fold. After some thought, Lin decided that a permanent increase in vitality was the most important thing right now. Innate Ant Power was just as important, so he de-upgrade that too. Trait selected. Prompt: the selected trait Child of Mana Excellent Grade Level 2 has been promoted to Flawless Grade. Upgrading in progress. Prompt: the selected trait Innate Ant Power Spirit Grade has been promoted to Excellent Grade. Upgrading in progress. Chapter 39, The Bounty of Heaven and Earth. Vitality surges. Lin closed his eyes. Lan Lingbo and Lin Ying didn't find this strange after enduring such a life and death struggle. It was already quite impressive that he had managed to hold on until now before finally resting. 2 crystals simultaneously appeared in Lin's mindspace, one smooth and purple, the other pure white and flawless grade. The crystals melted simultaneously and fused into Lin's body. His bones and muscles were nourished simultaneously, and the blood flowing through his veins began to thicken and boil, harboring immense power. His heart beat with such vigor and force that it seemed ready to burst from his chest. The vitality that had been depleted to the point of exhaustion was fully restored in an instant, and not only that, it had grown several times stronger, reaching an extreme peak. Lin had a faint sense that, in his current state, he could easily lift over 100 kilograms with one arm, and lifting a compact car with both arms would be no problem at all. The spirit grade trait Innate Ant Strength had advanced and upgraded, and information about the brand new trait appeared before Lin's eyes. Bullish Strength Excellent Grade Description: this trait continuously enhances your vitality, permanently and passively increasing it by 400%. The original Innate Ant Strength trait provided a 200% increase in vitality. Lin could clearly feel his vitality surging within him, his blood boiling. His actual vitality had already surpassed 100 points. If she depossessed the Mighty Ox Power trait during her battle with Wei Tao just now, he would already be a corpse. Upgrading this spirit grade trait to excellent grade was truly worth it. Inside the train car. Over the past few days, Lin Ying had awakened as a basic awakened, and her sensory abilities had strengthened along with it. However, she hadn't sensed the changes taking place within Lin. Instead, it was Lan Lingbo who had been resting with her eyes closed, whose eyes opened slightly, a flash of sharpness crossing her gaze. Lan Lingbo was deeply surprised. Generally speaking, when an awakened undergoes a life or death battle, it stimulates hidden factors within the body. Once recovered, their strength grows at an accelerated rate. Yet, the teacher's own grandniece standing before her had just experienced a sudden, massive surge in vitality. This defied all conventional logic. This shouldn't be happening. The teacher mentioned that she herself lacks the mysterious bloodline. Therefore, as the teacher's grandniece, the theoretical possibility of Lin possessing the mysterious bloodline is very low, almost impossible. Lan Lingbo thought to herself. Mystical bloodline is a term found in Bureau 314's records, referring to the latest discoveries and achievements in recent years. Among the vast population of blue star numbering in the hundreds of billions, there exists a small minority of people who are born with a mystical bloodline. Such bloodlines remain hidden in everyday life, undetectable and unknown to others. As extraordinary phenomena occur in the heavens and earth, and previously non-existent micromolecules appear in every corner of the world, these mystical bloodlines are slowly awakening. Some individuals, when subjected to intense stress or undergoing extreme, specialized training, can awaken their mysterious bloodline, granting them terrifying strength and talents far surpassing those of ordinary people. And he himself was a human possessing a high-purity mysterious bloodline. According to research reports, only when both parents or even the previous generation possess a trace or significant amount of mysterious bloodline is it possible for their offspring to possess a mysterious bloodline capable of awakening. Lan Lingbo recalled that his teacher had conducted a test. There was no trace of mysterious bloodline in his body. The conclusion, as pure as it gets. In such cases, Lin, including his mother and younger sister Xiaotian, lacked the potential to awaken a mysterious bloodline. Feeling Lin's vitality surge and then stabilize, Lan Lingbo thought to himself, he has the potential to be close to possessing a mysterious bloodline, but he isn't. Whoosh! Inside the car. Without any apparent source of wind, every pore on Lin's skin opened wide, forming invisible vortexes as mana within a radius of dozens of meters naturally flowed toward him. Mana ignored the metal barriers like the car doors and converged around Lin. With every breath he took, he set the mana into resonance. His clothes trembled in response, and the strands of hair on his forehead floated naturally upward. His already excessively fair skin now glowed with a radiant whiteness like jade. Lin was overcome with joy. The sensation of ascending as a child of mana far surpassed that of his innate ant power. It felt as though his very soul was being nourished at every moment, truly wondrous. With every breath, a faint rumble of thunder seemed to erupt from his nasal passages. Mana in the heavens and earth bestowed its favor upon him. Gazing up at the dome of the sky, he felt its blessings descend upon his forehead. Such an extraordinary sensation. Even though Lin's perception wasn't as keen as Lan Lingbo's, she could already sense that Lin was growing stronger and even that small-scale anomalies were manifesting around him. Team leader, could this be the awakening of a mysterious bloodline? Just like yours. Lin was thrilled. She had pored over countless records and had a thorough understanding of mysterious bloodlines. Watching Lin's current transformation, it matched the descriptions of the mysterious bloodline perfectly. When she asked this, a hint of confusion flashed across Lan Lingbo's eyes. She couldn't tell whether it was or wasn't the case. She had absolutely no idea. After a battle, an increase in vitality was understandable, but Lin was clearly undergoing an awakening on a much higher level. Lan Lingbo had never even experienced an awakening like this herself. Her own growth had been a gradual process. She never encountered a situation where she broken through multiple levels in a single battle. Lin was thrilled. From this perspective, her younger brother's sudden surge in power made perfect sense. She pressed further, team leader, is that right? Well, Lan Lingbo was a meticulous person who didn't jump to conclusions. In a rare moment, she shook her head and said, based on what I currently know and have learned, I don't have enough information to answer that question, but one thing is certain, even if this isn't a mysterious bloodline, in terms of strength, it's certainly no weaker than one. That's so impressive. Lin looked at Lin with nothing but joy in her eyes. Her little brother had really made something of himself. Before Lin's eyes. As the excellent grade 2nd tier trait child of mana completed its upgrade, new trait information appeared before him. Spirit-derived breathing technique. Flawless grade description, blessed by the mana of heaven and earth, one naturally masters this breathing technique. Mana within a 10-meter radius constantly gathers toward one's nostrils, passively merging into the body and converting into one's own vitality. Current environment, automatically absorbs and converts 0.8 units of vitality per hour. The child of mana trait excellent grade level 2 can automatically absorb and convert 0.4 units of vitality per hour, amounting to 9.6 points of vitality per day. With a 400% boost from the power of the wild ox, that has 38.4 points of vitality. And now, trait-derived spirit breathing technique automatically absorbs and converts 0.8 units of vitality per hour, totaling 19.2 points of vitality per day. With another 400% boost from the power of the wild ox,
that has 76.8 points of vitality. After calculating this figure in his mind, Lin was utterly stunned. The number was simply outrageous. In just one day, without having to do a thing, he could surpass all the vitality he'd gained over the past few days. 10 days would amount to 768 points of vitality. It was simply overwhelming. Way too overwhelming. Feeling the vitality constantly surging within him and the overwhelming power contained in his body, Lin felt an ever-growing sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. The rewards from this monster tide event had truly far exceeded his expectations. View info. Lin opened his information panel. Personal information. Name, Lin. Rank, entry-level practitioner. Next rank, tempering stage early. Constitution, none. Talent, inspect skill. Trait, spirit-derived breathing technique. Flawless grade, precognition skill 140 vitality points, but my rank hasn't broken through. Perhaps this is the vitality value boosted by the Wilox S power, and it can't be considered the value required for a rank breakthrough. I must start from the baseline value of 35 points and break through to 100 points or higher to reach the tempering stage early realm, Lin thought to himself. At the rate of nearly 20 vitality points per day with the Yenling breathing technique, it'll take no more than 4 days to break through to over 100 points. In other words, I'll soon break through to the early tempering stage. With that thought, Lin grew even more excited about the future. A growth rate like his would have been unimaginably fast in the era before mana awakening. Lin's gaze drifted out the window as he pondered various matters. Lin Ying and Lan Lingbo, seeing that he had no intention of speaking, did not ask any questions either. They simply sat in the car as it drove toward the headquarters of Bureau 314, the Black Tower Building. The Black Tower Building is located on the South Outer Third Ring Road of Luo City, situated in the core area of the South Outer Third Ring Road, from which it can reach the entire region and quickly travel to any location. This brings us to the layout of Luodu. As one of the 3 major capitals of Huaxia, with a population of 26 million, the city is divided into 5 rings. The area under Bureau 314's jurisdiction is the southern section of the Outer Third Ring Road, while the northern section is managed by other departments. As the headquarters of Bureau 314, the Black Tower Building is responsible for mobilizing forces and maintaining public order across the entire southern Outer Third Ring Road, which is home to over 10 million people. Lin looked out the window at the scenery, shady green trees, and realized the Bureau 314 headquarters was actually so close to his grandmother's house, perhaps only 3 to 5 kilometers away. Despite such proximity, the buildings and greenery surrounding Bureau 314 caused people to subconsciously overlook that entire area. Who would have thought that such a seemingly unremarkable expanse was actually the headquarters of Bureau 314? It wasn't until the vehicle passed through the checkpoint and entered the grounds of Bureau 314's headquarters that Lin felt even more strongly that this place resembled a fortress fortified and on high alert everywhere. At the very center of the complex stood a massive black building, approximately 24 meters tall with 5 stories. Its footprint was enormous. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a super aircraft carrier on land. With a scale this large, are there really only 3 teams? Lin couldn't help but ask. Lin Ying's tone grew proud as she spoke of Bureau 314. Of course not. This is headquarters, the brain of Bureau 314, which spans the entire country, so there are plenty of personnel here. Besides, the 3 teams refers to the elite units. Each team actually has very few members most of the time. Personnel are drawn from subordinate organizations when carrying out operational missions. Take the Hongxin unit, for example. The true core members, including me, number only 7 in total, and the strongest among them is the team leader. The situation is the same for the other 2 units. I see, Lin said, realizing the situation. At that moment, Lan Lingbo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If you're willing to join, you might one day lead a new unit on your own, perhaps even the 4th unit. She genuinely believed this. Judging by the qualities Lin had demonstrated, his decisive actions and exceptional natural talent, and considering his background as the former director's own grandson, with the right training and a few more achievements under his belt, he would absolutely be qualified. I'm used to living a carefree, unbound life. I'd like to enjoy it for another couple of years. Let us wait and see.
Lin understood the benefits of being on the payroll, but given his personal circumstances, being a free agent suited him best. Joining Bureau 314 would mean many of his actions would be scheduled and restricted, preventing him from fully utilizing the trait system's capabilities.
All right. Lan Lingbo didn't press the issue.
When Bureau 314 extended an invitation, they never forced anyone to accept. This line of work required a certain level of confidentiality, and forcing someone to join could pose a potential risk to their loyalty. After the vehicle pulled into the indoor garage, the three of them entered a spacious room, Lan Lingbo's private lounge. It was also a relatively private space. Since Lining was Lin's older cousin, she had come along as well. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows, made of one-way glass, offered a view of the scenery outside, a training ground with a running track and various training equipment. They could see some new recruits undergoing special training, sweating it out in the afterglow of the setting sun. Lin gazed at the training ground ahead and realized she hadn't used her trait, the precognition skill, yet today.
The Monster Tide event had ended. Since using the precognition skill was no longer restricted by location, why not give it a try right here? With that thought, Lin's curiosity was piqued.
She wondered what this Bureau 314 headquarters, into which so much effort had been poured, would look like 3 years from now. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin activated his trait, the precognition skill.
Prompt, present, future? Lin made his choice. Future. Not yet released, normally updated with 2 chapters daily. There will be an extra chapter today. This is today's Chapter 41, The Illusion Crisis Event. Caesar.
A white light filled Lin's vision until it dissipated like a curtain of light. The Bureau 314 headquarters 3 years from now appeared before Lin's eyes. The sky remained gray and hazy, giving off a desolate, hazy feeling. Vines as tall as mountains undulated in the distance, and the entire world seemed magnified countless times over. Ever since Lin had glimpsed the future world, he had witnessed monster tides, seen dense swarms of combat drones floating in the air, and observed the arcs of artillery fire. He had seen vast hordes of monsters. Now, the monster tides had completely vanished and no longer occurred. The defensive capabilities of the future Bureau 314 were clearly enhanced. Metal fortresses and artillery positions were visible at a glance. On the same training ground, a larger number of new recruits and new awakened were undergoing special training.
Fully armed soldiers patrolled the perimeter, on high alert for any evolved monsters.
Several loudspeakers blared instructions from off-site, shouting 1, 2, 3, 4, as the trainees followed along with the commands. Seeing this scene, Lin's subconscious sense of vigilance began to fade.
It seemed that the future wasn't all doom and gloom.
The ground trembled slightly, then began to bulge, catching Lin's attention as if something were about to burst through the earth.
Boom! 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 Explosions rang out in rapid succession.
Giant roots, resembling coiling dragons, tore through the earth with reckless abandon, shattering bricks and stones and uprooting the paved ground. In the Bureau 314 compound, which had been peaceful just moments ago, giant roots were now bursting forth from every corner in the blink of an eye. The rough surfaces of these roots were dotted with holes of various sizes, from which a pink mist of spores spewed forth. Lin heard someone screaming in terror, "Quick, run!
Hide! It's coming, cough, cough!"
The man had inhaled the pink spore mist, his throat seized up, his eyes turned red from the strain, until they suddenly burst open, and to everyone's shock, 2 pink mushroom caps emerged from within. From his hands, which were clutching his neck and his back, pink mushrooms kept sprouting.
His hands, now transformed into mushroom-like stalks, grabbed the man's head and yanked it out with all their might.
The head was ripped from its base and flung to the ground. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
A pink mushroom head sprouted from the severed neck.
Its round, bulging eyes stared out as it shook its head and looked down at the blood-soaked head on the ground, which no longer showed any signs of life. All around the pink mushroom creature, black, purple, and white mushroom creatures rose to their feet. Without exception, they were human bodies from which the thinking heads had been torn off, leaving only empty shells.
Moo moo!
A muffled roar echoed from the distance.
Lin saw that the sturdy wall had actually been smashed by a giant, pink and white monster. It had 4 hooves and was 2 zhang long large mushrooms grew on its thick back. If it weren't for the fact that its head was also a mushroom with 2 giant fangs protruding from its mouth, Lin would have taken it for a mutated pig. But those fangs, they looked far too much like those of a rodent. This monster was most likely some kind of rat or rabbit spirit. There were many of them, continuously smashing through the walls, and the howls of wolves could be heard from behind. Lin saw a man completely covered in ice, his arms solidified into massive icy fists. His strength was no less than that of a peak spirit stage cultivator. He was currently locked in a fierce battle with the howling monster. The howling monster was over 10 meters long, enormous and covered in glossy black fur. It exuded an aura of death and, with a single strike, shattered the icy man's defenses. Then, with a single bite from its massive jaws, it crushed the man's skull. Its combat power was terrifying. Behind the giant black wolf was a vast horde, thousands upon thousands of mushroom men marching in unison toward the base, while the surrounding area was teeming with bizarre, mushroom-infected creatures of all shapes and sizes. Their bodies were covered, to varying degrees, with spore vents that periodically spewed thick plumes of spore smoke, much like a steam locomotive. Some of the mushroom people mixed in among the crowd had already undergone drastic changes. Their legs were absurdly long, and they stood over 4 or 5 meters tall, towering above the rest. This is simply a spore crisis. Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Every time someone was infected, their head would be ripped off while they were still alive and replaced with a mushroom head. The sight was utterly terrifying. Amid the vast army of mushroom creatures, the severed heads rolled around like watermelons, getting kicked back and forth. Some were even crushed underfoot. In the future of mana awakening, even spores would become this terrifying. Lin stared at the pitch-black giant wolf, ready to select it and view its information. That familiar sensation of dizziness surged through his mind. The vision of the future collapsed and vanished, leaving behind the information on the massive black wolf. Prompt, past present? Just like last time. The precognition skill's information on targets in the future world consumes Lin's mental power, and the prompts switch between past and present. Past refers to Lin's current spacetime, while present naturally refers to the future 3 years from now. Looking at the prompt before him and thinking of the terrifying scenes 3 years from now, he realized just how miserable life had become for humanity. After the mana awakening, ordinary ants had turned into swarms of monsters, and spores had evolved into a terrifying virus. Once infected, people would transform into mushroom men, their original heads violently ripped from their bodies. Lin felt even more grateful that, thankfully, he was living in the present. Just as Lin was lost in thought, Lin Ying, standing beside him, said to Lan Lingbo, team leader, "My brother has never been to a place like this before, so it's only natural he is a bit taken aback." They had only arrived a short while ago, yet Lin was already standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly ahead. He'd been lost in thought for 7 or 8 seconds. Only then did Lin Ying feel a bit awkward and mention to Lan Lingbo that Lin had never been to a place like this before. "It's fine." Lan Lingbo didn't believe what Lin Ying had said. Judging by Lin's performance in battle not long ago, he certainly wouldn't be shocked by the scenery here. Perhaps the scene had stirred some memories, prompting him to think of something. Lan Lingbo wasn't concerned about this unless it was necessary for the mission. She rarely took the initiative to wonder what others were thinking. At that moment, Lin thought to himself. View all information. Information past, Caesar profile. Caesar, who originally lived in a zoo, was subjected to illegal trafficking and biochemical experiments, causing his latent bloodline to awaken. Possesses combat power at the early tempering stage. Traits: Demon King bloodline flawless grade, shape-shifting excellent grade, Deathclaws spirit grade, etc. Information present, Caesar introduction, a demon king who achieved a quantum leap in evolution alongside the mana awakening. He calls himself Caesar and possesses ferocious combat power at the peak of the spirit stage and near the soul stage. He has also joined forces with the Phantom True Demon Lord to form an alliance. Trait: Demon King bloodline flawless grade tier 3, Demon King S3 transformations flawless grade, Black Deathclaws flawless grade Steel Bones excellent grade, Pure White Wings excellent grade, etc. The first trait, looking at Caesar's profile description and its trait form change. Lin recalled his cousin Lining's description of capturing a wolf that was skilled at guerrilla tactics and extremely clever. Chi-Chi had also mentioned seeing a giant wolf transform into a puppy. It seemed both of them were referring to Caesar. In the future, it will evolve into Caesar and call itself Caesar. It has joined forces with the unknown phantom true demon lord to form an alliance. It seems this Caesar possesses a high level of intelligence, Lin thought to himself. It was at this very moment. 2 prompts from the trait system appeared. Prompt: triggered the event Illusion Reality Crisis. Defeating the Illusion Reality Demon Lord, as well as his allies and subordinates, will earn you points and random rewards. The final reward will be determined based on the total number of points earned. Prompt: special mission triggered transformed Caesar. Upon completing this mission, you may select one trait of your choice. Note, you may also choose to kill the target, but you will forfeit the trait selection reward. Chapter 42, Points and Traits Galore. After the Monster Tide event ended, Lin still felt a bit regretful for not farming more points and acquiring more traits. Who knows when he'd be able to trigger another event like this again, one where he could continuously gather clues, earn points, and collect rewards. He never expected it. No sooner had he cast his precognition skill than a new event, the Phantom Reality Crisis, was triggered. Just like the previous Monster Tide event, completing this event would yield points and a random trait reward. Moreover, unlike the Monster Tide event, this Phantom Reality Crisis directly. Judging from these incidents, Caesar harbors no hostility toward humans. As long as they're prepared in advance when they encounter him, it might be possible to win him over at very little cost. For example, a demon king will never be a slave unless room and board are provided. As for Lin, I can't say much else, but with over 18 million sitting in her account, she could build whatever she wanted with ease enough to last until the mana awakening arrives. The only minor issue is, where is this Caesar? Come to think of it, the most reliable method would be to ask my cousin Lining directly. They might have information on Caesar's whereabouts. Finished reading? Lining crossed her arms. She and the team leader beside her, Lan Lingbo, were both short-haired beauties. Lining had orange-red short hair, while Lan Lingbo had blue short hair. The difference lay in their distinct auras. Lining had long, shapely legs that were incredibly sexy. Though her eyes were sharp, she exuded a sense of boundless vitality. Lan Lingbo, on the other hand, was a bit taller than Lining. Her stunning face remained aloof and cold, exuding a powerful sense of intimidation. Her aura was exceptionally strong. It was only because Lin was close to her that he could stand there. If it were a stranger or someone there to question her, standing next to Lan Lingbo would make their legs tremble so much they'd be unable to stand steady. I'm done. This place is really nice. Lin turned around and smiled at Lining. He still felt a bit wary of Lan Lingbo. The aura of strength radiating from her inside and out made it impossible to ignore her presence. Lining tapped her finger on her arm and retorted, "Don't play dumb, buddy. Team leader, I called you here to ask about what happened. Just tell me yourself, explain it clearly, and there won't be any trouble afterward." The arrest of Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction, along with key members Jiang Yu and Su Wandi, was a victory, but since Wei Qinrun had died, an official report needed to be filed. Here's what happened. Lin recounted the events, omitting every detail that might reflect poorly on him. After he finished, Lining entered the information into the database and said, "All set. Speaking of which, buddy, there are no outsiders here. Tell me, how did you become an awakened? You're actually stronger than me." She was dying to know. She'd been with Bureau 314 for over a month now, enduring countless hours of grueling training and carrying out numerous missions, and had only truly awakened as an awakened in the last few days. She knew all too well just how difficult it was to awaken as an awakened. "It's nothing really. I just had a dream that the entire city of Luo would one day be reduced to a wasteland. When I woke up, I'd become an awakened. Then, guided by my memories, I haphazardly bought some antiques and forged a bronze sword myself. This is it." Lin spoke in a rather esoteric manner. First a dream, then haphazardly in the world before mana appeared. Speaking like this would have been seen as provocation and nitpicking. But now? Lan Lingbo said calmly, "Among the many awakened, your story is one of the more reasonable ones. At least your logic is fairly clear." "I knew it." Lin spread his hands. He asked, what will happen to Wei Tao, Jiang Yu, and Su Wandi? And the progressive faction? Wei Tao is being held in Zone A+, while Jiang Yu and Su Wandi are in Zone B. They're safe, no need to worry. Lan Lingbo mentioned the progressive faction to Lin and added, you're the teacher's grandson, and with your connections to Lin Ying and others, you're not an outsider. There are some things I can tell you directly. Lin nodded. Curiosity welled up inside him. Ever since he de-awakened as an awakened, he had to explore the state of the world around him bit by bit on his own, a process that was painfully slow. Now, finally, someone powerful and well-connected was about to give him the big picture. Right now, in Luodu and across the globe there are hidden communities of supernaturals of considerable size. These communities generally fall into three categories: official organizations, free agents, and organizations like the Progressive Faction that draw power from mysterious sources. She mentioned the Progressive Faction and reminded Lin, the Progressive Faction has deep roots, rivaling those of Bureau 314. The reasons behind Wei Tao's rise to leadership are quite complex. Strictly speaking, he isn't the most powerful figure within the Progressive Faction. The entire Progressive Faction spans the globe. Its membership is complex, but there are many extremists among them. Lan Lingbo did not hesitate to voice her speculation. I suspect the true source of the Progressive Faction's power comes from non-human entities. Beings like that must be utterly evil. You must be extremely careful. Lin's heart sank. He knew the Progressive Faction was dangerous, but he hadn't expected it to be this dangerous an organization with a global reach. Another group to watch out for is the Blue Star Faction. They call themselves the true children of Blue Star. They're extreme animal lovers, but they're also keen on smuggling rare animals from zoos to use in experiments. Their stated goal seems to be to bring about the true birth of the god they worship. Lin clicked his tongue and said, even if that god were to be born, it would be a beast god. In their view, all beings are equal. How should I put it? They always manage to find a master for themselves. This group is even more extreme than the progressives and has committed many horrific acts. If Lan Lingbo described them as horrific, one could only imagine just how terrifying they were. It makes sense. If all beings are equal, it's no surprise they dare to do to humans whatever they do to animals, Lin thought to himself, wanting to voice his sarcasm. How could they possibly protect their homeland during the darkest hours of the Mana Awakening and the martial invasion alongside a bunch of vermin from Blue Star like this? Lin asked, besides these lunatics, aren't there any groups that embody truth, goodness, and beauty, or a more normal organization? There is one, the Awakened Guild. It's considered a neutral organization, and you can stay in touch with them in the future. Here's my referral card. I can grant you a membership status that's relatively higher than the advanced grade. As he spoke, Lan Lingbo pulled out a silver card and handed it to Lin. Engraved on the silver card was a scene of spring, when all things come back to life, vibrant with vitality, everything rejoicing. On the back of the card was the address of the Awakened Guild. Without hesitation, Lin accepted the silver card and thanked him. Thank you so much. This means a lot to me. Now that he found a way to communicate with the Awakened, using his abilities to foresee the future and access information, snagging a bargain would be a piece of cake. With that in mind, Lin held the silver card, examined it closely a few times, and then carefully tucked it into his pocket. It was at that very moment. A trait notification appeared before his eyes. Notification: Special Quest Awakened Organization triggered. Quest objective: Join the Awakened Guild. Reward: Activate the corresponding system quest and receive 1 random excellent grade trait. Chapter 43: The Safe Left by Grandpa. Lin carefully read the mission description. The reward was activating the corresponding system mission, plus a random excellent grade trait. The corresponding system mission, it seemed to be related to the Awakened Guild, but he wouldn't know the specifics until after completing the mission. Lin put these thoughts aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to think about them after he went to the Awakened Guild and registered as a member. Lin turned to look at Lan Lingbo, who was also staring at him. There was a strong sense of mutual understanding between them, but there was one most important, and most crucial question that Lin hadn't asked yet. What exactly happened? Why has the world become like this? Lin already knew the answer in his heart. He understood the truth of the matter. Mana awakening and the martial invasion, these two events occurred simultaneously. Lin surmised that the source of the so-called progressives' mysterious power was directly related to the martial invasion. An unknown, high martial arts world had beguiled and enslaved many who yearned to grow stronger, forming factions like the progressives. Whether organizations like the progressives were lurking in the shadows, or whether beings from that high martial arts world had actually descended and sneaked onto Blue Star, remained a complete mystery. The entire Blue Star is like a kettle sitting on a volcano. The water inside is boiling, and the volcano has already awakened and is about to erupt. With the trait system in place, Lin knew that this day was drawing ever closer. 3 years later, the Mana Awakening had already begun. Exactly when the Mana Awakening would begin, perhaps in 2 years, or maybe even sooner, Lin had no answer to that question. What, then, was the understanding of Bureau 314 which had a deeper of the true events unfolding in this world regarding these changes? Yes, what exactly happened? Why did things turn out this way? Lan Lingbo recalled the past, when she was still a minor, though she no longer remembered her exact age at the time. Many other teenagers went with her together. They endured grueling training and trials that tested the limits of life and death. Throughout this period, doctors and researchers conducted real-time assessments of their conditions, preparing personalized food rations for each of them. She could no longer recall those dreamlike days or the identities of those who trained alongside her. All she remembered was that after graduating from there, she began following Yen Jianyalin's grandfather and the former director of Bureau 314 and became his student. Over the past 5 years, she had repeatedly distinguished herself in battle. 3 years ago, she successfully awakened her mysterious bloodline. Back then, the mysterious molecules in the air or the substance known as mana were still scarce, so her growth in power was relatively slow. It wasn't until the last 6 months that mana in the air had noticeably increased. As her own strength grew, the world became more turbulent. Humans, who once ran rampant on this Blue Star, now truly faced 5 forbidden zones reserved exclusively for humans. Some of these forbidden zones are located in the oceans, some in primeval forests, and others deep within underground rock layers. Lan Lingbo had heard that a military organization from the Bear Nation had launched a large-scale campaign, attempting to capture a specific region. No one knows exactly what happened in the end, but the effort ultimately came to nothing. As far as Lan Lingbo knew, according to some experts' analyses, if mana continues to grow at this rate, it will inevitably give rise to more bizarre and distorted regions, and the existing order established by the human race on Blue Star will inevitably collapse. In fact, in some regions where the human race is weak, such events have already occurred. Take, for example, a small town where, on the surface, humans appear to be living their lives. In reality, as revealed by a reporter who risked his life to escape and relay the information, everyone has been turned into puppets. Using the town as a stage, they put on a spine-chilling performance for onlookers, and almost no one who enters ever makes it out alive. Since it's unclear whether those people are actually dead or alive, the only solution is to seal off the entire town, bar outsiders from entering, and conduct research to find a solution. Thinking of all these events, Lan Lingbo's gaze remained impassive. Perhaps humanity was also heading toward its own demise. So, what exactly is going on? Lin pressed further. I can tell you a few things. Lan Lingbo told Lin everything she knew, everything that was happening on Blue Star. This was also the promise she had made to her teacher. If Lin or Xiaotian ever truly possessed extraordinary powers, she must tell them the truth. After hearing Lan Lingbo's account, Lin was shaken to the core. The situation on Blue Star far exceeded his expectations. It defied his judgment. According to his initial conjecture, the mana awakening hadn't truly begun yet. A small amount of mana had leaked, and a few mysterious artifacts had been reawakened, leading to the emergence of awakened beings and evolved demon beasts on Blue Star, but these were limited occurrences that posed no major danger. Yet now, after hearing Lan Lingbo's account, it was nothing like that at all. At the very least, within those 5 mysterious restricted zones on Blue Star, the mana must be far, far denser than on Luodu. The mana awakening may have already begun, but the full-scale revival has yet to start. Beside Lin, Lin Ying was listening in utter astonishment. She knew some things,
But she never imagined the world had deteriorated to such an extent it was simply too terrifying.
Lan Lingbo continued, currently, experts believe this is a mysterious awakening.
Along with this awakening, intelligent beings from an unknown era are also resurfacing, perhaps demons or monsters. Some of them have seduced humans, such as organizations like the Progressive Faction, into striking deals with these unknown entities in exchange for power.
According to experts' deductions, the true resurgence has not yet arrived and conditions on Blue Star will only get worse.
That's why much of our effort is focused on staying vigilant against non-human supernatural entities. It's also why organizations like the Progressive Faction are primarily being contained rather than completely eradicated. Total eradication isn't even realistic. Lin nodded, knowing she was right. Few, if any, could resist the temptation of becoming extraordinary beings. Even if the Progressive Faction were eradicated, without addressing the root cause, groups like the Take Progressive Faction, the Take Faction, the Progress Faction, and so on would soon emerge.
Lin asked tentatively, have you ever considered the possibility that an outside world might invade Blue Star?
Someone has raised that possibility, but when formulating countermeasures, we must be precise.
Without concrete evidence, this hypothesis will always remain just that, a hypothesis.
However, the mysterious awakening is undoubtedly real.
Lan Lingbo's reasoning was impeccable and thoroughly rigorous.
After all, everyone knew there were infinite possibilities, but the immediate situation was what mattered most. I suddenly feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders. Little brother, you'd better not join Bureau 314.
Just enjoy the good life you have now. Lin Ying patted Lin on the shoulder.
She wasn't being pessimistic, she just felt it was a pity that, with a terrifying apocalypse approaching, they wouldn't be able to truly enjoy life anymore.
Lin nodded, feeling speechless inside.
These researchers were already so pessimistic based on mere speculation, yet he had actually seen the future with his own eyes. He witnessed the Mana awakening, and the Martial invasion was bound to happen as well.
Even if he wanted to just lie back and relax, he need the right circumstances to do so. Team Leader Lan, you mentioned that my grandfather left me some things. What are they?
Lin brought up what Lan Lingbo had mentioned on their way here.
We'll have to step aside to discuss this. The items are right here.
Lan Lingbo took another briefcase out of the safe. It required both Lin's fingerprint and iris scan to open. The briefcase was 25 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide, and 14 centimeters tall, cast from an alloy and extremely sturdy.
No one knew what was inside.
Lan Lingbo had been keeping it all these years, and now he finally had the chance to return it to its rightful owner.
Well, we'll step aside for now, then.
Lin Ying cast a curious glance at the briefcase. Whatever was inside must be quite valuable. At the very least, it would be very important to her younger brother. She and Lan Lingbo would step aside for now and leave the space to Lin.
See you in a bit.
Lin gave the two of them a slight smile.
Deep down, he was also very curious about what his great-grandfather had left behind. He had no idea what might be inside.
He moved it to the front of the table, sat down in a chair, and rested both hands on the combination lockbox. It was very heavy. He could feel its weight even as he moved it. It must have weighed at least 50 kilograms. A case this small was surprisingly heavy, making Lin even more curious about its contents. Let us open it and take a look. Lin rubbed his hands together and pressed his thumb against the fingerprint scanner.
Chapter 44, The Future of Destiny has changed. His finger touched the metal. It was cold and very hard.
A deep red camera appeared directly above the briefcase, emitting two deep red beams of light that scanned Lin's eyes and face.
Click.
The silver metal briefcase opened automatically, and a deep blue beam of light shot out from inside.
Rising into the air, the beams merged to form an incredibly lifelike three-dimensional image. Lin stood up almost instinctively, staring at his late grandfather.
That familiar round nose, the natural curves at the corners of his eyes, and his kind, gentle expression. He sat in a chair with a smile on his face, yet Lin could tell at a glance that her grandfather was very tired, very worn out. In her memory, her grandfather had always been a man of dignity at all times. Even when resting at home, his hair was perfectly in place, and he was always neatly groomed.
My child, we meet again.
When that familiar voice rang out, it felt like a lifetime ago. Lin felt as if she had been transported back to that day when warm sunlight streamed through the window and fell on her cheeks, and her grandfather was right beside her, tidying things up and chatting about everyday life. Her grandfather said, "I wonder if you're Lulu or Anin." Lulu was Lin's childhood nickname and Anin was the nickname of his younger sister, Xiaotian. Grandpa liked to call them both by these nicknames. Don't blame your mother. Over the years, I've come to understand more and more just how difficult her mission has been. A look of anguish flashed across Yin Jianye's face as he spoke of his only daughter. At first, he hadn't understood her, but once he found himself caught up in it, he finally realized why she had been willing to leave her two children behind for so many years, all to change the terrifying world that lay ahead. Yin Jianye didn't share the full story with Lin, partly because he didn't want to worry the siblings, and partly because he feared they might try to do the same thing, even though it was nearly impossible. "My child, I hope your future is free of danger. Take my final gift with you as you move forward. Take care of yourself, and eat well." Perhaps realizing he was rambling, the old man closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and said, "Xiaolan, I'm counting on you." He no longer had the strength to say anything else. Lying quietly in his chair, his once weary eyes now shone with renewed radiance. Another figure appeared in the 3D hologram. It was Lan Lingbo from 3 years ago. She looked much younger back then, but her expression remained as aloof as ever, and her every movement exuded a sharp, commanding presence. Lan Lingbo held a wooden comb in her hand. She looked down at her teacher, and a look of sadness flashed across her otherwise impassive face. Without a word, she quietly ran the comb through her teacher's hair. Strand by strand, her hair was combed into neat order until she stopped. A single tear slid down the corner of her eye and fell onto her cheek. Teacher, she could no longer sense her teacher's presence. The 3D image gradually blurred. Lin, who had been clenching his fists tightly, slowly relaxed them, staring blankly at his grandfather's familiar dignified appearance, though his eyes had lost all their sparkle. The video ended. Lin stood silently. After a long while, he exhaled deeply. The knot in his heart, the regret of not being able to see his grandfather one last time, had at least been untangled in that moment. As for his mother, whom his grandfather had mentioned, Lin had no expectations of her whatsoever. Ever since he could remember, he had lived with his grandparents. Later, when his grandmother's health declined, he began living with his maternal grandparents. Over the years, he had seen her only a handful of times. Sometimes they'd have a video call during the Lunar New Year, but other times, they wouldn't see each other for 3 or 2 years without any contact, as if they were the most familiar of strangers. Since he had no expectations at all, how could he possibly blame her? Lin gave a self-deprecating smile. Only then did he look down at the contents of the metal combination lockbox. Inside lay a crystal, as perfect as Rupert's tear. It lay there quietly, just as it had for all these years. What is this? Lin felt it was both familiar and unfamiliar. He reached out and touched the crystal. He didn't check the item's details since it was left by his grandfather. His subconscious harbored no doubts. The moment his hand touched the crystal, it burst into a dazzling display of colors. A milky white halo enveloped Lin's entire body, causing even his hair to flutter in the light. His already fair skin radiated a pure white glow, making him appear as pure and holy as an angel. Lin felt warmth, vastness, infinite distance, and infinite smallness coexisting within him, a sensation he had never experienced, not even when he first mastered the derived spirit breathing technique. After more than 10 seconds, all the mystical energy swirling around him was completely drawn back into his body. Along with it, the crystal had fused into Lin's body, sinking into his mind and his soul. Whenever Lin wished, he could see it, a milky white, sacred crystal, shining before his eyes. It shone as brilliantly as the sun, visible the moment he looked up, yet impossible to reach. Impossible to touch. Lin raised his right hand, gazed at his palm, and murmured, "How wondrous it feels, like I've already become someone different." Yes, Lin could clearly sense that his future might have changed. The fate that had always haunted him, death, being consumed by the mad fire, and becoming a mad fire undead, might just have changed at this very moment. It was a hunch, an uncertain one. But Lin was overjoyed, trembling with excitement. The gloom that had weighed on him for so long finally seemed to be lifting. He had a strong premonition that his hunch was true.
He thought to himself. View information. Prompt, present, future? All.
Lin wanted to know exactly what kind of changes this mysterious crystal had brought about for him.
Personal information. Name, Lin. Rank, entry-level practitioner, next rank, tempering stage early. Constitution, none. Unknown, Tears of Xingluo. Talent, inspect skill.
Trait, derived spirit breathing technique flawless grade, precognition skill excellent grade level 1, strength of the wild ox excellent grade, spatial pocket spirit grade, righteousness and light spirit grade. Vitality, 35 boosted to 140 points by the strength of the wild ox trait.
Mental power, 9 points. Tears of Xingluo, is that the true name of that crystal?
Lin didn't know where his grandfather had obtained it, but he was certain that such an item was extremely precious and incredibly important. Even when viewing its information, it was described as unknown. Let us look at the information about the future. Information future, Master of the Starflame Palace Lin introduction, a top-tier martial artist who has awakened wielding the Xingyan bronze sword in one hand and the Xingyan Hozai tripod in the other. He has few equals. Killed when a mysterious divine arrow pierced his heart, later corrupted by the frenzy flame curse, he fused with the Tears of Xingluo and transformed into the Master of the Starflame Palace, wielding the power of the Starflame and possessing near immortality. His current strength is at the mid-soul stage. Traits, Master of the Starflame Palace True Spirit Grade, Star Derivation Breathing Technique True Spirit Grade, Shin Shinshua Sutra True Spirit Grade, Starflame Martial Arts Essence Flawless Grade, Starflame Ancient Shin Martial Arts Flawless Grade, Precognition Skill Excellent Grade, Power of the Wild Ox Excellent Grade, Spatial Pocket Spirit Grade, Righteousness and Integrity Spirit Grade. Information about the future is right before his eyes. At this moment, Lin's pupils dilated. His fated future had changed. Chapter 45. Today's update will be a bit late. Here is why. Today marks my baby's 100th day. Between taking photos and other tasks, there's a lot going on. I'm still preparing some things right now. I'm exhausted. I'll still post 2 chapters today, but they'll be a bit late. Chapter 46. Me? The future master of Starflame Palace. Lin stared at the future information before him. In the blink of an eye, his future had changed. She remembered the first time she checked her personal information. It described her as a fire element awakened who, after death, would be tainted by the frenzy flame curse and turned into a frenzy flame undead. And then, time and again, she grew stronger. Time and again, opportunities arose. Every time she checked her future information full of anticipation, the result was always the same: cold, unfeeling words: death, frenzy flame undead. On the surface, Lin didn't seem to care. He believed that with enough time, he could change his destined fate. Yet no matter how much he tried to change things, the fate of dying and becoming a frenzy flame undead never truly changed. It was as if he were stepping into the dark night of a wasteland, even though he knew the sun would rise as usual tomorrow morning. But the terror before that sunrise still lingered. In fact, the more time passed, the greater the invisible pressure in his heart became. Until now. Having obtained the item his grandfather left him, the Tear of Xingluo, it fused with the frenzy flame curse, not only altering his tragic fate of becoming a frenzy flame undead, but also transforming him, on top of that, into the Master of the Starflame Palace, Lin. What exactly the title Master of the Starflame Palace signifies, Lin doesn't know at this moment, but there is one thing he knows for certain. From the moment he obtained the trait system until now, his information panel shows that he is the only extraordinary powerhouse to have truly broken through to the soul stage. His strength doesn't merely mark entry into the soul stage, it has reached the powerful realm of mid-soul stage. He possesses 2 flawless grade traits, but what astonished Lin even more was the appearance of a quality surpassing flawless grade within his traits. The quality above flawless grade is True Spirit Grade. There are 3 True Spirit Grade traits: the Starflame Palace Master, the Star Yen Breathing Technique, which seems to be related to the Yen Ling Breathing Technique, and the Qin Xinshui True Classic. It's actually True Spirit Grade as well. Lin's expression grew solemn, and his inner respect for his master, Qin Xinglang, deepened even further. The Heart Sutra he had just mastered was actually of True Spirit Grade quality. Perhaps its quality was also somewhat related to the Awakened's own rank.
Grandpa. Lin looked down at the empty metal box. He never would have imagined that it was his late grandfather who ultimately saved his future self. This feeling was very special. It brought a sense of security that only family could provide. After composing herself, Lin cleared her throat and said, "Team leader Lan, sister, I'm all right now." "That fast? Let me see, did you cry at all?" Lin tried to lighten the mood, but when she saw that Lin showed no signs of crying and was, in fact, remarkably composed, she recalled a passage she'd read before: "True sorrow cannot be expressed through facial expressions or words. There is only a calmness as still as water." It isn't until one day, when you see his scarf or cup sitting on the desk just as they always did, yet the person is gone forever, only then can you feel that pain that cuts to the bone. Perhaps that's exactly how my little brother feels right now. Lin fell silent, her heart aching for Lin. She quietly wrapped her arm around his shoulder and patted him a few times. "I'm really happy to have seen Grandpa again. Big sis, I'm not sad." Lin was sincere. Not only had he resolved the emotional knot in his heart from not being able to see Grandpa one last time, but he had also averted a future crisis. How could that not be a cause for joy? Lan Lingbo said calmly, "You can leave whenever you want. Someone will take you home. Feel free to come by Bureau 314 whenever you like. We'll never be on guard against you here. You're also welcome to use the training grounds and other facilities for practice. It's very beneficial for an awakened." She was looking out for Lin under these circumstances. He surely wouldn't be in the mood to stay at Bureau 314 any longer. Lin nodded. He wasn't stupid. He could sense the goodwill from his older sister and Lan Lingbo. He couldn't help but think of that cruel future. He thought of the illusion reality crisis. Countless spores had engulfed Bureau 314. The terrifying scene was still vivid in his mind. 3 years later, Lan Lingbo would have already left Bureau 314 to become a member of the Society of Spirits, but his older sister, Lin would still be a key member of Bureau 314. Lin had accessed Lin's future records, and according to the descriptions therein, during the illusion reality crisis 3 years later, Lin was the first team leader at Bureau 314 to face the crisis. By chance, she had located the illusion reality demon lord ahead of schedule, only to find herself surrounded. Ultimately, she was severely wounded and hid in a relatively safe place, praying not to be discovered. Starting tomorrow, it's time to search for clues related to the illusion reality crisis, Lin thought to himself. Since his own future had already been altered, there were still some things he found unacceptable that needed to be changed. Not to mention, by altering the future destinies of his cousin Lin and many others, he could also earn a large number of points and random rewards. Lan Lingbo arranged for a vehicle, but in the end, it was Lin who saw Lin off. As the two were leaving, Lin, ever thoughtful, didn't forget to give Lin some valuable items to take with him. Inside the briefcase were 3 items, a bronze cauldron, a clay jar, and a bronze dagger, all placed at Lin's feet in the passenger seat. Also placed there were the scabbard of the demon-slaying sword and the metal box left by his maternal grandfather. "Sis, do you think Wei Tao and the others might have escaped?" Lin suddenly asked. In this age of the extraordinary, with unknown forces backing Wei Tao and his crew, it wouldn't be surprising if they actually managed to break out of prison. No way. Bureau 314's prison is rock solid. No one can escape. Don't worry, Lin said nonchalantly and confidently. Unless someone lets them go, they won't get away. All right then. The Bureau 314 headquarters was very close to Lin's grandmother's house. With a quick press of the gas pedal, he was already at the building's entrance. "I'm off, sis. Bye." Lin left with all his belongings. Lin watched his retreating figure and marveled. I never would have thought my little brother would become an awakened and such a powerful one at that. At this thought, a surge of pride welled up in Lin's heart. Her little brother was truly amazing. Despite his young age, he already possessed the strength to single-handedly defeat a dangerous criminal like Wei Tao. His future was undoubtedly limitless and not to be underestimated. Lin was unaware of Lin's thoughts. Now that he was back home, he went to his bedroom and drew the thick curtains to prevent anyone outside from seeing inside. The first thing he did was activate his trait spatial pocket to store the metal box his grandfather had given him inside. He placed the briefcase on his computer desk. Lin looked at the open briefcase in front of him, which contained 3 items: a 4-legged bronze tripod, an ancient pottery vessel, and a bronze dagger. After much maneuvering, these 3 treasures had finally fallen into his hands. Unconsciously, Lin thought of Chi-Chi. According to his older sister, Chi-Chi was perfectly fine. In fact, she was doing so well that it was almost unbelievable. It seemed she had become one of the very first awakened. In Lin's view, there was only one possible explanation for her becoming an awakened in such a short time: her ancient bloodline had awakened. That's impressive. Lin muttered to himself, his curiosity piqued even more about the other items unearthed alongside them from the Mudsand River: the ancient pottery and the bronze dagger, and what their true nature might be. Chapter 47: 2 Spirit Seeds. The spirit-derived bronze cauldron. The last time he'd seen them was at the ancient Simplicity Hut. At that time, Wei Tao had suddenly launched an attack, and then Jiang Yu and Su Wandi had appeared, interrupting his attempt to examine the information on these 2 items. Now, after a series of twists and turns, these items had still ended up in his hands without him spending a single penny. Check the information. Lin was very interested in this ancient pottery vessel. It had one particularly unique feature. Namely, inside the ancient pottery vessel were seeds. Despite having endured who knows how many centuries, the seeds had not decayed and still contained a spark of life. From this perspective alone, this ancient pottery vessel was extraordinary. Lin was curious about its origins, as well as what it would become after his future mana awakening. Hint: present, future? All. Information: spirit-resonant ancient pottery. Present description: crafted in an unknown era, it contains 12 spirit seeds, 2 of which still retain vitality and can give rise to new life. Traits: spirit gathering excellent grade, stability advanced grade. Information: star gathering ancient pottery. Future description: an artifact that awoke alongside the Age of Awakening. It contains 12 spirit seeds, 2 of which have manifested extraordinary powers, while the 10 withered seeds are undergoing a transformation in the starlight. Traits: star power gathering excellent grade, stability excellent grade, nurturing excellent grade. After reading the description, Lin's heart leapt with joy. He had guessed correctly after all. The seeds inside this pottery were very special. They were actually genuine spirit seeds. What could spirit seeds be used for? Lin wasn't sure yet. But one thing was certain: in the coming era of mana awakening, they would undoubtedly hold immense value. How wonderful! Lin marveled. If it weren't for the fact that Lan Lingbo was his maternal grandfather's student, this item would surely have caught the eye of experts at Bureau 314, and once appraised, they would undoubtedly recognize its extraordinary nature. By then, trying to acquire it again would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Lin picked up the ancient spirit-infused pottery vessel and peered from the mouth to the bottom. Upon closer inspection, sure enough, the 12 seeds all seemed to contain a spark of life, but 2 of them were noticeably more lustrous. However, in this day and age, even if buried in the soil, it likely wouldn't provide the nutrients needed for the spirit seeds to grow. Finally, Lin turned his attention to the bronze dagger to examine its current and future information. Information: bronze dagger. Present description: forged in an unknown era, it has lost its original luster after being corroded by the passage of time. Traits: wind piercing advanced grade, tetanus advanced grade. Information: silent dagger. Present description: a corrupted dagger that once again reveals its intangible edge after the mana awakening. It strikes without a sound and possesses tempering stage peak strength. Trait: silent excellent grade, enhanced tetanus spirit grade. What a pity! Lin felt a pang of regret. This dagger, which should have been the perfect weapon for a surprise attack, had finally rotted away after years of corrosion. There was little point in using the corrupted dagger anymore. With that thought, Lin took the demon-slaying sword from its scabbard. Before he could even place the bronze dagger beside it, the demon-slaying sword began to tremble. It was like a glutton, delighted to see a feast, overjoyed. A powerful suction erupted from the blade of the demon-slaying sword. The bronze dagger flew toward it, and the moment it landed on the blade, a visible golden light burst forth, and just like that, the bronze dagger was swallowed whole, leaving not a trace behind. After several seconds, the demon-slaying sword trembled and regurgitated an undigested chunk of bronze.
The bronze chunk was only fist-sized and possessed the trait, wind-piercing. Upon checking the demon-slaying sword's attributes, Lin discovered they differed from what he had expected. The sword had gained a new trait, not the anticipated wind-piercing, but tetanus. Once wounded by it, anyone who didn't receive a tetanus shot would inevitably fall victim to the effect. Even awakened beings were no exception, unless their cultivation level was high enough, such as having broken through to the tempering stage. In this day and age, Lan Lingbo is the only awakened I know of who has reached the tempering stage. Even if Wei Tao were here, he'd fall victim to it, Lin mused, examining the blade of the demon-slaying sword, which shimmered with a golden glow. Who would have thought this thing would have the tetanus trait? It truly kills without a trace. Fully satisfied, Lin placed the demon-slaying sword on the table, then set the four-legged bronze cauldron in front of him. He recalled the description in his future records. At that time, he would hold the demon-slaying sword in one hand and cradle the bronze cauldron in the other, and both of their names would begin with the two characters, Xingyan. What would happen if I used the Yanling breathing technique to try to merge with and communicate with the bronze cauldron? Lin decided to put his idea into action immediately. He closed his eyes, his focus unwavering. As he drew mana into his lower abdomen and activated his trait, the Yanling breathing technique, streaks of lightning surged from his nostrils. After one breath, the four-legged bronze cauldron showed no change. It wasn't until the third breath that streams of mana arcs gushed from Lin's mouth and nose, spreading out as they touched the cauldron. The silent bronze cauldron underwent subtle changes on its surface. After several repetitions, the ancient characters engraved on the bronze began to glow with faint, shimmering points of light. Lin sensed the changes in the four-legged bronze cauldron. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he continued to practice his breathing technique, channeling the mana he had absorbed into the cauldron. Gradually, Lin closed his eyes, yet could still feel the heavy weight of the bronze cauldron. Gradually, faintly, it was as if he were witnessing its past standing atop Spirit Mountain, embodying the cycle of the four seasons. Heaven and earth shifted with its existence, a shower of stars fell, and heavy snow descended. Before he knew it, several hours had passed. Now, every time Lin drew a breath to practice the derivation of spirit breathing technique, the bronze cauldron would breathe in unison with him. Until, at a certain moment, it burst forth with a mystical radiance. The entire four-legged bronze cauldron seemed to come to life. It floated up from the tabletop, starting at the size of a palm. It merged with Lin's vitality and grew to more than double its original size. Then, Lin opened his eyes, a flash of spiritual light shooting from his gaze, and he shouted, "Retract!" The Yanling bronze cauldron automatically shrank in proportion until it was as small as a mosquito or fly. Following the mana in Lin's breath, it flew into his nostrils and vanished. From then on, whenever Lin practiced the Yanling breathing technique, the Yanling bronze cauldron would operate in tandem, absorbing mana and drawing nourishment. This must be what the ancients referred to as refining a magical artifact, right? Lin had a sudden epiphany. It was truly magical. With a mere thought, the Yanling bronze cauldron followed the flow of mana and flew out of his nostrils once more. Lin tried to channel as much vitality as possible into it. The small cauldron, originally the length of a palm, grew visibly, and kept growing. Until it reached 1/2 meter in length, its weight had already exceeded 100 kilograms, and it had reached the limit of Lin's vitality. Once my vitality increases a bit more, I could probably swing this thing at someone and kill them. Lin marveled. If he'd had this sooner, he could have smashed Wei Tao or Su Wandi. They'd have been sent flying in just a few swings. With the breathing technique nourishing it from now on, the bronze cauldron will only get stronger. Oh, right. Lin suddenly thought of something. The derived spirit bronze cauldron possessed the trait heavy burden, which allowed it to bear the four seasons and sustain living beings. So if he placed the spirit seed from the ancient pottery inside, where it would be nourished by mana at all times, perhaps it could sprout new shoots. Chapter 48, The Path of Survival. Originally an invincible path. Realizing that the spirit-deriving bronze cauldron possessed the ability to sustain living beings and nurture all things, Lin decided to give it a try. He removed the 2 spirit seeds from the ancient spirit-infused pottery. The brown spirit seeds glowed faintly and placed them into the spirit-deriving bronze cauldron. The once dormant spirit seeds seemed to awaken from hibernation, slowly absorbing mana to nourish themselves. Witnessing this, Lin's heart leapt with joy. His hunch had indeed been correct. If this continued, one day the spirit seeds would surely burst with vitality once more within the bronze cauldron. Perhaps they might even bear unknown spirit fruits. It would be even better if I had some spirit soil. I'll keep an eye out for it in the future, Lin thought to himself. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, he shrank the spirit-nurturing bronze cauldron to the size of a sesame seed, following the flow of mana, and concealed it within his breath. Whenever Lin needed it, he could retrieve it at any time. Since the bronze cauldron has been refined, surely the demon-slaying sword can be as well. Lin felt a surge of inspiration. Constantly taking the demon-slaying sword in and out of its scabbard was indeed rather inconvenient. With that in mind, Lin closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, once again practicing the spirit-deriving breathing technique. Mana flickered faintly in and out of his breath, and the demon-slaying sword, sensing the nourishment of the mana, grew joyful. As he immersed himself in the practice, time slipped by unnoticed until it was already 7:30 in the morning. The bedroom door opened silently. It was his grandmother, Zhao Liwa. Seeing Lin sitting cross-legged with mana flowing from his nose and mouth, completely absorbed in the practice, his skin glowing radiantly and a golden bronze sword suspended in midair, she was struck by the sight. It was truly wondrous, just like the cultivators described in ancient tales. Zhao Liwa said nothing, quietly watching her grandson. Her eyes held a touch of reluctance, thinking of how he had transformed from a child into such a wondrous being. She felt deeply gratified. A little while later, Zhao Liwa gently closed the door, worried she might disturb Lin. Then, outside the door, there was a faint sound of wheels turning, which gradually faded away. The scene shifts back to Lin. Lin felt utterly amazed. As he refined the demon-slaying sword, Lin realized that he was receiving feedback from it, and his understanding of swordsmanship was soaring accordingly. Even without the sword in hand, he could sense that his comprehension and mastery of swordsmanship had grown significantly. If he were to grasp the demon-slaying sword once more, he would surely be able to unleash its full sharpness. Lin exhaled a deep breath of stale air and opened his eyes. It was already daylight outside the window. The demon-slaying sword floated before Lin's eyes, its size reduced to the size of a palm, radiating a golden glow and looking incredibly solid. Come. Lin channeled his vitality and attempted to control the demon-slaying sword with his mind. The palm-sized blade grew visibly larger, then larger still. It didn't stop until it had reached a length of 2 meters. Suspended in midair, a single casual swing unleashed a fierce sword energy capable of striking targets 3 meters away. After controlling the demon-slaying sword like this for a few seconds, Lin felt utterly mentally exhausted. To wield the demon-slaying sword as if it were a spirit sword required not only vitality but also his own mental power. Come back, Lin said. Upon his command, the demon-slaying sword spun and shrank to the size of a sesame seed, then, carried by his breath, retreated into his nostrils along with the bronze cauldron. As long as Lin continued to breathe and practice the Yanling breathing technique, both the sword and the bronze cauldron would be constantly nourished. Lin found this truly wondrous, as if it were a legendary ability. Time and again, he summoned or released the demon-slaying sword through his breath or by speaking. The tiny blade would instantly return to its original size, its surface radiating a lustrous sheen. The edge was sharper than ever before and possessed the additional effect of causing tetanus. Wow! That's amazing. Lin imagined a day in the future when, in battle, he wouldn't need to draw his sword or carry a scabbard. All he'd have to do was focus his mind or speak aloud to summon a refined golden sword. That would be so cool. At this thought, Lin recalled a certain Rudong-style portrayal of Xiangyu and that iconic triumphant smile, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! He jumped out of bed, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Glancing at the round clock hanging on the wall, he saw it was already 9:30 a.m. That was really not early at all. His grandmother had long since left for work, and the breakfast she'd left for him was probably cold by now. Lin quickly slipped on his shoes and walked toward the dining room next to the living room. He spotted a thermos on the dining table. The food inside was still warm. Next to the thermos lay a piece of paper and a copper-colored key. This key? Lin recognized it at a glance. It was the copper-colored key from the large piggy bank he'd given his younger sister as a birthday present 3 years ago. As it happened, her younger sister was the epitome of a penny pincher. She didn't like to spend money frivolously. On top of that, she was a top student and incredibly cute, so she'd long been the model child her grandparents often talked about. Given her sister's personality, this key should have been tucked away in a top secret spot. So how did it end up here? Lynn felt puzzled. She picked up the note. It was in her grandmother's handwriting. There wasn't much written on the letter, just a few light lines of text. Xiao Lulu, Grandma is leaving and can no longer take care of you. When Lin saw the word Xiao Lulu, his heart immediately tightened. That was his childhood nickname. Grandma hadn't called him that in over a decade. Unless something major was happening, Grandma would never call him that. Pushing aside her wild thoughts, she continued reading. You've already set out on a path that many people could only dream of, but remember, there are always people better than you, and there is always more to life than meets the eye. Don't get stuck in a rut. Safety is the most important thing. If Grandma stays here any longer, it'll only cause you trouble. Today, your dad sent someone to take Grandma and in away. Train hard, young man. You still need to gain some experience and carve out your own place in the world. Finally, and said to keep this key. It contains all her pocket money. If you need it, remember to spend it sparingly. Don't use it all up. When Lin reached the end, she inexplicably thought of her younger sister, remembering that day when Xiaotian came to find her in her bedroom after school, not until 11:30 p.m. She stood there, dead serious and calm, telling him that her classmates had nicknamed her Big Head. What a childish little thing. He didn't care at all, not even a bit. Reading the part in the letter about not spending it all, Lin chuckled. It felt as if Xiaotian were right in front of him, looking just as serious as ever, speaking to him in that familiar tone. Staring at the letter in her hand, Lin let out a soft sigh. Actually, this was for the best. She truly had nothing to worry about anymore. She read on as Grandma encouraged her to make a name for herself, yet had emphasized earlier that safety was the most important thing. Lin understood perfectly. Grandma's meaning must be, you have to know how to play it safe to take on everything. Playing it safe, that's a must, Lin muttered to herself. She was ahead of the curve. Playing it safe like this was surely the path to invincibility. With that thought, she began to look forward to the future and let out a chuckle. After finishing the breakfast her grandmother had left for her, Lin opened the door and strode out of the house. She took the business card out of her pocket. This was the business card Lan Lingbo had given him yesterday, essentially, a referral card for the Awakened Guild. On the back of the card was a single line: Jinmao Market, Entrance 3-4, Zone D. Chapter 49, The Mysterious Mezzanine. The Awakened Guild. Jinmao Market, Zone D entrance. Lin arrived here. Jinmao Market was a typical old-school shopping center, covering a vast area and offering everything from antiques and calligraphy to a produce market and a pet market. Zone D still looked as run down as he remembered, with a dazzling array of goods on display. Entrance 3-4, that sounds like Harry Potter, Lin muttered. After passing through the entrance to Section D, Lin walked a few steps and spotted a corner general store with sparse foot traffic. The sign above the door read, General Store 3-4 Entrance. So the 3-4 entrance was actually the store's name. Stepping inside, Lin immediately sensed that this place wasn't quite legitimate. It was packed with all sorts of strange and unusual items. Lin even spotted a trilobite fossil, all priced at 80 yuan. It didn't look real. After browsing around, Lin looked toward the young clerk behind the counter. He didn't look very old, thin, with dark skin, and was absorbed in a mobile game, lost in his own world. Seeing this, Lin didn't beat around the bush. He walked up to the counter and slapped the referral card Lan Lingbo had given him down on the table. The silver card featured a design depicting the revival of all things, brimming with vitality and joy. Upon seeing the silver referral card, the young clerk immediately put down his phone. With a broken accent, he said respectfully, "Hello, esteemed guest. Please follow me." Lin nodded. Then, he checked the young clerk's information. Prompt, present, future? All. Information present, hey air description, a fox human teenager who emerged from a hidden enclave as mana gradually appeared.
He has integrated into human society and is currently obsessed with gaming. Trait: Fox Clan Mind Technique Spirit Grade, Focus Advanced Grade, Language Proficiency Advanced Grade. Information Future, General Haedianing Description, a fox human teenager who grew stronger through the Mana Awakening. Due to his obsession with gaming, he gave himself the title General Haedianing. His strength is at the early stage of the spirit stage. He was attacked and killed during the Illusion Reality Crisis incident. The information on the fox human boy appeared. His name was Hey Air. 3 years later, he would be known as General Black Lightning Shadow, with a combat strength at the early stage of the spirit stage, already a formidable fighting ability. However, he died during the Phantom Truth Crisis incident. Lin recalled that Lan Lingbo had previously mentioned that organizations like the Progressive Faction were backed by unknown entities that had awakened alongside the Mana Awakening. Looking at it now, it seems that Bureau 314 and others truly had concrete evidence before reaching such a conclusion. For example, the human standing before him was, in fact, a fox human teenager. Given that the fox human teenager would later die in the Phantom Truth Crisis, it was clear that the crisis affected not only Bureau 314 but even the Neutral Awakened Guild. No one knows what kind of entity the Phantom Reality Demon Lord is, but as things stand, the chaos it has unleashed is highly likely to exceed the scale of the monster tide triggered by Wei Tao. At this thought, Lin was suddenly overcome by a strong sense of fate. At the same time, similar events are bound to occur. With the monster tide no longer attacking the people of the future, the Phantom Reality Crisis will emerge to strike humanity in the future along the same timeline. As long as the Mana Awakening and martial invasion exist, such disasters are inevitable, Lin thought to himself. The only thing he could truly change was his own future strength. Only when he reached the realm of invincibility would he be able to single-handedly suppress both the Mana Awakening and the martial invasion with every move he made. "Sir, please follow me." Hey Air, with the utmost deference, led Lin into the store and into a room tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Inside the room stood an old elevator, its metal buttons edged with rust. He pressed the elevator button, then stood respectfully to the side and said to Lin, "Sir, this elevator leads to the mysterious mezzanine, the Luodu headquarters of the Awakened Guild." "All right." Lin nodded. His cousin, Lin Ying, had already told him about the mysterious mezzanine last night. According to her description, during the mysterious awakening, the first sign was the appearance of mysterious particles known as mana. Before the awakening occurred, Blue Star actually possessed more space that had been folded away deep within the world. These folded spaces varied in size, from large to small. Each possessed its own ecological rules, was home to many different races, and contained numerous treasures. The Awakened Guild was located within a common grade mysterious interlayer. At first, Lin found this hard to believe, but upon further reflection, it actually made perfect sense. How could the Awakening have conjured countless strange landscapes out of thin air? They were always part of Blue Star to begin with. They were simply hidden deep within its corners before the Mana Awakening began. Based on this theory, the mysterious interlayers currently visible are merely a tiny, minuscule fraction of Blue Star's total interlayers, a drop in the ocean, so to speak. Lin and Hey Air stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for level 5, and a few seconds later, the elevator doors opened. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, Lin immediately felt a sense of déjà vu. It looked just like a tavern from a dungeon crawling game. The floor was made of gleaming wood, and beautiful music played in the background. It was a 2-story structure. On the first level was a reception desk, with a wooden sign displaying information on numerous quests. Immediately beyond, the second, third, and fourth levels each served different purposes, with sparsely arranged wooden tables surrounded by a motley crew of awakened. Some of the awakened made no attempt to hide their unique traits. For example, there was a teenager with fiery red hair that constantly flared with flames and, as if to add to the irony, he was wearing the number 2 high school uniform, making him a junior at the same school as Lin. The Awakened Guild is located in the mysterious common grade interlayer. The space isn't large, just enough to build this one base. Actually, there is still some space inside. It covers an area of about 1,000 square meters or so, Hey Air whispered to Lin, a hint of flattery in his voice. Lin gave a faint nod. This matched what his cousin had told him. A common grade mysterious interlayer wouldn't exceed 50 meters in either length or width,
nor would its height exceed 50 meters. However, this space was more than sufficient for the awakened guild. It was more than ample.
Since this is your first time here, you'll need to register with Miss Boscia. Please follow me. Hey led Lin toward the front desk.
This gesture caught the attention of a few people. In most of their minds, Hey was a stuck-up, aloof guy who was usually dismissive of everyone, yet here he was, being so respectful toward this young man. Most importantly, the young man looked to be only about 17 or 18 years old, very young and incredibly handsome and beautiful, especially with skin that was almost unnaturally pale. It even made people wonder if his extraordinary ability was his pale skin or his striking good looks.
Who is Miss Boscia? Lin asked. Miss Boscia is one of the most powerful awakened in our clan.
This mysterious interlayer was originally occupied by spore demons, but Miss Boscia used her supreme fire magic to eliminate them all, which is why she was able to build the awakened guild's base here.
When mentioning Miss Boscia, Hey R's eyes clearly lit up with admiration.
Meanwhile, Lin picked up on a piece of information that made his eyes light up. This mysterious interstitial space had originally been occupied by spore demons.
Could these spore demons possibly be connected to the phantom true demon lord? Lin recalled the endless hordes of mushroom monsters he'd seen in his precognition skill-less vision of the future.
If the spore monsters here were indeed connected to the phantom true demon lord, then Miss Boscia would surely be a target for retaliation. Perhaps he could find clues to the phantom true demon lord through her. Even before meeting her in person, Lin had already developed a keen curiosity about this awakened member of the Fox clan.
Chapter 50, Born in Rome. Choose your own flawless grade trait.
Adjacent to the back room of the tavern were two wooden doors. Hey pushed one of them open. Behind the door was a short corridor illuminated by modern-style wall sconces. Lin glanced at his phone. The signal was full bars.
Sir, we've arrived. Miss Boscia is inside. I'll take my leave now. Should you ever need my services in the future, please feel free to contact me at any time. Hey bowed and withdrew. Lin stood in the hallway.
The golden grain of the wooden door before him was delicate and intricate, clearly of advanced grade quality.
He raised his finger and knocked on the door. Knock, knock.
Come in, a sweet, seductive voice drifted through the wooden door. Even before seeing the speaker, the image of Su Daji had already emerged in Lin's mind. The voice was so sweet, seductive, and captivating that it sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him feeling slightly dazed.
In an instant,
a sense of righteousness surged from Lin's heart, instantly dispelling the agitation caused by that sweet, seductive voice, and his eyes cleared. Lost in thought, he realized that his trait righteousness, described as a heart filled with righteousness, a light that protects the soul, apparently didn't just affect dark targets. With that in mind, Lin pushed open the door and stepped inside. Blue smoke, like mist, swirled before her eyes. The scent of the incense was a delight to both body and mind. Unlike the paradise of sensual pleasure she had imagined a fox spirit woman's lair to be, the fairly spacious room was lined with massive bookshelves stacked with countless volumes. From children's stories to elementary school textbooks, classic literature from China and abroad, and history books, they were all there. Judging by their haphazard arrangement, these books had truly been read.
Hee, came the laughter of a charming woman.
Just as I expected from someone recommended by little Lanlan. You truly have a pure and upright heart.
Lin looked in the direction of the voice.
Behind a long writing desk, shrouded in wispy incense smoke, Miss Boscia was reclining in a chair. She wore traditional Han-style clothing, her bare shoulders and long legs fair and delicate, her collarbones strikingly beautiful. A pair of pink-furred animal ears stood erect, and her long pink hair fell naturally down her back. Holding an exquisite long pipe, she puffed on spiritual tobacco while her pink eyes appraised him with admiration. Upon seeing her breathtaking beauty, 4 words flashed through Lin's mind: a scourge upon the nation and its people. In mythological tales, fox maidens always managed to bewitch men into a state of utter confusion, and it really wasn't without reason. Lin even found himself wondering if Daji, whom King Zhou of Shang had encountered, might actually have been a member of the Fox clan. Lin, however, remained unfazed by her appearance and said calmly, "Nice to meet you, Miss Boscia."
"I am Lin." "Lin, I know.
Little Lanlan told me you're the young man who severely wounded Wei Tao and helped capture him."
You're quite impressive. Wei Tao is no ordinary opponent. Posa exhaled a wisp of light, ethereal smoke, looking utterly alluring. When she first heard that Wei Tao had fallen at the hands of a teenager who only just entered the supernatural realm, she was astonished and found it hard to believe. After all, while Wei Tao hadn't officially reached the tempering stage, once he gathered his flames and unleashed his demonic fire, his strength was on par with that of an ordinary awakened at the mid-level tempering stage. Originally, Bosha had thought Lan Lingbo was exaggerating, assuming Wei Qinrun's death had likely spurred Wei Tao on, but now, having actually seen Lin with her own eyes, Bosha had a feeling that it wasn't that Lan Lingbo had exaggerated Lin's abilities, but rather that he had underestimated him. This young man before her, who looked like a teenager, gave her a sense of sharp intensity. This sharpness felt as though, the moment he struck, she would have to face the razor-sharp edge of his sword intent at any moment. He must possess a spirit sword, otherwise I wouldn't have this feeling, Bosha thought to herself, holding Lin in even higher regard. He had hidden strength. Lin said calmly, that was a stroke of luck. Given the circumstances at the time, I might not have been able to defeat Wei Tao in a head-on clash. But that was back then, not who he was now. Now, with his vitality exceeding 170 points and having refined the Yenling demon-slaying sword in the Yenling bronze cauldron, he was far superior to Wei Tao. Young brother Lin, there is no need to be so polite with me, Posa said with a smile as she set down the exquisite long tobacco pipe in her hand. Come sit down and have a cup of spiritual tea. Lin nodded. After taking his seat, he glanced at the blue and white porcelain cup on the table. The pale blue tea steamed, its hot vapor lingering for a long time. Just one sip was enough to refresh and invigorate the mind. Picking up the cup, Lin savored the aroma carefully. Finding the taste sweet and feeling his spirit nourished, he drank it all in one gulp. This is my clan's spiritual tea. It's very difficult to grow and cultivate. Just one sip is enough to nourish the spirit and bring great benefits. Consider this an apology for my earlier offense, Posa explained. This spiritual tea wasn't something just anyone could enjoy, it was far too rare. If it weren't for the deep friendship between Lan Lingbo and her, Posa wouldn't have brought it out for Lin to enjoy. What a fine tea! It wasn't an offense at all, just a joke. Lin's eyes lit up. He had already felt the effect. Checking his stats, he saw that his mental power had actually increased from 9 to 10. A single sip of tea had boosted his mental power by 1 point. It was truly no ordinary brew. This was the true value of the spiritual tea. Lin couldn't help but think of the 2 spiritual seeds he placed in the Yenling bronze cauldron, where they were constantly nourished by mana. After a few brief pleasantries, Lin's impression of Miss Bosha improved considerably. Lin took out his silver introduction card and handed it to Bosha. After all, joining the Awakened Guild was the main business at hand. In that instant, Lin instantly understood why the Awakened Guild, such a neutral organization, had been allowed to form and was permitted by Bureau 314. Clearly, the Awakened Guild was backed by a powerful force like the Fox People, which also offered significant benefits to official organizations such as Bureau 314, hence its tacit approval. Here is the Awakened Guild application form. Please fill it out, Brother Lin. Since your sponsor is quite special, you'll start at the silver rank upon joining. You'll have silver level privileges, but your points will be 0. Posa handed him the form. Okay. Lin took the application form and asked, what exactly is the silver rank? Everything needs a point of comparison. Let me put it this way, among everyone outside here, all members and associate members, not a single person has a higher rank than you. The highest among them is an advanced grade member. Bosha's tone grew serious. The Awakened Guild maintained very strict standards for membership ranks. If it weren't for Lan Lingbo's gold rank, her massive number of points, and her numerous battle achievements, she wouldn't have had a single recommendation slot for a silver member. Even if she had had that slot, it was only because Lin had already taken down the dangerous individual Wei Tao first. Otherwise, Lan Lingbo wouldn't have been able to simply grant Lin silver membership out of the blue. That's impressive. Lin knew that the entry requirements for silver members would be relatively high, but he never expected them to be this high. He flipped through the application form and saw half a page dedicated to a complete overview of the Awakened Guild's membership tiers, listed in order: common grade, advanced grade, silver, gold, and overlord. There were 5 tiers in total. Members of each tier enjoy different levels of privileges, and every privilege is crucial. For example, according to the description above, silver members' privileges include access to the Awakened Guild Forum, additional posting privileges, the ability to accept missions rated or higher, and eligibility to participate in weekly and special auctions. Members of the lower tier advanced grade, on the other hand, are not eligible to participate in the auction house. They don't even have the right to watch the proceedings. Filling out the application form is quick. There isn't much to fill in. After submitting it to POSA, she picked up a pen, signed her name with fluid grace, and then stamped it. And at that very moment, a notification from the trait system appeared before Lin's eyes. Notice, you have joined the Awakened Guild and been promoted to Silver member for exceeding mission requirements. Reward, choose one flawless grade trait, select one of 3. Notice, for exceeding mission requirements, the Adventure Party system has been unlocked. You have gained +2 Adventure Party slots, current party size, 3, including yourself. Chapter 51, The Trait Spirit Gathering Array. Draining the Divine Blood. Lin remembered. The reward for the Join the Awakened Guild quest issued by the trait system was supposed to be a random excellent grade trait. Because Lan Lingbo had recommended him, he had already been a silver member upon joining the Awakened Guild. By exceeding the quest requirements, the reward he received was a flawless grade trait of his choice. The moment he saw the option to choose a flawless grade trait, Lin's pupils dilated. This completely exceeded his expectations. After all, he currently possessed a total of 5 traits, 2 excellent grade, 2 spirit grade, and only 1 flawless grade trait, the spirit deriving breathing technique. A single derived spirit breathing technique could boost his strength by more than several times over, and even allow him to refine the 4-legged bronze cauldron and the demon slaying sword. And now, he could choose a flawless grade trait of his own choosing. Lin was thrilled, but he kept his emotions in check and continued reading the second notification. Complete the quest to unlock the Adventurer Guild system. The quest description mentioned that completing the quest would indeed activate a brand new quest system, but what exactly was it? Lin didn't know at the time. Now it seemed that this Adventurer Guild system might share some similarities with the Awakened Guild. Because he had exceeded the quest requirements, he immediately received 2 additional slots for his Adventurer Guild, allowing him to invite eligible individuals to join his guild. What are the criteria for invitations? The moment the thought crossed Lin's mind, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Criteria: 1. Not affiliated with any faction. Determination whether the faction has mandatory requirements. 2. Must be an awakened. 3. Must be genuinely willing to join the Adventurer Guild. After reading these 3 criteria, Lin realized it would actually be quite difficult to find suitable candidates to invite. First of all, awakened individuals were rare in this era. With over 20 million people in Luo City, it was only after entering the awakened community that he encountered so many of them. Furthermore, to join the adventuring party with genuine intent, one must first know him, have no hostility toward him, and have a certain level of trust, right? The requirement to not be affiliated with any faction immediately ruled out his cousin, Lin Ying, as well as Lan Lingbo. What benefits would an adventuring party bring me? A thought flashed through Lin's mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. Once he found the right people and recruited them into the Adventurers Guild, he would naturally discover what changes the guild would bring. As for right now, Lin closed the 2 prompts, raised his teacup, and as he savored the tea, he chose to open the flawless grade trait selection. A light screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. There were 3 traits in total, each of flawless grade quality. Choosing one meant giving up the other 2. Flawless grade trait selection. 1 trait, Base Camp Spirit Gathering Array. Flawless grade description: forged from specific materials and placed at the Adventure Party's base camp, it gathers mana to nourish all living things. 2 trait, Headquarters Blazing Sky Bull Statue. Flawless grade description: cast from specific materials and placed at the headquarters, it enhances the vitality of all guild members. 3 trait, Headquarters Martial Cultivation Pool. Flawless description: cast from materials meeting specific requirements, it nurtures a weapon, promoting its evolution and making it more powerful. Lin finished reading the 3 traits. He instantly understood the significance of an adventuring party. To put it simply, what good is just knowing how to fight? To make it in this world, you need influence and even more importantly, connections. If Wei Tao hadn't had the progressive faction backing him, and if Jiang Yu and Su Wandi hadn't shown up, he would have been chopped to pieces by Lin long ago, all on his own. 3 traits. Lin thought for a moment and decided he still wanted the spirit gathering array. Now and for the foreseeable future, mana would always be of the utmost importance. Choose the spirit gathering array. The moment he selected the spirit gathering array, an flawless grade crystal appeared in Lin's mind. It melted within his thoughts, and a wealth of knowledge including the essentials, techniques, and secrets of spirit gathering arrays flooded into his mind. The formation S structure, the classification of required materials, quality tiers, how to arrange them, the various configurations, how to choose a location, and so on. In just a few brief seconds, it felt to Lin as if an eternity had passed. He grasped all this previously unknown knowledge completely, without the slightest bit of confusion. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a flawless grade trait. Moreover, Lin discovered an unexpected surprise. Spirit gathering arrays weren't limited to the base. As long as he wanted to, he could set one up anywhere. He just needed to consider 2 points. First, security might be insufficient outside the base. Second, the cost of setting up a spirit gathering array was extremely high. Once completed, it couldn't be dismantled. Even if completely destroyed, nothing useful would remain. I could set up a small, weakened version and try it out in my bedroom first, a thought popped into Lin's mind. He finished the green tea in his cup. He kept his joy to himself. Joining the Awakened Guild already came with plenty of benefits, and now he had this bonus flawless grade trait on top of that. It was definitely cause for celebration. Seeing that Lin had zoned out, Miss Bosha didn't think much of it. She held her elegant, long pipe to her lips, took a puff of spiritual tobacco, and watched as the white smoke swirled around her rosy, alluring lips, making her even more tempting. Her languid movements highlighted the beauty of her fair, smooth shoulders. Had Lin not been bolstered by his upright and honest trait, even her most casual gesture would have swayed him. Young Lin, add me on WeChat. I'll send you the instructions on how to join the Awakened Guild forum, along with your access key. Miss Bosha picked up her phone, her slender jade-like fingers as perfect as works of art. Okay. Lin set down his teacup, picked up his phone, scanned Miss Bosha's QR code, and added her on WeChat. Her WeChat ID was not a miss. Her profile picture was a cartoon version of Miss Bosha, a bit less alluring, but all the more cute and lively. After adding her as a friend, Miss Bosha sent Lin the forum URL, the app installation package, his secret key, important notes, and more. You must verify your identity via facial recognition every time you log into the forum, so you can only log in using your phone. Also, only gold members can access the National Forum. Silver members are restricted to Luadu. Got it, Lin nodded. Posa continued to explain to him that almost everything related to the Awakened Guild, from mission information to posting and accepting missions, as well as participating in auctions, could be handled through the forum. To claim rewards, you could either visit the Awakened Guild in person or use SF Express, though the security of that method is somewhat lower. That's about it, Lin said after taking it all in, realizing that the Awakened Guild was actually quite user-friendly. Miss Bosha concluded, that's all, but there's a lot of information and communication that the forum might not cover. Feel free to drop by the tavern every now and then. Just be careful not to get scammed. The Awakened Guild takes no responsibility for anything that happens once you step outside. After saying this, she gave Lin a wink, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Lin thought to himself, she really is a stunner. No wonder there are all those legends about the fox people. He'd taken care of everything he needed to do here. Now there was just one last thing left. View profile. Lin chose to view Miss Bosha's profile. It was time to see if he could find any clues about the event, illusion reality crisis, from her. Hint, present, future? All. Information present, Yi introduction, the legitimate daughter of a spirit fox with the bloodline of a demon god flowing through her veins. Her element is fire. Outwardly beautiful and charming, she is in fact principled and has a heart that yearns for goodness. Due to unknown reasons, her power has been suppressed to the peak of the blood tempering stage.
She possesses the following traits: Demon God Bloodline Flawless Grade 3, Spirit Fox Fires Excellent Grade Tier 3, Boiling Demon Fire Excellent Grade Tier 3, Pure Heart of Goodness Excellent Grade, Fire Feather Arrow Technique Spirit Grade, and Profound Knowledge Spirit Grade.
Information Future Yi Introduction: the legitimate daughter of a spirit fox with demon god bloodline flowing through her veins.
On October 20, 2027, she fell into a trap and ambush. Her entire demon god bloodline was completely drained. She lost her status as an awakened and suffered a series of setbacks. She has now joined Bureau 314 as a librarian, possesses traits: Pure Heart Excellent Grade, Enhanced Erudite Excellent Grade.
Chapter 52: A Quick Calculation.
You're in for a bloody disaster.
Upon seeing Miss Bosha's profile, Lin realized her surname was Yi.
According to historical records, the Yi surname originated from the Mi clan and is an ancient lineage. The fact that Miss Bosha, the legitimate daughter of the spirit fox, bore the surname Yi gave Lin a peculiar feeling. Looking further at the description of her character, principled and inclined toward goodness, it indeed didn't align with the impression she gave off. She possessed demon god bloodline of flawless grade quality, mastered traits such as 3 Spirit Fox Fires and Boiling Demon Fire, and, backed by her strength at the peak of the tempering stage, her combat prowess was formidable.
However, what caught Lin's attention most was her trait erudite.
According to the information from the future, Yi will fall into an ambush on October 20, 2027. Her demon god bloodline will be completely drained, she will lose her status as an awakened, and despite suffering a series of setbacks, she will still join Bureau 314 and maintain a pure and kind heart.
Even her current spirit grade trait erudite will be upgraded to an excellent grade version, erudite.
Kind-hearted and deeply knowledgeable, a stark contrast to her outward demeanor. Lin recalled how she had served him spiritual tea. Indeed, that was not something a typical, self-serving individual in modern society would do. With the information from both the present and the future laid out before him, Lin had already formed his judgment of Yi.
She was a fox-human young lady worthy of trust and admiration. The attack is on October 20, 2027.
Today is October 15th. Which means there are 5 days left. She'll be ambushed, Lin thought to himself. While Lin was pondering these things, Yi was observing him. From earlier until now, she felt that the handsome young man before her was a bit strange. He kept zoning out without realizing it, which was completely at odds with the sharp, reserved, and powerful impression he'd given her.
This piqued Yi's curiosity about Lin, and she said, "I've finished speaking. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as I know the answer, I'll explain it to you."
"I do have one question."
Lin flashed a rare, innocent smile, revealing his teeth, and asked, "I don't mean anything by it, but is there reproductive isolation between fox people and humans?"
Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since a moment ago, he'd been zoning out from time to time. It was strange. Could he possibly have been thinking about this very question? She hadn't even experienced such matters herself. How could she possibly know about reproductive isolation between fox people and humans? Well, he felt both embarrassed and annoyed inside, but outwardly he feigned composure and said, "That question touches on too many disciplines. Without relevant case studies or evidence, I don't know the answer."
"Alright, that is too bad."
Lin shrugged. It seemed he'd have to wait for another opportunity to get an answer to his question. Lin asked curiously, "I heard that you captured this mysterious interlayer by defeating many spore monsters.
Could you tell me about what happened back then?"
"Hey told you that, didn't he?" Yi saw right through it. The person who leaked this information was most likely Hey, bragging about him again. There was no need to hide the story behind this mysterious interlayer, so since Lin was interested, Yi went ahead and explained it. It turned out that half a year ago, mana on Blue Star had suddenly surged, causing numerous mysterious interlayers to appear all over the world, some large, some small. The smallest were common grade, while some were massive, their interiors akin to miniature worlds. At that time, Yi and the other fox people had only recently emerged from a mysterious interlayer and re-established contact with the human race. Bureau 314 was facing a critical situation. Beset by troubles both internally and externally, dominant class demon beasts were entrenched in the wilds and within the interdimensional spaces.
Though they temporarily refrained from large-scale invasions out of fear of nuclear weapons and other threats, their covert activities continued unabated.
Internally, organizations such as the Expansionist faction and the Blue Star faction were stirring up trouble, causing constant chaos. At that time, Yi partnered with Lan Lingbo to quell numerous dangerous incidents, one of which involved the spore monsters in this mysterious interlayer. She recalled being stunned by the sheer number of spore monsters when she first set foot here, and how she used the three-spirit fox fire to burn them all to ashes, leaving not a single one behind. After listening to her story, Lin asked, "Can spores really be completely burned away?" "No." Yi shook her head. She continued, "I only recently found out that when the Awakened Guild was being built, there was a hidden spore demon core here. It was secretly moved by someone, and that person has ties to the Blue Star faction." Every time she thought about that terrifyingly infectious spore demon core which had actually been stolen by the Blue Star faction, Yi felt a vague sense of unease. It was a potential threat. Once the Mana Awakening truly arrives, who knows what kind of chaos those mutated spore monsters will unleash.
Hearing Yi mention the Blue Star faction's involvement, Lin's heart sank. Just as expected, birds of a feather flock together. The Blue Star faction is even more notorious than the progressives. Though they call themselves Children of the Blue Star, they are extreme animal rights activists who are obsessed with conducting experiments on animals in an attempt to summon the birth of the god they worship, and they've committed many horrific acts. The monster tide incident is linked to Wei Tao, the leader of the progressives. Lin had a vague hunch that the illusionary crisis might also be connected to the Blue Star faction. Just then, a message appeared before his eyes. Hint, quest confirm connection triggered. Based on the clues provided by Yi, you can deduce or investigate the connection between the Blue Star faction and the illusion crisis. Quest reward, trait toxin resistance spirit grade. That's definitive proof. Lin realized with a sudden clarity. It seemed that Yi's attack 5 days later, on October 20th, was also linked to the Blue Star faction. Given the terrifying scale of the future illusion reality crisis, it was highly likely that the illusion reality demon lord behind the scenes had absorbed the demon god bloodline that originally belonged to Yi. That was why it had become so difficult to handle. But even someone at the peak of the Yi tempering stage peak, he could still be ambushed and fall into a trap. The Phantom Realm demon lord lurking in the shadows must be no pushover either. This was a tricky situation, especially since the Phantom Realm demon lord was operating in the shadows. Their true strength and the scale of their forces remained unknown. Very tricky. A thought suddenly struck Lin. Since it was so tricky, why not just warn Yi herself? What if she brought the issue directly to her attention? Would that change the future? Just as this thought crossed Lin's mind, a line of prompt text appeared before her eyes. Prompt, quest free choice triggered. Please select 1. Inform Yi of the ambush to earn Phantom True Crisis event points and a fixed excellent grade trait reward. 2. Prevent the ambush on Yi to earn Phantom True Crisis event points and an excellent grade trait reward. After reading the quest description, Lin realized her guesses had been spot on. The Phantom Reality Demon Lord really was connected to Yi. Both choices grant Phantom Reality Crisis points and the same excellent grade trait reward. In that case, Lin looked up at Yi standing before her. She said, "There is something I'm not sure if I should say." "Just say it." Yi raised her elegant, long cigarette holder, her red lips pressed together in a delicate pout, her voice soft and sweet. She could tell that Lin looked very serious. He was about to tell her something important. Curiosity welled up inside her. Lin calculated with his fingers, his gaze firm, and said with certainty, "I just did a calculation. On October 20th, you'll face a blood disaster." Chapter 53, Happy to get 2 traits. You want to improve, don't you? I'm in danger of bloodshed? Yi was momentarily stunned. Even someone as smooth and level-headed as she was felt a twinge of irritation. Who curses someone like that on their very first meeting? But upon further reflection, she sensed something was off. Lin was definitely not a con artist, she could tell that much. Even if she couldn't, Lan Lingbo wouldn't have introduced a con artist to her. So, if she followed that line of reasoning, could it be that he was using the bloodshed excuse to convey a message to her?
As she pondered this, her fluffy pink ears twitched involuntarily, catching Lin's eye. No wonder some people like to wear animal ears, they really are cute and fun. He even felt like reaching out to give them a gentle pat. Yi thought for a moment and said, "Young brother Lin, could you be a bit more specific? Like a more precise time and place? Have I offended anyone?" Faced with her many questions, Lin gave a mysterious smile but offered no answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to say, it was just that he didn't know himself. Lin didn't plan on explaining too much to Yi either. The more he said, the more likely he was to slip up. It was enough for her to use her imagination, realize someone was out to get her, and take some precautions. Seeing Lin's mysterious smile and his refusal to answer, Yi's chest heaved, and her breathing grew heavier. Even though she knew he meant no harm. But that expression, that demeanor, it was really quite infuriating. It was very much like those rare, hypocritical feng shui masters and fortune tellers who were full of ulterior motives. Yi knew she was the one asking for a favor right now. She continued. "Young brother Lin, I know that talking too much about certain things can deplete one's fortune. As for the spiritual tea you drank earlier, I have a liang or two of premium varieties in my collection. Consider this a small token of my gratitude." As she spoke, she took an exquisite square porcelain jar from a drawer, containing about 1 liang of spiritual tea. Even this square porcelain jar was no ordinary item. It could gather a certain amount of mana, enhancing the tea's nourishing effects. Yi pushed the square porcelain jar across the table toward Lin. Lin was caught off guard. He hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. If it had been anything else, he wouldn't have accepted it. After all, a favor is a precious thing. Spiritual tea was a different story. This stuff could truly nourish the spirit. According to Yi, drinking it for the first time would boost mental power, though that effect would likely not last beyond that initial use. However, he did possess the spirit-deriving bronze cauldron. If he placed the tea inside it to be nurtured for a while, perhaps, under the combined influence of the cauldron's energy and the nourishment of mana, the spirit tea's effects might be enhanced and perhaps it would work for him after all? Lin cast a glance down at the square porcelain bottle, showing no intention of picking it up. He reminded himself inwardly, be careful not to look greedy. He cleared his throat and said, "It's not appropriate to say much about this. Just remember one thing, you're currently prone to encountering malicious people, especially on October 20th, don't trust anyone, watch out for traps, and beware of being set up by those with ulterior motives." Prone to encountering malicious people, watch out for traps, Yi thought it over carefully. Her eyelids lifted slightly as she realized something, and then, turning to Lin, she smiled sweetly and said, "Young brother Lin, what you just said is so important. There are many things I hadn't noticed before, but now that I think about them, they do seem a bit strange. It's like a light bulb went off in my head." Yi now believed what Lin had said. At least, she believed it 7 or 8 out of 10. As for whether it was completely true or false, she would have to prepare carefully, turn the tables on the other side, and see if anyone was indeed targeting her and find out exactly who it was. "Young brother Lin, please accept this spiritual tea, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Once I've settled this matter, I'll treat you to a meal. And when that time comes, you mustn't refuse." As he spoke, a smile spread across her face. Her breathtaking beauty was a sight only Lin could fully appreciate. Lin nodded in agreement, then reached out and took the square porcelain bottle, replying, "Thank you very much for your kindness, Miss Posha." It seemed Yi already believed his words, and moreover, she must have a target in mind. She knew who had deliberately plotted to frame him. If that was the case, then his mission should be complete. Just as Lin was thinking this, a notification from the trait system appeared before his eyes. Notification: completed mission. Free choice 1, reduced the threat level of the illusion reality crisis event by 39%, plus 800 points. Receives mission reward, trait, power of the mushroom people, excellent grade. The reward also contained a wealth of information. Previously, many of Lin's assumptions had been mere speculation, but now he had 100% confirmation. In the future illusion reality crisis, the illusion reality demon lord had seized Yi's demon god bloodline, a flawless grade bloodline, the same rank as Chi-Chi's ancient bloodline. This would undoubtedly have greatly boosted the illusion reality demon lord's power, but now, with just a few words, Lin had exposed the illusion reality demon Lord's scheme. Since his demon god bloodline wasn't seized, the phantom truth demon Lord naturally didn't obtain it either, reducing the threat level of the phantom truth crisis by 39%. 39% it seems high, but that's not the whole story. Drawing on his experience with the monster tide, Lin had gained a more realistic understanding of the future. The future is constantly changing its dynamic. Since the illusion reality demon Lord didn't obtain the demon goddess bloodline, it will seek compensation elsewhere. One possibility is that the substitute it finds is very weak, thereby weakening its power. Another possibility is that the substitute is actually stronger, causing its power to surge dramatically. The future holds countless possibilities. However, since he lives in the present 3 years in the past, he can always intervene in that future. Even if he fails 5 times, as long as he succeeds once, he can completely extinguish the future illusion reality crisis. Lin examined the trait Mushroom Man's power, whose effect was a 340% increase in vitality, making it less powerful than the Might of the Wild Ox. Prompt: Trait Might of the Wild Ox Excellent Grade and Mushroom Man's Power Excellent Grade are conflicting traits. Do you wish to fuse them? Hold on a moment. Lin did not fuse the traits here. Instead, he said to Yi, "Miss Bosha, I have other business to attend to. I should be going. Let me walk you out." Yi didn't try to keep him there. She had a lot on her mind right now and needed to figure out who exactly was plotting against her. Yi stood up, revealing a fluffy tail. It was only then that Lin realized she was actually slightly taller than him. At least 178 centimeters tall, and with a pair of fluffy fox ears, she was already taller than Lin, who stood at over 184 centimeters. Lin had seen Victoria's Secret supermodels before, but in terms of figure and poise alone, they were nowhere near as impressive as Yi standing before her. It was at that moment that a light bulb went off in Lin's mind. She hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Another mission, Confirm Connection, had also been completed. The Confirm Connection mission required her to use the clues provided by Yi to uncover the link between the Blue Star faction and the illusionary crisis. Now that she had completed the free choice mission, it directly proved that the Blue Star faction was connected to the illusionary crisis. As a result, this mission was also completed, earning her the reward, Trait Toxin Resistance Spirit Grade. Lin and Yi chatted and laughed all the way to the front desk, drawing the attention of many people in the Awakened Guild Tavern's lounge area. It was one thing that this newcomer had air seeing him off. But now, even the breathtakingly beautiful Miss Yi, who rarely, very rarely makes public appearances, had come out to see him off. What kind of status does this young man have? Miss Bosha, please go back. No need to be so formal. As Lin spoke, another prompt appeared before his eyes. Prompt: the trait Righteousness Spirit Grade and the trait Toxin Resistance Spirit Grade are conflicting traits. Do you wish to fuse them? Chapter 54, Burning Vitality, Embracing Death to Live. Upright and Righteous was a trait Lin had obtained from his cousin at unexpected moments. It would produce astonishing results. Toxin Resistance was a trait of the same category. The defining characteristic of both was resistance. One provided resistance to attributes like darkness, while the other offered resistance to toxins. Lin took the elevator from level 5 back to level 1, left the 3-4 entrance grocery store, and took a ride-hailing car back home. After drawing the curtains in her bedroom, Lin sat cross-legged on the bed. She chose to fuse the traits, Righteousness and Toxin Resistance. Hint: fusing traits. A blue crystal appeared in her mind. Lin could clearly feel the coolness radiating from it. It possessed the power to neutralize all poisons. It was as if menthol had seeped into her skin gradually. Lin felt a coolness spread throughout her body, bringing a deep sense of comfort and relaxation from the inside out. Even the furrow between her brows smoothed out. She thought back to many years ago, when she was still a child and had been stung by a hornet. That searing, excruciating pain was still vivid in her memory. If I were stung by a wasp now, I should be able to completely resist its venom. Lin felt a pang of regret that he hadn't possessed the ability to resist toxins back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in so much pain that he couldn't sleep all night. Prompt: trait Righteousness Anti-Toxin Spirit Grade has been synthesized.
Would you like to view the trait information?
View. Righteous spirit toxin resistance spirit grade description. With a righteous heart and a soul protected by light, one is immune to all poisons. Deter targets with dark attributes and possess high resistance to dark attribute mental attacks and various toxins. It comes with poison resistance. Not bad, Lin nodded. The next time he synthesizes a trait, if upright spirit is upgraded to excellent grade, its poison resistance will also be enhanced. With that in mind, Lin looked forward to synthesizing his next trait. After all, it concerned his most vital stat, vitality. The synthesis of the excellent grade trait Bull S strength with the same grade trait Mushroom Man S strength, two traits that both increase vitality. Right now, strength of the Wild Bull boosts vitality by 400%, but power of the Mushroom Man only increases it by 350%.
If I fuse them, Lin felt a brief pang of hesitation. He hoped it wouldn't result in some absurd outcome like 400% plus 350% equaling 375%.
Fuse.
Prompt: trait synthesis in progress?
Lin closed his eyes. In his mind, the moment the purple crystal began to melt, every fiber of Lin's body, his flesh, tendons, and bones resonated, trembled, or pulsed in unison. His muscles throbbed, his blood surged, and the meridians throughout his body swelled. The power of the wild bull drove his surging vitality to soar, like a raging bull rampaging wildly, colliding recklessly, and devouring the power of the Mushroom Man trait. The two forces of the same nature became entangled. The area between Lin's eyebrows and his brow swelled as strands of vitality overflowed, the veins in his neck throbbed, and the Yenling breathing technique operated naturally, voraciously drawing in mana. Devouring greedily, each strand of mana propelled the flow of vitality. Lin's skin turned from white to red, a deep crimson, and remained that way for over 10 minutes. The chaotic vitality finally settled within his body, and his crimson skin returned to its fair complexion, appearing even smoother and more radiant than before. Phew! Lin exhaled a breath of crimson energy. This had been the longest trait synthesis he'd ever undertaken. It was only because she hadn't synthesized it at the Awakened Guild just now. Otherwise, it really would have given Yi quite a scare. Prompt: trait Blazing Blood Power Excellent Grade Tier 1 has been synthesized. Do you wish to view the trait information? Blazing Blood Power. Yes, Lin could feel it. The vitality within her body now held a latent, searing energy. Once she fully unleashed the power of her vitality, it would burn and transform into blazing blood, becoming even more powerful. View. Power of Blazing Blood Excellent Grade Tier 1 description. Having consumed the wild ox and the mutated bloodline, the blood energy burns fiercely, embracing death to be reborn. Permanently and passively increases vitality by 450%. By burning vitality, damage can be rapidly healed. The lower the vitality, the stronger the effect. After reading the trait's description, Lin's eyes widened in surprise. A permanent 450% increase in vitality that didn't surprise him. It was within his expectations. What truly astonished him was the ability to burn vitality to rapidly recover from damage. This ability was incredibly powerful, a near universal superpower applicable in any battle or scenario. Not to mention, it had an additional ability: the lower your vitality, the stronger the effect. Burning vitality, reborn from the brink of death. Lin stared at that line in the description. It was true. As long as he didn't run out of vitality, he could burn his blood to heal himself. Wasn't that exactly burning vitality, reborn from the brink of death? A god tier trait. Lin mused. In the future, as the blazing blood power ascends to higher tiers or even breaks through its current quality, its effects will undoubtedly become even more powerful. Perhaps one day, he'll be able to achieve this, blazing blood burning, immortal and indestructible. Getting up from the bed, Lin walked toward the shower. After this trait synthesis, having obtained the blazing blood power, his skin was covered with countless barely perceptible embers, so he needed to wash them off first. More than 10 minutes later. After washing himself thoroughly, Lin walked over to his desk and turned on his computer. Then, he took his phone out of his pocket. Awakened Guild app. Lin looked at the Revival of All Beings icon and tapped it. This was his first time logging into the Awakened Guild app. He entered his account and the secret key he had sent him, and a prompt appeared.
Dear Silver member Lin, welcome to the Luadu District Forum. You are free to browse the quest section, forum, trading section, and auction section. Note, Silver members cannot post quests. Lin noticed that the national and global sections of the Awakened Guild were both grayed out and locked, making them inaccessible. Without giving it much thought, Lin briefly browsed the quest, trading, and auction sections. The quest section listed various missions, such as resource searches, explorations of mysterious hidden chambers, and dangerous tasks like hunting monsters or capturing or killing Awakened members from certain organizations, such as the Blue Star faction. Lin noticed that among the posts in the quest section, only a few members of the Progressive faction were listed as wanted, and there were no requirements to kill them. However, whenever the Blue Star faction was involved, it was truly a matter of life and death. As long as you took them down, you could earn bounty points. This showed just how notorious the members of the Blue Star faction were. In the trading zone, Awakened Guild points could be exchanged for currency away for Awakened to make money. 100 points could be exchanged for 10,000 Huaxia coins. Lin currently had no points, but with over 18 million sitting in his account, he had no intention of exchanging them for money. Too bad Huaxia coins can't be exchanged for points, otherwise, I could just pay to play, Lin muttered to himself. Points could only be earned through quests or by selling extraordinary items. The auction zone opens at fixed times each week, and bidding requires points. The items up for sale include some extraordinary items, while others have uncertain uses. It's definitely a must-visit spot for scoring bargains. Let us check out the forum, Lin muttered to himself. Any seasoned internet user could navigate this app seamlessly and get the hang of it instantly. The UI was so clean and intuitive. He tapped on the forum and saw 375 posts today. Compared to Luo City's population of over 20 million, that number wasn't huge. But considering that Awakened individuals were a minority to begin with, it actually wasn't that small. Not to mention, only advanced grade members have the permission to post. Lin spotted a trending post from today and was instantly intrigued. Post title, Great News. The leader of the Progressive faction, Wei Tao, has been nabbed by the Blue Demon King of Bureau 314. The Blue Demon King of Bureau 314, no need to guess, had to be Lan Lingbo. The reason she'd been friendly toward him was because his grandfather was her mentor. Setting that connection aside, Lin recalled the scene where Lan Lingbo had drawn her pitch-black whip, transformed it into a shadow python, and instantly crushed and subdued Su Wandi. It was quite terrifying, and she certainly lived up to the nickname Blue Demon King. Let us click in and take a look, Lin thought curiously, wondering how the world of Awakened viewed Wei Tao's arrest. Chapter 55, Evolution once again. Lingyue Harmony Guild. Great news! The leader of the Progressive faction, Wei Tao, has been arrested by the Blue Demon King of Bureau 314. Hot! Old scoundrel Sima advanced grade, that bastard Wei Tao, he flouted the law and disrespected his elders. Serves him right. Truly, the main god has eyes. Big smart advanced grade at old scoundrel Sima, Uncle Sima, is Wei Tao the one who burned you and sent you to the hospital that time? Sima the old scoundrel advanced grade, nonsense. I was accidentally scalded by hot water. If Wei Tao ever crosses paths with this old man, I'll definitely take him down. It'd be a 50-50 fight at the very least. Peach Blossom Immortal Silver, Team Leader Blue's strength is growing by the day. It makes perfect sense that he was able to arrest Wei Tao. Wei Tao has done many outrageous things, but as far as I know, he hasn't actually taken anyone's life. His crimes shouldn't warrant the death penalty. Big smart advanced grade at Peach Blossom Immortal, Wei Tao has caused massive explosions several times. How could he not have killed anyone? You aren't part of the Progressives, are you? Peach Blossom Immortal Silver at Big Smart, I'll tell you about this in person offline, please reply to my private message. Lin scrolled down but saw no further posts from De Clever. In fact, the account was marked as being deactivated. It seems that on forums like this, one must be cautious when posting, and one's true identity must never be revealed. He scrolled through several pages of posts. The discussions were mostly about Lan Lingbo and Wei Tao, and no one had mentioned him. Not bad, Lin nodded. He didn't want anyone to know what he'd done either. After all, the Progressive faction was a massive organization with members spread across the globe, harboring many secrets.
Now that his identity was kept secret and he'd gone into hiding, even if someone from the progressive faction really wanted to seek revenge, they'd have to go to Bureau 314 to find Lan Lingbo. That is, if they had the guts and the capability. After closing the thread, Lin spent quite a while browsing the posts. The Awakened forum had been around for a long time, and there were numerous threads marked as featured. Any post labeled as such contained either practical knowledge or valuable content worth reviewing. Lin patiently read through them for a long time, but still only managed to get through a portion of them. He gained a much deeper understanding of the situation in Luodu. Throughout Luodu, there are hundreds of mysterious interlayers of all sizes within the city. Most pose no danger, but more could appear at any moment. Outside Luodu, amidst the rolling mountains, the exact number of mysterious interlayers remains a mystery to this day. However, one thing is certain, there are 4 such interlayers. Their internal spaces are astonishingly vast, and they are infested with demon beasts, making them extremely dangerous. Correspondingly, they also hide many precious natural treasures. Mysterious cavities. Lin wasn't particularly interested in them for the time being. At the very least, he would wait until he had reached the tempering stage before considering such a high-risk endeavor as exploring them. Even Bureau 314 rarely ventured into these mysterious cavities on its own initiative. Instead, they were mostly cordoned off and strictly off-limits. He sat up straight and stretched. Lin was surprised to discover that it was already 9 p.m. Time really flies when you're online, he mused. After that, Lin got up, put on a black hooded jacket, and left the house. He hadn't forgotten the old willow tree. Come to think of it, the radio had been playing A Grateful Heart at the base of the old willow tree for 2 or 3 days now. The radio's battery was about to run out, so what changes would the old willow tree undergo? Lin was still very concerned about the old willow tree. A single tree, yet it held 2 special quests. The first special quest was to transform the Mystery Realm Old Willow Tree. Upon completing it, he could choose any excellent grade trait and increase its rank by 1. Completing this quest would trigger a hidden quest, unlocking a special hidden quest. Any quest labeled with terms like special or hidden meant the rewards were sure to be substantial. Lost in thought, Lin arrived at the lake in the park. At 9 o'clock at night, the place was already deserted. Rumor had it that recently, someone had spotted a ghost here, and once the news spread, the story got twisted as it passed from person to person. More and more people began to say the place felt eerie. They'd get chills down their spines just walking past it, and few dared to come here at night. Lin, of course, wasn't afraid of anything. He recalled the first time he'd seen the vision of the old willow tree as future. Back then, it was destined to become the lantern-lighting old willow 3 years later. By a twist of fate, its future kept changing and evolving, first into the primordial old willow, then into the misty realm old willow. With each evolution, it became even more terrifying and powerful. Lin even had a thought: if it continued to evolve like this, might it become a terrifying natural disaster capable of destroying heaven and earth? No, it wouldn't, Lin thought to himself. Previously, his concern had been that carrying a chainsaw would draw too much attention, and he'd worried about getting caught, wasting time that could be spent strengthening himself. But now that he knew about Bureau 314 and the current situation here, Lin could easily wield the demon-slaying sword to physically cut down and shatter the demon tree. By then, Bureau 314 wouldn't hold it against him. In fact, they'd probably reward him. It's up to you. If listening to music helps, then keep modifying it. If not, the demon-slaying sword, resting against Lin's nose, trembled slightly. It hadn't cut anything yet today and was brimming with excitement. With that in mind, Lin approached within a few meters of the old willow tree. He looked at it. Its branches hung naturally, swaying in the breeze, with a faint mist drifting around it. It seemed the old willow tree wasn't as volatile as before, though of course, perhaps it was deliberately concealing its true nature. View information. Prompt: present, future? All. Info: Sile old willow tree. Present description: an old willow tree that has absorbed mana and, due to special circumstances, has undergone a mutation and is evolving in an unknown direction. Possesses traits: mystery Sile excellent grade, abnormal growth spirit grade, melody advanced grade. Information: Spirit Ancestor Old Willow Tree. Future description: a demon tree that has transformed itself into a spirit realm, possessing the strength of the spirit stage peak quasi-soul stage. Every weeping willow branch has become a mutated spirit root, giving birth to the song Spirit Human Clan and safeguarding a corner of the world in peace. Possesses traits: Lord of the Spiritual Realm Flawless Grade, Mutated Spiritual Roots Flawless Grade, Earth Absorption Excellent Grade, Spiritual Song Excellent Grade, Supernormal Growth Excellent Grade, Tenacity Spirit Grade. The information about the ancient willow tree appeared before Lynn's eyes. After reading the description, Lynn was utterly astonished. This change is simply too drastic. Previously, the old willow tree of the present was the mutated old willow tree. The old willow tree of the future is the maze realm old willow tree, capable of transforming into a maze realm, giving birth to the terrifying species the whispering gills and bringing about horrific natural disasters. But now, in the future, it will transform into the spirit ancestor old willow tree, nurturing the song spirit race and safeguarding a peaceful corner of the world. Moreover, its power has risen from the peak of the spirit stage to the quasi-soul stage. Its trait has also undergone significant changes. The song Spirit Clan, they're worth keeping an eye on. Lynn suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. What exactly would the spirit ancestor Willow and the Song Spirit Clan look like 3 years from now? After all, it had been so long. Every time I look toward the future, it's a terrifying sight. This might be the only exception. By some twist of fate, the terrifying demon tree seems to have truly changed its mindset because of a song, bringing about a future different from the darkness. Hint: present future? Future. The moment she chose the future, infinite light flashed before Lynn's eyes. Her black pupils traversed the vast expanse of time, and the vision of that future entered her sight. The first thing to reach her ears was a lingering, sacred song music. Notes floated in midair, swirling around a silvery white sacred tree. This tree stood a full kilometer tall, and every drooping branch was adorned with golden leaves that shimmered brilliantly even in the dead of night. The palm-sized song spirit folk held various instruments fashioned from golden leaves, playing melodious, harmonious tunes. Not far from the tree's roots lay a human community, home to the residents living around Lihu Park, many of whom Lynn knew personally. They lived under the protection of the ancestral willow, frequently turning toward it and generously offering words of praise. In turn, the ancestral willow would occasionally shower the area with flashes of silver light, which drifted toward and reinforced the spirit realm's barrier. Lynn gazed at the Harmony Guild, this haven of humanity amidst the apocalypse, with a heart full of mixed emotions. If only there weren't the mushroom people outside the barrier, ceaselessly attacking it at every moment, it would be perfect. The precognition skill's vision came to an end. The time stopped, scene collapsed and faded away. Before Lynn's eyes stood the same silent willow by the park's lake, still and serene. The scene from 3 years later still seemed to float before his eyes, lingering for a long time. Even the old willow tree before him had grown more pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, the demon-slaying sword trembled in his grasp, as if urging Lynn to start slashing. Chapter 56: The Eye of True Knowledge. Old Willow, join my adventuring party. Lynn suppressed the restless demon-slaying sword. He never would have imagined that a casual gesture of his could bring about such a profound change in the old willow tree. Perhaps because it had just awakened to sentience and had been listening to the same song, "Thank you for being there," over and over again, it had gradually forgotten the incidents of the past few decades: the bratty kids tugging at its branches, people peeing by its roots, and Lynn pouring salt water on it. Gradually, it began to recall the little girl singing by its side, the residents sitting on the bench next to it after their evening walks, and how, over the years, people had occasionally come by to check for pests and such. In the blink of an eye, its feelings shifted from loathing to gratitude. Lynn walked up to the old willow tree and dug out the radio buried beneath its roots. Sure enough, the battery was nearly dead. Once the radio was removed, the branches of the old willow tree swayed and swayed, as if reluctant for the music to end. It was 9 o'clock at night. In the past, seeing the old willow tree's branches sway like this would have given Lynn an eerie, terrifying feeling, but now? It gave her a different, intriguing sensation. Wait a moment, Lynn muttered to herself. A reward notification from the trait system appeared before her eyes. Notice, special mission completed transformed the old willow tree of the maze and the mission was completed perfectly. Notice, due to the perfect transformation of the old willow tree of the maze, a special hidden mission has been automatically completed. Congratulations! You have earned a hidden reward. Any trait can be upgraded to flawless grade unlimited. After reading these two notices and taking a moment to process them, Lin suddenly realized. This meant that he hadn't merely completed the special quest to alter the old willow tree of the Misty Realm, he had completed two quests at once. He had even completed the subsequent hidden quest. Under normal circumstances, the old willow tree would have required further alterations to transition from chaotic evil to neutral, and then to lawful good. But now, because his approach was so ingenious, he had directly completed the follow-up quest as well. He secured the highest reward outright. The original reward, a +1 level boost to an excellent grade trait. But now, the reward. He could directly upgrade any trait to flawless grade quality. A direct promotion to flawless grade. Lin's heart couldn't help but race. He now possessed two flawless grade traits, the derived spirit breathing technique and the garrison spirit gathering array. He knew all too well just how valuable a flawless grade trait was. The derived spirit breathing technique guaranteed that he would one day become a powerful figure in his own right, while the spirit gathering array equipped him with knowledge of an entire complex system. Mastering the spirit gathering array, a skill like this would make him a guest of honor wherever he went. So, now the question arose. Which trait should he upgrade to flawless grade? The mission was complete, the reward had to be claimed. Lin reviewed all his non-flawless grade traits. Spirit grade traits, Spatial Pocket, Righteousness Antitoxin. Excellent grade traits, Precognition Skill, Blazing Blood Power. He had to choose two from these four traits. After a quick glance, he immediately ruled out Righteousness Antitoxin and Fiery Blood Power. These two traits are very powerful and directly boost combat effectiveness, but based on past experience, the probability of obtaining these types of traits is relatively high, so he has always been able to upgrade them to flawless grade. However, Spatial Pocket and Precognition Skill are rather special. Spatial Pocket belongs to the prestigious spatial category. Since acquiring the trait, it has never been upgraded, remaining permanently locked at the spirit grade, with a space of 5 meters 5 meters 5 meters. As for Precognition Skill, upon acquiring the trait, it was at Tier 1. It has been accumulating experience and slowly leveling up, but he has never obtained a similar trait, let alone synthesized it for an upgrade. Choosing one of these two, the Spatial Pocket, might open up new possibilities. But the Precognition Skill directly determines the efficiency of obtaining future information. With that in mind, Lin made his decision. He thought to himself, upgrade the Precognition Skill trait. Prompt: the Precognition Skill trait's Vision Excellent Grade Tier 1 has been upgraded to flawless grade quality. In a fleeting instant, Lin felt dizzy and disoriented. The flow of time and space around him grew viscous, and he sank deeply into it. With every passing second, the flow of time constantly flipped between progression and reversal, to the point where Lin could no longer perceive time at all. It felt as though he were lost in a turbulent current of time. Every future scenario he had ever foreseen with his Precognition Skill came vividly to mind, constantly flashing before his eyes. Tides of monsters, countless hordes of monsters attacking, the winning numbers at the lottery booth, and the illusion reality crisis, where the 314th Bureau's defenses were torn apart by countless mushroom monsters. One by one, living, breathing people were infected by spores. Their heads were ripped off, and mushroom heads grew in their place. Caesar bit down on that powerful awakened and tore it to pieces. The future spirit ancestor, the old willow tree, showered silver light amid the music, shielding the future of the people in this community. Boom! Boom! A deafening roar jolted Lin awake. He opened his eyes wide, took in everything before him, and realized, not only had time not passed, but it had actually rewinded by a few seconds. Prompt: the trait Precognition Skill Excellent Grade has been upgraded to Eye of True Knowledge Flawless Grade. Would you like to view this trait? Precognition Skill has successfully upgraded to Eye of True Knowledge. Just looking at the trait's name, he wasn't sure of its specific abilities, but Lin could sense a change deep within his pupils. His eyes still felt a slight discomfort from this change, as if deep within his open eyes, there were another pair of closed eyes. View trait. Eye of True Knowledge Flawless Grade Tier 1 Experience Points, 0-10 Description, allows you to see everything within your field of vision for the next 24 hours and pierce through all illusions in your line of sight. Everything seen will be recorded in the Eye of True Knowledge and can be replayed by consuming mental power. Note, this trait can be used once per day. Its duration is determined by your mental power. After reading the description, Lynn zeroed in on the key points. Can see through all illusions within your field of vision and everything will be recorded in the Eye of True Knowledge and can be reviewed later. These two abilities are absolutely crucial. In this era of mana awakening and the impending martial invasion, much of what one sees may not be true. The ability to see through illusions is a rare and invaluable gift. And the ability to record everything in the Eye of True Knowledge for later review is equally important. Lin can expend mental power to repeatedly replay the future in his mind's eye. Many details he had previously overlooked might now catch his attention. It's a shame that the future I saw through my precognition skillless vision can't be recorded in the Eye of True Knowledge. I'll have to make another trip to Bureau 314 tomorrow to review the future again. Lin thought to himself. Perhaps, who knows? He might even find a clue to the phantom true demon lord. If that were the case, he'd have a solid grasp on resolving the phantom true crisis incident. As for the present moment, Lin gazed at the old willow tree of music before him. In the future, it would become the spirit ancestor old willow tree, giving birth to the song spirit human race, but that had little to do with him personally. Still, it was the spirit ancestor old willow tree, the ancestral progenitor of an entire spirit realm. A presence not to be underestimated. But the one before him now was merely the Sile old willow tree, a lover of music who was no longer so filled with tyranny. Lin kept his gaze fixed on the Sile old willow tree and pondered for a moment. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and a sudden idea popped into his head. He currently had 3 slots in his adventuring party. He was already occupying one, leaving 2 remaining. To invite someone to join the party, 3 requirements must be met. 1. They must not belong to any faction. Criterion: whether the faction imposes mandatory requirements. 2. They must be an awakened. 3. They must genuinely wish to join the party. The old willow tree of Sile standing before him had not joined any faction. That much was certain, and it was already an awakened being. That, too, was certain. Now there was only one condition left. If it met this requirement, wouldn't that mean it could join his own adventuring party? Then the future spirit ancestor old willow tree would become his very own guardian great spirit tree. Even the song spirit human clan would become a faction of the spirit race. Thinking of this, Lin pressed the pause button on the radio, his voice filled with temptation as he said to the old willow of Sile, "Old willow, would you like to listen to music every day? All kinds of songs, endless selections, pop hits, classics, domestic tunes, and foreign ones too?" Chapter 57, 59 minutes, You Will Die by the Demon-Slaying Sword. The branches of the old willow tree of Sile swayed. It couldn't fully understand Lin's words, but it could grasp the general meaning. Its answer was, yes. Alright, I'll send you an invitation shortly. Be sure to accept it. Lin activated the Adventure Party feature in the achievement system. He selected the target, the old willow tree of Sile, and thought, invite as an Adventure Party member. Prompt: please name your Adventure Party first. Lin had already thought of many names for the Adventure Party. For fan-fiction style themes, there was the Avengers Adventure Party for Xianxia, the Shushan Adventure Party, or he could simply name it after the Celestial Court, or go with a sci-fi style like Southern Heavenly Gate. In the end, he thought of the impending disasters such as the Mana Awakening and the Martial Invasion, as well as the letter his grandmother had left him before passing away, in which she expressed her hope that he would carve out a career for himself. His ultimate goal was to transform Blue Star into the Harmony Guild, so he decided to name the Adventure Guild Harmony Guild. Harmony Guild. Prompt: the Harmony Guild Adventure Group has been established. Do you confirm sending an invitation to the extraordinary being the old willow tree of Sile? Invite. Lin didn't know if the old willow tree of Sile would accept. Its intelligence wasn't particularly high at the moment, but it certainly wasn't stupid either. Whether it would agree or refuse to join an unfamiliar group was a complete unknown. Lin also had no idea what changes joining the Harmony Guild Adventurers group would bring. It was all a mystery. A few seconds later,
the branches of the old willow tree of Sile swayed, as if an old man were nodding in agreement.
Seeing this, Lin knew that it had joined his Harmony Guild Adventurers group.
Hint: the old willow tree of Sile has joined the Harmony Guild Adventure Party.
Please select a location for the party's headquarters. Doing so will automatically activate the party system functions. Note: you may currently select one headquarters location. Once selected, it cannot be changed for a short period of time.
A headquarters. I definitely need a headquarters.
Lin had already realized that living in the residential complex would no longer meet his future needs. The best solution would be to find a piece of land with a mysterious hidden layer, then conquer that layer, combining both inner and outer benefits, ensuring privacy while also better developing the adventuring group. Lin thought about it for a moment and decided it was still too early to be thinking about such things.
He'd just go with the flow.
The most important thing right now was improving his own strength. Having a faction was certainly a nice bonus, but if it overshadowed his personal growth, that wouldn't be good. Lin switched to a different radio and this time played the song Hello, Tomorrow for Silu's Old Willow Tree, again on repeat. Just as he finished, Lin's phone in his pocket vibrated, and the WeChat notification sound rang out. He picked up his phone and saw that Chi-Chi was requesting a video call.
Chi-Chi? Lin wasn't surprised.
Lately, the two of them had been video chatting frequently in the evenings, discussing short videos from the group chat or other topics. He'd even video chatted with Chi-Chi earlier that day. At the time, she was still at Bureau 314. According to her, she'd evolved too. She'd become incredibly strong, felt full of energy, and thought she might even become a powerhouse like him. She'd also mentioned that someone from Bureau 314 had extended an invitation to her, but after asking around and learning that Lin hadn't joined Bureau 314, she'd turned it down. It was now a little past 9 in the evening by her calculations. Chi-Chi should have returned home from Bureau 314 by now.
Lin pressed the button to answer. The next second, Chi-Chi appeared on the video call.
Unusually, she wasn't wearing her traditional Hanfu Ruchu, and instead, she had her long blue hair covered by a one-piece, fluffy pajama set with a green little dinosaur on the hood, which made her face look even smaller and her eyes even bigger. She looked absolutely adorable. When Lin saw her, he felt his spirits lift. This pajama set really suited Chi-Chi's charm. Chi-Chi, those pajamas look pretty good on you, Lin teased.
Shoo.
She held her little finger to her lips, frantically signaling Lin to keep his voice down.
Lin, save me. Hurry over, I've sent you my address.
Her voice was hushed, and her eyes kept darting upward furtively, filled with fear as if something terrifying lurked outside.
Lin's heart skipped a beat.
Chi-Chi was now an awakened one. Ordinary people posed no threat to her at all. Something serious must have happened. Without even having time to say goodbye to old Lu under the willow tree, Lin strode out and ran toward the roadside outside the park, listening to Chi-Chi's whispered account of the situation along the way. I just got home from Bureau 314 a little while ago, and then I started feeling anxious.
I peeked out the window and saw several people lurking around my front door.
It's dark now, and they could break in at any moment. She emphasized, I can sense they're very dangerous, and I can't fight them.
Could they be Wei Tao's accomplices?
By the way, whatever you do, don't contact Bureau 314. I suspect Chi-Chi didn't finish her sentence.
Lin understood immediately.
Indeed, she had just walked out of Bureau 314, and in the blink of an eye, she was being watched and surrounded. It was hard to say there wasn't a connection between the two. Lin first checked Chi-Chi's future data and discovered her future had indeed changed. The future data indicated that she would be abducted tonight, have all her ancient bloodline drained from her body, and die in the Blood Demon Lord of Illusion's bloody ritual. The Blood Demon Lord of Illusion. A flash of murderous intent crossed Lin's eyes. Keeping Chi-Chi at home any longer was definitely out of the question.
Lin said. First, lock all the doors and windows. Your place isn't too far from mine. Find an opportunity to see if you can slip out through the back window.
When you do, remember to open a few more windows as a diversion.
They probably haven't spotted you yet.
As soon as Lin finished speaking, he immediately checked Chi-Chi's future data again. If her future hadn't changed, he could stop it in time, adjust his strategy, and hopefully secure a sliver of a chance. "I'll give it a try," Chi-Chi whispered. Just then, Lin checked her future data again and discovered that all information regarding the bloody ritual involving Chi-Chi had vanished. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed this strategy was sound. Lin hopped into a ride-hailing car. She sat in the back seat. She said to the driver, "I'm in a rush. If you can get me there in 10 minutes, all this is yours." As he spoke, he pulled a stack of red 3,000 huaxia coins from his pocket, or rather, from his spatial pocket, and placed them all on the car's center console. "Got it, kid. Don't worry. It won't even take 10 minutes. I'm counting on you." Lin took a deep breath and began the verification process. Using Chi-Chi's video call, he stared at the screen, focusing on a man wearing a hat to check his information. Hint, present, future? All of them, Lin thought to himself. He already knew that all these people were from the Blue Star faction. But he needed more specific information. The information on the hat-wearing man appeared before Lin's eyes. Info, Zhang. Present description: a fanatical follower of the Blue Star faction who, after receiving a revelation from the Blue Star faction's deity, awakened as a spear-type awakened. He possesses early tempering stage strength and holds a high status within the Blue Star faction. Traits: Extreme Evil Thunder Spear Excellent Grade, Piercing Thunder Spirit Grade, Swiftness Advanced Grade. Info, Zhang. Future profile: a fanatical believer of the Blue Star faction, who died by Lin's demon-slaying sword on October 15, 2027, at 9:59 and 59 seconds p.m. Chapter 58, The Wolf King appears. Let them all turn to ice sculptures. The man in the hat's name was Zhang, a key member of the Blue Star faction, similar to Su Wandi of the Progressive faction. He possessed 3 traits. His highest quality trait, Extreme Evil Thunder Spear, was of excellent grade, and Piercing Thunder was also of high quality. His strength stood at the early tempering stage. In terms of cultivation realm, he was superior to Lin. Died on October 15, 2027, at 9:59 and 59 seconds p.m., by the demon-slaying sword. Lin stared at the top right corner of his phone. The time display showed it was currently 9:56 p.m. There was no seconds display. There were still 3 minutes left until 9:59 p.m. Lin chose to open his personal information panel to double-check his vitality value. Personal information. Name, Lin. Rank, entry-level practitioner. Next rank, tempering stage early. Constitution, none. Unknown, Tears of Xingluo. Talent, inspect skill. Trait, derived spirit breathing technique. Flawless grade, Eye of True Knowledge. Flawless grade, Blazing Blood Power. Excellent grade. Level 1, Righteous Light. Anti-toxin type spirit grade, Spatial Pocket spirit grade. Note, Adventurer Guild traits can be viewed on the Adventurer Guild page. Vitality, 64, increased to 288 points after a 450% boost from the Power of Blazing Blood trait. Mental power, 10 points. For a beginner-level practitioner, their vitality value is 288 points. This vitality value is absolutely staggering. Lin couldn't believe that an awakened in the early tempering stage could possess 288 points of vitality. After closing the personal information page, Lin closed his eyes and began practicing the Yanling breathing technique. With each breath, the Yanling bronze cauldron and the Yanling demon-slaying sword received more mana nourishment and gradually came to life. At the same time, on the south outer 4th Ring Road, a 3-story residential house stood next to a small riverside park. The weather had been cold lately, and by nightfall, no one was out strolling anymore. In front of, behind, and all around the house, there were more than 10 figures. They had already surrounded the residence. The leader was Zhang, a core member of the Blue Star faction's Luodu branch and a fervent believer in the Blue Star faction's deity. Upon receiving word that a girl with a newly awakened mysterious bloodline had appeared, he rushed here immediately. A mysterious bloodline was the Divine Lord's most favored offering. Each sacrifice would yield the greatest blessings from the Divine Lord. At this thought, a flash of excitement crossed Zhang's eyes. If he could just take one more step forward, he would break through to the mid-tempering stage. By then, even if he faced Lan Lingbo from Bureau 314, he might just stand a chance.
Take out Xiao Lu and Tong Wei.
The rest of you, secure the perimeter, don't let her escape. Now that she is considered awakened, her physical abilities surpass those of a common grade person. As he spoke, Jiang strode forward. Tall and imposing, he kept his hands in his pockets. The moment his right hand emerged, a bolt of lightning coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, effortlessly piercing and melting the lock on the metal door. Without a hint of effort, he pushed the door open, causing it to creak and groan. In the silent dead of night, the sound of the door opening made Chi-Chi even more anxious. Her heart was racing, and her hidden sixth sense warned her, danger, great danger. Chi-Chi quietly climbed out through an inconspicuous window, then casually closed it behind her. From the second floor, she moved with agility, leaping several meters across to scale the outer wall, which was over 3 meters high. Then, without looking back, she pretended to be a passerby and walked toward the woods in the park. She had already set her phone to silent to prevent the sound of a video call from drawing these people's attention. As the night breeze blew in gusts, Chi-Chi's shoulders trembled involuntarily. She tucked her neck in, and her small face beneath the hood made her eyes appear even larger. Like a startled kitten, she peered around furtively. The light from the old street lamp was dim, casting a long shadow. Just as Chi-Chi lowered her head, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, staring at the elongated black shadow on the ground, her heart skipping a beat. She looked up. On the cobblestone path, wide enough for 2 people, a fluffy puppy sat there. Its coat was jet black. It sat quietly, its little head held high, its beady eyes sparkling. Its tail wasn't even raised, it maintained a perfectly upright posture. Even though it was just a puppy, it seemed like a thick wall blocking her path, impossible to get past. It's him, Chi-Chi thought to herself. She suddenly realized she'd seen him before. She'd stumbled upon him by chance not long ago. Back then, he hadn't looked like this, but he'd exuded the same powerful aura that made people afraid to approach him. The puppy sat quietly, his eyes fixed on the distance, where a group of more than 10 people was rushing toward them. Leading the group was none other than Jiang. Jiang cursed, "Damn it! She's already escaped, and we didn't even know." If it weren't for the GPS tracking device on her phone, she really would have let her get away. The dozen or so people surrounding Jiang each drew their weapons, batons, long knives, daggers, and even handguns. Judging by their speed, these people had all been enhanced. They were clearly not common-grade humans. Chi-Chi turned and saw Jiang chasing her from behind. Panic began to set in. If Lin were here, these dozen or so people would certainly be no match for him. But she had only just awakened her powers, and with no weapon in hand, she stood no chance against them. With the tiger blocking her path ahead, there was absolutely no way to escape. Just as a wave of despair washed over her, Chi-Chi suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken, as if the blood in her entire body were about to boil. A fighting spirit, born from fear pushed to its limit, ignited within her veins, and even her fear itself was burned away by the boiling blood. "I'm not afraid of you anymore." Chi-Chi picked up a brick lying at her feet, gritted her teeth, and looked fierce. Then, she glanced warily over her shoulder, keeping an eye on the black puppy. The black puppy was no longer sitting or standing. It took a step forward. The moment its paw touched the ground, its tiny body along with its shadow began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a puppy no bigger than an adult espalm into a massive white-furred wolf rivaling a lion or a tiger. The temperature around it dropped sharply. Chi-Chi noticed an unhealed wound beneath its chest. And this was none other than Caesar, the one on the run. Arg! Caesar's blue eyes flashed at Chi-Chi before turning icy as he fixed his gaze on Jiang and the others, letting out a furious howl. His long legs were incredibly powerful, and his agile build exuded sheer strength. He leaped into the air, effortlessly soaring over Chi-Chi as if flying, and charged toward Jiang and the others, who were caught completely off guard. "It's that vicious wolf. Spread out. Watch out!" Jiang shouted. Fear welled up in the eyes of most of the dozen or so others, but it was too late. Caesar suddenly opened its jaws wide, unleashing the full power of its Demon King bloodline, spewing out freezing ice blades that rained down like a storm. Some had their hands pierced, others had their weapons knocked from their hands, still others were struck in the face by countless ice shards, blood spurting from their wounds. Roar! Caesar's fur grew even whiter and shinier as he spat out more ice blades, accompanied by a gale of extreme cold, unleashing them upon the group of more than 10 people. The ground froze solid, and ice crept up the bodies of everyone present. Most had already been pierced by the ice blades and lost their life force, yet they remained frozen in place. Get out of here! Zhang clenched his fists as wave after wave of lightning erupted from within him, shattering all the ice. Behind Zhang, his men had been completely wiped out. After his attack, Caesar felt drained and landed in front of Chi-Chi, glaring intently at Zhang. Zhang, his face icy, said coldly, "You ungrateful beast. If it weren't for Dr. Hunter's help, you'd have been dead long ago. Yet now you're constantly opposing the very organization that granted you a second chance at life." As he spoke, Zhang grasped a cluster of eerie lightning with each hand. The two clusters coalesced into a lightning spear over 2 meters long, its surface engraved with evil symbols. From the moment the spear of ultimate evil appeared, the plants surrounding Jiang began to wither, losing all vitality and turning yellow and dry. "You beast, and you too, I'll drag you both back, dead or alive." Zhang gripped the ultimate evil thunder spear with one hand. His aura surged, his blood boiling within him. His entire being stood there like a demonic entity, exuding a terrifying presence. Caesar bared its teeth warily, staring at Zhang. It was injured, wounded by Dr. Hunter. Otherwise, the Zhang standing before it would not have been a match for him. "I'm with you." Chi-Chi, clutching a cinder block, stepped up beside Caesar. She took a deep breath. Even though she knew their chances of winning were slim when the time came to fight, she absolutely couldn't back down. Caesar glanced down at her and gave a faint, almost human smile. Zhang smiled eerily, finding the pair before him laughable. "Two blood slaves, heh," he said. Before he could finish speaking, Chi-Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked toward Jiang's back in delight, spotting that familiar figure. "Wonderful! He arrived!" She shouted, "Lin, over here!" "Lin?" Zhang furrowed his brow. Who was Lin? He turned his head and saw a teenager wearing a black hooded jacket walking toward them. Chapter 59, The Invincible Bronze Cauldron. The demon-slaying sword strikes Zhang. Zhang had a keen eye. He saw at a glance that the person in the black coat was a teenager, the face beneath the hood was youthful, and the skin was very fair. Zhang didn't let his guard down just because the newcomer was a teenager. Anyone daring to come here couldn't possibly be a common grade person, he must be an awakened. Besides, this boy who had arrived clearly knew Chi-Chi. Who knows, it might be him. Before coming here, Zhang had heard a rumor that Wei Tao had been defeated by a boy wielding a golden sword. "Ha, I know who you are now. That arrogant jerk Wei Tao fell at your hands." Zhang's voice was icy. As he spoke, the malevolent thunder spear in his hand crackled with thunder, causing the air to tremble. Seeing this, Chi-Chi began to worry for Lin as well. She had witnessed Lin's duel with Wei Tao before. His ability to cleave through demonic flames with a golden sword demonstrated immense combat prowess. Yet the stranger before them was capable of summoning a thunder spear. Judging by what he said, this tall man at least knew Wei Tao. With that thought, Chi-Chi gripped the cinder block in her hand tightly and shouted, "Lin, he must be Wei Tao's accomplice. We outnumber him, let us all go at him together." At this critical moment, she was incredibly bold, showing not a hint of fear. She even egged on Caesar beside her, saying, "After we all attack together, you bite him from behind, you're sure to get him." Caesar rolled his eyes. The bite the ass tactic, huh? He was all too familiar with that one. But unexpectedly, as Lin approached, he flat out refused. "You two stay right there. Leave this guy to me." This response caught Chi-Chi off guard. Isn't their strength in numbers? Besides, they could at least tie up and distract the enemy, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang burst out laughing. "A bunch of weaklings and cripples, what good is it if you all attack together? Since you're so cocky, let us take you out first." With that, Zhang charged forward in long strides, moving as swiftly as a shooting star. The extreme evil thunder spear in his hand emitted a Zhang-long bolt of lightning, lashing out like a thunderous whip toward Lin. The speed was so blindingly fast that even Chi-Chi felt caught off guard. So fast, what astonishing speed! It felt as though he'd taken a single stride spanning over 10 meters, suddenly materializing right in front of Lin. The lightning beam spewing from the extreme evil thunder spear this man held was a Zhang-long combined with the spear's own length. It stretched over 5 meters. It was truly terrifying. There wasn't even time to shout "Watch out" to Lin. A flash of alertness crossed Caesar's eyes. This man's strength was even greater than he'd anticipated. With such speed, his vitality couldn't possibly be low. So much so that it considered whether to take Chi-Chi and flee for the time being. If they continued to be entangled like this, once Dr. Henry appeared, none of them would escape. However, facing this strike, Lin stood his ground, neither dodging nor blocking it. Even his walking pace and speed remained completely unchanged. A wicked smile curled on Zhang's lips. So he was just a greenhorn who didn't realize how many powerful figures there were in this world. He drove the lightning spear straight down. If it hit, it would surely split his scalp open, shatter his skull completely, and kill him on the spot. However, Lin raised his head, his black eyes fixed on Zhang. His eyes shone with a spiritual light, and mana visible to the naked eye surged from his nostrils. A bronze cauldron the size of a sesame seed shot out from his nostrils, spiraling upward. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter of 1 meter, steady as a rock, and hovered directly above Lin's head. Even as the lightning spear crashed down, a spear materialized from the power of vitality, combined with the most malevolent secret arts unleashed with all his might. The derived spirit bronze cauldron remained utterly unmoved. Not even the radiance flowing across the cauldron's surface was affected by the attack. Not a single trace of it faded. Chi-Chi witnessed this scene and was utterly shocked. She had seen this bronze cauldron before. Wasn't this the very bronze cauldron that Uncle Wei Qinrun had given to Lin before his death? How could it have grown so large in an instant and flown out of Lin's nose? Caesar adopted a defensive stance, his eyes filled with apprehension. His blue eyes watched as the bronze cauldron circled overhead, continuing to expand. Its diameter had already exceeded 125 centimeters. Its weight was increasing exponentially. "Go!" Lin uttered a single word. The Yenling bronze tripod continued to circle, hurtling toward Zhang. Zhang had just had his attack blocked and was still in a state of shock. How could this teenager possess such an ancient spirit artifact? Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the bronze tripod kept growing larger, and not only that, it was hurtling straight toward him. If struck by such a massive and extraordinary bronze cauldron, wouldn't his body be torn to pieces, leaving him either dead or crippled? It was truly terrifying. With no time to think, Zhang switched from holding the extreme evil thunder spear with one hand to gripping it with both, raising it horizontally in front of him. Boom! The Yenling bronze cauldron slammed into him. The terrifying force sent Zhang flying backward uncontrollably. The palms of both hands gripping the extreme evil thunder spear went numb from the shock, and the skin on his hands began to crack, oozing blood. It was a monstrously terrifying force. Who exactly was this teenager, and where had he gotten such a terrifying spirit artifact? "Young man, we have no grudge against each other. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. Why don't we just go our separate ways today?" Zhang realized his situation was dire, with Chi-Chi and that ravenous beast of a wolf staring at him from behind. Lin pulled out his phone and, without haste, glanced at the time. The current time was October 15, 2027, 9:59 and 52 seconds p.m. If he hadn't acted decisively, Chi-Chi would have already been snatched away and sacrificed in a blood ritual. The consequences would have been utterly devastating. At this thought, the murderous intent in Lin's eyes was unmistakable. He would die at 59 minutes and 59 seconds. And at this moment, no one but himself knew this. The Yenling bronze cauldron crashed down once more. Zhang gritted his teeth, continuing to block the blow, and roared, "Don't think I'm a pushover." The Yenling bronze cauldron swelled once more, its diameter expanding from 125 centimeters to 140 centimeters. Its weight surged accordingly, and the terrifying force directly knocked the extreme evil thunder spear out of Zhang's hands. Zhang could barely feel his own hands anymore. The palms of his hands were drenched in blood. When he looked up again,
his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Lin. He saw a streak of golden light shoot from Lin's nostrils. The light grew larger, transforming into a dazzling golden sword. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to over 2 meters in length and came crashing down. No! Jiang didn't even have time to speak. The fear had barely surfaced in his eyes when he felt a burning heat, a searing heat at the center of his brow. His entire body was completely cleaved in two by the demon-slaying sword, as if he were being executed. Lin swept his hand, and the Yenling demon-slaying sword, radiating golden light, delivered a horizontal strike, instantly shattering Jiang's skull and pulverizing his brain matter. When dealing with creatures that worship unknown evil gods, it's best to act decisively. Phew! Lin exhaled, glancing at the glowing screen of his phone. The time read exactly 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The new year is just around the corner. Wishing everyone a happy new year and a fresh start free from all worries. Chapter 60, Beastmaster Chi-Chi abducts the Wolf King. Jiang's time of death was precise to the second. The Yenling bronze cauldron shrank to the size of a basketball and floated above Lin's head, while the demon-slaying sword shrank proportionally, resting in Lin's hand. The once arrogant Jiang could no longer tell who was standing before him. Behind him lay his subordinates, first killed, then frozen into ice sculptures, and finally shattered into shards by the shockwave. Carefully scanning his surroundings, Lin confirmed that no members of the Blue Star faction were lurking nearby. He turned his gaze toward Chi-Chi and Caesar. Caesar's eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension. This teenager was truly a terrifying creature. Though he clearly hadn't even reached the tempering stage, his vitality was terrifyingly abundant. It seemed his vitality was even more robust than that of Jiang, who was at the tempering stage. And as if that weren't enough, his two spirit artifacts were downright terrifying. When he had awakened his Demon King bloodline, he had also gained memories of many legacies. The bronze cauldron and the golden sword clearly possessed the same characteristics, and both had surged forth from the youth's breath, changing size at will. This meant, the youth had cultivated a breathing technique, and had mastered it to perfection. Moreover, ordinary breathing techniques simply couldn't achieve this level of mastery. Not only does he possess powerful spirit artifacts, but he also has a breathing technique with profound foundations. He is practically the prodigy from the inherited memories, the kind of being one must never provoke. Now that he was walking toward them, Caesar sensed no malice, but he still took a step or two back, putting a little distance between himself and Chi-Chi, just to avoid provoking or arousing the youth's suspicion. And not far from him, at some point, the brick in Chi-Chi's hand had fallen to the ground. She was still wearing her green one-piece dinosaur pajamas beneath the brim of her fluffy dinosaur hat. A pair of big, round, adorable eyes sparkled with emotion and admiration. Though the streetlights were somewhat dim, Chi-Chi's eyes still shone brightly as she stared intently at Lin without blinking. From the terror she felt when she realized she was being cornered, to instinctively thinking of Lin and calling him, to following his instructions to jump out the window and escape. From the moment Caesar appeared clearly no match for Jiang due to his injuries, to the image of Lin walking toward her step by step, it was all etched in her mind. Now, thinking back more rationally and without the unconditional trust she felt moments ago, Jiang seemed far more powerful than Wei Tao. Thinking of that trust, and then looking at Lin before her at the very moment, he smiled as he walked toward her. A wave of emotion and inexplicable hurt welled up in Chi-Chi's heart. Just moments ago, she had been ready to fight Jiang to the death with a cinder block, but now tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Chi-Chi, don't cry. The bad guy's gone. Seeing her cry, Lin placed his large hand on the cap covering her head and gave it a gentle rub. Unconsciously, he thought back to the first time he met Chi-Chi. Her profile had stated that she would rise alongside Mana Awakening to become one of the strongest humans of the coming era. Yet now, she had nearly been captured by the Blue Star faction to be sacrificed. I am not crying because of him. Chi-Chi couldn't quite put her feelings into words. Perhaps they were just the kind of emotions a young girl might have. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled, her vision still a little blurry, saying, Lin, you're so strong. I'm going to work hard to get stronger too, and I won't cry like this again. Great. Then come train with me tomorrow. Lin found her amusing. She'd just been crying, and now she was smiling again.
He was also relieved in his heart that his close friend had come through unscathed.
Learning martial arts won't it be really tiring?
Chi-Chi blurted out instinctively, then a bashful blush spread across her cheeks as she said, I'll change.
I'll change right away. I'll never slack off again.
Good luck. Lin felt that when he looked at Chi-Chi, it was as if he were looking at himself. Ever since graduation, she'd been slacking off at home, having fun, and eating hot pot every day. No wonder they were so alike, they had endless things to talk about. As the two chatted, Caesar crouched on the ground, feeling a bit bored, and the knife wound on his chest throbbed intermittently. Lin said, let us go home first to my place.
I'm a little worried about you staying here. Well, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?
Chi-Chi clearly wanted to go, but as a girl, she had to maintain some modesty.
I'm the only one at home right now, no adults.
You can stay in my grandma's room or my sister Xiaotian's room.
At least it's close to Bureau 314, so it's safer.
Okay. She nodded and said, then I'll take care of the cleaning. She was a straightforward person and didn't want to stay at someone else's place for free. There's just one problem. Chi-Chi looked at Caesar. Actually, Lin also had a mission involving Caesar, a special mission from the Illusion Reality Crisis event that required converting Caesar. Upon completing the mission, she could choose one of its traits as a reward. Of course, she could also choose to kill it, but she'd lose the reward of selecting a trait. Since Caesar had just saved Chi-Chi, Lin felt a bit of goodwill toward it and had no intention of killing it just like that. Just as Lin was thinking this over, Chi-Chi suddenly asked Caesar, that bad guy just said Dr. Hunter seems to be a really powerful foreigner. Compared to that bad guy, who is more powerful Dr. Hunter or him, you can nod or shake your head please. This is really important to us. Caesar harbored no ill will toward Chi-Chi. In fact, due to her ancient lineage, he naturally felt a sense of closeness and affection toward her. Faced with her question, under normal circumstances with Lin present he wouldn't have answered. But considering how close the two had seemed just now and that she might be trustworthy, it nodded once, then nodded again. You mean Dr. Hunter is much stronger than that bad guy? Chi-Chi caught on immediately. Chi-Chi asked again, then between Dr. Hunter and Lin, who was stronger? This question was very important to her. Lin was just as curious. This Dr. Hunter seems to be a powerful figure within the Blue Star faction, so could he be the Phantom True Demon Lord? Who is stronger between him and me right now? Caesar nodded again, then gave two quick nods. This meant that Dr. Hunter was more powerful. Then, it shook its head twice. This answer left Lin feeling conflicted. Are you saying Dr. Hunter is stronger than Lin, but Lin's bronze tripod and bronze sword are more powerful than Dr. Hunter's weapons? Chi-Chi was the first to realize that Lin's weapon was a bronze sword, not a golden one. Caesar nodded. Lin watched in amazement. He hadn't expected Chi-Chi to have a natural talent for being a beastmaster. Her communication skills were top-notch. As for this Dr. Hunter, Lin made a mental note of the name and planned to go to Bureau 314 tomorrow to ask his older sister Orlan Lingbo about him. Let us go. What about you, are you coming with us? Lin asked Caesar, who was still crouching there, unconcerned and showing no intention of leaving. Chi-Chi chimed in, Lin means well. Didn't you say Dr. Hunter is dangerous? You're injured too, come with us so we can look out for each other. Plus, there's hot pot waiting. Wolves don't eat hot pot, Lin replied. What if he likes it? While the two were discussing this, Caesar, perhaps moved by Chi-Chi's words, began to shrink proportionally. In the blink of an eye, the pure white, agile, and graceful Wolf King transformed into a black, fluffy puppy no bigger than a palm. Its clear eyes fixed on Chi-Chi's hand, the hint was unmistakable. Let us go. Chi-Chi smiled, picking up the puppy Caesar in both hands. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Lin's eyes. Prompt: complete the special mission to transform the team relationship between Caesar and the Phantom True Demon Lord. Since Caesar is currently on the same team, you have exceeded the mission requirements and may select one trait of your choice. Chapter 61, Selecting Baba's Flawless Grade Trait. After reading the quest reward prompt, Lin felt a bit puzzled.
Normally, exceeding the quest requirements should result in even richer rewards. As if to answer Lin's confusion, another system prompt appeared before him. Hint: Caesar's future has changed. You may view the target's future information to obtain one trait from the future Caesar. That made perfect sense. Following the normal trajectory, Caesar would have continued wandering, living a life on the run with no certainty of his next meal. It wasn't until the mana awakening truly arrived that his rise would begin. Because of his and Chi-Chi's arrival, Caesar's future fate had clearly already been altered. The Caesar of the future would certainly not be the Caesar he had imagined, but rather a completely different being. Thinking of this, Lin felt quite excited to see how Caesar would grow while staying by his and Chi-Chi's side. He chose to view its information. Prompt: present future? All. Info: present, Caesar profile. Originally living in a zoo, Caesar was subjected to biochemical experiments by Dr. Hunter of the Blue Star faction, ultimately awakening the Demon King's bloodline. Due to injuries, his current combat power is at the early tempering stage. Traits: Demon King's bloodline flawless grade, form shift excellent grade, Deathclaw's spirit grade, etc. Info: future, Baba introduction, the Wolf King who rose to prominence alongside the awakened Chi-Chi. The power of his bloodline has been fully developed, granting him combat prowess at the peak of the spirit stage or near the soul stage. He is also a guardian of the Northern Realm for the Harmony Guild. Traits: Ice Wolf bloodline flawless grade tier 4, King of the North Wind flawless grade tier 3, 7 transformation skill flawless grade level 1, Freezing Claws flawless grade, Icy Steel Bones excellent grade level 3, Stormwings excellent grade level 3, and more. Lin first reviewed Caesar's current information. Sure enough, it was the Blue Star faction's biochemical experiments that caused its Demon King bloodline to awaken. Just how terrifying the biochemical experiments conducted by the Blue Star faction were is a taboo topic, one that isn't even allowed to be mentioned on the Awakened forum. No wonder it hates the Blue Star faction so much and shows no mercy when it strikes. Looking at its future information, the first thing that stood out was a name change, no longer the imposing Caesar, but Baba. Lin noticed that the profile description stated the future Baba would become the guardian of the Northern Realm for the Harmony Guild. The Harmony Guild, clearly, this was the headquarters of his own adventuring party, the Harmony Guild. The homophone likely had something to do with the old willow tree of Sile. Just as I thought Caesar can easily change the future, Lin thought to himself. It had never resisted coexisting with humans. Even after being subjected to all sorts of cruel experiments by humans and escaping, it still never harmed common great humans, let alone killed anyone indiscriminately. Except for members of the Blue Star faction. Lin could roughly imagine the path the future Caesar would take to become Caesar, unable to integrate into human society, constantly under the threat of arrest, yet still harboring kindness in its heart until an event finally shatters what little goodness remained. Now that Chi-Chi has persuaded it, and with her influence it can begin to try to integrate into human society. The terrifying, vicious Caesar of the future will never come to be. Lin felt quite moved. Many of the demons of the future, those that are difficult to fight and impossible to contain, are, in this era, incredibly easy to change or eliminate. However, aside from his reflections, it was time to claim his reward. The reward for this mission was the ability to choose one of Baba's traits. And there were no restrictions. Since he could choose any trait, he had to go for the flawless grade. All of Baba's traits appeared before his eyes. Trait selection one time. Trait: Ice Wolf bloodline flawless grade. Description: an ancient Demon King's bloodline. Legend has it that it originates from the Ice Wolf lineage of the high heavens. Naturally capable of wielding ice, it can multiply vitality and grant access to numerous ancestral memories, among other benefits. Note: if selected by a non-demon race, this trait will be optimized to perfectly suit that bloodline. Trait: King of the North Wind flawless grade. Description: the supreme guardian of the Northern Realm for the Harmony Guild, capable of channeling the mana of the entire Northern Realm and unleashing combat power beyond one's current realm. Trait: 7 transformation skill flawless grade. Description: fuses the authority of the Harmony Guild, featuring 7 levels of transformation that allow for complete shapeshifting, perfectly complementing the user's original trait.
With each rank breakthrough, the user can craft a unique appearance. Trait: Frost Claw's flawless grade description, shreds all matter with extreme cold, capable of tearing even atoms apart. After reviewing the 4 traits, Lin focused most on the Ice Wolf bloodline. Upon examining it, he immediately ruled it out. The power of a bloodline is too unique once it's a perfect match, removing it later would likely be very difficult. He carried the tear of Xinglua within him and would eventually absorb the mad fire to transform into the master of the Starflame Palace. At that time, his bloodline would already be subject to change if the mixture of wolf blood were to render him imperfect. The cost would far outweigh the benefit. Realizing this, Lin skipped the King of the Northwind trait and turned his attention to the 7 transformation skill and the flawless grade Frostclaws. The former is the way of transformation, while the latter is an absolute killing move. It can even shred atoms. With his current strength, shredding atoms is unlikely, but its power would certainly be terrifying. The 7 transformation skill offers 7 levels of transformation, but requires breaking through the trait S tier. Lin thought of a mythical divine ability, the 36 heavenly stems and the 72 earthly branches. In this ever-changing world, having one more level of transformation means one more layer of defense. At this thought, a smile began to spread across Lin's face. I'll choose the 7 transformation skill, Lin decided firmly in his heart. This ability is absolutely crucial. Prompt: Trait 7 transformation skill flawless grade selected. Integrating trait. A pure white crystal fused into Lin's mind. It was flawless, unlike the crystals that had melted into him before. This one simply floated there. Yet, strangely, Lin could sense that he could mold and reshape it at any moment, forming it into whatever shape he desired. Once the shaping was truly complete, it could not be changed, it was irreversible. Prompt: Trait has been fused. Do you wish to view the trait information? View. Lin chose to view the information. 7 transformation skill flawless grade description, fuses the authority of homophones, possesses a single transformation, allowing for a complete change of form, and perfectly complements the user's original trait. Note: once a homophone form is shaped, it cannot be changed. Lin felt the pure white crystal and read the trait description before him. It seemed he'd have to think carefully about what kind of second form he needed. A form that was absolutely essential in this world shrouded in dark clouds. As for the immediate situation. Wait a minute, Chi-Chi. After saying that, Lin took out his phone, snapped a few photos in quick succession, and sent them to Yi. Send message. Lin, the Blue Star faction members, led by Jiang, have all been eliminated. Yi, Jiang. He's a real scoundrel. Jiang is worth 3,000 points, plus 200 points each for the others, that's a total of 5,400 points. We'll send someone to handle the scene. The Awakened Guild has official backing, so when she says send someone, she probably means people from Bureau 314 will handle it. After all, this is their jurisdiction. Lin, okay. Yi, also, there's something else. On October 18th, there will be an auction. You can participate online or in person. The forum will post the schedule later. An auction. The moment he saw the word auction, Lin's interest was piqued. Today was October 15th, so that meant it was only 3 days away. Chapter 62, My House is Full of Antiques. The Ancient Dragon Jade Pendant. He could see information from 3 years in the future, after the arrival of Mana Awakening. When it came to the true value of many items, in this day and age, many people would misjudge them, but he certainly wouldn't. The Awakened Guild was, after all, an organization of the Awakened, and Lin had been interested in auctions organized by the Awakened Guild from the very beginning. However, the weekly auction schedule might be fixed, or it might not. Lin had absolutely no idea when exactly it would start. Even if he did know, he didn't have any Awakened Guild points on hand right now unless he sold some extraordinary items to earn some points. Fortunately, he just used the demon-slaying sword to slay Jiang, and the points for the villains Caesar had eliminated were also credited to him. He now had 5,400 points, and with 3 days left until the 18th, he might be able to earn some more points. By then, he might just snag something great. Lin replied to Yi's message. Lin, I'll definitely participate.
Yi, looking forward to your participation. Chibi Fox smile emoji.
After closing the chat with Ms. Fox, Lin, Chi-Chi, and Caesar, two humans and a wolf returned to Chi-Chi's family's old mansion.
Even if we're leaving, we VE got to drive the car away, right?
Once they arrived at Chi-Chi's house, Lin finally understood what it meant to be from a wealthy family. The courtyard was understated and unassuming, yet the trees alone were worth millions, not to mention everything else. Chi-Chi's family was truly well off. According to her, her mother's side of the family didn't really look down on her father's side, and that was actually why her parents got divorced. Given all these resources, if even Chi-Chi's father was looked down upon by his wife's family, Lin couldn't even imagine what kind of family they were up against. Just as the two were chatting about this. "Stop it," Chi-Chi interjected. "If my dad were the director of Bureau 314, he definitely wouldn't be looked down upon." Lin interrupted, "Hold on a second, that's my maternal grandfather, my mom's dad. My grandfather is just a retired old man from a common grade research institute who keeps a bunch of pets at home. He spends his days just having fun and doesn't meddle in anything. Okay, by the way." "Lin, something just occurred to me," Chi-Chi said, her eyes lighting up. "That bronze tripod you're holding is an antique, right?" "Yeah, I've looked at everything your family sells, none of it's any good." Lin had already examined every antique at Gupulu, except for the bronze statue she'd seen at the very beginning. The rest were all worthless. They might have some collectible value, but in the age of Mana Awakening, they were all run-of-the-mill. So Lin had lost interest in the antiques at Chi-Chi's shop, and even now that Chi-Chi had suddenly brought them up, he wasn't particularly interested. Chi-Chi shook her head vigorously, saying, "I'm not talking about the ones in the shop and the secret room. There are some from my dad's personal collection." Hearing this, Lin's heart immediately leapt with excitement. That's right, Mr. Zhao had been an antiques dealer for decades. How could he not have his own collection? Anything he kept must be worth a pretty penny. Why wait for the auction on October 18th? Here they were, right in front of him. Yeah, but is that okay? These are all Uncle's prized possessions. Lin was careful not to seem too greedy. It's fine. I'm his only biological daughter. If he doesn't give them to me, who else would he give them to? Chi-Chi placed her hands on her hips, lifted her little chin, and looked every bit the boss, as if she didn't care a bit about selling off her father's land. Caesar, sitting on the floor nearby, yawned and rolled his eyes. This human girl really had no idea what it meant to be shrewd. Any spiritual treasure related to future revival would be fiercely fought over. People would literally fight to the death for them, yet here she was, just letting others come and pick whatever they wanted. After thinking it over, he decided that tagging along with this human girl wasn't such a bad option after all. "Follow me." Chi-Chi led Lin to the walk-in closet. The closet was mostly lined with glass cabinet doors, behind which hung neatly arranged designer clothes and handbags. The space was very spacious by Lin's estimate. It was already a full size larger than her own bedroom. Most people who came here would never imagine that such a spacious walk-in closet could hold another secret. Chi-Chi opened a cabinet door, reached inside to pull something, then entered a passcode, not treating Lin as an outsider at all. The secret door slid open, and the lights inside turned on automatically. Chi-Chi beckoned to Lin and said, "Come on in. It's not very big, but everything here is top-notch." Lin followed her inside. The doorway was just wide enough for one person to pass through. Once inside, the first thing that caught his eye was a Tang Sankai figurine over a meter-tall Atum guardian beast. It looked incredibly majestic. Everything in here was part of Mr. Zhao's private collection, only he and Chi-Chi knew about it. Lin was the third person ever to set foot in this room. Lin's gaze swept across the entire display case. On the shelves were objects of various sizes, and one dagger inlaid with all kinds of gemstones caught his attention. That's Emperor Yongl's dagger. They say it's authentic, but I don't know if it really is, Chi-Chi told Lin. Yes. Lin checked the description and confirmed that the knife's owner was indeed the Yongle Emperor, though it lacked the potential to become a spirit artifact. After examining every item in the cabinet, Lin felt a bit disappointed and said, "Not a single spirit artifact. Finding these things really comes down to fate."
Wait a minute. Chi-Chi suddenly realized something and said, I just remembered my dad recently acquired a few items that were apparently unearthed from the Nisha River, and they're top-notch. Let me show you. Hearing her mention the Nisha River, Lin perked up immediately. He watched as she pulled out a large pearwood chest and opened it. Inside were 3 items, 2 bronze swords and a dragon-shaped blue jade pendant. Quick, take a look, are these the 3? Chi-Chi was full of anticipation. After surviving those 2 life or death crises, she was desperate to help Lin. If these were truly useful, they could help Lin. Let me take a look. Lin started with the bronze swords. Both were in excellent condition, perhaps that was why Zhao's father had specifically kept them in his collection. He began with the first one. Prompt, present, future? All of them. Information present, Earth Element bronze sword description, forged in an unknown era, imbued with the Earth Element. Wielding this sword provides inherent protection. Trait, Earth Element protection, spirit grade. Information future, thick earth bronze sword description. A spirit sword awakened during the mana awakening by utilizing vitality. One can harness the power of thick earth and summon thick earth clay figures to assist in battle. Trait, thick earth protection, excellent grade, thick earth clay figures, spirit grade. Lin turned his attention to another bronze sword, named the Metal Element bronze sword. It was incredibly sharp, capable of severing ordinary iron. In the future, it will become a sword of unparalleled sharpness. Is it a spirit artifact? Chi-Chi asked curiously. Yes. Lin nodded. These 2 swords had decent potential, though not as good as the demon-slaying sword. They were still rare finds in the era of mana awakening. Then take them all. As long as they're useful. She flashed her pearly white teeth, smiling happily. Finally, she made some gains. She made no mention whatsoever of the item's considerable value. This is the Earth Element bronze sword, 1 be of much use in the future, so I'll keep it. But this is the Metal Element bronze sword, you should keep it, it'll serve you well for self-defense. Lin wasn't a greedy person, and besides, these items belonged to her in the first place. He'd already gone this far. He couldn't be too greedy. Chi-Chi had intended to refuse, but upon reflection, she realized that fighting with a brick really didn't carry much of a threat. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, and in a pleasant voice, she said, I guess that is fine. Okay, let me take a look at this jade pendant. Lin stared at the last jade pendant and chose to view its information. Prompt, present, future? All of them. Information present, ancient dragon jade pendant description, an ancient dragon jade pendant carved in an unknown era. When worn, it possesses the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune. Trait, turn misfortune into good fortune, spirit grade. Information future, ancient dragon jade pendant description, a jade pendant awakened during the mana awakening imbued with its own destiny. It can turn misfortune into good fortune and channel the dragoness fortune. Trait, turn misfortune into good fortune, excellent grade, dragoness blessing, excellent grade, fortune accumulation, spirit grade. Chapter 63, title change to all my traits are maxed out. Title change to all my traits are maxed out. Content remains unchanged. The original title wasn't very catchy and was a bit off topic. Chapter 64, a man and a woman living together. A wolf lurks in a cardboard box. After reading its description, Lin felt even more strongly that this jade pendant was no ordinary item. It could turn misfortune into good fortune, and in the future, it could even accumulate spiritual energy and channel the dragoness blessings. A spiritual artifact that enhances spiritual energy, it's definitely a top-notch item. What do you think of this jade pendant? Chi-Chi peered over, simply thinking that the jade pendant was very special and would probably look pretty good on her. She wasn't really sure about the pendant's exact quality, though. She thought to herself, how many people could be like Lin, able to see right through an object's essence at a glance, possessing such extraordinary discernment at such a young age? Even her father, who'd been immersed in antiques for decades, didn't seem to have as keen an eye as him. He was truly amazing. Lin didn't hold anything back. He told Chi-Chi all about the old dragon jade pendant, including the changes it might undergo once it was revived. As the two talked, Caesar, crouched behind them, listened with growing excitement. What a treasure! He knew the bronze sword up front was a treasure, but as everyone knows, wolves don't use swords, so it didn't move him much. But this jade pendant was truly useful. Moreover, according to the memories passed down through its demon king lineage, this kind of spirit artifact one tied to destiny is worth several times, or even more than 10 times, as much as an ordinary spirit artifact of the same grade. To obtain such an item truly requires both good fortune and destiny, neither can be lacking. That's great. I could really use it right now, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face lighting up. As far as she knew, Lin had already survived 2 life and death battles. If the jade pendant could turn misfortune into good fortune, wouldn't that be exactly what she needed? Lin said, that's true. You'll be much safer wearing this. Indeed, Chi-Chi naturally possessed the excellent grade trait Child of Fortune. Combining that with the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune, what an incredibly powerful combination that would be. Even if she were to pay a visit to the Blue Star faction headquarters, she might just walk out unscathed. With this jade pendant, Chi-Chi would be safe and secure for a long time to come. Wait. Their essay saying that insurance should be bought for the main force. We're basically a team now. Keeping you safe is the most important thing, otherwise, if you get into trouble, I definitely won't be able to escape either. After Chi-Chi finished speaking, Lin realized she actually had a point. With his precognition skills supplemented by the ability to turn misfortune into good luck, it would indeed be quite beneficial for him as well. Besides, Chi-Chi possessed the excellent grade trait Child of Fortune, so having her by his side would keep her much safer, too. Thinking of this, Lin felt a warm glow in his heart. He said, then I'll wear it for a while. After speaking, he picked up the old dragon jade pendant. His skin felt a refreshing coolness against it, which was very pleasant. The old dragon jade pendant might be ancient, it didn't have the clear, flawless grade appearance of modern jade. The jade was rather thick and heavy, with multiple cracks running through it. It felt substantial in his hand and was about the size of an ancient coin. One of these days, he'd buy a red cord to thread through it and wear it around his neck. It would fit perfectly. Before leaving, Lin summoned the demon slaying sword and had it devour the earth element bronze sword. Shortly afterward, the demon slaying sword expelled a cubic block of bronze imbued with the thick earth protection trait. The maneuver looked like a magic trick, leaving Chi-Chi marveling in amazement. So swords can actually eat, and they even eat other swords. Caesar, meanwhile, stared wide-eyed. Where on earth did this human boy get such good fortune? To actually get his hands on a spirit sword capable of devouring, evolving, and possessing infinite possibilities. He suddenly felt that, if this person had a good heart, traveling with them might be a decent choice. Chi-Chi quickly packed her belongings. She didn't bring much. A few sets of pajamas, a few changes of clothes, plus a wallet stuffed with bank cards and a cell phone charger. She started up her Porsche Panamera, with Lin in the passenger seat and Caesar curled up in the back, and off they went. Before long, the Panamera pulled into a parking spot in the residential complex. Lin led Chi-Chi and Caesar back to the house. Once inside, Chi-Chi was still a bit reserved. She was still wearing that green dinosaur onesie, and her big eyes darted around the room. This is my grandma's room, and this is my little sister's room. Since we're all girls, why don't you stay in my sister's room? Lin said as she unlocked the door. Chi-Chi nodded shyly. She peeked inside. The room was mostly decorated in pink with an anime-style theme, and the display cabinet was filled with all kinds of action figures, exactly her kind of thing. Lin wasn't interested in action figures, but he had to admit that she hadn't skimped on spending money on them. Over 95% of the figurines in this room were ones Xiaotian had asked her older brother Lin for, while the remaining 5% were ones Lin had bought for her on his own during holidays and special occasions. When they talked about these amusing stories, Chi-Chi giggled and said, "It's pretty nice to have an older brother." Lin laughed heartily and said, "You have one now. I'm probably a little older than you." Chi-Chi lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "What about the Wolf King? Where do you live?" Caesar, who currently looked like a puppy, glanced around Xiaotian's room and spotted a cardboard box in the corner. Taking a few tiny steps, he walked over, gave a nimble little hop, and landed inside the cardboard box, declaring it his wolf den. Perhaps finding it much more comfortable than the tree trunk,
he stretched out inside the box, rolled over, and seemed quite satisfied with its comfort. Lin couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The mighty Wolf King had sunk so low that he actually found a cardboard box to be the ultimate experience. Lin found a small mattress, cut it to size, and laid it inside the box. The young Wolf King lay down on the mattress and, in no time at all, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Then let him stay here, he can keep watch and protect you, Lin thought. This arrangement didn't seem so bad. Still, it was still early, just past 10 at night. She exchanged a smile with Chi-Chi and took her to see her special treat. In Lin's bedroom. The lighting was soft. Lin and Chi-Chi sat in front of a small square table, where a green electric hot pot was already bubbling away. The ingredients, which had long since thawed, were arranged on the computer desk or on the small square table. You're so well stocked here, and it's all my favorite food. Chi-Chi deftly picked up the sesame paste and sweet and spicy sauce. Seeing her eager expression, Lin felt a special sense of wonder. In just a few short days, he never would have imagined that, aside from his cousin Lin Ying, there would be another girl he'd only recently met, sharing a hot pot with him in his most private space. It could only be described as a stroke of luck, and it certainly wouldn't have been possible without Jiang Yi's help. The two continued chatting about their usual topics, scrolling through the mysterious short videos in the QQ group, and discussing various strange phenomena. Lin asked where Zhao's father had gone and why he hadn't seen him. Chi-Chi explained that he was busy with a major business deal. She hadn't told him about the attack she suffered and had kept it a secret to avoid alarming him. As they continued discussing the vitality power of the awakened, Lin unexpectedly discovered a secret that had long been foreshadowed. That is, the mysterious bloodline possesses a unique trait. Just as described in the Ice Wolf bloodline trait, vitality at this realm would be multiplied. Lin and Chi-Chi tested it several times, and Lin estimated that Chi-Chi's ancient bloodline increased her vitality strength by at least 300%. While this was less than the 450% boost from his own blazing blood trait, considering that her bloodline was gradually reviving, it would inevitably become even more powerful in the future. From this perspective, a boost to vitality is rare, but it's not a unique ability like the Eye of True Knowledge, Lin thought to himself. In the future, if they face opponents empowered by bloodline abilities, they'll have to be extra careful and cautious. The two chatted about tomorrow. Lin suddenly realized that Chi-Chi's ancient bloodline had already awakened, so he said, I'm going to see my master tomorrow morning to study martial arts. Why don't you come along? Well, sure. Chi-Chi thought of Jiang and Wei Tao. She realized she really couldn't keep slacking off like she used to. Chapter 65, The Essence of Martial Arts. She's truly impressive. Early the next morning. Lin had just woken up, wearing blue plaid pajamas. As he was about to head to the sink, he happened to catch sight of a slender, graceful figure. She was wearing a light blue nightgown, her fair little hand clutching a toothbrush. Her brushing motions were sloppy, and her eyes were still half closed. It was none other than Chi-Chi. Seeing her force herself to wake up so early, looking so drowsy, Lin smiled to herself, finding it quite amusing. Last night, the two had agreed to go to the Qin family martial arts hall together at 8 o'clock this morning. Considering that Chi-Chi had already awakened her ancient bloodline, if she could join him in becoming a disciple of Master Qin Xinglang to learn the Qin Xinshui True Classic, the profound principles of martial arts, and the ancient martial arts traditions, she would benefit immensely. To ensure the master would agree and not take a dislike to Chi-Chi, Lin had specially prepared a generous gift for Chi-Chi to present. The gift included ginseng and deer antler from her grandmother's treasured collection, as well as several highly nourishing tonics. It was quite valuable. Just as Lin had anticipated. When it came to himself, Master Qin Xinglang said that formalities weren't that important, so the initiation ceremony was kept simple. But deep down, he was proud and placed great value on the knowledge he had spent his entire life acquiring. Seeing the lavish gift Chi-Chi had prepared, Qin Xinglang was delighted. It wasn't that he was greedy for money, but anyone willing to present such a generous gift to seek a master certainly wasn't there just for fun. Her heart was sincere. With that in mind, Qin Xinglang decided to give Chi-Chi a chance. If she truly had talent and could grasp the way of martial arts, then taking on another disciple wouldn't be a problem. He was a man of principle.
If Chi-Chi lacked martial arts talent, he wouldn't accept a single penny of these gifts, nor would he agree to take her as a disciple. After Qin Xinglang made his position clear, Chi-Chi stole a glance at Lin, who was now wearing a white kung fu uniform, radiating youthful vigor and vitality. She felt relieved. Thank goodness Lin had brought her here, otherwise, she would never have known that the Qin family martial arts hall taught the true art of martial arts, nor would Grandmaster Qin Xinglang have given her this chance to observe. In the meditation room of the martial arts school, Qin Xinglang, dressed in a traditional Chinese robe, with a sturdy build and clear, bright eyes, was explaining the profound principles of the martial way to Lin and Chi-Chi. He didn't make a special effort to accommodate Chi-Chi, but instead taught entirely according to Lin's learning pace. If she truly possessed a natural talent for martial arts, she would be able to grasp some of it. After all, martial arts require not only hard work but also insight and intention. Before he knew it, Lin was completely immersed in the martial arts teachings his master was imparting. The breathing rhythm of the Yinling breathing technique, the rate at which he inhaled and exhaled, adjusted in tandem with his growing understanding of the mysteries of the martial way. Seated cross-legged on the meditation cushion, Lin seemed to exist in a world of his own. Everything in the outside world was irrelevant to him. He was at peace within this space, self-contained and at ease. Qin Xinglang was increasingly pleased with his true disciple. He then turned his gaze to Chi-Chi, a look of surprise in his eyes. This young girl with green hair, as delicate and exquisite as a jade carving, seemed to truly possess a natural talent for martial arts, a talent that might even rival Lin's. A sense of accomplishment welled up from the depths of his heart. With a lifetime of martial arts knowledge at his disposal, to encounter a successor like Lin at such a young age was, in his eyes, already a tremendous blessing. How many true classics had been lost to the world, and how many great masters had no one to carry on their legacy? He never would have imagined that his own disciple would take the initiative to bring another girl one whose natural talent was on par with his own to him. Chi-Chi was completely immersed in the martial arts. She felt a profound sense of mystery as she listened to Qin Xinglang expound on the way of martial arts. The flow of blood within her body naturally shifted, and her entire being entered a state of enlightenment, with countless visualizations spontaneously springing to mind. She could sense that this might be related to her mysterious bloodline, or perhaps she truly possessed a natural talent for the martial way. In the blink of an eye, it was already 11 o'clock. Lin's breathing grew heavier faintly. It seemed as if subtle thunder was surging within him. His entire aura had changed dramatically. This drew the surprised and delighted gazes of her master, Qin Xinglang, and Chi-Chi. A message appeared before her eyes. Prompt: you have fully mastered the trait Martial Arts Essence Excellent Grade Tier 1. Do you wish to view the trait information? View. Lin had already grasped the many subtle applications of the Martial Arts Essence, but she still wanted to read the trait's description. Martial Arts Essence Excellent Grade Tier 1 Description. By comprehending the martial arts essence and deeply understanding the art of evasion and swift strikes, you can summon vitality from either an arm or a leg at any time to execute attacks and defenses. Lin exhaled softly, a smile on his face, and said to Qin Xinglang, Master, I've already mastered the martial arts essence. Very good, very good. Once you've grasped the esoteric art of martial arts, the power of any palm strike or move will be multiplied. Back in the day, I, your master, relied on this very art to defeat every opponent in Nanluo City. Qin Xinglang sighed, adding, but time waits for no one. One can never be young again. Lin saw the regret in her master's eyes. Thinking of the Mana Awakening era 3 years from now when her master would be a true martial arts grandmaster, she said earnestly, Master, with your abilities, you're sure to achieve great things in the future. I dare not hope for such things. All I've learned in my life, if it can be passed on to the two of you, that's enough for me. Qin Xinglang said with a smile. Chi-Chi was taken aback at first, but then, feeling Lin's finger nudge her lower back, she finally caught on. Her little face lit up with delight, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground, saying, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. From this day forward, Chi-Chi, you are my direct disciple, and Lin's junior sister. Qin Xinglang ran his hand over his beard, his laughter hearty and robust. Seeing this scene, Lin felt a deep sense of accomplishment. He was even more curious how would Chi-Chi change 3 years from now. He chose to view her information. Prompt: present future? All of them.
Profile present, Chi-Chi description, and awakened with ancient blood flowing through her veins, naturally blessed with a beautiful face. Her bloodline has begun to awaken, granting her a powerful physique and exceptional aptitude. Traits: ancient bloodline flawless grade, child of destiny excellent grade tier 2, innate valor spirit grade. Information future, Chi-Chi introduction, an awakened whose ancient bloodline has reawakened immersed in martial arts and bloodline heritage, she has reached the peak of the early soul stage. When the Lord of the Celestial Abyss plotted against the Harmony Guild, she fought him single-handedly, slaying him and making her resound throughout the divine capital. Later, she voluntarily engaged in battle with the various shrines, sustained internal injuries, and is currently recuperating at the Harmony Guild, possesses traits: ancient bloodline true spirit grade, Sheen Xans true scripture true spirit grade, blessings of fortune flawless grade tier 3, sun chasing courage flawless grade tier 3, ancient blood martial arts essence flawless grade tier 3, and more. Lin focused on the information regarding Chi-Chi's future. To his surprise, he discovered that after becoming Qin Xinglang's disciple, she had actually broken through the constraints of the soul stage 3 years later, reaching the early stage of the soul stage. The information described a renewed awakening of her ancient bloodline and even mentioned that Chi-Chi had finally slain her lifelong nemesis, the Lord of the Celestial Abyss. However, the later description noted that Chi-Chi had subsequently engaged in a fierce battle with the Shrine Alliance of her own accord, sustaining internal injuries, and was currently recuperating at the Harmony Guild. Lin had long thought Chi-Chi was far too reckless facing Zhang. She dared to grab a cinder block and try to take him on together. Now, the future information revealed that she single-handedly slain the Lord of the Celestial Abyss and was about to take on that mysterious Shrine Alliance of unknown origin. Especially with her trait, courage to chase the sun. Chasing the sun is the exclusive domain of Qua Fu, so it's clear that once she is fully grown, she'll be truly formidable. Chapter 66, Vitality Test. That punch of yours is 5,500 kilograms. Just last night, Lin had already invited Chi-Chi to join the adventure party Harmony Guild. Seeing how strong Chi-Chi would become in the future, and knowing that the Adventure Guild Harmony Guild would gain another formidable warrior besides Old Willow, Lin was naturally delighted. Chi-Chi, you stay here for now and train to build your strength. I'm going to visit my cousin. Lin had already made this arrangement when Chi-Chi arrived. After finishing her martial arts training with her master, Lin planned to visit Bureau 314, but Chi-Chi had no intention of accompanying him. First, she was unfamiliar with Bureau 314 and felt uncomfortable there. Second, she didn't have the same deep connection to Bureau 314 as Lin did since she had already declined to join. She didn't want to be casually running back and forth to a classified area. Sure. She just grasped some new martial arts techniques and was eager to put them to the test, especially with her master there to offer guidance. Seeing that she was already fully immersed in her training, Lin didn't give it another thought. For the time being, it would be enough for Chi-Chi to stay at the martial arts school. Training during the day and going home at night, it was safe and reassuring. Once they found a suitable base for their adventuring party in the future, she'd naturally have her own space. On the way to Bureau 314, Lin rode in a ride-hailing car, holding her phone in one hand and scrolling through Bilibili videos featuring fantasy races in various forms. From Western elves, demons, and angels to Eastern monsters, gods, and Buddhas, and so on, one image after another flashed before her eyes. She was watching these videos for the flawless grade trait 7 transformation skill. Lin could now take on one form, but she was still pondering what that form should be. I have to think not only about the present but also about the future. Should I prioritize speed, destruction, or maybe just be a tank, someone who is hard to kill? Lin couldn't quite make up her mind. The second form should ideally complement his current self, capable of accomplishing what he cannot do now, while also allowing him to blend seamlessly into the present era. Even after the ride-hailing car pulled up to the unassuming entrance of Bureau 314, Lin still hadn't made up his mind. Once the first transformation is complete, it cannot be changed, so he really needed to be cautious. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Lin saw his cousin, Lin Ying, standing right there at the entrance. She had her usual short red hair, wore a well-fitted uniform, and with her tall, slender figure, her long legs were impossible to miss. To Lin's surprise, standing beside Lin Ying was Lan Lingbo, the team leader of the Red Caution Unit. Dressed in her uniform and still wearing black leather boots, she exuded an air of sharp, aloof authority just by standing there.
Big sis. Team leader Lon, I didn't expect you to be here too.
Lin walked over, greeting them as he approached. Linning looked at her younger brother, sizing him up from head to toe so thoroughly that Lin began to feel a bit uncomfortable before she said, "You've really made something of yourself.
You can even beat Jiang."
"It's not that great, I just got lucky," Lin chuckled. Lan Lingbo, standing nearby, remained non-committal, and the three of them walked together toward Bureau 314. Under the shade of the green trees, with hardly anyone around, Lan Lingbo finally spoke up, "About the mole in Bureau 314, please pass on our apologies to Chi-Chi. I've already pinpointed the target and will be able to give her the truth soon."
"Got it," Lin nodded. This incident had indeed scared Chi-Chi. It was only thanks to his timely intervention. "By the way, I'd like to test vitality. Can I take a look?"
This was one of Lin's main reasons for coming to Bureau 314.
His strength was now so great that ordinary tests couldn't measure his true capabilities.
And as an organization for the awakened, Bureau 314 surely had such testing equipment.
"Sure. Have your sister take you there?"
"I'll go investigate a few things first."
Lan Lingbo left, leaving Lin and Linning to head to the special training hall right next door.
The special training hall was built specifically for the awakened. Everything inside was top of the line, designed to match the awakened's extraordinarily powerful physiques. As soon as Linning and Lin stepped inside, Lin saw all kinds of equipment, some massive, some unique, arranged throughout the vast space. Since it was noon, there weren't many people in the hall, just one middle-aged man. He stood 195 centimeters tall, with a crew cut, a black t-shirt, and black spandex pants. The muscles in his shoulders and arms were bulging, and his back was highly arched, making him look like a walking human tank.
His fists pounded relentlessly against a specially designed punching bag. Each strike thundered like a clap of thunder, and after every blow, the bag would sway and shake violently.
Upon seeing Lin and Linning walk in, he paused his movements, stretched his arms, and, sizing up Lin, said, "Linning, this must be your cousin Lin, right?
The former director's grandson."
"That's right, team leader Zhou," Linning replied cheerfully, then whispered an introduction to Lin. "This is one of the 3A special warriors, Zhou Quan, leader of the Tianbing team."
"No need for an introduction, I'll handle that myself."
"Hello, I'm Zhou Quan, team leader of the Tianbing unit, and a longtime subordinate of your grandfather.
I've been wanting to meet you for a long time.
Having awakened your extraordinary abilities so recently, you've already captured Wei Tao and taken down Jiang. That's truly remarkable. Word has spread among everyone in the note here at Bureau 314 that you have the same heroic spirit as the old director.
It's just a shame. Oh well, let us not dwell on that."
Zhou Quan was the quintessential warm-hearted middle-aged man, the kind who struck up a conversation with anyone.
He walked up to Lin and held out his hand. "A lot of things happened by chance. Nice to meet you, team leader Zhou Quan. I'm Lin."
Lin shook his hand and felt even more certain that the man standing before him looked somewhat familiar.
"I remember now."
Lin suddenly recalled that in the future he had foreseen at Bureau 314, this man had appeared and left a deep impression on him. It was him, the one Caesar had bitten to death in one gulp. So he was the team leader of the Tianbing team. Since this is your first time here, you're probably here to test your vitality to measure your strength, right?
"Follow me, I know my way around this."
Zhou Quan was naturally outgoing and led Lin to a rather large testing machine.
He explained, "This is a great piece of equipment. The maximum test limit is 100 metric tons.
No one has ever reached that mark yet. The record holder is the team leader of the Night Shadow team.
100 metric tons.
Lin took a close look at the device.
It was truly impressive. 100 metric tons? That's 100,000 kilograms. You defeated Wei Tao and then Jiang. I guess your vitality isn't half bad either. Come on, give it a try."
Zhou Quan had always dismissed a certain rumor with contempt.
That rumor was what many people were saying, that Lin had relied on the demon-slaying sword in his hand to defeat Wei Tao and Jiang. It was utter nonsense. Without vitality to back him up, no matter how good his weapon was, what good would it do?
What makes an awakened truly powerful is their own strength. Zhou Quan sized up Lin's build. He really did look like a teenager masculine, yes, but not like someone with immense strength. He thought to himself, I'd guess he should be able to break 2,000 kilograms, that's 2 metric tons of force. Little bro, come on, give it a try. Lin Ying was utterly curious to see just how strong her younger brother had become. All right. Lin took a look and immediately figured out how to use this thing. It was just like the punching bags in arcades used to test punching power. Go all out, you could attack with a fist, an open palm, or any way you wanted. After delivering a heavy blow to the impact surface, the machine would absorb all the force, then display the weight in kilograms and an estimated vitality value on the screen. Let us start with a warm-up, Lin said, looking at the impact area and sensing his own vitality. After absorbing energy for a night and half a day, his vitality had risen to 77 points, and with the boost from the blazing blood power, it reached 346 points. Lin clenched his right fist. The moment he fixed his gaze on the impact zone, he channeled a 200% vitality boost and unleashed a punch, slamming it into the target. A howling screech rang out. Boom! The tester displayed the reading, 2,479 kilograms estimated vitality, 156 points. Just as I thought. Zhou Quan nodded, thinking to himself that it was exactly as he had predicted. His one-arm strength had already surpassed the 2 metric ton mark, and it was very close to 2.5 metric tons, even exceeding his own estimates. His vitality value had reached 156 points, a figure that already exceeded the normal range for an awakened at the early tempering stage. It's important to note that without the aid of a mystical bloodline or spiritual arts, breaking through 103.7 points in vitality is enough to advance to the early tempering stage. Zhou Quan clapped his hands and said, not bad. That has some impressive strength. Lin took a deep breath and clenched his right fist once more. This time, he was going to unleash his full vitality. The 450% boost from the blazing blood power was fully activated, held back nothing. Vitality boiled within him, and his gaze grew as sharp as an eagle's. Fixing his eyes on the spot that had taken the heavy blow, he slammed his right fist straight into it. Boom! The tester displayed the reading, 5,571 kilograms estimated vitality, 340 points. It was at that very moment. At the entrance to the special training hall, Lan Lingbo strode in. She realized there was something she'd forgotten to ask Lin. Thanks to my friend Suyu Qian Mo for the tip. Thank you. 140,000 words finally got a tip. Chapter 67, a single punch of 12,000 kilograms. That's insane. Only then did she turn back and head to the special training hall. Upon entering, Lan Lingbo saw 3 people, Lin, who was conducting the strength test, Lin Ying, standing beside him, and the stubborn Zhou Quan. The results of Lin's punch test had already been displayed. Lin Ying covered her mouth in shock. A single punch strength of 5,571 kilograms, that's over 5 metric tons of force. Even a standard full-size SUV doesn't weigh that much. A single punch capable of sending a large SUV flying, that's terrifying. This Zhou Quan raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. To think a single punch could generate over 5 metric tons of force, more than double the 2 metric tons he'd estimated. Those who claimed Lin was merely relying on the demon-slaying sword, if they were standing here now, seeing this number, they'd likely be speechless, their claims completely debunked. Really, heroes have always emerged from the young. From the young. Zhou Quan nodded repeatedly. It was incredible. At this level, he was already very close to the core members of his own team. The sound of leather boots hitting the ground rang out. Zhou Quan looked up at the sound and saw Lan Lingbo approaching. He hurriedly said, perfect timing. Team leader Lan, take a look at our old director's talented grandson. He is incredible. 5.5 metric tons of force in a single punch. Lin Ying also looked at Lan Lingbo, a look of pride spreading across her face. Even the team leader would be surprised by her younger brother's strength, wouldn't he? But come to think of it, didn't the team leader say she had something to do? Why is she here again? Lan Lingbo cast a casual glance at the readings: 5,571 kilograms, vitality 340 points, and, without answering Zhou Quan, simply walked confidently toward the testing device. She then raised her right hand, her movement as graceful as a drifting leaf with a light, almost imperceptible motion. The back of her hand gently tapped the impact point of the testing device. It was a casual gesture, but Lin, standing nearby, instantly felt a terrifying force erupt from that single point, sending chills down her spine. Her strike was restrained and silent, yet the entire testing device visibly trembled slightly. The readings displayed on the device changed. 11,500 kilograms estimated vitality, 695 points. A casual, offhand strike and the reading was 11,000 kilograms. Vitality was directly calculated at 695 points. This clearly demonstrated Lan Lingbo's formidable strength. Truly worthy of someone with ancient bloodlines, the special ace warrior of Bureau 314. Lin suddenly realized that her strength was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Team leader, you really are something else, truly impressive, Lin Ying marveled. She continued, but... Before she could finish, Zhou Quan stepped forward to defend Lin, saying, Team leader Lan, you're really killing the mood, that's no fun. You awakened as an awakened years ago. How long has it even been since Lin awakened? Once they've been at it for about the same amount of time, I bet she'll definitely surpass both of us. Zhou Quan was as outspoken as ever, always ready to stand up for others. Shut up, Lan Lingbo shot him a glance, and Zhou Quan actually shut his mouth. That crazy woman, if he really crossed her, and got challenged again, he'd be in for another beating. Perhaps feeling he'd lost face, Zhou Quan cleared his throat and said, let us discuss this rationally. We're both team leaders, let us maintain our professional conduct. Unexpectedly, Lan Lingbo couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Lin. With a cold expression, she spoke in a calm tone. Since you're here to test your vitality, give it your all. It's not time for you to hold back yet. You didn't use your martial arts just now. Would you like to try again? As it happens, I'd also like to see just how strong you really are. As he finished speaking, a smile tugged at the corner of Lan Lingbo's mouth, and his regard for Lin grew even higher. For a teacher to have such an outstanding grandson, it's safe to say the legacy is secure. Lin Ying, huh? Zhou Quan, huh? Ahem, I saw right through you from the start. Zhou Quan placed one hand behind his back and cleared his throat deeply, utterly astonished inside. What kind of monster is this kid? A single punch with over 5,500 kilograms of force, and he hasn't even unleashed his martial arts yet. If he were to unleash his martial arts, wouldn't that make him another 30 to 50% stronger? That would be around 7,500 kilograms, 7.5 metric tons of force in a single arm. That's insane. No wonder he was able to wipe out Jiang all by himself. Sure, Lin didn't refuse. After all, there was really no need to hide it. Perfect. He wanted to know for himself what kind of breathtaking punch the blazing blood power would deliver when unleashed through his mastery of the martial arts' profound principles. With that thought, the blazing blood power within Lin began to boil. He channeled the profound principles of martial arts, mobilizing the blood energy of one arm and one leg. Standing before the tester, Lin took a deep breath. The Yanling breathing technique flowed naturally, and mana surged into his nostrils, awakening every blood cell in his body. His gaze was utterly focused, fixed on the tester before him. Lin Ying could already sense that Lin seemed like a completely different person. Now, he appeared to be surrounded by an invisible aura that made people hesitate to approach him. This state is impressive. Zhou Quan set aside his usual elder-like demeanor and spoke with utmost seriousness. Earlier, I estimated that with martial arts techniques factored in, his punch could reach over 7 metric tons. Now it looks like that figure might even break through 10 metric tons. He'll definitely break 10 metric tons, but whether he can surpass the figure from my earlier strike depends on his performance. Lan Lingbo crossed her arms and glanced at the tester's reading, 11,500 kilograms. Zhou Quan was somewhat surprised and looked at Lan Lingbo. It turned out her strike earlier hadn't been a casual one, but a deliberate one. This Lan Lingbo really had an incredibly sharp EYE. No wonder she has been able to stay by the old leader's side all this time. She truly has extraordinary qualities.
Inhale.
Lin drew in mana, his lungs swelling and his chest rising and falling. Every pore in his body opened wide, and the skin on his right arm turned blood red. All the vitality from his leg and arm had been channeled into this single punch. The profound truths of martial arts he spent so long grasping, every flash of insight he gained, all were poured into this strike. His right fist transformed into a palm as he roared and slammed it straight toward her. Boom! The tester trembled, and shockwaves born of his overwhelming aura surged. A strike delivered with every ounce of his strength. Lin Ying felt her heart skip a beat. If a punch like that hit her, she'd surely be dead or mortally wounded. After the initial shock, her face lit up with wild joy as she looked at the final reading. The tester's reading, 12,570 kilograms estimated vitality, 759 points. It surpassed team leader Lan's strike. Lin Ying could hardly believe it. Not only had she surpassed it, but by a wide margin. A hint of surprise flashed across Lan Lingbo's face. The reading was even higher than he anticipated, and he already set his estimate on the high end. Lin's palm strike exceeded his estimate by a full 1,000 kilograms. It wasn't that her estimate was inaccurate, rather, Lin had acted on a sudden impulse, channeling the essence of martial arts while supplementing it with the Yenling breathing technique, fully harnessing its power, and that was how she achieved such a terrifying figure. Team leader Lan, it seems you were off in your estimate. Lin's figure is a full metric ton higher than what you predicted and then some. Zhou Quan chimed in. As for his own estimate, it was best left unsaid. She has only been awakened for such a short time, yet she can generate 12 metric tons of force with a single punch. That's truly terrifying. Let us keep this figure among ourselves. It's best not to let it get out, lest we attract too much attention. Zhou Quan felt that this figure had already reached a level that could cause Lin some trouble. Lin exhaled deeply to steady his vitality, then turned around and said with a smile, "Thank you, Team Leader Zhou." Actually, Team Leader Lan wasn't wrong either. Under normal circumstances in physical combat, my maximum single strike is around 11 metric tons. This was a strike delivered after gathering power. After the test, even Lin was pleasantly surprised. Before the test, he had estimated that after unleashing the martial arts essence, he should be able to reach 10 metric tons, but he never expected to actually break through 12 metric tons. It was truly stronger than he anticipated. After all, without the support of the blazing blood power or the martial arts essence, his estimated single strike would be just over 1 metric ton. With all these factors combined, his strength had increased tenfold. It was truly staggering. Lan Lingbo commented, "No need to be modest, this result is extraordinary. Your vitality has at least increased tenfold. Once you break through the tempering stage, you should be able to shatter the record set by the 314th Division." Chapter 68, The Future Timeline Has Changed. Burning Flame Mad Tiger. Being praised like this by Lan Lingbo felt novel to Lin Ying. She'd never seen the team leader praise anyone else before. Lan Lingbo brought up something he'd forgotten. "There's something I want to ask you. I've been investigating Jiang from the Blue Star faction, but now that he is dead, the trail has gone cold. I want to ask if Jiang said anything before he died, or if you've uncovered any leads." This matter was indeed very important. It was also one of the reasons Lin had come to Bureau 314. "Yes," Lin replied firmly. Her confident tone drew the attention of Lin Ying and Zhou Quan. Lan Lingbo knew that Lin hadn't spoken directly because she was mindful of Zhou Quan. After all, the three major teams within Bureau 314 were colleagues, but also competitors. "But feel free to speak." With those words, she dispelled Lin's reservations, and he immediately blurted out a name, Dr. Hunter. Jiang was deeply involved with him, and Caesar's mutation is also linked to Dr. Hunter. Lin had absolutely no idea who Dr. Hunter was. Yesterday, he had Chi questioned Caesar thoroughly, trying to get a description of Dr. Hunter's appearance. The result? Caesar replied that Dr. Hunter always wore special protective gear during his experiments, so his facial features were completely obscured. A foreign name? Does that mean the Blue Star faction's high-ranking officials in Luodu are actually foreigners? Zhou Quan propped his chin on one hand. At that moment, Lin Ying chimed in,
Could it be that they have a background in studying abroad and are using foreign names?
Very likely. Lan Lingbo gave Linning an appreciative look and continued, since Caesar's bloodline was awakened by him, it's highly probable that Dr. Hunter controls other dangerous evolved demon beasts, perhaps even a controlled army of them.
We can't rule out that possibility.
Lin listened to their conversation and felt a sudden sense of clarity. The idea that Dr. Hunter was a pseudonym using a foreign name had never crossed his mind. Now that Linning had brought it up, Lin realized this was a very real possibility. Luo City's hospitals were among the best in the country, and top medical experts frequently traveled abroad to exchange knowledge. Using a foreign pseudonym was by no means uncommon. Team leader Zhou, come with me, Lan Lingbo finally said to Lin and Linning.
You two stay here and train. We're going to investigate any leads related to Dr. Hunter.
After saying that, Lan Lingbo and Zhou Quan hurriedly left.
Lin and his sister Linning were left alone in the training hall.
Little brother, how did you suddenly get so good at this? Linning scrutinized Lin closely and noticed his skin seemed finer and fairer, but she couldn't detect anything else. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his skin, and sure enough,
it was even finer and smoother than before. Could cultivation actually have cosmetic benefits? Ahem, that's just how geniuses are.
Lin took a couple of steps back, then headed toward the entrance of the training hall. He had come to Bureau 314 for one final and most important purpose:
to activate his trait Eye of True Knowledge.
Ever since mastering the Eye of True Knowledge yesterday, Lin hadn't been able to use it until today, when the trait's cooldown ended, allowing him to investigate the illusion reality crisis.
Caesar has vanished 3 years from now. How will the mushroom army that invades Bureau 314 have changed?
Lin was curious about the future. Whether the phantom reality demon lord would attack Bureau 314 again on this day 3 years from now was itself a question mark. Gazing at the tree-lined playground before him, Lin's eyes widened as he chose to activate his trait Eye of True Knowledge. In that instant, flecks of golden light flickered deep within his pupils.
Prompt, present, future? Future. Lin made his choice. In an instant.
As the Eye of True Knowledge activated, Lin's black pupils turned dark gold. A pure white light screen appeared before his eyes, and the golden light imbued with true knowledge pierced through the essence of the white light, revealing the flow of time.
The current date, October 16, 2027.
And this time, Lin saw through the flow of time. The date before his eyes was November 1, 2030. It was no longer the calculated date of exactly 3 years later, October 16, 2030. Had this been the precognition trait skill, Lin would not have been able to detect such a change, but the Eye of True Knowledge was acutely sensitive to the flow of time, and Lin truly saw the anchor point of time. The future he saw was still 3 years from now. The future he saw wasn't entirely 3 years from now. It was November 1, 2030, shifted forward by 16 days. The timeline had shifted.
Lin's heart raced.
This meant the future wasn't parallel the trait system's timeline would, at the very least, shift based on specific events. The white light filling her vision dispersed in that instant, and the future 3 years and 16 days from now appeared before Lin's eyes. The first thing that caught her eye was the dark red sky, resembling a blood-red sunset. Even the clouds were stained with blood, and an ancient aura poured down from the heavens onto the earth. In addition to mana, the air was now thick with the murky stench of congealed blood. In the distance, the endless vines once as vast as mountains had withered. On their withered stems, blood-red plants had sprouted, and an oppressive, despairing aura washed over him. What had happened in Luo City in just 16 short days? With a single glance, Lin sensed that this city and this land were on the verge of total collapse.
Woo woo woo!
The alarm sirens blared. The attack had begun. The future Bureau 314's defensive positions were tightly secured, backed by heavy artillery and air support.
Now that the alert had been sounded, soldiers stood guard at their posts.
Artillery roared as shells rained down on the hordes of mushroom people and mushroom monsters beyond the front lines. Just then, the ground trembled slightly as giant roots, like coiling dragons, pierced through the earth and writhed wildly. In the blink of an eye, giant roots were everywhere, spewing a pink mist of spores. Soldiers who inhaled the mist clutched their throats, their eyes bulging.
Then, with a burst, mushroom caps sprouted from their heads, transforming them into grotesque mushroom men. "Damn it, Hunter, get the hell out here!" A man completely encased in ice charged forward, his arms solidified into massive icy fists, his entire body completely covered in ice. Lin recognized him at a glance. It was Zhou Quan, the leader of the Heavenly Ice Squad. Zhou Quan's strength was clearly greater than before. He had already reached the early stages of the soul stage. As he charged into the battlefield, slaughtering demon beasts indiscriminately, a soul form several zhang tall emerged from his back, joining him in the attack. With a single casual strike, vast swaths of demon beasts were frozen solid. Lin realized that during these 16 days, Blue Star had likely undergone another large-scale revival, causing both humans and demon beasts to evolve simultaneously. Zhou Quan had also broken through the bottleneck of the soul stage, reaching an entirely new realm. The future Zhou Quan roared once more, "Hunter, are you still going to play hide and seek like a coward? Fine, I'll wipe out every single one of your pets." The soul form behind him grabbed the root stem and yanked it out with all his might, causing the ground within a kilometer to tremble, while the base of the root stem let out a wailing cry. A crimson glow erupted from the distance, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, and slammed into Zhou Quan. The strike was too sudden. Zhou Quan had no time to defend himself. The icy armor on his body shattered, and even his soul form was torn open by a massive hole. He spat blood from his mouth and was hurled backward. So fast. Lin was startled. He hadn't even seen what that crimson glow was. It was simply as fast as a shooting star. The eye of true knowledge could no longer be sustained. The golden light in Lin's eyes collapsed, and with it, the vision of the future crumbled before his eyes. So short, Lin frowned. This time, the vision of the future had lasted only 3 seconds. During that time, she hadn't checked any target information. It seemed that the more powerful the eye of true knowledge became, the more mental power it consumed. Thank goodness the eye of true knowledge can preserve the images it sees of the future. Lin thought to herself. This way, the information contained in those 3 seconds was actually far greater than what her previous precognition skill had provided. With that in mind, Lin tried to use her last reserves of mental power to examine that streak of light, which resembled a long rainbow piercing the sun. Prompt, past present? All of it. Before the target's information appeared, a prompt flashed before Lin's eyes. Prompt, special mission triggered. Eliminate the burning flame mad tiger. Upon completing this mission, you will obtain a corresponding flawless grade trait. Chapter 69, a catastrophe level target appears. This is a good thing. This special mission is quite rare. It specifically calls for the elimination of the burning flame mad tiger, and the reward is a flawless grade trait. The value of a flawless grade trait goes without saying. Of course, Lin wants it. However, he first needs to know how powerful the burning flame mad tiger is in this current timeline. Lin closed the mission information first. Information on the burning flame mad tiger appeared immediately afterward. Info past, synthetic mad tiger description, a man-eating tiger stolen by the Blue Star faction and subjected to biochemical experiments. It now possesses combat power equivalent to the tempering stage mid-level. Traits, synthetic bloodline excellent grade, bloodthirst excellent grade, like a tiger with wings spirit grade, mad tiger claws spirit grade, etc. Info present, blazing flame mad tiger description, after triggering a second mana awakening, it broke through to the early soul stage. It has a bloodthirsty nature and has slaughtered and devoured a large number of humans. It obtained the soul stage spirit artifact Shinbing wings from the revival ruins, granting it terrifying destructive power. Trait, blazing bloodline flawless grade 6th tier, blood drinking and essence refining flawless grade 5th tier, blood tiger wings flawless grade 3rd tier, raging blood flawless grade 3rd tier, blazing tiger claws excellent grade, etc. Lin looked at the first entry first. The mad tiger. Its very first description was man-eating tiger. In this regard, it was fundamentally different from Old Willow and Little Black Cat. The latter two would each commit bloody atrocities during the era of mana awakening. However, those atrocities had not yet occurred at that moment. They had not harmed the innocent, nor posed any threat whatsoever. But the synthesized mad tiger was entirely different. Even before the Blue Star faction captured it for experimentation, it was already a man-eating tiger. In Lin's eyes, this was an unforgivable beast, one that required no reform. With mid-tempering stage strength, coupled with traits like synthetic bloodline, bloodthirst, and like a tiger with wings, its power was terrifyingly strong. Lin estimated that if he didn't have the bronze cauldron and the demon-slaying sword, he truly wouldn't stand a chance against it even with those two items. He wasn't certain he could catch it if it tried to escape. Looking at its future data, the description states that the future flaming madness tiger will continue to devour vast numbers of humans, and its trait drink blood, refine essence has already reached flawless grade level 5. Lin couldn't even begin to imagine how many people it would have to eat or how much blood it would have to drink to achieve that. Even if it drained and refined the blood of an entire county's population, it might not be enough to raise the trait to flawless grade level 5. It was simply extremely vicious. Extremely evil. Lin could imagine that in the future world of Mana Awakening, aside from heavily fortified strongholds like Luo City with their tight defenses and numerous human awakened people in other cities and remote areas would likely suffer a fate worse than death, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a hellish world. The future Zhou Quan is already at the soul stage, yet he was severely wounded by a single surprise attack from it. It must be related to the soul stage spirit artifact, the Xian Bing wings that he found in the revival ruins. Lin speculated inwardly perhaps that was the truth. Lin took another look at Finyang Finghua's traits, 2 flawless grade traits above the 5th tier, yet not a single one had broken through the constraints of the flawless grade to reach true spirit grade quality. It seemed that even after breaking through to the soul stage, true spirit grade traits were still rare. Or perhaps it was because the duration of the second Mana Awakening had been brief. The Burning Flame Mad Tiger's foundational cultivation wasn't yet sufficient, so its traits remained at the flawless grade. Second Mana Awakening. Then when did the first Mana Awakening take place? Lin furrowed his brow. This time, the glimpse into the future lasted only 3 seconds, yet the amount of information was staggering. As a result, Lin had absolutely no desire to stay at Bureau 314 any longer. After making up an excuse, he bid farewell to his cousin Lin Ying and headed home. Back in his bedroom, Lin sat at his computer desk, picked up a pen, and opened the notebook lying on the desk. Lin had always recorded the key information and deductions obtained through his precognition skill in this notebook, which he usually kept in his spatial pocket. Turning to a new page, Lin wrote a single line. Half a year ago, beginning in April 2027, mana on Blue Star increased, the cultivation of the awakened accelerated, and the mysterious interlayer began to truly emerge. The first Mana Awakening? No. Lin dismissed this hypothesis. The first Mana Awakening should be the moment when the world undergoes a major transformation in the future. Mountains, rivers, the land, and the vast oceans will all revive and change. Countless living beings will evolve and awakened humans will emerge in droves. Even today's invincible high technology will no longer be able to suppress these revived beings. It's a complete mystery. It could be a year from now, or 2 years from now, or perhaps shortly before the second Mana Awakening. Lin furrowed his brow. The timing of the first Mana Awakening was crucial. Knowing that date would allow for many preparations to be made in advance. Unfortunately, there were no clues to be found for the time being. Lin jotted down second Mana Awakening in his notebook, specifically noting the timeframe, between October 16, 2030, and November 1, 2030. He leaned toward the possibility that the second Mana Awakening occurred on October 16 itself or around that date. Recalling the future he had witnessed with his own eyes, Lin recorded the scene of the second Mana Awakening. The sky was dark red, the clouds were tinged with a blood-red mist, and vast, continuous vines taller than mountains were withering, with unknown blood-red plants growing on them. Aside from mana, the air was filled with a murky, blood-stained aura. Special note: after the second Mana Awakening, awakened beings and extraordinary creatures generally broke through from the quasi-soul stage realm to the soul stage realm. Question: is the upper limit of an awakened being's rank affected by the progress of Blue Star's revival? Answer: yes. But not entirely. Lin reached the conclusion that it is not entirely so because, before the second Mana Awakening began, he had already transformed into the master of the Starflame Palace, with a strength at the mid-soul stage. Aside from himself, Chi-Chi had also broken free from her constraints, reaching the early soul stage. The effects of the second Mana Awakening, perhaps they've only just begun. The blood mist in the sky, its crimson hue is highly unusual. Is this limited to Luadu, or is it the same all over the world?
Lin couldn't shake the feeling that the blood mist seemed to possess some kind of terrifying will of its own. An unknown entity capable of obscuring the sky with sheer will alone, it was simply unimaginable what kind of ancient being it might be. If it ever set its sights on the Harmony Guild. Lin suddenly felt as though this were a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Compared to this, the illusionary crisis was nothing. When the trait system was first activated, it described the future as being akin to hell. Perhaps that wasn't an exaggeration. Just how many terrifying entities lurk in the mysterious layers hidden within Blue Star remains a complete mystery, not to mention the martial invasion.
Lin jotted down his speculations in his notebook. Finally, he wrote down a question: why, 3 years later at Bureau 314, did only Joquan, a single powerful figure, appear? Where had the leader of the Night Shadow Group, the future leader of the Hongshan Group, and the other powerful figures gone? These questions were difficult to answer. Lin simply recorded his doubts, hoping that if he could find clues later, that would be best. As for right now, Lin thought of something. After the second mana awakening, many extraordinary beings would rise. So if the trait system's timeline was set for November 1st, 2030, theoretically, he should be able to encounter newly awakened extraordinary beings, or awakened, as they were commonly known, a Real Windfall. At this thought, a smile gradually spread across Lin's face. Who cares what kind of hell the next 3 years will bring? For the Lin living in the present, the most important thing is to secure what he can now. With that in mind, a sense of anticipation welled up within Lin. Maybe a stroll outside would turn up something worthwhile. Putting on a white jacket, Lin stepped out the door and headed toward the park, deciding to start by exploring the area right outside his home. It was Thursday, and Lihu Park wasn't very crowded, just a few elderly men and women taking a stroll and chatting. The afternoon sun felt warm and cozy. Lin stretched, and suddenly, a notification popped up before his eyes. Alert, danger. A catastrophe-level target detected nearby. Alert, danger. Catastrophe-level target approaching. Target is terrifying. Please prepare your defenses immediately. Chapter 70, Defeating the End of the World Dragon 3 years later. This alert came out of nowhere. A catastrophe-level target, a terrifying target. 4 stars. The most dangerous target Lin had ever encountered before was Death Class 3 stars, but he never faced a 4-star threat. Now he knew. The tier above Death Class was Catastrophe Class. 4 stars. If a Catastrophe Class target appeared during the second Mana Awakening era 3 years from now, it would surely trigger widespread panic and lead to countless horrific incidents. But this isn't the era of the second Mana Awakening 3 years from now. This is a time before the first Mana Awakening has even begun. A catastrophe-level entity from 3 years in the future, if placed in the present era, might as well be a common great hairy crab or a common great green frog. As Lin carefully surveyed his surroundings, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Prompt: quest triggered. Use your own judgment to eliminate the negative effects of the catastrophe-level target. Upon completing this quest, you may upgrade one random trait to True Spirit grade. The quest does not require you to eliminate the catastrophe-level target, but it does require you to eliminate its negative effects. With power already surpassing the catastrophe level, it's bound to be a menace. If he were in the future facing such a quest, Lin would find it extremely tricky. Realistically, it's clearly impossible. Even with brute force, a catastrophe-level target might not be defeated. Most importantly, this quest reward is far too tempting. A random one of his own traits upgraded to True Spirit grade quality. He didn't have any useless traits. Even his least used trait, Upright and Righteous, Poison Resistance, was a sacred body of resistance. If that trait were elevated to True Spirit grade quality, making him impervious to all spells and repelling all evils, Lin thought that would be entirely reasonable. But that's not 3 years from now. This is 3 years ago. Seeing the catastrophe-level danger warning, then glancing at this mission, Lin's first reaction was, this is a good thing. He simply had to accept this quest.
Following the prompt for the catastrophe level target, Lin walked over, steadily drawing closer.
Lihu Park had a small stretch of white sandy beach.
The white sand was pure and free of impurities, and with pavilions and chairs lining the shore, it was always bustling with parents bringing their young children to play in the sand on holidays when the weather was nice.
The catastrophe level prompt appeared right on this stretch of white sandy beach.
Ha! Lin spotted a little girl, who looked to be about 2 or 3 years old. She was as delicate as a porcelain figurine, with a face so adorable it was hard to resist. Most importantly, she faintly emanated a trace of mana. This child had a natural affinity for mana. She was a promising prospect.
Lin hesitated instantly. Could this little girl really be the future cataclysm level target? No, that can't be right.
Lin's sharp eyes spotted a colorful lizard in front of the little girl. The lizard was over half a meter long, with sturdy limbs and cold, blood-cold eyes fixed on the little girl. It kept making funny gestures to catch her attention, gradually and deliberately guiding her toward the water's edge.
Check information.
Lin didn't want to tip it off. He kept his aura concealed as he watched it and checked its information.
Prompt, present, future? All.
Information present, colorful lizard Guijie introduction. Half a year ago, Guijie drowned and, for unknown reasons, his consciousness was reincarnated into a lizard. He has awakened his extraordinary abilities and retains his original memories and intelligence, possessing extremely high growth potential. Traits: mutated spirit body excellent grade, bloodline absorption excellent grade, concealment spirit grade, tearing spirit grade. Information future, end of world demon dragon Guijie introduction. Having traversed the profound despair of endless time, I devour nutrients from the reawakened wasteland. I destroy cities, I slaughter humanity, I tear the earth apart, and I shall finally bury the age of mankind. A terrifying entity in the late soul stage, it has already obliterated 72 towns and cities of varying sizes, causing tens of millions of casualties. Traits: demon dragon physique true spirit grade, blood of the end true spirit grade, transformation of mountains and rivers flawless grade 7th tier, heaven shattering, earth splitting flawless grade 7th tier, demon dragon vortex suction flawless grade 7th tier, and more. Upon seeing the information about the colorful lizard, Lin found it a bit strange. How could it have a human name, and one named Guijie at that? Reading its description, Lin was surprised. Who would have thought a consciousness reincarnated into a lizard after drowning, and one that had even attained the supernatural grade? This happened exactly half a year ago, coinciding with the time Lan Lingbo mentioned when mana levels surged and the mysterious interlayer appeared. Lin didn't even know whether to call it the colorful lizard or Guijie. This creature really had quite a few good traits: 2 excellent grade and 2 spirit grade. Looking further at the future Guijie's information, 3 years from now, the colorful lizard would evolve into the end of the world demon dragon. Across the profound despair of endless time, Lin furrowed his brow and continued reading. I shall destroy cities, I shall slaughter humanity. I shall finally bring an end to the age of mankind. It had a certain teenage fantasy vibe to it, but after reading the rest of the information, Lin set that impression aside. Middle schooler-esque typically refers to behavior that is unrealistic and based on fantasy, but this Guijie, the end of the world demon dragon, is no such thing. In the future, it has already raised 72 towns and cities of all sizes, causing tens of millions of human casualties. Blue Star's total population is just over 10 billion, and the era of the second mana awakening has only just begun, yet it has single-handedly wiped out 1,000th of the population. As for finally burying the human era, it means business. There isn't a shred of exaggeration. Now, looking at its traits, 2 true spirit grade traits nearly surpassing even its future self. According to the information from Lin's future, he himself possessed only 3 true spirit grade traits: Starflame Palace Master, Star Derivation Breathing Technique, and the Chinchin School Sutra. In addition to its 2 true spirit grade traits Dragon Body and Blood of the End, its other traits consisted of 3 flawless grade traits, all at the 7th rank. This level of terror was simply beyond belief. The highest tier trait Lin had ever seen was the Burning Flame Bloodline of the Burning Flame Mad Tiger, which was a flawless grade, 6th tier. The 3 flawless grade traits displayed by the future End of Days Demon Dragon were all 7th tier. Not to mention, there were even more traits that hadn't been revealed at all. This is simply a truly terrifying existence. Lin gazed at the tranquil sandy beach and lake before him, watching the colorful lizard making silly faces in front of the little girl to lure her toward the water's edge. He was now absolutely certain this was an anti-human element. Lin could also tell that the colorful lizard before him, Guijie, had sensed the little girl's mana and harbored malicious intent. The colorful lizard Guijie stared at the little girl with an icy gaze. It danced, inch by inch, luring the little girl toward the water's edge. As soon as she reached the water's edge, it would be able to strike without anyone noticing. Smack! The colorful lizard Guijie suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. His entire body lost control and was stomped into the sand on the beach. A voice rang in his ears. "Who are you? Didn't your parents tell you not to go near the water or touch wild animals? Get out of here. Do you want to die?" The voice was fierce. Guijie couldn't see who it was, but he heard the little girl burst into loud sobs. Her cries grew fainter and fainter as she clearly ran away in fear. Damn it! Guijie's anger boiled over. He'd been wandering for half a year, and just when he finally found such a valuable prize, it had slipped away. Furious to the extreme, he refused to let his prey get away like this. The power hidden within his body was no longer concealed. He was going to make this person pay the price. The lizard let out a cry that sounded almost human. "I'll make you die." His half-meter-long body erupted with a force exceeding hundreds of kilograms. Guijie knew that if someone were caught off guard, even Tyson would be knocked flying by his strength. Guijie unleashed his full power. First, he'd kill this man, then catch up to his prey. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Then, the foot pressing down on his back didn't budge. It was as steady as a mountain. His own strength couldn't budge it. Guijie was stunned, then gripped by fear. What on earth was going on? Lin looked down at the struggling colorful lizard and said, "If you were truly a lizard, you'd still have a chance at rebirth. But you're not. You're a hopeless case." "But you're not." Those 4 words struck Guijie like a thunderclap. His whole body trembled. This man had seen through him. He knew Guijie was human at heart. He immediately let out a cry, begging for mercy, "Spare me." Lin's gaze was resolute. He thought of the description of the future end dragon, and that phrase, "I shall finally bury the age of humanity." Lin channeled the power of vitality into his hand and said in a deep voice, "I'll bury you first." That phrase sounded very familiar to Guijie. Ever since discovering his limitless potential, he had often repeated, "I will finally bring an end to the age of humanity." Who on earth was he? The colorful lizard strained to turn its head toward Lin, only to see a palm strike, wrapped in an invisible surge of energy, coming down. Before the energy even struck the ground, it had already sent grains of sand flying in all directions, crashing down heavily on the spotted lizard's head. Its vision went black, its eyeballs burst, and its entire head exploded. The spurting blood was blocked by the aura surrounding Lin and scattered even farther away. Only then did Lin step back. Looking at the headless corpse of the variegated lizard, he struck out with a backhand palm strike through the air, crushing the lizard into a pile of dust and shattering it completely, leaving not a single intact piece. Lin exhaled. With that, the future end of the world demon dragon no longer existed, did it? Chapter 71, Seizing Heaven and Earth's Mana. The heaven-defying true spirit grade trait. Though the variegated lizard had been reduced to mincemeat, Lin still felt a lingering sense of apprehension. Its traits were too unique. For example, mutated spirit form and concealment, neither of which were traits possessed by ordinary supernatural creatures. 3 years later, after its second mana awakening, the end of the world demon dragon's power was terrifying. The description read, "A profound despair spanning the ages." Taken literally, this didn't seem like a description a human would use. After all, human lifespans are hardly long. Even someone as powerful as Lin and awakened couldn't exceed the limits of human longevity. At most, he might live 100 years. With that in mind, Lin wasted no time. He took the gasoline from his spatial pocket, poured it onto the sandy beach, and set it ablaze. Boom! As the flames raged, Lin channeled the Yenling breathing technique, mobilizing his mana and directing it toward the blaze. The flames had already turned a deep blue. The crackling sounds of burning flesh appeared and vanished just as quickly. The firelight illuminated Lin's cheeks, and he felt the scorching heat, confirming that not a single trace of flesh remained. Notice, you have completely eliminated the end-of-world dragon catastrophe level. You have exceeded the mission requirements and earned an extra reward. Choose one of your 3 random traits to upgrade to true spirit grade quality. It really did have a tenacious will to live. Lin read the description of its complete elimination. If he hadn't been careful, this thing might actually have escaped. Because he exceeded the mission requirements, the reward was also upgraded. Originally, the mission reward was a random trait of his own, upgraded to true spirit grade with no choice in the matter. But now, it's become 3 random traits of his own, and he can choose any one of them. With a trait quality upgrade from flawless grade to true spirit grade, Lin could hardly contain his excitement. In this day and age, who could possibly possess a trait of true spirit grade quality? Flawless grade traits are already incredibly powerful. Each one can take your strength to the next level. Lin couldn't even begin to imagine the power of true spirit grade traits. Lin had claimed mission rewards many times before, but this time, he was especially excited to see which 3 traits he would randomly receive. He thought to himself, claim the mission reward. Please select one trait. Note, once selected, the trait will be upgraded to true spirit grade. Trait 1, Camp Spirit Gathering Array. Flawless grade description, forged from specific materials and placed at the adventurer's camp, it gathers mana to nourish all living things. Trait 2, Martial Arts Essence. Excellent grade. Tier 1 description, having grasped the essence of martial arts and mastered the art of evasion and swift strikes, you can summon vitality from one arm or one leg at any time for both offense and defense. Trait 3, Spirit Deriving Breathing Technique. Flawless grade description, blessed by the mana of heaven and earth, you naturally master this breathing technique. Mana within a 10-meter radius constantly gathers toward your nostrils, passively merge your body, and is converted into your own vitality current. Environment automatically absorbs and converts 0.8 units of vitality per hour. Choose any one of these 3 traits. Lin suddenly felt that his luck was truly remarkable. 2 of the 3 traits were of flawless grade quality, while the other was excellent grade, all of which were traits that genuinely boosted his raw combat power. His current martial art essence was excellent grade tier 1, allowing him to channel vitality through one arm and one leg, which already amplified his vitality 5-fold to 10-fold. He had no doubt that upgrading it to true spirit grade would boost the burst of vitality from 5 times to 20 or even 30 times. Turning his attention to the base camp spirit gathering array, the trait was labeled base camp, but Lin knew there were no restrictions on where the spirit gathering array could be set up. As long as he had the materials, he could deploy it at any time. Once a true spirit grade spirit gathering array is set up, the concentration of mana in the area might rival that following a mana awakening. Lin's gaze finally settled on the spirit deriving breathing technique. Flawless grade, blessed by the mana of heaven and earth, it has endless applications. It can refine spirit artifacts, gather mana, and accelerate the growth of one's own vitality. You're the one. Lin made his decision. Prompt, trait spirit deriving breathing technique. Flawless grade selected. Trait upgrading to true spirit grade. Lin closed his eyes naturally. His outer garments fluttered without a breeze, and a raging fire fueled by gasoline shot up, reaching a height of several zhang. Lin immersed himself in the trait's upgrade. With his eyes closed, he sensed the darkness within his mental realm, where only a single, unshaped crystal floated. In the dark space, a speck of orange light suddenly flashed. It transformed into a dazzling crystal, radiating a blinding glow. The orange light shone like a rainbow, as if it were about to pierce through the darkness of his mental realm and physical form. Lin's entire body seemed to ignite. His once still bones began to tremble, his meridians surged like coiling dragons, and his vitality surged unchecked throughout his body. Every pore on his skin opened wide, like vortexes greedily devouring everything around him. The raging inferno was instantly drained of mana and extinguished. The spirit-derived bronze cauldron hidden within his breath and the spirit-derived demon-slaying sword flew out of their own accord. The palm-sized bronze cauldron hovered above his forehead, while the demon-slaying sword circled his body, unleashing a sword glow to protect its master. The Yenling breathing technique unfolded naturally from Lin's awakening, seething body, following 1081 pathways. As each path unfolded, the mana drawn into his body was imbued with a mysterious energy, becoming scorching hot. Heat radiated from his skin, and Lin's cheeks visibly flushed red. Wisp after wisp of mana condensed into dewdrops, drawn into his body through his nostrils, dissipating the searing heat. This process repeated itself. Lin's eyes snapped open, and a deep blue spiritual light surged within them. His jet black hair stood on end, every strand imbued with the power of mana, as if wrapped in lightning, while his fair skin tightened to its absolute limit. A new breathing technique, the true evolution skill. The derivation was a success. The bronze cauldron floating above his forehead and the demon-slaying sword encircling his body leapt with joy, swaying in the air with great delight. "Come back," Lin said, seeing their joy. He knew that with the advancement of the breathing technique, they had been refined and had grown even stronger. With a thought, the bronze cauldron and the demon-slaying sword transformed into two streaks of light, flying into his nostrils and hiding within. Prompt: the derived spirit breathing technique flawless grade has been upgraded to true evolution skill true spirit grade. Do you wish to view the trait information? View. Lin's expression remained as calm as water as he felt his entire physique being nourished faintly. Unknown evolutions were taking place within him. Trait: true evolution skill true spirit grade description, a domineering breathing technique that has earned the favor of heaven and earth's mana, capable of seizing spiritual essence. It can forcibly plunder and absorb all mana within a 100-meter radius. It can detect all mana fluctuations within a 100-meter radius and is exceptionally sensitive to interdimensional spaces. Current environment automatically absorbs mana every hour, converting it into 1.6 units of vitality. The trait's description appeared before Lin's eyes. In fact, Lin already had a good understanding of the true evolution skill's dominance. But upon seeing its details, he realized he had still underestimated it. The derived spirit breathing technique was blessed with heaven and earth's mana, but it didn't include terms like seizing spiritual essence, and it could even forcibly seize and absorb all mana within a 100-meter radius. Truly overwhelming. This meant that his future growth and vitality would no longer be a completely passive process. He could meditate and practice the breathing technique to forcibly seize mana, thereby accelerating his vitality growth. It can even detect mana fluctuations within a 100-meter radius ISNT that just like radar? And it's especially sensitive to the interlayer space. Lin realized that the true evolution skill truly hit the mark in every single way he'd hoped for. A smile spread across Lin's face. He looked at the description of the true evolution skill. So that's it. Before midnight tonight, his vitality will break through 103.7 points. He'll break through his current realm and advance to the tempering stage. Chapter 72, The Future. Supreme Martial Arts, Awakened. Lin thought of the tempering stage as described to him by Lan Lingbo. The tempering stage requires successively tempering the bones, blood, tendons, flesh, and skin. With each element tempered, the corresponding body part undergoes refinement and metamorphosis. Once the bones are tempered first, they'll be able to continuously generate and temper spiritual blood. At that point, he'll have entered the early stage of the tempering stage. As for now, although his vitality was boosted by the blazing blood power and the value wasn't low, his bones, blood, tendons, flesh, and skin hadn't truly shed their ordinary nature yet. Lin thought about it for a moment, then decided to put it aside for now. Instead, he chose to examine the True Evolution Demon-Slaying Sword and the True Evolution Bronze Cauldron, which were hidden within his breath, to see how their information had changed. When the Yenling breathing technique refined these two spirit artifacts, they had already been greatly enhanced. Now that the breathing technique had evolved into a true evolution skill, he wondered what changes these two spirit artifacts had undergone. View information. Prompt: present future? Present. Information present. True Evolution Demon-Slaying Sword description, forged from melted ancient bronze statues through exquisite craftsmanship. This is a supernatural weapon capable of devouring similar objects. After being refined by the True Evolution skill, its sharpness, strength, and traits have all been enhanced. Traits: True Evolution Refinement True Spirit Grade, Devour Excellent Grade Tier 1, Copper Core Spirit Grade, Tenacity Advanced Grade, Tetanus Advanced Grade. Information current, true evolution bronze tripod introduction, an ancient bronze artifact from an unknown era that gradually revealed its mystical properties after being refined by the true evolution skill, capable of bearing the weight of a region. Traits, true evolution refinement true spirit grade, heavy burden spirit grade tier 3, profound weight spirit grade. The demon slaying sword was as powerful as ever, but it was the bronze tripod that caught Lin's attention. After being refined by true evolution, its bearing trait advanced in quality from spirit grade to spirit grade level 3. An additional trait mysterious weight was gained, increasing the bronze cauldron's mass. Bearing, spirit grade level 3 Lin thought of the 2 spirit seeds being nurtured inside the bronze cauldron. He could sense them absorbing mana, yet they showed no signs of sprouting. On the other hand, the spirit tea nurtured within the bronze cauldron had a fragrance that grew richer by the day. Lin estimated that after nurturing it for a few more days once it had fully matured into spirit tea drinking just a little each day would further increase his mental power. Thinking back to the sensation of his mental power growing while savoring the spirit tea at Ye's place, he found himself lingering on that refreshing, cool sensation. Lin stood here on the sandy shore by the lake. The lake's surface shimmered with ripples, and the shadows of ancient trees were reflected along the water's edge. Lin thought about 3 years from now. His breathing technique had now reached the true spirit grade, so would he become even stronger 3 years from now? What kind of realm would he reach during those years of his second mana awakening? Thinking of the end-time demon dragon's staggering power late soul stage with magnificent traits, Lin grew even more eager to see his future self. View information. Prompt, present future? Future. Information future, master of the Starflame Palace. Lin introduction awakened as the supreme martial artist, wielding a bronze sword and a bronze cauldron, he single-handedly annihilated the Temple of True Gods in a bloodbath of unimaginable scale. He slaughtered over 13,000 evil spawn. He was crowned the supreme martial artist of his era. After absorbing the mad fire and refining the tears of Xinglua, his physical capabilities grew at an extraordinary rate, and his strength increased at an unprecedented pace, allowing him to break through to the late soul stage. His appearance is that of a young man. Traits, master of the Starflame Palace true spirit grade, star derivation breathing technique true spirit grade, Shin Xan school sutra true spirit grade, star derivation martial arts essence flawless grade 7th tier, blazing blood power flawless grade 7th tier, eye of true knowledge flawless grade 5th tier, spatial pocket spirit grade, etc. Supreme martial arts awakened. Upon seeing this description, Lin felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Looking further at the information, he discovered a description resembling a glimpse into Chi-Chi's future, one detailing his own future feats. Alone, he annihilated the True God Temple and slaughtered over 13,000 evil seeds. The adjective used was boundless slaughter. It seemed his future self, 3 years from now, would be quite something. As for the Temple of the True God, if it was labeled as evil seeds and then annihilated by him, it surely wasn't anything good. Lin looked at the second line of information. His bodily functions were growing at an abnormally rapid rate, and his strength was increasing at an extraordinary pace. This caught his attention. Late soul stage, appearing as a young man. Being able to increase his strength at such a rapid pace was naturally a good thing in those dark times. Yet, in this description, Lin felt a vague sense of unease. As his bodily functions were growing at an abnormal rate and his strength was accelerating, could it mean that his own aging was also accelerating? The transition from adolescence to young adulthood is a form of growth, but once one crosses the threshold of young adulthood and enters old age, that is when decline begins. Lin looked at the description again. All of this only happened after I absorbed the mad fire and refined the tears of Xinglua. The mad fire, the tears of Xinglua. Both of these things were far too mysterious. The mad fire felt like a curse from his future, one that would forever consume his body, while the tears of Xinglua were the most precious treasure his maternal grandfather had left him. Not long ago, Lin had believed the tears of Xinglua were the cure for the mad fire, but now it seemed he had stumbled into uncharted territory. I'll take it one step at a time. Lin suppressed the confusion in his heart. There were too few clues right now, and racking his brain would only bring him more trouble. Rather than that, he'd better cherish the present moment. With that thought, a solemn expression flashed across Lin's dark eyes. His chest rose and fell as he drew in the mana surrounding him and activated his true evolution skill.
Within a 100-meter radius, all mana was swept up. An endless stream of intangible mana converged around Lin. The strands of hair on his forehead fluttered naturally, and his jet-black pupils shifted to a cyan blue hue. Another remarkable ability of the true evolution skill: omniscience of all mana fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. Activate. In an instant, Lin felt a colossal, profound, and ancient aura surging toward him like 10,000 mountains collapsing and all rivers and seas reversing their flow. It pressed down upon him. That ancient, terrifying presence was so overwhelming that Lin felt his vision grow dim. In the shimmering waters of the inner lake, deep beneath the calm surface, darkness stretched to the bottom, where crumbling walls, the ruins of an ancient palace, dead giant trees, and weathered white bones flickered in and out of view, shrouded in the unknown and the mysterious. From time to time, wispy strands of energy, as fine as hair, would seep out from that abyss and drift into the waters of the inner lake. Lin tried to peer deeper, but it felt as though he crashed head-on into a rock wall. He grew dizzy and disoriented, his mental power drained away, and he staggered a few steps, nearly falling over. Here, at the bottom of the lake, there was actually a mysterious hidden chamber. The sights within this chamber were even more ancient and mysterious, evoking a terrifying sense of one's own infinite insignificance. After quite a while, Lin pressed his hand to his forehead and gradually recovered, though his breathing remained much more rapid than usual. No wonder I should have figured this out long ago. Lin thought of the little black cat, the old willow tree by the lake, the first hairy crab, the Chingy demon mother, and the black-armored demon ants. The multicolored lizard, and the future end of the world demon dragon. No wonder it turns out there's a huge secret hidden beneath Lee Lake. Those occasional wispy traces of energy, as fine as a strand of hair, must be the source of these extraordinary opportunities. Even after his second mana awakening in the future, the mysterious hidden layer beneath Lee Lake hadn't revealed itself, proof of just how special it is. This, too, is a great opportunity. If I come to Lee Lake Park often to take a stroll, encountering extraordinary creatures or future monstrosities to level up my traits, I'm sure to reap a bountiful harvest. Just thinking about it fills me with pure joy. And Lin gazed ahead, her eyes fixed on the man-made island in the center of Lee Lake. The island wasn't very large, featuring a two-way road connecting it to the mainland. The scenery was breathtaking, and 5 magnificent villas stood there. Only the wealthy or the noble could afford to live here. Lin gazed at the villas thoughtfully. Perhaps he could make some inquiries about them. Chapter 73, Breaking Through to a Higher Realm. A feng shui treasure land. Lin recalled hearing from others that the villas on the lake's central island were exorbitantly priced, with each one selling for over 30 million. Furthermore, the annual maintenance costs were no small sum. 30 million, that's manageable. Lin had over 1,800 in his bank account, and with his capital and abilities, he could easily double that amount or even more. However, as for the present moment, Lin contained his aura, and his blue-green eyes turned black once more. But if anyone looked closely at his eyes, they would notice a faint blue-green glow emanating from deep within his black pupils. This was Lin's method of operating the true evolution skill at low energy consumption. Aside from no longer probing the mysterious interlayer, he would become exceptionally sensitive to any fluctuations in the surrounding mana. The reason for this was simple. Upon reflection, Lin realized that at least half a year ago, wispy strands of energy, as fine as hair, had already begun seeping out from the mysterious layer deep within the inner lake. If not for this, Gui Jie could never have been reincarnated as a colorful lizard when he drowned half a year ago. Half a year has passed. Just how many extraordinary creatures must there be in the vast area surrounding Inner Lake? The number is likely staggering. Even after accounting for those that have left the vicinity of Inner Lake, the number remaining is still far from small. This isn't just a gathering of extraordinary creatures, it's practically a trait farming ground. In the past, Lin's perception was insufficient. 3 years later, the trait system no longer even alerted him to extraordinary creatures that posed no threat to him. Things were different now. With the true evolution skill, he could actively scan the area on his own within a radius of 100 meters, everything was within his range of perception. As soon as he left the white sandy beach and took just a few steps, Lin sensed a fluctuation in mana. The source of the fluctuation was in the aquatic plants by the lakeshore.
Looking toward the water's surface, Lin actually spotted a dark shadow about a meter long, which was enormous in a lake of this size. Upon closer inspection, it was a grass carp, gnawing on some reeds.
View information. Prompt, present, future? All.
Information present, blackwater grass carp description, a grass carp that has become supernatural for unknown reasons. It is delirious, possesses immense strength, and lives year-round in the inner lake. Possesses traits, great strength advanced grade, vitality advanced grade. Info future, blackwater giant demon description, a giant demon lurking in the depths of the inner lake, nearly 100 meters long and immense in size. It devours all living creatures on the water's surface and along the shores, possessing combat power at the peak of the spirit stage. Possesses traits, blackwater overlord excellent grade, surging power excellent grade, vitality spirit grade 4th tier, and more.
I really hit the jackpot. Lin's eyes lit up instantly.
He acted decisively, and a bronze cauldron the size of a sesame seed shot out from his nostrils.
It fell like a meteor, smashing directly into the blackwater grass carp's forehead. Boom!
The water surface erupted in a spray of spray.
The blackwater grass carp's eyes went dark, and it died instantly, flipping onto its back to reveal its white belly.
It was at this very moment.
Prompt, defeated the blackwater giant demon danger level, obtained trait, surging 10,000 forces excellent grade.
The excellent grade trait surging 10,000 forces merged into Linus' mind, but the moment it appeared, it was devoured by a similar trait, blazing blood power. The blazing blood power trait S tier rose from excellent grade tier 1 to excellent grade tier 2, increasing vitality from 450% to 500%. Lin stowed the blackwater grass carp in his storage space with the vitality trait. It should be quite delicious. Continuing to wander along the shores of the inner lake, Lin returned with a bountiful haul after quite some time. Even so, he refrained from exterminating them all, considering that some of these extraordinary creatures might pose no future threat and could perhaps serve other purposes. The righteousness antitoxin trait broke through directly from spirit grade to excellent grade, transforming into a brand new trait, light S shelter. It enhances deterrence against targets with dark traits, boosts resistance, and increases resistance to toxins and even curses. While wandering, Lin also discovered something interesting. The powerful supernatural creatures of today may not remain equally powerful 3 years from now. For example, a bird that is already quite strong now will, 3 years from now, suffer severe injuries that take a long time to heal, leaving it in a pitiful state. Other creatures, such as a mallard currently just a common grade creature will, having absorbed the essence from the mysterious layer, become a revered demon god 3 years from now, protecting the safety of dozens of people. In short, their destinies are ever-changing and truly wondrous. Lin made his speculation. In the future, the mysterious layer beneath the lake's bottom will continue to emit this aura as long as a creature comes into contact with it. It will give rise to unknown possibilities. Perhaps a supernatural creature as powerful as the end-of-the-world dragon will emerge, or perhaps it will follow the path of the mallard and protect the people. If I keep screening them like this, letting the friendly ones survive and eliminating all the brutal, bloodthirsty ones early on, I really am turning this into the Harmony Guild. Lin found it amusing, but he also felt he was accumulating good karma. Who knows, he might reap blessings in the future. Time flew by. As the sunset dipped below the horizon, Luo City's nightlife began. The city glowed with neon lights and revelry, but no one could have known that 3 years later, most of this area would become a wasteland. Whether they were filled with sorrow or joy at that moment, they would ultimately be unable to escape the relentless march of time. The scene shifts to Lin. In the living room. It was midnight. The curtains were drawn, and all the doors and windows were shut tight. Lin sat cross-legged in the living room, with Chi-Chi and the young Wolf King standing guard nearby. They watched as Lin closed his eyes, his breathing growing increasingly otherworldly, with mana surging from his brow and nostrils. Not long ago, Lin had told Chi-Chi and the young Wolf King that he was about to break through the tempering stage, so they had voluntarily stepped in to act as his guardians. Though the doors and windows were tightly locked, the curtains swayed like waves. Countless strands of mana swirled, forming vortices that converged at the top of Lin's forehead and the tip of his nose, where he absorbed them all. As a result, Lin's closed eyes and cheeks glowed faintly, already beginning to appear otherworldly.
The young Wolf King watched intently. He could tell that Lin's breathing technique was even more powerful, even domineering. Lin was completely absorbed in the process. The pores on his skin greedily absorbed mana, and the surrounding mana was channeled, drawn in strand by strand. It kept seeping into his body. His vitality had already reached 103.6 points, yet he still hadn't broken through the tempering stage. The inhaled mana was deliberately channeled by Lin, flowing toward his bones, and his entire skeletal structure began to undergo wondrous changes. Lin's first sensation was an unbearable tingling throughout his bones, as if countless tiny insects were using their flesh and blood to fill the innumerable holes, flaws, and imperfections in his mortal bones. Crack! A crisp sound, followed by a continuous crackling and popping. Lin's pure white bones revealed their extraordinary nature, emitting a faint glow as each one shone with a radiant luster. His bone marrow greedily absorbed mana, transforming it into concentrated mana that merged with his blood. Lin felt the transformation in his bones as if they were turning from ordinary iron into an alloy. Not only had their strength increased many times over, but they were also constantly shaping his spiritual blood with mana. Even without the breathing technique active, his body was slowly tempering his blood, gradually absorbing mana, and increasing his vitality. Lin suddenly realized no wonder his older sister had said that the tempering stage was when one truly joined the ranks of the evolved. This sensation was truly wondrous. Even though his vitality hadn't undergone a qualitative change, he now possessed the capacity for evolution, an essential difference. Lin felt his entire body brimming with vitality and his bones growing stronger. He opened his eyes, stood up, and found that his height had noticeably increased slightly. His height, originally 184 centimeters, had increased to 187 centimeters. Even a casual movement now carried a certain aura and presence. His presence was noticeably stronger. When Chi-Chi saw Lin like this, her eyes lit up. He'd gotten stronger. How wonderful! Congratulations, Lin! You've broken through to the tempering stage's blood tempering realm. The feeling of breaking through the tempering stage is indeed great. Keep it up. Once you break through, you'll feel the difference too. Lin said as he opened his information panel to check his current status. Personal information. Name, Lin. Tier, tempering stage, early stage blood tempering. Constitution, none. Unknown, Tears of Xingluo. Talent, inspect skill. Trait, true evolution skill, true spirit grade, Eye of true knowledge flawless grade, 7 transformation skill flawless grade, blazing blood power excellent grade level 2, martial arts secret art excellent grade level 1, light S shelter excellent grade level 2, spatial pocket spirit grade. Adventure party, headquarters spirit gathering array flawless grade. Vitality, 104 points 520 points after a 500% boost from the power of blazing blood trait. Mental power, 10 points. Lin looked over his stats panel. This trait was truly spectacular. In less than a day, his vitality had skyrocketed from just over 300 points to 520 points. It was like riding a rocket. As he kept looking at the 7 transformation skill in his trait, Lin had an idea. Now that he had broken through the tempering stage, he understood himself better. The first transformation of the 7 transformation skill, the time had come. It was time to start shaping it. Chapter 74, the second form is complete. The God of Stealing Homes. The 7 transformation skill evolved from Caesar's trait, form change. There are differences between the two. The difference is that Caesar's trait form change is of excellent grade quality, while the trait 7 transformation skill is of flawless grade quality. In terms of trait strength, the 7 transformation skill is naturally superior. Should we have a hot pot to celebrate? Chi-Chi suddenly said. Judging by the sparkle in her eyes, she was really looking forward to a hot pot, a lively celebration of Lin's breakthrough to the tempering stage. Sure. Lin agreed, then added, but since I just broke through, I need to go back to my room to prepare a few things first. Leave the ingredients to me. I'll order takeout right away, hee. Chi-Chi was a pro at ordering takeout. She found a 24-hour hot pot ingredient shop that could deliver right to their doorstep in half an hour. Watching her slip her small hand into the pocket of her fluffy pajamas,
pull out her phone, and scroll to place the order, Lin headed back to his room first. After breaking through the tempering stage, the realm of blood tempering, Lin gained a deeper understanding of the 7 transformation skill. The forms created by the 7 transformation skill must be internally consistent. If they are not, the gap must be filled by a higher realm. For example, the form of a supernatural demon requires a higher realm such as the spirit stage or soul stage to bridge the gap and achieve consistency. Over the past few days, Lin had been pondering what transformation would be most useful to him. He thought of the golden cicada, the cat, and even the soaring eagle. But in the end, a perfectly suited creature appeared before his eyes. Now that he had broken through the tempering stage, he was certain his body could sustain such a form. The time had come. This form was a bird of prey that no animal in the forest dared to provoke. Not even birds of prey like falcons dared to provoke it. If they did so during the day, their nests would surely be raided. At night at best, they'd be plucked of their feathers. At worst, they'd lose their lives. It relies on its extraordinary night vision. Its special feathers allow it to fly silently, and it possesses deadly talents. Truly the king of the night sky among birds of prey. It is the owl. Commonly known as the owl. At first glance, owls appear cute, but once you truly understand this creature, you'll discover it is the perfect nocturnal hunter. Capable of flight, silent as a ghost, and possessing exceptional night vision, it's perfectly suited to glide through the city's night sky. Or perched on tree branches and the like, it blends in perfectly, surveying the situation from every angle. It's simply flawless. Lin initially considered a cat, or even a leopard, but later realized that while these animals are agile, they're nowhere near as practical as the owl. If a real battle were to break out, he could quickly shift back into human form. Begin shaping. Lin closed his eyes. The image of an owl had long been etched into his memory, and he used that mental image as his guide. Lin began to manifest the first stage of the 7 transformation skill, and the entire process was far quicker than he had anticipated. This was also because the owl was modeled after a real creature. He simply needed to replicate it, without having to think too much. After half an hour, the image of the owl in Lin's mind took shape. The moment it took form, it naturally dissolved and merged into Lin's body. Prompt: your trait 7 transformation skill owl has been formed. Would you like to view the information? View. Trait: 7 transformation skill owl. Flawless grade description: the owl flies silently, possesses keen vision, and has the sharp talons of a bird of prey, making it extremely powerful in attack. It can seamlessly integrate with existing traits to gain even greater abilities. Since the owl's form is relatively small, the transformation is relatively easy, allowing for form shifting in an extremely short amount of time. It also adapts autonomously to each form. After reading this description, Lin's curiosity was piqued. With a thought, he transformed into an owl. In the blink of an eye, Lin felt his bones and flesh metamorphose. His arms turned into wings, and his field of vision shifted. From his originally slender, tall form, he instantly transformed into a gray feathered owl standing 15 centimeters tall. The entire process took less than a second. Return. Lin flapped his wings once more as the owl. Just as his wings fluttered, they vanished, and he reappeared in human form. He looked exactly the same as before the transformation. The entire process again took no more than a second. Lin couldn't hide the delight in his eyes. The speed of this transformation was faster than he had ever imagined. At this speed, he could easily carry out surprise attacks and assassinations. Imagine this: in the dead of night, flying toward a target in owl form, silent and stealthy, suppressing one's aura, then shifting back to human form just as you close in to deliver a fatal blow. After eliminating the target, shift back to owl form and fly away. It's like the Grim Reaper of the night, reaping victims at will. That trait really did change just now. Even Lin found it astonishing the traits he possessed, such as the martial arts secret art, had transformed into the aerial kill secret art when he shifted into an owl. It was a marvelous set of techniques designed to master aerial ambushes, supplemented by aerial evasion and surprise attacks. Interesting. Lin felt more and more that this ability was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. In the future, as he grew stronger, the owl form would evolve alongside him. Perhaps it wasn't impossible that it might one day evolve into the mythical divine bird. Life was getting more and more interesting.
Even if I encounter a dangerous person like Dr. Hunter, and even if I'm not strong enough yet, I now have a way to escape flight. After all, it's a realm humans can't reach.
Unless they're a hunting rifle, Lin mused, propping his chin up with one hand.
Buzz. Buzz. Lin's phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw that Lin Ying was requesting a video call. Initiating a video call in the wee hours of the morning, there had to be a reason. Lin pressed answer. Lin Ying appeared on the video call.
She was wearing her Bureau 314 uniform, her orange-red short hair disheveled, and her exhaustion impossible to hide. The shoulders of her uniform were clearly torn as if slashed by sharp claws or a blade revealing a glimpse of her fair skin.
Sis. What's wrong? Lin was worried. Lin Ying had clearly run into trouble. Just listen to me first, little brother. Lin Ying spoke earnestly to Lin. The Hongshan team and the Tianbing team launched a joint operation to raid the Blue Star Faction's headquarters in Luodu. The enemy was stronger than expected. There were heavy casualties, and that Dr. Hunter isn't human. His body has mutated, and his strength is terrifying. Team leaders Lan and Zhou had to join forces to seriously wound him. Team leader Zhou is now critically injured, and team leader Lan's injuries are also severe. They need treatment to recover. The rest of us couldn't hold him back. Hunter has already escaped. And the Blue Star Faction's influence is greater than we thought. It seems they truly received guidance from an unknown entity. Lin listened as Lin Ying described the situation, hearing that team leaders Lan and Zhou had joined forces to attack him, yet one was critically injured and the other seriously wounded. Thinking back to yesterday, when Lan Lingbo casually raised a finger and delivered a strike with 11 metric tons of destructive force. Just how powerful is this hunter? He took on two of us and still managed to escape like that. Bro, what I'm trying to say is we thwarted the hunter's plot, so he is likely to resort to desperate measures. Bureau 314 isn't safe anymore. They imposed martial law there, and the same goes for your area. That hunter is a madman. He now knows you're with Chi-Chi, and in fact, your target and your importance to him outweigh Chi-Chi's. Do you understand? You'd better head to Bureau 314 immediately and lie low for a while. Lin Ying was on edge. No one had expected that what was supposed to be a sure victory would turn out like this. Even more unexpected was that the Blue Star faction had been conducting so many horrific experiments behind the scenes, and their power had grown to a level rivaling Bureau 314. Lin nodded and said, I understand what's going on. His breathing was steady, showing no signs of tension. Instead, he asked Lin Ying first, Sis, where are you headed now? Back to Bureau 314. The Night Shadow unit has been redeployed to support the North 3rd Ring Road. Hongshan and Tianbing have suffered heavy casualties here again. Bureau 314 is in danger. We need to get back immediately to prepare our defenses, Lin Ying replied. Got it. Lin remained composed. It was precisely at times like this that he couldn't afford to act blindly or rush into things. It seemed that Lan Lingbo and Zhou Quan from Bureau 314 had been injured, but Dr. Hunter was also seriously wounded. Neither side had the upper hand. This was actually a golden opportunity for him. Who knows? He might be able to take advantage of this chance to resolve the illusion reality crisis. Check information. Lin focused on Lin Ying. Prompt, present, future? Future. Chapter 75, Deceiving Zhang Ziliang. The downfall of the Blue Star faction. Lin first checked Lin Ying's information. If the Blue Star faction was truly dangerous, then Lin Ying's future information would surely reflect that after this incident. As for whether his speculation was correct, a glance at her future information would reveal the answer. The information interface for his older sister 3 years from now appeared before his eyes. Information future Lin Ying profile, a former young agent of Bureau 314, full of vitality. In the early hours of October 17, 2027, 3 years ago during the Blue Star faction crisis, she suffocated to death on the spot after a Blue Star faction member she had arrested detonated himself inside the base, causing massive biochemical spore contamination that led to severe respiratory and pulmonary infections. This was the description of Lin Ying 3 years later. It objectively described what Lin Ying would encounter today. She would die of asphyxiation due to contamination by biochemical spores after an arrested Blue Star faction member detonated himself inside the base. Lin thought back to the past, the descriptions of Lin Ying's future in which she had died multiple times in attacks orchestrated by Wei Tao, the leader of the progressive faction, with resuscitation efforts proving futile and her life declared over. A wave of emotion swept through her mind. The work at Bureau 314 was simply too dangerous. Not to mention that her older sister wasn't strong enough. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Quan would, in the future timeline, either die or suffer life-threatening injuries. Even someone as formidable as Lan Lingbo was currently seriously injured and in need of immediate emergency treatment. Big sis, have you ever thought about getting a different job? Lin felt a pang of concern for her. This line of work was simply far too dangerous for her. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ying suddenly snapped. With her comrades in arms either dead or wounded, how could she possibly desert them? On second thought, she realized Lin was just looking out for her, so she apologized. Little brother, I'm sorry, I know you're looking out for me, but you need to know one thing: your older sister has many flaws, but being a coward isn't one of them. Don't worry, I've had my fortune told, and I'm incredibly lucky and resilient. As she finished speaking, she flashed Lin a rare, slightly sweet smile. Lin thought it was beautiful and took a screenshot on his phone. Then he said, all right. Great fortune and a strong constitution, but there's one thing I want to know. What are you going to do with these dangerous individuals you've captured? Lock them up in Bureau 314, of course, Lin Ying replied matter-of-factly. Bureau 314's prison was located underground, constructed from a specially formulated alloy that could suppress the abilities of the awakened. It was extremely secure. All these Blue Star faction lunatics would be locked up there. After interrogation, they'd be tried according to the nature of their crimes. Lin retorted, the Blue Star faction people are pretty crazy. You brought them straight to the base like this. What if, just what if, they're bombs? After all, you can't judge these people by ordinary standards. Lin Ying, what are you talking about with your brother? Matters concerning Bureau 314 are none of an outsider's business. Besides, we're on a mission. How could you? A man's voice rang out. He was furious, his tone laced with hostility. Another voice cut in, I'm the one who told her to turn on the video feed. Zhang Ziliang, do you have a problem with that? The voice was cold, but Lin could tell it was Lan Lingbo speaking. Perhaps she was lying on the stretcher right next to her. She really was a tough one, even injured. Her tone and pace of speech were exactly the same as usual. No, the man explained. I was just worried about complications arising. Please don't misunderstand. Big sis, point the camera at this guy speaking. I'd like to say a few words to him. Lin's tone softened, but suspicion began to rise in her heart. Big sis, Lan Lingbo, they were together. He must have known she was video chatting with her sister. He hadn't said a word earlier, but the moment she mentioned that someone from the Blue Star faction might self-destruct, he rushed to speak up. That was rather unusual. Okay. Lin Ying didn't think twice and aimed the camera at her teammate standing beside her, Zhang Ziliang. He was a tall, slender man in uniform, with some minor injuries, brown curly hair, and unusually large ears. Zhang Ziliang stood at attention, facing the camera directly. He stared at Lin and said in a deep voice, what do you want to say to me? We're in the middle of a mission right now, so please keep it brief. Get to the point. Lin didn't answer him right away. She thought to herself, check the information. Prompt, present, future? All of it. Information present, Zhang Ziliang profile, a core member of Bureau 314. He accumulated massive debts due to his addiction to underground gambling and later, along with his classmate and close friend Zhang Yin, secretly colluded with the Blue Star faction for financial gain. He is a beginner-level fire type awakened. Traits, Spirit Fire Excellent Grade, Square Flame Spirit Grade, Burning Body Spirit Grade. Information future, Zhang Ziliang profile, a key member of the Temple of the True God. After the Blue Star faction was massacred by Dragon Emperor Tilia, he co-founded the Temple of the True God with the faction as surviving members. On October 27, 2030, at the Temple of the True God headquarters, he was executed by Lin, the master of the Starflame Palace.
After reading Zhang Ziliang's profile, Lin immediately realized that the man before him, who appeared so resilient, was actually a compulsive gambler who had betrayed Bureau 314 for money.
Now look at his future profile. Clearly, Zhang Ziliang later joined the Blue Star faction, and an unknown powerhouse named Dragon Emperor Tilia massacred the Blue Star faction at an unspecified point in time.
The surviving members of the Blue Star faction joined forces to establish the Temple of the True God. And this Zhang Ziliang was one of its key figures. Fast-forwarding the timeline to October 27, 2030, it turned out that her future self had wiped out the Temple of the True God on that very day, slaughtering over 13,000 of its evil scum.
Lin committed one name to memory, Dragon Emperor Tilia.
To be bestowed the title of Dragon Emperor, she must be an extraordinarily powerful being. After reading this information, Lin felt deeply that gamblers were truly beyond redemption. They were on a path of utter decline. The video call continued. It took Lin only an instant to read all this and piece everything together. So, if you don't speak up now, this call is over. Zhang Ziliang stood with one hand behind his back, his gaze steely, yet inwardly wary of Lin. This guy was the former director's grandson and actually held some influence. If he saw through him, all his plans and those of the organization would come to an end. The huge sum of money he'd been promised would vanish into thin air. If he couldn't repay his debts, then just thinking about the methods of that king of the underworld, Shella, sent a chill down his spine. Lin smiled slightly and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect to run into you here, Brother Zhang."
You know me?
Zhang Ziliang asked, puzzled.
Of course. Zhang Ziliang, Brother Zhang, right?
Zhang Yin is a relative of my neighbor's, and you and Zhang Yin were childhood friends and classmates.
We even had meals together and played fishing master at the arcade. Have you forgotten all that? You won quite a bit, too. Lin said.
Zhang Ziliang suddenly looked like a rat whose tail had been stepped on and screamed, "Nonsense!
When was that? Wait a minute, I didn't even know Zhang Yin before. What do you mean, childhood friends?"
His mind went blank, beads of sweat beaded on his forehead.
I'm screwed. I let it slip.
The reason the raid on the Blue Star faction failed was because Zhang Yin, the deputy captain of the Hongshan group, was an undercover agent for the Blue Star faction. Later, Zhang Yin defected at the last minute, which is why Lan Lingbo suffered such serious injuries. As soon as he was linked to Zhang Yin, he'd become a suspect. Then, all his past misdeeds would surely be uncovered.
What I mean is, you might be misremembering. We never had a meal together, and I didn't even know Zhang Yin before coming in here.
Don't go making jokes like that, otherwise it'll cause me trouble, Zhang Ziliang said, struggling to suppress his anger as he forced a smile at Lin. But when he looked up at Lin Ying and saw his teammates surrounding them, he suddenly realized, including Lin Ying, everyone was staring at him warily.
Everyone, we're comrades in arms here.
Don't take those jokes seriously, Zhang Ziliang said helplessly. Lin Ying's gaze was intense as she fixed it on him and said, "Earlier, you mentioned that these people might self-destruct. Why were you so flustered then?
And you just got flustered again.
In such a short time, you've lost your composure and panicked twice. If you truly trust us as comrades, then put down your weapon and let us investigate to clear your name."
Damn it! Zhang Ziliang gritted his teeth.
He absolutely couldn't let himself be investigated. With a clench of his jaw, he pulled the flashbang from his waist and smashed it directly onto the ground. Vitality surged, and he turned and ran, trying to escape.
Not far away.
On an emergency medical stretcher where Lan Lingbo lay, medical personnel were urgently treating her abdominal and shoulder wounds.
Lan Lingbo's expression was cold and ruthless.
At some point, a pitch-black whip had appeared in her hand, and she suddenly lashed it out. A massive python burst from the ground, swallowed the flashbang, and then, its colossal tail, like a crashing boulder, slammed down on Zhang Ziliang. Zhang Ziliang felt as if a mountain had crushed him. Excruciating pain shot through his back as he was pinned to the ground, his face pressed against the rubble, the agony already a distant memory.
At that moment,
a cold, calm female voice reached his ears.
"Zhang Ziliang, this isn't our first meeting. Tell me everything you know. You know what I'm capable of."
Lan Lingbo, lying in her hospital bed, turned her head and cast an indifferent gaze at Zhang Ziliang, who was pinned to the ground. Zhang Ziliang's eyes were filled with nothing but flickering fear. Chapter 76. You've read the script in advance, haven't you? The power of burning blood. Before long, Zhang Ziliang confessed everything. Just as expected. These arrested Blue Star faction members, more than 20 in total, had all undergone biochemical modifications and were ready to self-detonate at any moment. The explosive power wasn't particularly strong, but it released toxic biochemical spores without an antibody injection. Even the awakened couldn't withstand it. Everyone around him glared at Zhang Ziliang. This guy knew full well just how terrifying the consequences would be. They were filled with a sense of dread. Linning said to Lin, "Bro, thanks a lot. If it weren't for you, we'd be in big trouble. But right now, I've got to end this call." The situation was trickier than expected. After Linning ended the video call, everyone else turned their attention to Lan Lingbo, who was lying in the hospital bed. She was the only one capable of making decisions now. Zhou Quan was severely injured and had fallen into a coma. "Team leader, what should we do?" Linning felt overwhelmed. On one hand, she needed to rush back to Bureau 314. The hunter's objective was certainly more than just a simple attack. On the one hand, those 20-plus people were too dangerous. Wherever they were sent, that place would be doomed. On the other hand, time was running out. Lan Lingbo, enduring excruciating pain, got up from the hospital bed, walked over to the group of 20-plus people, looked at them, and asked, "You know full well that doing this will kill you too, don't you? You vile beast. We won't tell you a thing. The true God will embrace us, and we will ultimately ascend unlike you vile beasts," one of them roared, glaring at her, trying to trigger the self-destruction. But the biochemical spores required time to catalyze the explosion. "Hopeless cases," Lan Lingbo said with a hint of self-mockery on her face. "The human species really is incredibly complex." She continued, "Leave these people to me. Everyone, assemble and let us move out. We're heading back to headquarters. We've got another battle to fight." The crowd looked at her hesitantly. Doing this would come at a cost. "Follow orders." Lan Lingbo watched as the group gradually walked away. With one hand pressed against her bandaged lower abdomen, she drew the jet-black battle knife with her other hand. Curses, curses, and all manner of obscenities rang in her ears, making her head spin. Even the light before her eyes seemed to warp. Meanwhile, after Lin ended the video call, a notification appeared before his eyes. "Notification: your actions have eliminated the major threat in the phantom reality crisis. Plus 1,500 points total, 2,300 points. The phantom reality crisis has been resolved. You may choose to submit your points to receive the event reward. You may also continue completing related tasks to earn more points and rewards. Do you wish to submit your points for the reward?" "Huh?" Lin was a bit confused. Was the future illusion reality crisis completely eliminated just like that? Lin thought it over carefully. A possibility occurred to him. Yesterday afternoon, after he, Lan Lingbo, and Zhou Quan had discussed Dr. Hunter's suspicion, the two of them had tracked down Dr. Hunter's headquarters and uprooted the Blue Star faction's operations in Luodu. From that moment on, the virtual reality crisis had undergone a fundamental shift. Following the subsequent exposure of Zhang Ziliang, the biochemical spore explosion planned by the Blue Star faction was also thwarted. The future virtual reality crisis was confirmed to no longer exist, yet the mission prompts still indicated that rewards for completing tasks related to the event were available. This means, while the phantom crisis has vanished, the root of the problem, Dr. Hunter, as well as the synthetic Mad Tiger and others, are still alive, so this incident is not truly over. It's even possible that the crisis will erupt prematurely, leading to even more intractable consequences. A disaster that was supposed to occur 3 years from now has, through various twists and turns, been triggered in its entirety right now. And the scale of this explosion is a complete unknown. Lin felt completely uncertain. At a time like this, he had to trust his own judgment, take the initiative, and stop waiting passively. No! He made his decision first, rejecting the submission to settle the phantom crisis.
Prompt: because you exceeded expectations and eliminated the major crisis, you have earned an extra reward, the flawless grade trait, Power of the Overlord.
Prompt: the trait Power of the Overlord flawless grade conflicts with Power of Blazing Blood.
Do you wish to fuse them? A flawless grade trait. Lin's heart leapt with joy.
Just when he needed a boost in combat power, this came at the perfect time. Not only was it a flawless grade trait, but it also boosted the vitality multiplier. In a situation like this, fusing was the obvious choice.
Fuse. Lin confirmed.
A flawless grade white crystal appeared in Lin's mind. After countless fine cracks appeared on its surface, it shattered, and every shard transformed into dense blood energy and overwhelming power, merging into Lin's body. The blazing blood power within him sensed the Overlord demon power. Every single cell was boiling, as if ablaze, frantically devouring and refining the trait the Overlord demon power. An excellent grade trait was actually attempting to devour a flawless grade trait.
Lin's entire body was burning hot, with steam rising from his cheeks.
As he felt the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones within him being permeated by the dominating demon aura, his cells hardened like mystic steel, and his tendons and bones became impervious to the refining power of the blazing blood power. His body temperature had already exceeded 50 degrees and was becoming scorching. Waves of heat kept pouring out from his pores. The temperature of the entire room was rapidly rising. Several minutes later, all the sweat on Lin's body had evaporated, his vitality underwent another transformation, and he opened his eyes.
Prompt: the trait Power of Burning Blood flawless grade tier 1 has been synthesized. Do you wish to view the trait information?
View. Power of Burning Blood flawless grade tier 1 description: ignites the blood energy within the body to its absolute limit. As long as the blood burns, the will to fight never ceases. Permanently and passively increases vitality by 500%. By burning vitality, you can enhance your defense and destructive power, as well as rapidly recover from injuries. The lower your vitality, the more severe your injuries, and the stronger the recovery effect. This trait description matched Lin's own perception.
He could clearly sense that during battle, by burning vitality, both his defense and destructive power would become immensely powerful.
His defense, in particular, would skyrocket. Ordinary attacks would be completely unable to penetrate his defenses. It truly lives up to its flawless grade reputation. On top of all this, its initial vitality is even higher than that of the blazing blood power, Lin murmured to himself. After quickly changing into a fresh set of clothes, Lin walked out of his bedroom. He made his way to the dining room. There, he saw that Chi-Chi had already picked up the hot pot ingredients she de-ordered and was preparing them. Every ingredient was neatly arranged. It was clear she had a bit of OCD.
Chi-Chi, I'm heading out, Lin said suddenly.
Huh?
Chi-Chi was taken aback at first, then said, so all this beef tripe is mine now?
She sounded a bit disappointed, but then realized maybe it wasn't such a bad thing after all.
Mm-hmm.
Lin nodded, then checked Chi-Chi's messages. He suspected that Dr. Hunter Woon T had forgotten about Chi-Chi or him, and that the closer it got to this moment, the more likely he was to make a move.
Prompt: present future?
Future. Profile future, Chi-Chi description: and awakened with ancient blood flowing through her veins. At 1:03 a.m. on October 17, 2027, she was simultaneously attacked by a synthetic mad tiger and a sky-shattering armor. Thanks to Caesar's desperate intervention, she narrowly escaped and survived. In the future, she works tirelessly, immersing herself in martial arts in her quest for revenge against the Blue Star faction. Her strength reaches the soul stage mid-level. She possesses the trait, Ancient Bloodline True Spirit Grade, etc. omitted. As the information appeared before his eyes, Lin found it curious the inspect skill clearly had a bias. Looking at Chi-Chi's information, she truly lived up to her reputation as the chosen one. She managed to escape that ordeal. 3 years from now, she would become even stronger, breaking through to the mid-soul stage realm.
However, this information revealed a detail worth noting.
Namely, on October 17, 2027, at 1:03 a.m., she would be simultaneously attacked by the synthetic mad tiger and the exploding sky armor.
1:03 a.m. Lin pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. It was now 54 minutes past midnight. In other words, in 9 minutes, the synthetic Mad Tiger and the exploding heaven armor would appear simultaneously to attack Chi-Chi and perhaps him as well. However, in his scenario, he had already left and wasn't there, so the synthetic Mad Tiger and the exploding heaven armor hadn't succeeded. The synthetic Mad Tiger is at the tempering stage mid-level, Lin thought. Since it was traveling alongside the exploding sky armor, that one couldn't be weak either. The situation was him and Caesar 2 against 2. Caesar's injuries had healed somewhat, and he was now at the tempering stage mid-level. But what if he took out one of the opponents early, at the right moment? A bold tactic flashed through Lin's mind. Chapter 77, Second Form Transformation. Ambushing the Mad Tiger. The tactic could be summed up in 2 words: counter-jungling. The synthetic Mad Tiger and the exploding heaven armor were operating under information asymmetry compared to him. He knew they would arrive here at 1:03 a.m. to launch their attack. But they didn't know that he knew the exact time of their attack. He already read the script in advance, so figuring out what to do next was much simpler. Lin recalled the future he'd seen through the eye of true knowledge, the future synthetic Mad Tiger, the blazing Mad Tiger streaking across the sky like a meteor, shattering Zhou Quan's shield with a single strike, its destructive power terrifying. Later, he received another mission. The objective was to eliminate the blazing flame Mad Tiger to obtain the corresponding flawless grade trait. And now, the time to complete the mission has arrived. The only difference is that it has an accomplice who must be taken out as well. Hint: trigger the Illusion Reality Crisis mission and eliminate both the blazing flame Mad Tiger and the mountain-splitting Overlord simultaneously to earn an additional flawless grade trait. What a stroke of luck! Lin thought with delight. If he succeeded, that would mean a haul of 2 flawless grade traits. But better safe than sorry. Before taking action, he needed to make some preparations. Wolf King. Lin called out its name, but at that moment, Caesar was in the form of a puppy, crouched on the ground, waiting for the hot pot to be served. Hearing his name called, Caesar looked up at Lin. Its young, fluffy head was adorable, but its clear eyes had a cool, intense look. Do you know the synthetic Mad Tiger? The puppy Wolf King nodded. It knew the synthetic Mad Tiger well. It had fought it many times before, always coming out on top. If it hadn't been in the laboratory, that deranged, frenzied Mad Tiger would have long since perished under his sharp claws. Ever since he escaped, Dr. Hunter had injected the synthetic Mad Tiger with who knows what. Its power had skyrocketed, and it was now on par with him, though its mind remained deranged and unstable. What about the sky-shattering armor? Do you know it? Lin asked again. The young Wolf King nodded. He knew about the sky-shattering beetle as well. It had originally been a rhinoceros beetle that evolved after experimentation, then underwent biochemical synthesis experiments with humanoid creatures, eventually transforming into a giant beetle man, ugly in appearance, but possessing considerable strength. Its raw power wasn't a match for his own, but eliminating it quickly would be no easy feat. Its defenses were simply too strong. Between the sky-shattering beetle and the synthetic Mad Tiger, if you were to ambush them, which one would be easier to kill? Lin continued. The sky-shattering beetle nods. The synthetic Mad Tiger shakes its head. The young Wolf King didn't hesitate. He shook his head immediately. That synthetic Mad Tiger was indeed a madman, and its power surpassed that of the sky-shattering beetle. But its defense and vitality were clearly not as resilient as the sky-shattering beetle's. Exploding sky armor is the kind of monster that just lies there motionless, and even you have to go to great lengths to take it down. Seeing him shake his head, Lin already had a plan in mind. Huh? The young Wolf King asked in confusion. Chi-Chi, standing nearby, was also puzzled. Didn't Lin say they were leaving? Why was he suddenly talking about the Mad Tiger and the exploding sky armor? All she knew was that there was a car named Exploding Sky Armor in the racing game she played. Lin said, "Your former colleague is on his way. He'll be here soon, probably around 1:03. Later, find a chance to subdue the synthetic Mad Tiger. Leave the rest to me." Woof! The young Wolf King was surprised but agreed to Lin's plan. Still, he was resentful. Who on earth was their former colleague? Chi-Chi, standing nearby, seemed to sense his frustration and explained, "We're all just lab rats. Calling them colleagues isn't wrong. But you're free now. What am I supposed to do next? Who am I supposed to ambush?"
As she spoke, she reached for the golden-hued bronze sword hanging at her waist. Now that she was an awakened one herself and armed with a treasure sword, that her combat prowess was quite impressive.
"You, ha!" Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled brightly, as if pleading, "What about me? What about me?"
Lin looked pensive for a moment before saying, "You'll sit here and eat hot pot.
Make it look convincing, don't go overacting." "All right."
She crossed her arms, looking a bit disappointed, but her nerves of steel showed no trace of worry or fear.
With the odds in her favor, what was there to be afraid of?
Lin stepped outside. The moment she stepped out the door, she activated her Trait 7 transformation skill, Owl. Flapping her wings silently, she flew out of the hallway and blended into the night, hiding in a tree by Lihu Park behind the small balcony. Her talons gripped the rough, dry trunk. She folded her wings to wrap around her body, and the leaves on the branch concealed her silhouette. She suppressed her aura. If not for having spotted her beforehand, no one would have noticed that perched on a branch in the dead of night was an owl, vigilantly scanning her surroundings.
Lin silently counted down the time. At exactly 1 a.m., two enormous black shadows emerged from the waters of Li Lake. Li Lake is a freshwater lake connected to a river.
The synthetic mad tiger and the sky-shattering armor had been swimming through the river all the way here.
The synthetic mad tiger was over 3 meters long. It had no tail and was far larger than even an Amur tiger. In the dead of night, with its mottled fur and human-like movements, it radiated a ferocious glint. If a passerby had seen it, it would have been truly terrifying. And accompanying the synthetic mad tiger was an even more monstrous creature, the sky-shattering armor. It was a full size larger than the synthetic mad tiger. To make matters worse, aside from its thick armor, its body was neither quite human nor quite ape. With a pair of green eyes radiating pure ferocity, it crept stealthily toward their position. Roar! The synthetic mad tiger let out a low growl, signaling the sky-shattering armor to stay quiet to first confirm the target's location before launching an attack. The synthetic mad tiger slowly stood up. Its body was over 3 meters long, and once it braced itself on its hind legs, it stood nearly 5 meters tall. It could now look directly into the second-floor window. Its shadow stretched out, even obscuring the swaying tree silhouettes. From this vantage point, if Chi-Chi were standing on the small balcony, she would be at eye level with it. Its movements were silent. Its tiger eyes followed the light through the glass window, spotting Chi-Chi at the dining table. She was cooking hot pot while binge-watching a show, and Caesar, the puppy, sat across from her, waiting to be fed. The synthetic mad tiger's whiskers twitched, and a human-like cunning flashed across its face as it slowly crouched down. Completely oblivious, not far from them, perched on a tree branch, an owl stood silently overlooking them. View information. Lin locked onto the target exploding sky armor and checked its details. Prompt, present, future? All. Information present, exploding sky armor description. Originally a supernatural rhinoceros beetle, it was personally operated on by Dr. Hunter, who, through repeated experiments and the suturing of flesh and blood from various creatures, ultimately evolved it into a biological weapon possessing terrifying defensive capabilities and vitality. Traits: synthetic bloodline excellent grade, celestial armor excellent grade, death impact spirit grade, cicada wings spirit grade. Information future, mountain splitting overlord description. A terrifying overlord that broke through to the early soul stage after its second mana awakening. As massive as a mountain, it is a moving catastrophe. Traits: Overlord Bloodline Flawless Grade 5th Tier, Overlord Celestial Armor Flawless Grade 5th Tier, Earth Shattering Collapse Flawless Grade 4th Tier, Earth Churning Flawless Grade, and more. After reading the information on the sky-shattering armor, Lin confirmed that Caesar's description was correct. Owl watched the synthetic mad tiger on the ground, as well as the sky-shattering armor. They were communicating silently with their eyes and began gathering their power, preparing for a direct assault. First, they would kidnap this human. Then they'll join forces to take down that traitorous wolf. As for the male human the doctor had specifically mentioned, it didn't see him, he wasn't here.
On the dining table, a hot pot was bubbling, giving off a spicy, aromatic scent.
The young Wolf King had already sensed the auras of the synthetic mad tiger in sky-shattering armor.
Without a moment's hesitation, it charged forward in long strides. The adorably chubby puppy transformed in an instant into a true giant white wolf. Plates on the dining table clattered to the floor. Ignoring everything behind him, Caesar rammed into the adjacent kitchen window, shattering the glass as he compressed an icy blast in his mouth. He unleashed it directly at the synthetic mad tiger and exploding sky armor beneath the tree. The frigid breath poured down, instantly freezing the ground into thick ice crystals that covered the synthetic mad tiger and exploding sky armor.
Lin took it all in.
Caesar's breath attack was indeed impressive and fast, but it was impossible for it to freeze the synthetic mad tiger and exploding sky armor. They had already prepared themselves in an instant.
But, never mind.
The night owl, perched on a branch deep into the night, spread its wings and glided silently downward.
Chapter 78, Instantly Defeating the Burning Blood Mad Tiger. You're way too powerful. The night owl was silent, its deep eyes like ancient amber, piercing through the night. It witnessed the freezing cold encasing the trees, the grass, even the fallen leaves, and, layer upon layer of ice covering the striped giant tiger and the heavily armored demonic beast. Its wings flapped, its unique feathers made its dive completely silent, so much so that even Caesar, who had launched a surprise breath attack, didn't realize it was there. Linus' breathing and heartbeat remained steady as he activated his true evolution skill, infusing it with the trait burning blood power and the essence of martial arts, all of which merged into the owl's sharp talons. Like a single falling feather, he drifted downward. Roar! The frenzied tiger form erupted, its striped fur surging like a giant wave, shattering the layers of thick ice covering its body in an instant. Its whiskers flew wildly, and its wide-open eyes glowed with an eerie green light, brimming with murderous intent as it glared at Caesar suspended in midair. A sudden, deafening roar and the clang of battle shattered the silence of the night. The once peaceful little park suddenly seemed like a completely different world. Caesar expelled a blast of bloodline-infused icy breath with all his might, astonished. This mad tiger. It seemed even more powerful now. And, what was that? He spotted an owl flying straight toward the back of the hybrid mad tiger's head, and a sense of inexplicable apprehension and fear welled up within him. It was at that very moment that the small owlet's golden talons, appearing even more minuscule in comparison to the genetic mad tiger, slammed down with unflinching precision onto the back of the genetic mad tiger's head. Boom! A deafening explosion, like a thunderclap, echoed through the air. Caught completely off guard, the genetic mad tiger's scalp burst open, and the white, gleaming skull, struck with such force, actually cracked. Struck by a blow of immense force to the head, the synthetic mad tiger was momentarily dazed and completely caught off guard. The owl, which had been gliding silently through the air, shifted its form mid-flight. In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized owl transformed into a human figure, a young man. That young man was, of course, Lin. Lin channeled the true evolution skill through his mouth and nose. One, then two, tiny objects the size of golden sesame seeds flew out from his nostrils. With a sweep of his hand, the first object instantly expanded, growing 100, 1,000 times larger. It transformed into a dazzling 2-meter-long golden sword, piercing the cracked skull of the synthetic mad tiger. The second golden sesame seed spun, transforming into a bronze cauldron bathed in spiritual light, which crashed down upon the demon-slaying sword. The sword's radiance merged with the cauldron's immense force, directly piercing the frenzied tiger's skull. The entire blade plunged in completely. The golden sword pierced the synthetic mad tiger's skull from top to bottom, pinning it to the ground. The colossal, ferocious beast died instantly. Its brain matter had been completely shattered and was now flowing out through the piercing wound. The entire process seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. Caesar's pupils contracted involuntarily. It was terrifying. As a human, he could actually shift forms. First, the flying owl struck, then, with a crisp, decisive thrust, it instantly obliterated the genetic mad tiger. Caesar knew full well the genetic mad tiger's strength. It was in no way inferior to his own. They declashed countless times, and yet it was just dead. Its death was even somewhat haphazard, creating a surreal, dreamlike illusion. If asked who was the most terrifying,
it wasn't T-Caesar, nor was it the now dead synthetic Mad Tiger.
It was exploding sky armor. Its entire grotesque face contorted. What the hell kind of monster was this? Capturing a human was supposed to be simple. This was practically a suicide mission. Boom! Its heavenly armor fully unfolded, revealing gleaming golden cicada wings. With all four limbs straining, it leaped dozens of meters into the air like a cannonball. Fluttering its four golden cicada wings, it turned to fly away. It was simply too terrifying.
A wave of dread washed over him as he looked down at the completely dead synthetic Mad Tiger and prepared to leave.
But
the next scene made it shudder with fear that human boy had actually transformed back into an owl. With its wings flapping, the palm-sized flying owl looked, in its eyes, like a living grim reaper come to claim its life. It frantically flapped its golden cicada wings, trying to escape this damned place, when suddenly, it felt a void on its back, followed by a sharp tug. Looking up, it saw the owl moving at an unbelievable speed. Its pair of sharp talons effortlessly tore its golden cicada wings to shreds.
No, no!
It uttered in broken human speech, watching helplessly as its golden cicada wings were completely torn to shreds. Having lost its wings, it crashed heavily onto the ground in the park. As the owl swooped down from the air, the demon-slaying sword which had pierced the fused Mad Tiger trembled. It struggled to free itself from the fused Mad Tiger's skull and flew into the hands of Lin, who had once again taken human form.
The Xinyan bronze cauldron flew back alongside it.
Holding the demon-slaying sword in one hand, Lin poured all his vitality into it. The sword grew to over 2 meters in length, and together with the gigantic bronze tripod, he alternated between slashing and smashing down upon his opponent. In no time at all, the exploding heaven armor went limp and lost all signs of life.
Lin kicked it directly into the inner lake.
Next, he grabbed the corpse of the synthetic Mad Tiger and tossed it into the inner lake as well. He de-stored them in his spatial pocket later with Caesar nearby. Lin didn't want to reveal the spatial pocket just yet. He de-eliminated the synthetic Mad Tiger, the future blazing flame Mad Tiger, the future overlord of the mountains, with decisive efficiency. Lin felt elated, exhilarated, and utterly satisfied. A quest notification from the trait system appeared. Prompt: completed the Illusion Reality Crisis quest by slaying the blazing flame Mad Tiger.
Plus 800 points.
Received quest reward, trait, Raging Blood Flawless grade. Prompt: completed the Illusion Reality Crisis quest by slaying the blazing flame Mad Tiger, the mountain-splitting overlord.
Plus 800 points.
Received quest reward, trait, Overlord's Bloodline Flawless grade. Raging Blood, Bloodline of the Overlord, and Power of Burning Blood are all flawless grade traits of the same type. Lin chose to fuse them all together. More accurately, Power of Burning Blood consumed Raging Blood and Bloodline of the Overlord. With his vitality surging and boiling throughout his body, Lin felt the blood in his veins flow like a raging river, brimming with terrifying power. With a single clench of his fist, all the vitality he had expended during the recent battle was fully restored, and he had grown even stronger. The trait Power of Burning Blood had advanced from Flawless Grade Tier 1 to Flawless Grade Tier 3. The vitality growth multiplier leaped from 500% to 700%.
View info. Lin opened his information panel and looked at his vitality value. Personal information. Name: Lin. Omitted.
Vitality: 107.749 points after the 700% boost from the trait Power of Burning Blood Flawless grade level 3.
Omitted. He recalled what had happened an hour ago.
He had successfully advanced to the tempering stage Blood Tempering early realm, with his vitality climbing to 104 points. Combined with the boost from the Blazing Blood Power trait, it had soared to a whopping 520 points.
In the blink of an eye.
After a fierce battle, or rather, a one-sided slaughter. Once vitality reached 107 points, the Blazing Blood Power trait transformed into Burning Blood Power, and vitality skyrocketed to 756 points.
That's a gain of over 200 vitality points. The Xinyan demon-slaying sword and the Xinyan bronze cauldron both flew back to Lin's side, circling around him.
Chi-Chi stood not far away, completely unaware of what had just happened.
By the time she ran out, Seeing that the frenzy tiger had already been killed, Lin kept using the demon-slaying sword in the bronze cauldron to mercilessly beat the sky-shattering armor. After completely annihilating them, he tossed their corpses one after the other into the inner lake. "You guys were way too fast. I thought the enemies coming would be really powerful," Chi-Chi said, hands on her hips, a smile on her face. Caesar, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. Wasn't it possible that it wasn't that the enemies weren't strong, but that the person who took them down was just too terrifying? "Chi-Chi, you and the Wolf King head home first. Stay safe. I've got to go somewhere." Lin's gaze drifted toward the northwest corner of Lee Lake Park. He still had to pay a visit to his older sister. Chapter 79, Ever Seen One Punch Man? The big mouth and the iron fist teach a lesson. Lin arrived at the main entrance of Bureau 314. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and initiated a video call with his older sister, Lin Ying. Lin Ying answered immediately. "Are you here? I'll send someone to pick you up and take you to a safe place." She assumed Lin and Chi-Chi had come to Bureau 314 together. Based on her assessment, Dr. Hunter would target her younger brother Lin and Chi-Chi, so it would be best for them to stay at Bureau 314. Although Bureau 314 had also come under attack, the situation was still under control, and there were still safe areas. "I'll come find you." Lin cut straight to the chase. He didn't fly in as an owl because, upon reaching the main gate of Bureau 314, he had already circled the area in the air and assessed the current situation. "Well." Lin Ying hesitated. She suddenly recalled how, yesterday, Lin had unleashed a punch with over 12 metric tons of destructive force. Indeed, his combat prowess was formidable. He could truly be of help. "I'll come pick you up." A short while later. At the main entrance of Bureau 314, Lin stood beneath a streetlight with one hand in his pocket. The dim yellow light cast a glow on his cheeks, making him look handsome and dashing. When Lin Ying arrived and didn't see Chi-Chi, she asked, "Where is Chi-Chi?" "She didn't come." With that brief reply, Lin Ying understood Lin's intentions. He'd come here to fight, not to seek refuge. That was just as well. They were in desperate need of manpower. "Huh, you seem to have grown taller? After breaking through the tempering stage, I grew a few centimeters." "You broke through the tempering stage?" Breaking through the tempering stage in such a short time was simply unimaginable. She beamed with joy. Even before his breakthrough, her younger brother could generate over 12 metric tons of force with a single arm. Now that he'd broken through to the early tempering stage, his strength was sure to increase significantly. "That's great. Maybe you can defeat that monster, the one that's been lurking in the red mist all this time. Its regenerative abilities are too strong." Lin Ying explained the current situation to Lin. Just as they predicted. Hunter had indeed resorted to desperate measures, launching a surprise attack on Bureau 314, but since Hunter had also suffered severe injuries, his strength was no match for theirs. Therefore, his target was the underground prison, a strange, extraordinary subterranean plant that tore through alloy and concrete, destroyed the prison walls, and released the awakened criminals who had long been imprisoned by Bureau 314. Not only that, but the only passage leading to the underground prison is now being guarded by Hunter's men. That figure claims to be human, but in reality it's more like a little giant over 3 meters tall, with an absurdly massive build and even more absurd strength. It remains shrouded in red mist, healing instantly from any injury. It's simply impossible to kill. The Bureau 314's top-tier awakened fighters challenged it one by one, yet every single one was repelled. A single man can hold the pass against 10,000. We've used everything, guns, RPGs, but ordinary weapons can't even scratch him. Unless an awakened knocks him unconscious or kills him. Lin Ying said, sounding utterly helpless. If the team leader, Zhou Quan, or any of the other deputy captains were here, they wouldn't let some weirdo run rampant like this. Hot weapons didn't work either? Lin was surprised. Tempering stage awakened R&T superhumans, guns or grenades, simple weapons designed for mass destruction, might not be very effective against them. But sniper rifles or RPG rockets, those were absolute killing machines. The kind even she wouldn't dare take head on. They're useless. We're here. Look, It's right here. Lin Ying led Lin to the only passageway leading to the underground dungeon. Outside the passageway stood team members on high alert, armed with various weapons. Inside the passageway were a group of awakened who were completely helpless. These awakened team members included sword users, elementalists, and those with other abilities such as curses, but they were completely helpless against the little giant before them. The little giant was blocking the main passageway, its body shrouded in wisps of red mist. Whenever it took damage, it would quickly heal back to its original state. It was bad enough that they couldn't beat him in their own base, but the little giant was also hurling vile insults, which made it even more infuriating. Now he was laughing hysterically, shouting, "You worthless beasts are slow-witted, doing menial labor day in and day out. Not only are your brains useless, but your bodies are weak as chickens too. Sorry if I hurt you, just bear with it. Fools have their own kind of foolishness. This is driving me crazy. I'm going to get him." One of the awakened couldn't take it anymore and charged forward in long strides. Barely a few seconds later, he was sent flying backward, his eyes rolling back in his head as he writhed in excruciating pain. The little giant shouted again, "Even a block of tofu has a brain, too bad you don't. You're too stingy to use your brain, yet you dared to charge straight into my fist." Upon hearing this, the awakened spat blood and passed out instantly. Lin caught him in his arms, then handed him to someone nearby. He walked forward. Lin's appearance drew the attention of those around him, and the team members, who had been seething with frustration, instantly perked up. It's Lin! He is holding a golden sword. Whatever it strikes, dies instantly. It's incredibly sharp. Maybe he could even cut this giant down? Thud! Lin strode forward, facing the little giant head-on, and selected to view its information. Behind him, Lin Ying warned, "Its strength and regenerative abilities are formidable. Be careful." Got it, Lin nodded. Prompt, present, future? All of it. Info present, test subject number 9 description, a member of the Blue Star faction who dreamed of ascension. After multiple rounds of experimentation, he evolved into an awakened, possessing mid-tempering stage strength. Traits: synthetic bloodline excellent grade, gigantism excellent grade, superhuman physique spirit grade, rapid healing spirit grade. Info future, test subject number 9 profile, after being provoked verbally, he died at Linus Fist's 3 years ago. The little giant's brow which lacked eyebrows furrowed as he stared at Lin and said, "Who are you? Just think of me as a passing stranger." Lin looked at him, his expression calm, one hand even tucked into his pocket, and said, "In your current state, you can't last much longer, can you? Pretty boy, you've got some good judgment. But it doesn't matter. The true God is about to descend, and I'm about to ascend." The little giant spread his arms wide, brimming with excitement. Lin stopped in his tracks, noting that the little giant was still within the red mist, and said with a sudden realization, "Then I must congratulate you on being able to see your own true God. You're certainly different from the usual lowly beasts. But unfortunately, you're no longer qualified to join our Blue Star faction and see our God. However, I can make your death a little more pleasant." The little giant was brimming with pride. "Then I thank you. May I ask, Your Highness, how should I address you?" Lin smiled and asked kindly. "Me?" The little giant paused for a moment, then snapped angrily, "Why are you asking so many questions? What a pain having to waste my breath on a lowly beast like you. You don't happen to not have a name, do you?" Lin asked. It was an ordinary question, but it stung the little giant to the core. His eyes widened. "Shut up. As noble as you are, how would you answer if your God asked your name?" Lin's tone was icy. Test subject number 9, answer me, are you a product of the laboratory? Shut up. Shut the hell up, you filthy beast. The little giant clenched his fists, his eyes red with rage, and roared, "I'll tear you to pieces right now." He strode forward like a runaway train, charging straight at Lin. Lin Ying and the rest of Bureau 314 stood there, staring in disbelief. Was Lin really that simple? With just a few words, he de-provoked it into charging out of the red mist. Prepare to attack. Lin Ying raised her hand. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She could definitely take advantage of it to eliminate the little giant. To eliminate this test subject. Test subject number 9's eyes were bloodshot, focused solely on Lin. Lin looked at it as if it were a corpse. Activating his true evolution skill, the third-tier burning blood power boiled to a full surge, boosting his vitality by 700% and amplifying the destructive power of the burning blood power. His vitality, originally at 107 points, surged directly to 900 points. Lin clenched his right fist and, using the profound art of martial arts, channeled the vitality from one arm and one leg. His vitality surged and boiled in response. The 900-point vitality doubled once more, surpassing the 1,800-point limit. Blood-red heat swirled and rolled endlessly from Lin's right arm. Die! With merciless eyes, Lin faced test subject number 9, who towered far above him and unleashed a punch. A piercing, tearing sound exploded through the air. The force of this punch was already infinitely close to 30 metric tons, a 30,000 kilogram strike. The burning blood fist slammed into test subject number 9 like a warhammer. Boom! Test subject number 9's arm was completely shattered. Stunned, it watched helplessly as Lin's fist slammed into its chest, causing the entire chest cavity to collapse. Its internal organs were shattered, and a mist of blood spurted from its back. With just one strike, all signs of life vanished. Its eyes lost their luster, and it collapsed to the ground. Lin withdrew his fist. He casually shook the debris from his hand, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He'd just been getting into it, and it was already over. Behind him, Lin Ying and the rest of the team members reacted in various ways. Some were shocked, some were stunned, and some even felt embarrassed. A guy they couldn't defeat even after taking turns attacking him. Lin had taken him down with a single punch. It would have been one thing if it were just raw physical strength, but he completely crushed them even in verbal sparring. Their whole group had been on the receiving end of this guy's relentless verbal barrage. Lin had broken through their defenses with just a few words. Once the red mist appeared, it was game over. Lin Ying's pretty face flushed red and grew hot, and her delicate ears turned bright crimson. Lin gave a start upon seeing the event notification. Notification: event completed, illusion versus reality crisis. Enemy, king of 10,000 enemies. Plus 800 points. For eliminating the target with a single punch, you've earned an additional trait reward, power of 10,000 enemies, flawless grade. Prompt: this trait is a conflicting trait. It has been fused with burning blood power, flawless grade tier 3, and the burning blood power trait has advanced to flawless grade tier 4. Not bad. A look of delight spread across Lin's face. With burning blood power upgraded to tier 4, the vitality boost had increased from 700% to 800%. Factoring in the martial arts essence and other effects, that meant a vitality boost of over 200%. The points were also worth noting. After previously defeating the Burning Flame Mad Tiger and the Mountain Splitting Overlord, Lin had earned another 1,600 points. Combined with these 800 points, he now had a total of 4,100 points. Keep in mind that during the Monster Tide event, she had only earned a total of 2,674 points. Just how generous of a reward could this amount of points redeem? Chapter 80, Infinite Precognition Skill: The Future. 100 Ways to Die. Lin looked at Lin Ying and the dozen or so awakened team members surrounding them and said, "Now that the obstacle has been eliminated, aren't you guys going?" "Of course we're going." But Lin Ying scratched her ear and said, "This red mist hasn't cleared yet. If we go in like this, we're just walking into certain death." Glancing at the others, some avoided Lin's gaze while others looked awkward. Everyone knew Lin Ying was right. Just the little giant blocking the entrance was enough to leave everyone helpless. Charging blindly into the unknown mist would be nothing short of suicide. Not to mention, among the dozen or so people, there were several newcomers who hadn't even reached the tempering stage. Lin Ying, for example. "Lin, you're practically one of us. If you lead the way, we're willing to follow you in." Zhang Kong stepped forward. His strength was at the early tempering stage. As a sword-based awakened, he knew he was no match for Lin. "What about you guys? Will you really follow my lead?"
With the group nodding in agreement, Lin said, even though it's against the rules, let us form temporary teams, 4 people per group, making 4 groups total. I'll lead the first group, and the other 3 groups will be led by the 3 of you as temporary team leaders. Lin pointed at the 3 of them, Lin Ying, Zhang Kong, and Wu Jining, designating them as team leaders.
No problem.
Lin Ying agreed, gazing at the floating red mist, which carried traces of blood energy and gave off a dangerous aura.
Alright, then. Until I say go, no one is to move.
Since Lin had killed test subject number 9 with a single punch not long ago, his authority was at its peak.
No one objected, everyone either agreed or gave their tacit approval.
Lin said, bring me a chair. Shortly afterward, a chair was wheeled over to Lin. He sat down and stared at the blood-red mist floating before him. More than 10 members of the Awakened stood around him, each one glaring intently at the red mist. Not a single one dared to take a step forward. It was no wonder they were afraid to venture in. Even Lin instinctively felt a sense of dread and did not want to enter this blood-red mist, which seemed to harbor some unknown horror. The red mist was laced with a hint of a deep, terrifying will. Lin suddenly thought of the future 3 years from now, when the sky would turn dark red, the clouds would be stained with blood, and an ancient aura would pour down from the heavens onto the earth. Sense it carefully, that ancient aura of the future seemed to be connected to the red mist before him. Once he realized this, Lin became even more certain that his decision to divide the group into 4 teams had been the right one.
How many people are being held here?
Lin asked, then continued, how strong are they? Our Bureau 314 is primarily responsible for maintaining public order in the area south of the 3rd Ring Road. There are probably fewer than 200 awakened criminals detained here, Zhang Kong said. 149 are held in Section C. These are all newly awakened individuals who knew nothing about the world and were arrested after committing crimes.
In addition, Section B holds over 50 people.
The awakened here are generally members of secret societies and organizations, including the Blue Star faction and the Progressive faction, as well as some dangerous lone wolves. Finally, there is Section A, which holds fewer than 10 people. Wei Tao, the leader of the Progressive faction, is detained there. The others are all dangerous individuals as well, including Xiala's top enforcer, who is also locked up here.
Xiala? Lin didn't recognize the name. He is known as the Underground King of Luodu, a shady character.
Lin Ying knew the name. The Xiala people were smart and had never dared to cross Bureau 314. The situation was indeed perilous and tricky. A mysterious red mist shrouded the underground prison. Hunter's whereabouts were unknown, and most crucially, the inmates were all dangerous elements. None of them were good people.
Lin thought of Wei Tao, Su Wandi, and Jiang Yu. These 3 were no pushovers.
If his group stormed in, they'd be vastly outnumbered. Once surrounded, there'd truly be no escape. No wonder even a fearless warrior like his older sister Wen Ti dared to barge in. It was true, without a powerhouse like Lan Lingbo leading the way, going in would be like walking into a death trap.
Do any of you have any good suggestions? Lin asked. No.
It's up to you now. You call the shots.
All right. Lin nodded.
After confirming once more that they were willing to follow her lead, Lin said, Lin Ying, 2nd Squad, step forward. Lin Ying and her 3 squad members stepped forward. They knew the danger, but no one backed down. They stepped forward without hesitation. Lin checked Lin Ying's profile, viewing only the future information. Info future, Lin Ying profile, on October 17, 3 years ago, at 1:57 a.m., she led a team to storm the underground prison, where they were ambushed by prisoners. She sustained multiple fatal injuries and died on the spot.
This reaffirmed his judgment. The inspect skill had a certain bias.
It would display information he was focusing on, or information that was important to him at that moment. He looked at another team member. Information future, Liang Basan profile, at 1:57 a.m. on October 17, 3 years ago, he entered the underground prison, was ambushed by an alloy-type prisoner, had his head severed, and died on the spot.
Another unlucky soul.
Lin muttered to himself as he continued to examine the other 2. The results were no different. One had been stabbed through the heart, and the other met an even more gruesome end, having been subjected to brief torture before dying.
Stand down, Team 3. Step out of formation. Lin gave the order. Lin Ying tilted her head, huh?
The other team members were also confused, but since Lin had spoken, they stepped back. The second group was led by Zhang Kong and also consisted of 4 members.
Lin took a deep breath and checked the future information for all 4.
Information future, Zhang Kong profile, on October 17, 3 years ago, at 1:58 a.m., he led his team into the underground prison, where they were ambushed by multiple awakened prisoners from Zone A. After a desperate, bloody battle, he ultimately died from exhaustion. Future info, Lu Qian profile, at 1:58 a.m. on October 17, 3 years ago, she entered the underground prison and was ambushed by an awakened prisoner, Mao Zhenrui. Severely wounded, she fought him to the death. Future info, Chang Ruman profile, at 1:58 a.m. on October 17, 3 years ago, she entered the underground prison, encountered Dr. Hunter, was injected with an anesthetic, and bled to death.
Dr. Hunter. Lin's pupils contracted. He found the key information. Sure enough, Hunter was right here in this underground prison.
His objective had never changed, it had always been the blood sacrifice.
Lin checked the information on the last person.
As expected, there was no change, another gruesome death.
Team 3, fall back. Team 4, step forward.
The members of Team 3 said nothing as they retreated, making way. Then, Team 4 stepped forward, but this time, there were only 3 of them.
Lin checked the information on the 3 members. The first 2, Wu Jinyin and Lu Xian, showed the same result, dead.
Info future, Lu Jing profile, entered the underground prison at 1:59 a.m. on October 17, 3 years ago. After being attacked, she became separated from her teammates. She encountered Su Wandi, an awakened prisoner from Zone B, who overpowered her.
Together with Zhang Yu, she found Wei Tao.
With Zhang Yu's help, the 3 of them hid in a safe place. At 2:27 a.m., she witnessed a bloody sacrifice. Aside from the 4 of them, everyone else was sacrificed and died. At 2:30 a.m., before the hunter could complete the absorption of the sacrifice's energy, Lin appeared and engaged the hunter in a fierce battle. Both were severely wounded and retreated. Survived. Survived. Even Lin found it remarkable, having seen the futures of so many people. Lu Jing was the only team member to survive. Most crucially, she hadn't just encountered any imprisoned awakened prisoners. She'd run into people she knew: Su Wandi, Zhang Yu, and Wei Tao, the 3 members of the progressive faction. Those 3 actually didn't kill Lu Jing, especially Wei Tao. Lin rested his chin on one hand, pondering the situation carefully. Back then, if not for his intervention, his cousin and many others would have died in Wei Tao's attack. He was a ruthless man. Later, he even killed his own father, Wei Qinrun. He was definitely no good. As for his 2 companions, Zhang Yu and Su Wandi, what kind of people they were is another story. After Wei Qinrun said those words to Wei Tao before he died, Wei Tao became completely dazed, as if he'd lost his soul. Could it be that he had some kind of spiritual epiphany in prison? Lin clicked his tongue. He shook his head inwardly. At least one thing was certain: Zhang Yu, Su Wandi, and Wei Tao, these 3 would not kill Lu Jing on their own. In fact, they would protect her. A bloody sacrifice will take place at 2:27 a.m. This timing is crucial. Lin stared at the subsequent description. His future self had indeed intervened. Before Hunter could absorb the rewards of the sacrifice, they engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in both sides suffering severe injuries. They retreated separately. A dangerous individual like Hunter absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. Lin thought to himself. This guy is far too dangerous. If he really gets away, the consequences will be endless. Also, please don't stop reading the book. Right now is a critical period for recommendations. Daily read counts are unstable, fluctuating up and down. If the recommendations dry up, this series is really going to be doomed. Updates of 2-3 chapters daily. More votes and support will give the author more motivation. I'll definitely post 3 chapters. Chapter 81, the strategy is all planned out. Let us win them over first. Lin quickly organized a few key pieces of information. 1. At 2:27 a.m., the bloody sacrifice begins. 2. At 2:30 a.m.,
he steps in to fight Hunter. The battle ends in a stalemate, with both severely wounded. 3. The three members of the progressive faction Wei Tao, Jiang Yu, and Su Wandi escape the bloody sacrifice, and their current allegiances are unclear. The bloody sacrifice begins at 2:27 a.m. Is that time accurate? I'll have to verify it, Lin thought to himself. He suddenly asked, does anyone know where Wei Tao, Jiang Yu, and Su Wandi are being held? I know. The one who spoke up was Lu Jing. Lu Jing was a petite young girl, not very tall, with exceptionally large eyes. She looked very sharp. No wonder she managed to survive this long. Good. Lin said, get ready. At 2:20 a.m., the two of us will go in. You'll lead me to Wei Tao and the others, and then we'll stay with them to observe the situation. Okay. Lu Jing was confused. It wasn't even 2 a.m. yet. But since Lin had said so, she'd go along with it. View information. Lin focused on Lu Jing and accessed the future data. Information future, Lu Jing profile, on October 17, 3 years ago, at 2:20 a.m., entered the underground prison with Lin. After locating Su Wandi was subdued by Lin. After locating Jiang Yu was subdued by Lin. Finally, Wei Tao was found, and the five of them hid in a safe location. At 2:27 a.m., they witnessed the bloody sacrifice. Apart from the five of them, everyone else was sacrificed and died. At 2:29 a.m., the aura of slaughter from the bloody sacrifice dissipated. Lin appeared and engaged in a fierce battle with the hunter, who had not yet absorbed the sacrifice's rewards. Overpowered, he fled. Lu Jing died. This operation went much more smoothly. Perhaps it was because I was with Lu Jing. After subduing Su Wandi and Jiang Yu one after another, we found Wei Tao and evaded the bloody sacrifice. At 2:29 a.m., the aura of slaughter from the bloody sacrifice faded. I immediately struck at that moment. The hunter was severely wounded and likely hadn't yet fully regained its power from the sacrifice. Still, Lu Jing ended up dying in the end. How could we have been outmatched? Lin wondered to himself. Could it be that Hunter was in a relatively weakened state before fully absorbing the sacrifice's rewards? This speculation might not be correct, or perhaps he just didn't perform well enough? With that in mind, Lin spoke up to Lu Jing, 2:20 is a bit late. Let us set out at 2:15. Okay. Lu Jing tilted her head slightly. She had no idea what to do about the red mist, so since Lin had a plan, she might as well go along with it. Lin checked Lu Jing's future information again. The final description read, at 2:29 a.m., the aura of bloodshed and slaughter from the sacrifice vanishes. Lin appears and engages in a fierce battle with the hunter, who has not yet absorbed the sacrifice's feedback. Overpowered, he is killed. Lu Jing, dead. Seeing the description of his own future death, Lin furrowed his brow. This was even worse than the previous outcome. At least before, she managed to escape. The only thing that remained unchanged was that Lu Jing still died. Sorry, I got the time wrong. We'll leave at 2:10 a.m., Lin said. Lu Jing blinked and nodded, okay. Leaving earlier wasn't a bad thing, but with just the two of them, wasn't that a bit too few? After all, there were really a lot of prisoners in this underground prison. Lu Jing thought to herself. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, information about Lu Jing's future appeared before Lin's eyes. She read the final description, the aura of bloodshed and slaughter from the sacrifice vanishes. At 2:30, Lin engages in a fierce battle with the hunter who has absorbed the sacrifice's rewards. Both are severely wounded and retreat. Lu Jing is unfortunately caught in the crossfire and dies. Looking at this new information, Lin propped her chin on one hand, trying to think from opposite, contradictory angles to find the common thread. The common thread in these future scenarios is if I prevent the hunter from successfully performing the sacrifice, the outcome will be terrible, but if I let him proceed, the outcome won't be the worst. On the flip side, is the bloody sacrifice really a good thing for the hunter, and for me, is it really a bad thing? Suddenly, it all clicked for Lin. Why not give it a try? Let Hunter carry out the bloody sacrifice until it's complete, and then see what happens. Lu Jing. Before Lin could even speak, Lu Jing, her shoulders slumped, beat him to it. Whatever time you say, it's fine. I'm ready for anything. All right. Lin checked Lu Jing's future information again.
Information future, Lu Jing profile, on October 17, 3 years ago, at 2:07 a.m., she entered the underground prison with Lin. After locating Su Wandi and Jiang Yu, they found Wei Tao, and the 5 of them hid in a safe location. At 2:27 a.m., they witnessed a bloody sacrifice. Aside from the 5 of them, everyone else was sacrificed and died. At 3:10 a.m., Hunter received the full sacrifice reward. After discovering Yu and the others, he launched a preemptive attack. After being wounded by Lin's demon-slaying sword, he used a teleportation technique to escape. Lu Jing survived. It really is. Even Lin found it strange by allowing Hunter to complete the bloody sacrifice. Hunter had actually become the weakest of them all and was no longer a match for him. There was just one thing: Hunter could use an unknown teleportation technique to escape. As long as he blocked that final loophole, taking him down would be no problem. Lin suddenly felt at ease. The eerie red mist before his eyes no longer seemed as terrifying, mysterious, or dangerous as it had before. After repeating the process several more times, altering the timeline and speculating on the future, a look of surprise flashed across Lin's face. Could it be there were still such variables? No wonder the future event, the illusion reality crisis, had already come to an end. So that's how it was. Buddy, how many more times are you going to do this? Lin couldn't stand watching any longer and couldn't help but ask Lin if he intended to keep tweaking the plan like this. A look of suspicion flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. If she hadn't known that Lin was the former director's grandson, she would have suspected he was deliberately toying with her. In just a short while, he'd run through countless scenarios. Not even a chameleon could change that fast. That's enough. Lin stood up from his chair and said to Lu Jing, "We're leaving now. First, we need to find Su Wandi and Jiang Yu. There is a bloody sacrificial ritual going on inside. Barging in recklessly could be life-threatening. The rest of you stay here and keep watch. Don't let anyone rush out. And of course, don't go in either. Once I send a message to Lin and confirm the operation is underway, everyone, grab your firearms, especially the high-damage ones, and remember to target Dr. Hunter specifically." Okay. Lin nodded earnestly in agreement. Judging by Lin's expression, he was serious this time. The rest of the group also nodded earnestly in agreement. Lin and Lu Jing, the 2 of them, disappeared into the blood-red mist under the watchful eyes of more than 10 people. Is it really safe to send just the 2 of them? Isn't it too dangerous? Do they really not need our help? Wu Jining couldn't help but ask. Lin said, "Let us not get in the way. Trust Lin, he is not a reckless person." Given the special circumstances, she refrained from calling Lin little brother. "All right, then we'll wait for news and get ready. Let us check our ammo." The underground prison. Blood-red mist filled the space, severely limiting visibility. Lin had simulated this future many times, but he had never actually stepped inside before. The hard concrete and alloy walls had been ravaged by plant roots. In the corridors and along the walls, emerald green roots resembling the bodies of pythons were visible. They were enormous, and were even faintly writhing. As soon as he stepped into this underground prison, Lin realized that his retreat had been sealed off by the eerie red mist. It was only because of his mastery of spirit-gathering arrays that he was able to perceive this. Lu Jing, walking beside him, was completely oblivious to this. She simply followed Lin, serving as his guide. Along the way, the 2 encountered several escaped awakened prisoners. Upon seeing Lu Jing and Lin, they launched an attack without hesitation. Some even hurled insults and shouted at those around them. Lin didn't hold back either. He slashed at whatever he saw and wiped out whoever he encountered. Having seen too much information about the future, he knew exactly what these people were capable of. The cells where Su Wandi and Jiang Yu were being held are very close by. This is the place, Lu Jing pointed out, and Lin used his demon-slaying sword to slice through the door lock. Clang! The door swung open. Su Wandi, who had been sitting cross-legged in the cell with his eyes closed, resting, said in a deep voice, "I told you, I will never cooperate with a madman." He opened his eyes in fury,
only to find that it won Dr. Hunter after all, but Lin and Lu Jing. Rage surged through him instantly, his vitality boiling, and he shouted, "It's you, of all people! Come on! We didn't settle the score last time, let us fight again." Su Wandi laughed loudly, swung his arms, conjured two blood-red blades, and charged at Lin. Half a minute later, Su Wandi clutched his forehead, which was now covered in several lumps. His eyes were bruised and purple, and his mouth was twisted to one side. He looked at Lin with a hint of fear. What kind of powerful tonic had this guy taken? How much time had even passed? How could his strength be so terrifying? "Take us to Zhang Yu." Lin cut straight to the chase. Seeing Lin raise his hand, Su Wandi instinctively flinched and muttered, "No problem, no problem. This way, please." Chapter 82, Bloody Sacrifice. I'm waiting for your death. Lin, Lu Jing, and Su Wandi found Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu saw the wounds on Su Wandi's face and his fearful expression toward Lin, she felt a surge of contempt and said, "How pathetic. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Lin, you and I are sworn enemies. Don't even think about getting my help. If you want to fight, let us fight." Zhang Yu turned her head away, her thin lips curling with a hint of scorn, her eyes cold and fearless. Lu Jing, standing nearby, saw her defiance and said, "If you cooperate with us, we can give you a commendation. It's a deal." Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and she agreed immediately. Su Wandi was even more frustrated. He'd taken a beating but hadn't gotten any reward. Seeing Zhang Yu receive a commendation was even more painful for him than getting beaten up by Lin. Before long, the four of them found the place where Wei Tao was being held. Using the same method, Lin broke open the door. Looking inside, they saw Wei Tao, the former leader of the progressive faction. Wei Tao was sitting cross-legged there. His once black hair had turned snow white, and the former ferocity in his eyes was gone. He seemed like a completely different person. "You're here. It's dangerous in here. Follow me." Wei Tao looked up and saw the four of them, yet remained unmoved even upon seeing Lin.